Ancient 1 Chapter 218 to Chapter 271. The world divine steel was a profound artifact connected to his mind. Although he had not completely refined it, he could more or less sense the things inside. Once he entered, he suddenly appeared in the sky above Fengsuan Mountain. It was full of vitality and abundant spiritual qi. It was not affected by the outside world at all. In a few places in the distance, he also sensed a large number of martial artists cultivating hard. "Young Master Yun, you're back." Suddenly, someone below cried out in surprise and hurriedly waved. Li Yunxiao focused his eyes and flew down with a smile. He opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Jiarong, you've advanced to third stage?" Jiarong looked satisfied and went up. "It's all thanks to Master Zhang and Master Su helping me. It's all because of you, young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao kicked him away and asked, "There's an old martial ancestor outside. None of you are injured, right?" Jiarong's expression changed slightly. When Hong Bing was outside, he sensed the old man's arrival and immediately let everyone retreat into the Pill Pagoda. Later, Qian Duo went out to investigate and was severely injured by the old man in one move. He escaped back, but the old man couldn't find him and raised the city lord's residence. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "There were almost no casualties. It was luck." "How are Qian Duo's injuries?" Jiarong said, "He's currently recovering under the two masters' arrangements. He should be fine." He was startled and said, "Young Master Yun, how did you come in? Did the old man leave?" Li Yunxiao said, "The old man is dead. Inform Hong Bing and the rest to rebuild my city lord's residence. At the same time, expand the city as much as possible. No one will dare to come in for a while. There's someone seriously injured outside and is currently recovering. Don't disturb him." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiarong's reply and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the cave under Fengsuan Mountain. "Dead?" Jiarong's eyes widened in shock. According to Qian Duo, the old man outside was very likely a martial emperor expert. He was actually dead. He could not wrap his head around this. A martial emperor was definitely a powerful existence in the Fire Crow Empire. He actually died in Yanwu City just like that. How big of a commotion would this cause? Jiarong did not dare to imagine. Although he had blind admiration for Li Yunxiao, he could not believe that he could actually kill a martial emperor. If this got out, the entire Fire Crow Empire would be shaken. But he did not know that the entire Fire Crow Empire was shaken. When he arrived at the cave, Li Yunxiao had been shaken. The mystic thunder cloud shocking hell had finally broken through to the 6th level, and the completely different aura it exuded shocked him. Under the wild and violent demonic aura, it rubbed Li Yunxiao's leg with a coquettish gaze. If it was seen by others, their jaws would drop. Demonic beasts were restricted by their bloodline, and it was usually very difficult to break through. However, once he broke through, he would undergo a certain mutation, and his strength would far surpass others of the same level. When Li Yunxiao looked carefully, he discovered that the profound thunder cloud shocking roar's fur and eyes had traces of golden light. It was indeed somewhat different. "It's the demon clan's king's light." Li Yunxiao was startled as he sensed the faint golden aura of the mystic thunder cloud roar. He rubbed his chin and said to himself, "Your ancestor must have been raped by a king of the demon race, or a king of the demon race. That's why you have a hidden bloodline. F***ck, you're really lucky." After he was sure, he kicked the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar away and said, "Go and guard the door. No one is allowed to disturb me." Li Yunxiao checked on Meng Wu's condition. Apart from being unconscious, there was nothing wrong with her. Her vitality was even stronger than that of an ordinary person. Looking at the beautiful face sleeping peacefully, his heart slightly rippled. Chuckling, he took out a large piece of soul wood and began to arrange it. The other people in the cave sensed Li Yunxiao's aura and came out in shock. However, they were all stopped by the mystic thunder cloud roar. Seeing that he was refining something beside Meng Wu, they immediately held their breaths and focused, not daring to disturb him. Li Yunxiao held the soul wood in his palms and directly refined it in the air. Because the Kunwa divine tree had absorbed all the souls for tens of thousands of years to nourish the tree spirit, the soul wood was not pure. What he needed to do was to extract a large amount of soul essence from the soul wood to make up for Mengwu's lost soul. As time passed, more and more soul wood was discarded around him. In the air, a faint green soul essence was continuously condensing. Every piece of soul wood could only condense a little bit of soul essence. It was extremely difficult to condense it into a thread. However, what made everyone speechless was that the soul wood in Xianxia's body seemed to be endless. Finally, 2 days later, a wisp of the purest essence of the soul was condensed. It gave off a faint soul power in the air, and it made people want to swallow it in one gulp. This is a great tonic. If an ordinary refiner swallowed it, his soul power would probably increase by a level on the spot. He was covered in sweat, but he had the happiest smile on his face. Luo Yunsheng, who was at the side, suddenly became dazed. This flawless smile made her feel as if she had chased back to the past and overlapped with that lord. She was a little stunned. Why did Li Yunxiao have so many things that were so similar to that lord? Was it just because he was his disciple? Definitely not. She rejected it decisively. Although she had never seen Gu Feiyang's other disciples, she had seen Yang Di before. He was completely different from Gu Feiyang in all aspects. However, Li Yunxiao gave her a kind of illusion from time to time, as if that lord was right in front of her. Why was there such a strong feeling of similarity? A shocking thought suddenly flashed through Luo Yunsheng's mind. A huge wave rose in her heart. She asked fiercely in her mind, could it be that Li Yunxiao is that lord's biological son? She sneaked a glance at Li Chongfeng, who was standing beside her with a nervous expression, and Li Chunyang, whose eyes were flickering with uncertainty. She couldn't help but laugh out loud, secretly angry at herself. How could she have such a foolish thought? From Li Yunxiao's appearance, there was no doubt that he was of the same lineage as Li Chunyang. However, why was there such a strong feeling of confusion? Why was his figure always overlapping with that lord's? She looked at Li Yunxiao's movements and gradually became a little obsessed. That handsome face was happily sending a wisp of his soul into Dream Dance's body. At this moment, an indescribable jealousy suddenly appeared in her heart. How good would it be if the one lying in that formation was me? She was shocked by her own thoughts, but she could not stop herself from continuing to think about it. The strong desire to replace Mengwu spread like poison, and even she could not believe it. It was difficult for her to extricate herself from it. A dazed expression appeared on her face. She stared blankly at Li Yunxiao's every move. I will now impart to you a supreme soul refining technique. Remember it. Li Yunxiao made a sword gesture with one hand and pointed at Dream Dance's forehead. He slowly said, the sun is the soul, and the yang is the soul. The more you use, the stronger the soul. Originally, the soul is different from the form. The form and the qi are different. The spirit is the soul, the qi is the soul. His words were like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking the cave. Not only did he not try to hide it, his voice gathered and resounded throughout the entire Fengsuan mountain. At that moment, all the arcane masters stopped what they were doing and became dumbfounded. Soon, their expressions turned into ecstasy. They were so excited that their blood was pumping. It was as if they had eaten an aphrodisiac and saw a peerless beauty. Soul refining technique, it's actually the soul refining technique. Zhang Qingfan also stopped abruptly and murmured excitedly to himself. He quickly suppressed his emotions and listened carefully for fear of missing a single word. This is, Jia Rong, who was about to inform Hong Bing, suddenly felt as if his body was struck by lightning. He lost his voice and exclaimed, soul refining technique. This voice, it's young Master Yan's voice. It's actually another soul refining technique, and it's even more profound than the one he imparted to me last time. Luo Yunsheng also recovered from her daze and listened to Li Yunxiao's every word in shock. She was also an arcane master and naturally knew the value of this thing. In shock, she also began to listen carefully. Li Yunxiao spoke for more than an hour before stopping. He looked at Meng Wu's sleeping face and sighed, the more refined items you use, the stronger your soul will be. It's all up to you now. Wake up soon, Meng Wu. He sighed slightly and turned around. A teardrop rolled down Meng Wu's cheek the moment he turned around. In an instant, the entire Fengsuan mountain went into a frenzy. Li Yunxiao had spoken for more than an hour, but these people felt as if only an instant had passed. Especially those who did not understand or could not remember, they were all scratching their heads and anxiously pacing around. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han looked at each other. The two of them quickly took out a pen and paper and started writing. After that, they compared it with each other to see if they had heard wrongly and tried to understand it together. The result of this soul-refining technique was that for more than an entire month, the dozens of arcane masters on Fengsuan Mountain did not manage to refine a single item. They all thought hard and did not eat or drink. After a period of time, all of them collectively became as thin as bones. "Brat, where have you been these few days?" When Li Yunxiao walked out of the formation, Li Chunyang immediately rushed up and punched him fiercely. "I thought you died outside." F***CK. It was a punch filled with concern and love. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. There was no need to retreat. He puffed out his chest and took the punch. Bam! Li Chunyang's punch was loud like thunder but small like raindrops. He did not use much strength. Who knew that when his punch landed, he felt as if he had punched a piece of metal and was repelled by a huge force. It made his arm numb and his fingers almost break. What's wrong with your body? He was taken aback. His pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in shock, You. I'm blind. You're actually a one-star martial lord. Huh. Li Chunyang's roar shocked everyone in the cave. Xiao Qingwang, Li Chongfeng, Luo Yunsheng, Ji Meng and the rest all had their mouths wide open and their faces were petrified. In half a month's time, he had advanced a realm. Even if all the geniuses in history were to be added together, they would not be able to advance at such a terrifying speed. 1 realm, 9 levels of the minor star realm. Everyone present, from 1-star great martial master to 1-star martial lord, had trained arduously for decades before breaking through. Among them, the most talented like Luo Yunsheng had also spent years to become a martial lord. And this was with the help of the supreme mental cultivation technique of the divine cloud palace. But Li Yunxiao, half a month, everyone had the urge to kill themselves on the spot. Xiao Qingwang was almost about to cry. In this period of time, due to the large amount of primordial stones and elixirs, in addition to the spiritual energy that was 100 times denser outside, he had broken through to become a 2-star martial great master. Originally, he was proud of himself and planned to show off in front of everyone. But now, compared to him, his cultivation speed was simply eating shit. He was completely mad and said angrily, How are we going to live? How are all the geniuses in the world going to live? Fuck, with your cultivation speed, we don't even need to live anymore. Ha. After being petrified for a while, Li Chongfeng laughed crazily. Ha, you are indeed my son. You are indeed my son. Ha. Li Chunyang also gradually recovered from his petrified expression and revealed a proud expression. He could not stop smiling. In the entire Sky Martial continent, what are those bullsh** T geniuses? Compared to my own grandson, they are not worth a fart. Haha, happy, really King happy. Li Chunyang was in a good mood and asked, Yunxiao, how long do you plan to advance to Jiutian Emperor Wu? Everyone fainted. Jiutian Emperor Wu. Not to mention them who came from the Tianshui nation, even the nations of the southern region didn't dare to think about it. Xiao Qingwang was planning to berate Li Chunyang for daydreaming, but when he saw Li Yunxiao and felt the power of a martial lord on his body, he immediately closed his mouth. This kind of cultivation speed, not to mention advancing to Emperor Wu, even if he could advance to Emperor Wu within a year, they would still somewhat believe it. God, what's wrong with this world? What the hell was going on? All of them felt that their brains had short-circuited. Li Yunxiao was startled by Li Chunyang's question. He smiled bitterly and said, It's not that easy to become the Jiutian Emperor Wu. This time, I had a great opportunity, which allowed me to directly step into the next realm. In the future, there won't be such a good thing anymore. We have to go through the layers one by one. Phew. So that's how it is. So it's a great opportunity. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief and slowly regain their composure. But even so, they still felt that it was very difficult to accept. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, Work hard. This matter of cultivation can't be forced. We can only persevere and painstakingly cultivate step by step. Strive to break through to the Jiutian realm in 2 or 3 years. Boom. Everyone fainted once again. Xiao only felt that his whole body was powerless. He struggled to crawl to the corner of the wall and continuously used his head to hit the rock wall. The others also followed suit. In a short while, everyone started to hit the wall. Damn it! Xiao said painfully, in the future, if anyone dares to call himself a genius in front of me, I will definitely catch him and eat sh*t. Li Yunxiao ignored everyone's madness and walked straight into the cave. As he walked inside, his voice came out, I'm going to see Meng Bai. Don't disturb me. He felt Meng Bai's breath and walked for a few miles before arriving at a karst cave. The cave was extremely corroded, and there was a rotten and poisonous smell everywhere. It was nauseating. Meng Bai was still unconscious in the center, but thick white cocoon silk had actually grown around his body and wrapped around him. At this moment, he was curled up in the cocoon. The cocoon silk wasn't very thick, and his appearance could still be seen clearly. Li Yunxiao was flabbergasted for a moment. He extended a finger and lightly touched the cocoon thread. Suddenly, a small ball of green flame burned the thin silk thread with a cha sound, and a light smoke dispersed. He sniffed and said, as expected, it's actually the production of a strong poison and directly formed a cocoon. This poison body of heaven and earth is really not bad. Li Yunxiao checked Meng Bai's condition. After discovering that he was fine, he immediately laughed and said, I'll speed it up for you. I don't know how long this purple-striped nine-headed dragon's blood can make you sleep. He took out 2 big bottles of scarlet blood and poured it into the cocoon. Very soon, the white silk threads were all dyed bright red, and a pungent smell spread out. Once the purple blood came into contact with Meng Bai's body, it actually started to boil with a chi-chi sound, and blood bubbles kept appearing. The entire karst cave was filled with poisonous monsters, making it hard for one to breathe. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, seemed to be completely fine. After thinking for a while, he then left the karst cave. When he left, he set up a few restrictions at the entrance of the cave to prevent anyone from entering. In the World God Monument, he could use all the resources of the universe at will. Even the Jiutian Emperor Wu might not be able to blast open the restrictions that he had set up. He exited the World God Monument directly. At this moment, Duan Yu was still adjusting his breath outside. Hong Bing immediately sent his underlings to protect him, to prevent strangers from disturbing him. The entire Yanwu city governor's office started to be rebuilt. Moreover, according to Li Yunxiao's request, they had to expand the city as much as possible. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the city. That person also felt Li Yunxiao's gaze and was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxiao in shock and disbelief, and was instantly dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao revealed a tinge of coldness and humphed, "You Rong? Why are you looking for me?" That person was Yu Rong, who was by Ding Ling side from the Tianyuan Trade Association. The murderer of the Yingyang family was the Yanwu city governor, Li Yunxiao. This news instantly spread to every corner of the Fire Crow Empire like the wind. When Ding Ling received the news, she was dumbfounded for a full 10 minutes. Yu Rong did not believe it at all. He asked his underlings to check again. After checking 3 times, the results were the same. Only then did he completely give up on believing it. He had come under Ding Ling's order to invite Li Yunxiao to come over for a chat. In the past, she could have just sent an assistant. This time, she had sent him over directly. It was enough to show that Ding Ling valued Li Yunxiao greatly. It had been raised to the highest level. However, when he saw Li Yunxiao's cultivation, he felt dazed and he could not even stand stably. Ding Ling invited me for a chat? Li Yunxiao revealed a smile and said, the city governor's office was destroyed by evil people for no reason. Rebuilding it would require a large sum of money. I was worried. Even if Miss Ding did not invite me, I was planning to shamelessly pay a visit. Yu Rong heard and almost fainted. He said angrily, "You hungry wolf that can't be fed. You want to cheat money from my merchant association again." Li Yunxiao stared at him for a while and his gaze gradually turned cold. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced through his heart. It frightened Yu Rong so much that he retreated and broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Rong's heart trembled violently. Even if this brat's talent defied the natural order and became a martial lord, he could not make his heart feel cold with a mere gaze. He was a genuine 8-star martial king. Li Yunxiao stared at him and said coldly, "The one who lent me money was your miss, not an idiot like you. You have no right to make irresponsible remarks in front of me. Also, if it wasn't for your stupidity, how would the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association have lost twice as much money last time? If you make me unhappy again, then let your young miss come see me. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company." Li Yunxiao turned around and walked out. His high and mighty attitude stunned Yu Rong. He immediately thought of Ding Ling-er's instructions before. He left and chased after him with a thick face. He had no choice but to lower his head and say, "Young Master Yun, I was wrong. My miss has important matters to discuss with you. It is also of great benefit to you. Please come with me for a chat." With great difficulty, he spat out all of those words. A hint of shame and anger flashed past his face. Li Yunxiao stopped, looked at him, and coldly snorted, then said, "An 8-star martial king is nothing in my eyes. If it wasn't for Ding Ling-er, you want to invite me with your old face? Ding Ling-er has been smart her entire life. How could she be so muddle-headed as to let an idiot like you invite me?" He helplessly shook his head, then threw out an azure wolf chariot and flew towards where the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association was located. Yu Rong's hair stood on end from the scolding. A 1-star martial lord actually scolded him so mercilessly. If he didn't think of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association's current predicament, even if he had to risk his life, he would have attacked. Right now, he could only follow behind Li Yunxiao with a gloomy face as flames shot out of his eyes. Very quickly, they entered the range of Xianxia City. After the Yingyang family's matter came to light, the various big powers instantly breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their large amounts of spies. When Li Yunxiao entered the city, at least he didn't discover many powerful consciousnesses wandering around. Due to the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association's situation declining day by day, the focus of their business shifted from the other realms to the southern region. Although they still had quite a bit of business in other places, they were gradually unable to support it. Under the fierce attacks of the other merchant associations, they retreated step by step. At the door, Li Yunxiao turned his head around and looked at Yu Rong, who was silently following behind him. Suddenly, he said, "You can't accept it?" Anger exploded on Yu Rong's face and he hatefully said, "What do you want? I've already lowered my voice so much. What more do you want? Killing someone is but a nod of my head. TCH. Killing someone? You think I care about your life?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Old man, don't think too highly of yourself. From the first time we met, I didn't have a good impression of you. It's because not only are you weak, you're also very stupid. Back then, if you were willing to do me a favor, you could at least save your merchant association over $1 million in resources. I can see that the reason you're able to stay by Ding Ling-er's side is completely because of your undying loyalty. This can be counted as you having some good points." Yu Rong finally couldn't take it anymore and said furiously, "What qualifications do you have to say that about me? Humph, I'm stupid? Do you think you're very smart? Right now, everyone knows about the extermination of the Yingyang family. From what I see, Yanwu City won't last much longer." Li Yunxiao revealed a hopeless expression and said, "I'm in a pretty good mood right now, so I'll chat with you a bit more. If it's really as you said, then Ding Ling-er should cut off all relations with me as soon as possible. Why did she invite me over at the first instance? This?" Yu Rong was stunned and his expression turned solemn. Li Yunxiao looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "You should be clearer than me about the situation of your Heavenly Yuan commerce. The reason why Ding Ling-er is constantly supporting me is because she views me as a life-saving straw. And if my guess is correct, this time's negotiation is through the Yingyang clan's matter. She has already made up her mind to bet on me." Yu Rong's pupils constricted and he had a look of disbelief. He really couldn't guess Ding Ling-er's thoughts. The recent series of events made it hard for him to understand. Now that he was pointed out by Li Yunxiao, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "A little girl has such foresight and courage, and you're already so old, yet you're still as stupid as a pig. I'm asking you for money because I think highly of you. If I turn around and leave now, I'm afraid that Ding Ling-er will appear in my Yanwu city in the next second and be at my mercy. Do you believe me or not?" "Do I believe him or not?" Yu Rong was stunned. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, he didn't dare to try. If it was really as Li Yunxiao said, then Ding Ling might really be betting everything on this mysterious youth. Li Yunxiao was right. The reason why he had his current status was completely due to his unwavering loyalty and was the person Ding Ling trusted the most. Furthermore, he was also an elder who watched Ding Ling grow up and treated her like his own daughter. Ever since the heavenly yuan commerce was in trouble, Yu Rong was very anxious seeing her getting thinner day by day. However, his ability was limited and he really couldn't help much. Last time, because he had offended Li Yunxiao and helped him instead, he regretted it so much that he wished he could crush Li Yunxiao's bones and scatter his ashes. Therefore, he had always been prejudiced against him. Li Yunxiao said coolly, "I need your heavenly essence commerce. It's merely some essence stones and money. These things, the myriad treasure tower can provide me too. What you need me for is a matter of life and death. All this time, it wasn't me taking advantage of you, but you were waiting for me to save your lives. I hope you can understand this truth. I don't want to see you as an eyesore in the future. Maybe one day I'll leave in a bad mood." What do you think will happen to Ding Ling? This time, Yu Rong was completely stunned, his heart beating wildly. Cold sweat the size of beans rolled down from his forehead. If the young Mrs. Plan was ruined because of him, then the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association was already in a precarious situation. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. Young Master Yun is absolutely correct. Elder Yu, in the future, when you see young Master Yun, it's like you're seeing me. Don't overstep your boundaries. Ding Ling voice came out from inside. Very soon, a beautiful figure in light yellow gauze appeared in front of the door. She revealed a very sweet smile and said, "Young Master Yun is an unparalleled talent, hard to find throughout the ages. There's no need to throw a tantrum over such a small matter and cast Ling aside, letting her fend for herself." Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Miss Ling's smile is too infectious. All unhappiness is swept away. With such a beauty, how can I dare not come?" The two looked at each other and smiled, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They chatted merrily as they walked inside, leaving behind a pale-faced Yu Rong. Only at this moment did he understand how foolish and rash he was. It was just that what made him uncomfortable was that he had to have Ding Ling pay the bill for the things he committed. His entire person immediately aged several decades, appearing somewhat dispirited. The fragrant tea and dessert were quickly served. Ding Ling took a light whiff, and a wave of refreshment washed over her. She said, "This is a supreme-grade iced tea from my father's collection. It's harvested from the depths of an unmelted ice mountain in the eastern region. Under the extreme cold, even time seems to have stopped. These tea leaves have been growing for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, but only 2 buds have sprouted. This is definitely a supreme-grade tea among supreme-grade. I wonder if young Master Yun will be able to taste it?" Li Yunxiao took a light sip. It was indeed refreshing, tender, and extremely comfortable. Furthermore, there was a sliver of spiritual energy within it, making his entire body feel indescribably comfortable. Even his spirits were lifted. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This is indeed a supreme-grade tea. There aren't many tea leaves in this world that can compare to it. However, a faint smile appeared on his face. He took a playful sniff in the air and sighed in enjoyment. The fragrance of the tea makes the person even more fragrant. Ding Ling's face blushed slightly. Although she had been in the business world for many years and had seen all kinds of people, she was still a young girl. She couldn't help but feel a little shy. The atmosphere in the hall became a little ambiguous. She hurriedly changed the topic. Young Master Yun said that there aren't many tea leaves that can compare to it. I'm really curious. According to what I know, this iced tea is already one of the best in the world. My father loves tea leaves, but I've never heard of anything that can compare to it. She was indeed a little curious. Although the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had begun to decline, her father had never been satisfied with his pursuit of tea leaves. He would basically get a portion of every tea leaf in the chamber, but none of them could compare to this supreme-grade iced tea. Just the box that contained the tea leaves was harvested from 10,000-year-old ice, and it would never melt. This was the only way to preserve the fragrance and quality of the tea. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and put down the teacup. He said, "In my memory, there are at least 3 types of tea that can compare to this iced tea." He glanced at Ding Ling who was filled with disbelief, and said with a smile, "In Crimson Moon City, there is an extremely mysterious blood tea. It's shaped like a crescent moon, and its color is scarlet. It's like a drop of human blood, and it can even emit a bloody smell. It's brewed with the undercurrent of Crimson Moon City that never withered for 10,000 years. Instantly, the tea tastes like human blood. It's truly of the highest quality tea leaves, and it can compare to this iced tea." Ding Ling was stunned when she heard this, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. She said, "Tea tastes like human blood. How can this be drunk?" Even if this tea is of the highest quality, Ling doesn't dare to compliment it. Li Yunxiao had a smile in his eyes. There was something even more terrifying that he didn't say. It was that the tea leaves had to be watered with human blood in order to grow. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation of the martial artist, the better the quality of the tea leaves would be. Back then, he didn't know about it and drank it for a few days. When he found out, he couldn't stop vomiting and didn't dare to try it again. However, in terms of quality, it was definitely not inferior to this iced tea. The second type of tea is in the small spirit sky of the nether mystic realm. There's a type of green tea called eternal green. It has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and absorbed all the energy in the spirit veins. It's a natural treasure in itself. When melted with divine water, it can increase one's cultivation and nourish one's body and soul. It's the highest quality tea. Nether mystic realm, eternal green. Ding Ling was shocked. Did young Master Yun go to the nether mystic realm? How is that possible? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "I've only heard about it." Ding Ling looked at him suspiciously. She seemed to be reminiscing, and it didn't seem like she had only heard about it. However, she didn't believe that he had been to the nether mystic realm. Ding Ling suddenly felt very strange. Also, the blood tea from Crimson Moon City was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. Even her father, who loved tea, had never mentioned it. What about the other type of tea? Young Master Yun left it at the end. Could it be that its quality is even higher than the eternal green? Ding Ling suppressed her doubts and asked. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be hesitant, but he still said, "The last type of tea doesn't exist in the Sky Martial continent." Doesn't exist in the Sky Martial continent? Ding Ling was taken aback. Could it be in the sea? The 4 seas are much bigger than the entire Sky Martial continent. It's only natural that 1 or 2 types of tea can be produced there. Li Yunxiao smiled. I don't know if the 4 seas have such tea, but the third type of tea I'm going to talk about doesn't come from the 4 seas. It comes from outer space. It's right above Yunxiao in the Jiutian. It's formed by gathering the power of the sun, moon, and stars, and has existed for countless years. It's surrounded by the void turbulence, and it's extremely difficult to pick it. In the entire Sky Martial continent, I'm afraid only the Holy Region's divine capital has this Starry Sky Ancient Tea. Starry Sky Ancient Tea, Ding Ling was stunned. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, Crimson Moon Blood Tea, Eternal Green, Starry Sky Ancient Tea. My father has never mentioned these before. If there really is such a miraculous item in this world, I wish I could pick 1 or 2 of them and bring them to my father to taste to fulfill my filial piety. When she first heard about the blood tea, she was skeptical and thought that Li Yunxiao was making it up. But as she listened, she couldn't help but believe it. She even began to yearn for it. Her father loved tea as much as his life. How good would it be if he could taste these 3 types of peerless tea? Li Yunxiao said, Miss Ling filial piety is commendable. You will definitely fulfill this wish in the future. Ding Ling looked at Li Yunxiao. She felt that he was even more mysterious than before. Disregarding everything else, just this cultivation speed was already unprecedented and unheard of. Previously, she thought that Li Yunxiao had used some secret technique or medicine to increase his cultivation level. She thought that it would be a great disaster. But now, after careful observation, she realized that the intent of the 4 symbols that he emitted was even more profound than her comprehension. She immediately no longer had any doubts, and her original plan became even more resolute. After hearing your words, I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Young Master Yun's knowledge is truly impressive. I invited young Master Yun here because I have something important to discuss with you. Finally, they got to the main topic. Li Yunxiao sipped his tea in silence. He looked like he was listening attentively. Ding Ling smiled bitterly in her heart. Why did this young man look even more shrewd than those old foxes who were over 100 years old? He gave her an unfathomable feeling. Since young Master Yun knows about the Nether Fairy Realm, then in the entire southern region of the Sky Martial continent, there is a place that is comparable to the Nether Fairy Realm. I wonder if young Master Yun has heard of it? Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said word by word, Miss Ling is talking about Mount Sumeru. Ding Ling's eyes lit up. She said, that's right, it's Mount Meru. She looked at Li Yunxiao meaningfully and said, since you know about the fairyland, you must know about Mount Meru. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He took a few sips of iced tea and felt refreshed. Then he said slowly, it's one of the 5 great fairyland of the realm of heaven martial arts. It's said that it's created by gathering the essence of a realm and gathering all the spiritual qi. It's the fairyland that all martial artists dream of. Oh? You also believe that Mount Meru was created by itself? Ding Ling asked in surprise. Li Yunxiao looked at her, then stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. He said, I don't believe that it was created by the ancient people. But there are many traces of humans in it. I suspect that the 5 great fairyland are just 5 factions from the ancient times. But as time went by, they gradually disappeared, and the 5 great spaces drifted in the void until they became stable. That's how the 5 great fairyland came into being. Ding Ling looked at him with admiration. She said softly, young Master Yun is really knowledgeable. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the entire southern region who think like you. But I once participated in a high-level meeting of the Merchant Union with my father. Back then, they discussed the 5 great fairyland, and they agreed with you. Li Yunxiao smiled but didn't say anything. This was common knowledge among the super forces of the Tianwu continent about the fairyland. It wasn't a secret. Ding Ling said slowly, Mount Meru is about to open. Young Master Yun, do you know about it? What? Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled, his eyes bursting with light. It was hard to tell if it was excitement or shock. He cried out involuntarily, Mount Meru is about to open, is your information true? Ding Ling suddenly felt a sense of pride in her heart. Ever since she met this guy, she had never seen him surprised. This was the first time, and she immediately felt a sense of accomplishment. No one knows when the 5 great fairyland will open, but there will be some signs before it opens. In order not to miss every opening opportunity, the 3 kingdoms of the southern region had each hired someone to forge an armillary sphere to monitor the movements of the southern region. According to the joint monitoring results of the 3 empires, Mount Sumeru would descend in 3 months at the latest and 1 month at the earliest. Moreover, it is extremely likely that it will be opened in the Fire Crow Empire. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of disbelief, saying, Mount Meru is actually descending, truly unbelievable. Won't the entire martial heaven continent be shaken? Ding Ling nodded and sighed. That's right. The news has already spread across the entire continent. The other 3 regions' superpowers racked their brains to get a piece of the pie. According to legend, there were countless natural treasures in the 5 great immortal realms. Spiritual qi was almost tangible. There were also divine weapons passed down from ancient times, as well as all kinds of heaven-defying cultivation methods. Every time the immortal realm opened, a batch of peerless figures would be created. Right now, those famous experts on the continent are all existences who have experienced all sorts of immortal realms and obtained countless benefits. On this point, Li Yunxiao completely agreed. His ocular technique secret technique was obtained from the jewel mystic realm. If not for this fortuitous encounter, he would not be ranked 3rd on the heaven and earth reputation list. You have to know that the sacred region has an iron law. The other 3 regions' forces are not allowed to interfere in the place where the immortal realm descends. To the southern region, this is undoubtedly an extremely great protection. Otherwise, the various sects of the southern region can forget about fighting for a single spot. Ding Ling glanced at the dazed Li Yunxiao and said, regarding this news, what does young Master Yun think? Only then did Li Yunxiao recover from his daze. His face gradually flickered as he smiled and said, since Mount Meru is opening, we southern regions people will naturally get a piece of the pie. I was wondering why these aristocratic families of the Fire Crow Empire tolerated my Yanwu city so much. So it is because Mount Meru is about to open and they do not want to cause trouble. Haha, if I had known earlier, I would have been even more unrestrained. Ding Ling face darkened as she said embarrassedly, you have already destroyed the Xingyang clan, and you still call that not unrestrained? If you go too far, those fellows from the revered institute will eliminate you regardless of the consequences. Li Yunxiao seemed to be in a good mood as he said, little sister Ling did you specially call me over to report this news? Ding Ling said with a smile, that is only the premise. Young Master Yun should know that every immortal realm has different strange restrictions, and Mount Meru has an extremely great age limit for cultivators. As long as one is over 50 years old, even if it is just for a day, they cannot enter. Therefore, Mount Meru is the least attractive among the 5 great immortal realms. Otherwise, even with the sacred region's iron law, those super forces will still forcefully enter at all costs. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, in other words, those who can enter Mount Meru are all young people. Moreover, in the southern region, the so-called geniuses of those large sects have at most cultivated to the martial king or martial ancestor level. The probability of a martial monarch expert appearing is extremely low. My heavenly Yuan commerce can obtain 2 quotas, so I hope that young Master Yun can enter with me. For a non-southern region sect to obtain 2 quotas for Mount Meru, this was definitely a heaven-defying method. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Quotas? Mount Meru only limits the age of those who can enter, but not the number of people, right? Ding Ling was taken aback as she looked at Li Yunxiao incredulously. Seeing his stunned expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young Master Yun is extremely intelligent, even knowing some of the most extreme secrets of the continent, but he doesn't know the southern region's rules. This makes Ling very curious, is young Master Yun really from the southern region? Li Yunxiao laughed heartily, I don't believe that Miss Ling didn't investigate my background. If it is true, I am from the Aquasky Nation's Li clan. Miss Ling please explain this so-called quota limit. Ding Ling smiled lightly, she was also very puzzled. She had investigated Li Yunxiao's background no less than 10 times, and she was 100% sure that there were no problems. But there were no problems, and this was the biggest problem. She cast aside her doubts and started to say, although Mount Meru doesn't restrict the number of people, the factions of the southern region have all kinds of agreements. To prevent some factions from abruptly expanding by relying on Mount Meru's resources, they set a limit on the number of people allowed to enter. This is also to maintain the current stability of the factions. The 3 leading factions are the Fire Crow Empire's Heaven Gathering sect, the Tianxiang Empire's Thousand Crane Pavilion, and the Muxu Empire's Death sect. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, no wonder the southern region, as a whole, is so weak in the realm of heaven martial arts. They have such great resources, but they don't know how to share them. If it weren't for the Sacred Zone's iron rules, I'm afraid they would have lost this cake long ago. Ding Ling sighed, exactly. But if it were any faction leading the southern region, they wouldn't want other factions to catch up. Therefore, the 3 factions represented the 3 empires, and they agreed on the number of people allowed to enter each time, and the 3 empires must have the same number of people. After that, the 3 empires will distribute the resources among themselves. Li Yunxiao said, this is fair, but the competition within a country will be extremely fierce. I wonder how many people will be allowed to enter each country this time. Ding Ling said, according to reliable sources, each country will have 3,000 people. If the country where Mount Meru will descend, another 1,000 people will be allowed. This was also a rule that had been set long ago. This time, there is a high probability that Mount Meru will descend in the Fire Crow Empire, so the Fire Crow Empire should have 4,000 people. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, only 10,000 people? The southern region is so big, and there are many factions. The competition will be fierce. Then how will the quota be distributed within a country? It can't be decided by the Heaven Gathering sect alone, can it? Ding Ling said with a smile, of course not. Otherwise, how can they convince the public? The quota for a country was decided jointly by the experts above a martial emperor realm within the country. If there are martial emperors in a faction, they can fight for a few quotas. Xianxia was shocked, and he said, "If there are no martial emperors, doesn't that mean there is no hope?" Ding Linger said with a smile, "No. But these martial emperors will fight for 90% of the quotas. The remaining 5% will be used to nurture the youths with potential in the country. The Fire Crow Empire will be holding a martial competition right away, dividing into 3 groups to compete according to age. Through this method, they will select the youths with the greatest potential, and then bestow the quotas. The remaining 5% will enter the auction." Auction? Li Yunxiao found it rather hard to understand and said, 5% is also 200 quotas, actually entering the auction. With the Heavenly Essence Commerce's financial resources, buying a dozen or so probably isn't a problem, right? Ding Ling revealed a bitter smile, shook her head, and said, "The participants in the martial competition have sect restrictions. Any sect disciple who has been allocated quotas is not allowed to participate. And this auction doesn't have restrictions. As long as it is a faction within the Fire Crow Empire, all can participate. The essence stones obtained from the auction are just nice use to open Mount Meru. The remainder will all belong to the Fire Crow Imperial family." She said in a solemn voice, "Each time Mount Meru opens, the essence stones required cannot even be described with a sea of them. That is truly a frighteningly astronomical figure. Even if you empty out the wealth of a faction, you might not be able to gather it either. Although there are as many as 200 quotas, I speculate that when the time comes, the price of each quota will definitely not be lower than 1,000,000 mid-grade essence stones." TCH. 1,000,000 mid-grade essence stones. Li Yunxiao jumped in fright and said jokingly, "Forget it, Miss Ling that quota you gave me, I want to sell it to exchange for some money to spend." Ding Linger said with a smile, "Don't think that I'm purposely saying it's big to scare you. You also know the benefits of Mount Meru. In the southern domain, apart from these sects on the surface, there are still many sects that are reclusive. At this time, they will also come out one after another. Those factions without the support of martial monarch experts, for the sake of their descendants, will definitely fight for the quotas at all costs. Don't underestimate the accumulation of these factions. Furthermore, there are also the sects of the other 3 domains who will also select outstanding disciples to infiltrate in, and will also use large amounts of resources to think of ways to exchange for quotas." She sighed meaningfully and said, "The auction of Mount Meru quotas is definitely the most intense and expensive auction in the entire southern domain." This point, Li Yunxiao believed. He rubbed his forehead and said with a sigh, "In the end, the quotas are still too few. If every country opened up 100,000 quotas, it wouldn't be so tight." 100,000. Haha, young Master Yun really knows how to think. These peak forces needed to control the resources in their own hands. How could they tolerate the rise of other sects or even replace them? As long as you control the resources, you'll be able to control the rise of other sections. That's why, all these years, the southern region has always been the weakest. He didn't know what those old farts in the sanctuary were thinking, to actually set such an iron law. These rotten sects should have been eliminated long ago. Ding Linger shuddered, and she exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, please don't spout nonsense. If word of this gets out, it will bring disaster upon us." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "As long as it is in the southern region, any martial monarch can fight for a spot?" Ding Linger faltered momentarily before smiling. "I know what you mean, young Master Yun. Recently, there were rumors that a 2-star martial monarch appeared in the Yanwu city. I think this is not possible, it must be someone from the Fire Crow Empire. If any random expert could fight for a spot, wouldn't it be a mess?" Li Yunxiao slightly nodded his head. He immediately had a plan in his heart. He smiled and said, "I wonder when the martial arts competition will begin. Miss Linger should also be able to fight for a spot, right?" Ding Linger was taken aback. "That's right, young Master Yun has a good eye. With my strength, I don't think it will be difficult for me to get a spot. But I don't want to reveal my true strength. Young Master Yun, on the other hand, can go and fight for one. He will definitely succeed." Li Yunxiao smiled without saying a word, but his mind was rapidly calculating. The matter of Mount Meru was too important. Each of the 5 great immortal realms was a martial artist's dreamland. Unfortunately, Mount Meru's restriction actually restricted one's age. No matter how one refined their bones and muscles, they couldn't hide from the power of the restriction. It was absolutely impossible to sneak in. Now that he had been reborn, he absolutely could not miss such a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, this was also the best opportunity to increase Yanwu City's overall strength. The two of them discussed for a while more before Li Yunxiao took his leave. As Ding Ling watched him disappear, a complicated look appeared in her eyes. She remained silent for a long time and finally sighed. On the way back, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel excited. It could be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity. Other people had a quota, but he didn't. It was because he had a supreme-grade spatial profound weapon, Universe God Tablet. No matter how many people there were, he could bring them in alone. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. If this secret was known by others, he would probably be killed in an instant. As long as they used the Universe God Monument, all the warriors in the 3 squads in the entire Yanwu City and below the age of 50 would be able to enter Mount Meru. However, he didn't dare to try against martial artists over 50 years old. Because there had been a bloody lesson. Many years ago, there was a peerless powerhouse in the Holy Region. He gathered the power of all the top arcane refiners in the continent and refined a peak 9th grade spatial arcane artifact. According to the records, although it was not as exaggerated as the World God Monument, it had also formed a space that could nurture spiritual energy and nourish living beings. This was also the strongest spatial profound weapon recorded in history. Not long after the refinement, Mount Meru happened to descend. This sanctuary powerhouse suddenly had the idea to hide all the people of his sect and force in this spatial profound artifact, wanting to sneak into Mount Meru. In the end, the moment they entered, the spatial profound artifact was crushed by the power of Mount Meru's space. All the warriors above 50 years old were turned into ashes without exception. The remaining people below 50 years old were thrown into Mount Meru unscathed. At that time, that peerless powerhouse was also hidden inside. The profound artifact was connected to his mind. At the moment of destruction, he was also severely injured. In the end, he relied on his powerful strength to tear the space and escape. However, the power of the restriction seemed to have a spirit. It crossed the void and chased him into the Holy Region's holy capital. In front of all the top warriors at that time, it killed that peerless powerhouse. From then on, no one dared to try to send warriors above 50 years old into Mount Meru. Li Yunxiao carefully recalled the story in his mind. When that peerless powerhouse entered Mount Meru, although the spatial profound artifact was destroyed, all the warriors below 50 years old were thrown into Mount Meru safely. This was the most important point. He also did not know whether the spatial profound artifact was destroyed because Mount Meru could not tolerate such a space item or because there were people above 50 years old hiding inside and triggering the restriction. If it was because of the latter, he could bring the Universe God Steel into Mount Meru without any scruples. However, if it was the former, although the Universe God Steel was magical, it might not be able to withstand the power of the restriction of Mount Meru. He pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. If he only cared about his own cultivation, he would definitely protect the Universe God Steel. However, if he wanted to improve the overall strength of Yanwu City, he could only take a risk. Even if the Universe God Steel was destroyed, it would be worth it if he could bring thousands of people in. When he returned to Yanwu City, he saw that the construction had already started. He landed in front of the Pill Pagoda and pondered for a while. Finally, he performed a few spiritual arts and the Universe God Steel instantly turned into a stream of light and hid between his eyebrows, floating above his dantian. Without the nourishment of the 9-dragon spirit assimilation formation, the Universe God Steel itself might not be able to support their cultivation for long. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he immediately found that Duanyu was in a hotel. With a flash, he entered the hotel. Duanyu was not the only one there. The 6 arcane masters had nowhere to go, so they followed him. When they saw Li Yunxiao enter, they immediately became nervous. Li Yunxiao glanced at the weaker Duanyu and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you've become a 3-star martial monarch." Duanyu seemed extremely exhausted. When he heard Li Yunxiao's words, he immediately jumped up and said in shock, "I'm currently suppressed at the 7-star martial ancestor realm. How did you know that I've broken through?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I guessed it. With your previous strength, it's almost impossible for you to suppress the Green Lotus Hellfire in such a short period of time. Unless you break through to the next star. Although you look exhausted now, there's joy on your face, so I know that you've succeeded in subduing it. You must have broken through to the third star. Duan Yu's face went blank. He finally stopped struggling in his heart. Before this monster, the intelligence that he had always been proud of had become a sore point. Li Yunxiao said to the 6 arcane masters, relax. Don't resist my divine sense. The 6 arcane alchemists looked at each other and felt a wave of divine sense enveloping their bodies. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and he performed a seal with one hand. The 6 arcane masters suddenly turned into lightning-like light and were absorbed into Li Yunxiao's forehead. They entered the World God Monument instantly. The 6 of them suddenly realized that they had entered a different world and were instantly shocked. Not far away, Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, Welcome to the World God Monument. From today onwards, the 6 of you are my arcane masters. The Li Yunxiao in the World God Monument was the projection of his soul. Meanwhile, his real body in the hotel closed his eyes slightly. After becoming a level 4 arcane master, his connection with the World God Monument became even closer. Perhaps it was time to try refining the World God Monument again. Hiss. Where are they? Where did the 6 of them go? Duan Yu was shocked. He watched as the 6 of them flew into the space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. This completely overturned everything he knew. He retreated in shock and said, You ate the 6 of them? Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said, Can your IQ be any lower? Hurry up and follow me. He threw out a war chariot and dragged Duan Yu far away. A few hours later, they were thousands of miles away from Yanwu City and arrived at a mountain range with abundant spiritual energy. In the valley, there were rows of buildings. It was where the Supreme Palace was located. With a sweep of Li Yunxiao's divine sense, he could sense everything within a few miles. That's right. I'll borrow this place for a while. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my 100 Swords sect? A voice came from below. Then, a sword aura rushed up and slashed at the Green Wolf war chariot. Li Yunxiao frowned and sent out a few seals. The war chariot emitted rays of green light and dived down from the sky. It collided with the person who released the sword aura. Hiss. The person was a man in a yellow shirt. He was holding a huge sword. When he saw the war chariot colliding with him, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly screamed and fled. Enemy attack. Although the Green Wolf war chariot was only rank 3, it was still extremely valuable. No one would be willing to use it as a weapon. Li Yunxiao did not care about it at all. He drove the war chariot and charged at the man. Finally, after sliding dozens of meters on the ground, the man vomited blood and was pinned under the war chariot, unable to move. Only then did he dismount with Duan Yu. Pfft. The man's spiritual energy was blocked by the pressure. He vomited blood again and screamed, How dare you? How dare you barge into my 100 Swords sect and hit me with a war chariot? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Young sect master. A group of people rushed over in shock and looked at the man who was pinned under the war chariot. Young sect master, are you alright? Alright my ass. It's your turn to try. The man grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it over. He cursed, Hurry up and take these 2 down. I want to crush them into pieces. Duan Yu laughed, Your driving skills are terrible. Why are you pressing down on his legs? I think you should press his annoying mouth under the war chariot. Li Yunxiao also laughed and said, When I saw this guy slashing at me without any hesitation, I had the urge to kill him on the spot. I didn't expect to bump into someone I know. Eh? You know him? Duan Yu asked curiously. When the young sect master heard this, he also raised his head. When he saw Li Yunxiao's appearance, he felt that he looked familiar. Suddenly, he screamed, Ah! This young sect master was actually the young sect master of the 100 Swords sect, Xiao Jian, whom he had met on the way to the Supreme Palace's banquet. He immediately recognized Li Yunxiao and roared furiously, I recognize you. You're the disciple of the Void Cicada sect. I'm so angry. How dare a puny sect injure me? What are you all still standing here for? Hurry up and take them down. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's been a long time since we last met. Young sect leader, you're still as elegant as ever. Ah. You be ****, how dare you mock me? Not only are you dead, but your Sky Cicada sect is also dead. Xiao Jian roared maniacally. The surrounding disciples were bewildered. When they heard that it was the Sky Cicada sect, a sect that was at the bottom, all of them were filled with fighting spirit. Release the young sect leader and I'll let you die in one piece. If you know what's good for you, kneel at the side and wait for the young sect leader's punishment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel. The 100-sword sect disciples were all high-spirited. They pointed and shouted, one louder than the other. However, none of them stepped forward to attack. They realized that the person beside Li Yunxiao had unfathomable strength. When they probed with their divine senses, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reaction. Kneel? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and a cold aura spread from his body. A mental attack rippled from his eyes and shot out in all directions. Hiss. Plop. Plop. Everyone was shocked. A bone-piercing chill caused them to gasp. Suddenly, they felt an intense pain in their heads as if they had been pierced by 10,000 needles. They immediately cried out in pain. All of them felt their legs turn to jelly as they surrounded Li Yunxiao and knelt down. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, so by kneeling, all of you are going to kneel before me. The 100-sword sect's way of welcoming guests is really special. Everyone, please rise. Duan Yu also looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. He had felt the mental attack spreading out in all directions earlier. Even though he was a 7-star martial ancestor, he felt as if his head had been chopped by a knife. He broke out in cold sweat. Emperor Wu, who was ranked in the top 10 on the Heaven and Earth ranking, not only had his martial arts cultivation reached the peak, but he also possessed unparalleled ultimate techniques that shocked everyone. The ultimate technique that Li Yunxiao relied on to make it into the top 10 was this unstoppable eye technique that specialized in attacking divine sense. As long as the other party's soul power was lower than his, he could use his soul power to attack unscrupulously through his eyes. As he had been a level 9 emperor-level alchemist in his previous life, how many people in the world could compare to his soul power? As his soul power gradually increased and he became a level 4 monarch alchemist, the power of the eye technique started to be revealed. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Hurry up and take him down for me. Xiao Jian, who was under the war chariot and did not receive any attacks, roared furiously at the group of disciples. Brat, you'll regret it if you dare to come to my 100-sword sect and cause trouble. You said that this is Xiao said earlier. Xiao said, you, he sect. Xiao Yu Yin Xiao you. You as you said before time. Xiao you all are sect members, you said he you. You. The you said before Xiao Yen, as you. Even if the Supreme Palace disappears, it won't be your turn to occupy it, right? A voice came from the hall of the Supreme Palace. Then, a man in white walked out and said, that's right. What this little brother said was reasonable. The Supreme Palace's spirit vein was originally rented from the masked sun sect's earth vein. Now that it's empty, our masked sun sect naturally has to take it back. Yuan Yanwei, do you have any shame? Is the Supreme Palace closer to your masked sun sect? Or is it closer to my non-face temple? An old man followed closely behind, his face flashing with killing intent. A purple figure walked out and sneered, close? What a joke. The entire Supreme Palace is within the Xiantian Palace's territory. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Kid, who are you? How dare you hurt my son? An angry roar reverberated through the air. An old man in luxurious clothes glared angrily. Zhenqi swirled around Zhang Xian's hands, and there seemed to be electric arcs flickering in them, ready to erupt at any moment. Father, save me, save me. Once Xiao Jian saw the old man, he yelled in joy. When Li Yunxiao saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Somewhat speechless, he smiled and said, hee, the four of you sure are lively. Could it be that whoever is closest to the spirit mountain gets to it? Of course. The four of them seemed to say in unison. They didn't care about Li Yunxia's strength, but the aura faintly emitted from Duan Yu's body made them not dare to underestimate him. The Hundred Swords sect master, Xiao Guang, was also unsure of Duan Yu's actual strength, which was why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would have already made a move to kill. Li Yunxia's gaze was ice cold, but there was a trace of a playful smile on his face as he said, I feel that the Hundred Swords sect, Masked Sun sect, Non-Phase Temple, and Xianxia Palace, your 4 sects spirit mountains and treasure lands are very close to my Yanwu city. Kid, you speak without thinking. Where are your elders? Considering that you are young and ignorant, quickly leave. Those who are greedy for ill-gotten gains invite undeserved calamity. What? You're someone from Yanwu city? Xiao Guang's expression changed drastically as he cried out, the Yanwu city lord who wiped out the Xingyang family, Li Yunxiao. What? The other 3 were also shocked, their expressions changing drastically. Recently, Yanwu city's matter had practically swept through the entire Fire Crow Empire, and even other places in the southern domain had spread. Yanwu city's Li Yunxiao was in the limelight, and no one could compare to him. He became the #1 topic of discussion in the streets and alleys. Yanwu city is several thousand miles away from here. Could it be that city Lord Li wants to dig over the Spirit Mountain and treasure lands? The Masked Sun sect master said solemnly. That's right. Yanwu city relies on the Myriad Treasure Tower as the world's #1 merchant association. Could it be that they also want to snatch this mosquito's leg of resources from us? The Non-Phase Temple's temple master also thought that Yanwu city was a branch force of the Myriad Treasure Tower. The Xianxia Palace's temple master said, City Lord Li is young and outstanding. He naturally wouldn't care about this worthless land. Why not lend me a hand? In the future, City Lord Li will be my Xianxia Palace's eternal friend. He was rather straightforward, directly roping in Li Yunxiao at the last minute. The other 3's expressions were not too good, especially Xiao Guang. Looking at his son who was still struggling under the Azure Wolf chariot, he said solemnly, City Lord Li, let my son out first, and everything can be discussed. Li Yunxiao took a glance at Xiao Jian. He did not have any enmity towards him. He was just displeased with the latter's arrogance earlier, which was why he came down. He smacked out a palm with a light smile, and immediately put away the Azure Wolf chariot. He said with a clear laugh, I didn't expect the 4 of you to live in such poverty, even wanting to fight over this worthless land. I think why not all of you merge into my Yanwu city, and let you all live good lives. The 4 were stunned. The Xiantian Palace's temple master smiled awkwardly and said, City Lord Li really knows how to joke. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, I'm not joking with you all. Since all of you are here, then join my Yanwu city together. This way, there won't be anything to argue about, and we can avoid a fight to the death. Why not? The Non-Phase Temple's temple master's expression changed slightly, and he said, since City Lord Li came with the intention of mediating, then my Non-Phase Temple will give City Lord face and not argue with the 3 sections. He cupped his hands and said, farewell. That's right. Since City Lord Li came forward to mediate, we naturally have to give face. Everyone, my sect still has matters to deal with, so we'll take our leave here. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. The Masked Sun sect master also cupped his fists and said. Wait a minute. Li Yunxiao said in a cold voice, since all of you are not interested in joining my Yanwu city, I won't force it either. It's just that everyone knows that recently, we fought with the Xingyang family a few times, and the expenditure is greater. Our meeting is fate, so I want to borrow some essence stones from all of you to spend. Haha, City Lord Li must be joking. Your city has the world's #1 merchant association backing up the Myriad Treasure Tower. Even if you lack anything, you won't lack essence stones, the Xiantian Palace's temple master said with a loud laugh. It was just that smile was somewhat forced. I hate telling jokes the most in my life. If sect masters treat me, Li Yunxiao, as a friend, then lend each of you 50,000 middle-grade essence stones to spend. Not lending, then you're not treating me as a friend. Towards people who aren't friends, humph. As Li Yunxiao spoke to the back, his gaze gradually turned cold, and he snorted heavily twice. A formless mental strength rippled out. Duan Yu also very timely released the aura on his body. These 4 people were all one-star martial ancestors. Being jolted by Xianxia's soul force, plus Duanyu's absolutely overwhelming strength, how could they withstand it? Each and every one of their faces turned pale, and they kept retreating. Everyone, are you joining my Yanwu city or paying 50,000 middle-grade essence stones? If you feel that the friendship between us isn't worth 50,000 middle-grade essence stones, I don't mind severing this friendship. The 4 people all had extremely ugly expressions. From Xianxia's eyes, they all read the message. If they severed this friendship, their lives would most likely be severed along with it. The 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time in their lives that they had encountered such a brazen extortion. Those who had the ability to extort them were all people with status, and they would not do such a despicable thing. Even if City Lordly is tight on money, we can't bring so many essence stones with us. The Phaseless Temple's temple head said with a livid expression. It's fine. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and immediately took out a piece of paper and a pen. He wrote 4 identical IOUs and handed them to the 4 people. He said with a smile, all I need is for the 4 sect masters to press your fingerprint. The 4 of them fainted. They had never seen such a shameless person. The aura emitted from Duanyu's body forced the 4 of them to submit. They swallowed their anger, bit their fingers, and each pressed a fingerprint. Only then did Li Yunxiao put it away with a smile. He said in a friendly manner, this Supreme Palace and I have some relationship, so I'll temporarily borrow their old site. The 4 of you can leave now. Forgive me for not sending you off. The 4 of them were infuriated, but they were unusually fearful. They threw out their war chariots and led their disciples away. They came out to pick up a bargain, but they got themselves a body of bad luck. They even owed 50,000 mid-grade essence stones. This amount of money was also worth the heartache for these small sections. The few of you, are you just going to swallow your anger and be extorted like this? After running for several miles, Xiao Guang immediately called out to the others with a voice transmission. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He said, you are all people with status. If you let them bully you like this, you will have to swallow your anger. Money is secondary. The key is that you will lose face. How will you mingle in the Fire Crow Empire in the future? How will the other sects look at us? The Supreme Temple's temple head snorted coldly, then what do you want? Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. My son was injured, and you want to get back at him. Don't drag us in. I don't believe that you don't know the strength of Yanwu City. The innate Hall's Hall Master also had a gloomy expression as he said, exterminating the Yingyang family without a word made the entire Fire Crow Empire nervous for half a month. Following that, there was even a martial monarch powerhouse who came into being and thoroughly extinguished the Yingyang fire. Even the Green Lotus Earth fire was seized and refined. Humph, forget about Yanwu City's martial monarch existence, even that martial artist behind Li Yunxiao is enough to obliterate our 4 sects. That's right. Face is important, but life and foundation are even more important. Xiao Guang, I advise you to behave yourself too. Yanwu City is not what we can afford to provoke, the masked Sun sect master also advised with good intentions. The 3 people discussed a little more, sighed, and then flew off separately. Xiao Guang brought a group of disciples and also flew towards the 100 Swords sect with extremely ugly expressions. After the 4 people left, Duanyu said crossly, you're so damn greedy? Don't even want face anymore. I don't think you're that poor, right? At least a city lord. I heard that your backer is the Myriad Treasure Tower? Is that true? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, of course it's fake. If I had the Myriad Treasure Tower as my backing, why would I still rack my brains to collect essence stones for? In this world, without essence stones, how can one cultivate? Originally, after cultivating the tyrannical heaven tempering art, he discovered that the essence stones required for each advancement was several times, even a dozen times more than in his previous life. After the South Sea trip, it made his heart sink even more. Virtually absorbing a several tens of thousands of years old Kunwa divine tree only let him advance a major realm. If that spiritual energy was left to ordinary martial artists, as long as their bodies could withstand it, it was likely that breaking through to martial ancestor or martial saint was also extremely possible. Right now, he gradually felt that his body seemed to be a bottomless pit. At this rate, there would always be a time when he could not afford essence stones. He really wanted to go find Ao Chong Kong and ask just how he cultivated to the peak of Emperor Wu. What invincible physical body, it was completely piled up by essence stones. Sigh, one step at a time. If Ao Chong Kong can do it, I can too. After Duan Yu understood the nature of his cultivation, he also opened his mouth wide in shock and said, only those super factions can possess secret arts that expend such resources to cultivate. Don't tell me you're a disciple of one of those superpowers? Although the Sky Martial continent was under the control of the sacred region in name, there were some powerful sects and families whose strength was not much weaker than the sacred region. They were practically on equal footing. Such a power could be called a superpower in the Tianwu continent. A casual stomp of their foot was enough to shake the entire world. Li Yunxiao snorted. I want to, but I'm afraid that no power will accept me. He stood on the green wolf war chariot and flew one round around the supreme palace. His consciousness covered the entire mountain range, and he finally found the essence of the spirit mountain. The eye of spiritual chi essence turned out to be the thatched woodshed at the side of the supreme palace. It was the place where Ma Tianhe had brought Li Yunxiao to the banquet last time. A strange expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. A golden light flashed out from his brow and turned into a 1-meter-tall steel in the air. Then, it fell down heavily. Boom, the universe god steel landed on the eye of spiritual chi essence directly. It seemed to have taken root like a fallen leaf. Waves of spiritual energy in the earth veins gathered from all directions. With Li Yunxiao's consciousness, the spiritual energy in the ground under his feet was surging, as though 10,000 spiritual springs were flowing into the sea. In the universe god steel, he had set up a huge 9 dragons absorption formation. He didn't expect that it would automatically operate without being activated. Suddenly, he thought of something and muttered to himself, if I were to set up other formations, would I be able to perform them through the universe god steel directly? This thought gave him a fright. If that was the case, then he would have a moving fortress. Plus, the fortress's power could be strengthened continuously. What is this? Duan Yu looked at the colorful universe god steel in surprise. He could feel how extraordinary it was. Li Yunxiao said, follow me. Release your consciousness. Don't resist the guidance of my consciousness. He held Duan Yu's hand and stepped into the universe god steel. They were floating in the air inside the universe god steel. Duan Yu was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes and then spread out his divine consciousness. He looked around in shock and said in horror, this, don't tell me that we entered that stone tablet just now. Don't tell me that this is a spatial profound artifact with a spirit in it? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He said, it seems you know quite a lot. In this continent, there aren't many people who know about spatial Xian artifacts. Even alchemists don't know about their existence. Duan Yu was petrified. He lost the ability to think. In the realm of heaven martial arts, it was said that there were ancient almighties who could tear the world apart and create earth, water, fire, and wind in the empty space. They could create their own small world. The 5 great celestial lands that would descend on this continent once in a while were the small worlds created by the ancient almighties. In the legends, there were also some mythical existences. They could create independent small worlds and refine them. They could even fuse them into a warrior's Xian artifact and create a special kind of spatial Xian artifact. Spatial Xian artifacts and storage Xian artifacts were 2 different concepts. They couldn't be compared. Storage Xian artifacts compressed space and fused it into a Xian artifact through a formation. They could be used to store things. But spatial Xian artifacts created their own worlds of earth, water, fire, and wind. This is really a spatial Xian artifact. Duan Yu was in a daze. He murmured, 10,000 years ago, Bailey Zun gathered the power of the whole Tianwu continent to create a spatial Xian artifact, no a heavenly ship. It was destroyed when it was passing through Mount Meru. Later generations debated whether Noah heavenly ship was a spatial Xian artifact or not. Alchemists of all generations argued about it. But this? He was dumbfounded. He said in disbelief, this is definitely a real spatial Xian artifact, which only exists in legends. And this is not Noah heavenly ship but the second spatial Xian artifact in Tianwu continent? Li Yunxiao praised, "It seems like you are quite experienced. You even know about Noah Heavenly Ship. I am sure that Noah Heavenly Ship is definitely a spatial Xian artifact. It's a pity that I have never seen it before. But I am sure that Noah Heavenly Ship's grade is definitely not higher than my Universe God Monument." There were already thousands of people cultivating in the Universe God Monument. They were all in awe. None of them knew that the treasure was a heaven-defying item. Duan Yu understood that it was not just heaven-defying. It was a world itself. A world's rules. It's a pity that I am not powerful enough. I am unable to refine this treasure completely. I am only connected to it mentally, Li Yunxiao said regrettably. Refine. Duan Yu was covered in cold sweat. If he could refine this spatial Xian artifact, Li Yunxiao would be the supreme existence in this world. His every action and every word would be the rules of this world. He would be equivalent to a deity. After coming back from the South Sea and coming into contact with this Universe God Monument again, I seem to have comprehended more. Stay in the Universe God Monument to cultivate for this period of time. I have set up the 9-dragon spirit assimilation formation here. The spiritual energy here is 10 times more than outside. I want to comprehend this Universe God Monument. After arranging a cultivation place for the dumbfounded Duan Yu, Li Yunxiao floated in the void and meditated quietly. The spiritual energy in the entire Universe God Monument turned into huge ropes and gathered towards him from all directions. First creation art, absorb. Li Yunxiao formed a few hand seals with both hands, and his entire body lit up with a golden light. Following that, the almost tangible spiritual energy surged into his body in an endless stream. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He waved and all kinds of primordial stones appeared in the sky. There were also purple, shiny primordial crystals. They almost covered the sky and covered the earth. They were all his primordial stones and primordial crystals. In the Universe God Monument, even if the primordial crystals were to dissipate, they would not be wasted. Explode all of them. Rumble. Li Yunxiao threw a punch. Instantly, the wind from his punch spread and the primordial stones were shattered by the force. The primordial chi contained within them dispersed. He did not stop. Within a few breaths, he threw thousands and thousands of punches. The entire sky was covered in a blur. Li Yunxiao's body gradually faded as well. He was engulfed by the large amount of primordial chi and he started to absorb and cultivate crazily. With the power of a one-star martial lord, he would have exploded and died if he absorbed the primordial chi so crazily. However, Li Yunxiao's dantian was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much primordial chi he poured in, it would not be full. It was directly transformed into a strange power that was absorbed by his flesh and blood. It fused into his bones, meridians, and skin. It caused every structure in his body to be greatly nourished and filled up. After the tyrannical body tempering technique reached the second level, the power of his body increased with every advancement. However, the amount of primordial chi needed to allow his body to reach saturation and break through along with his cultivation was simply unheard of. That was also what Li Yunxiao was most worried about at the moment. He could no longer discard his body and cultivate energy alone. He had to advance both at the same time. The sea of primordial chi that his body required would greatly hinder his cultivation speed. That might be the drawback of such a powerful technique like the tyrannical body tempering technique. Every single martial skill that shook the heavens and the earth required an enormous amount of willpower and effort in order to be accomplished. He finally understood that the reason why tyrannical Emperor Wu, Ao Cheng Kong, was able to occupy first place on the heaven and earth ranking list was definitely not luck. With the primordial chi that cultivated the tyrannical body tempering technique to the peak of the Jiutian realm, it was enough for over 100 cultivators to make a breakthrough to the Jiutian Emperor Wu realm. Only through long periods of accumulation and nourishment could one's body be promoted to the indestructible golden body, in a certain place on the Universe God Monument. Duan Yu looked at the condensed primordial chi in the air and tightly wrapped around Li Yunxiao. His face was filled with a complicated expression. He muttered to himself, "I'm afraid this lad's future achievements will surpass our imaginations. The heavenly martial arts realm has existed for countless years. There are as many experts as there are grains of sand in the Ganges River. I'm afraid his name will be left behind." Duan Yu let out a long sigh. He also sat down, cross-legged, and started cultivating in peace. Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a sea of vitality. After the vitality was absorbed into his dantian, only a small amount of it was deposited as the qi of the four symbols. Most of it dissipated during the circulation process, while some of it was absorbed by his flesh and bones, changing the properties of his body subtly. Ever since he had stepped into the level of the overlord body, he felt that his limbs and bones were filled with ferocious and domineering force. The force was strong enough to split rocks and was no weaker than his vital energy. Ferocious and domineering, invincible. The realm of the glaze body is to change one's body, remove impurities, and strengthen one's physique. It makes one's body into a perfect state. The overlord body is based on the foundation of the glaze body, giving rise to the domineering force. The domineering force is the ultimate power hidden in the body after the potential of the body is stimulated. Is it really the right path of martial arts for a martial artist to train his qi blindly? A martial artist's body is a great treasure, just like the laws of the universe and the stars. It contains supreme power. Soul, body, and qi are all treasures of the great way. As long as one of them is cultivated to the extreme, one can dominate the world and laugh at the wind and clouds. Although the path of cultivating all three is rough, perhaps this is the path to heaven in the 10 directions divine realm. Li Yunxiao's mind was in a mess. He opened his eyes and they were twinkling like stars. Xiaoqian did not change his hand seal. It was like the stars in the sky. In the surrounding essence qi si, dragon-shaped afterimages slowly appeared, pouring into his body. However, it was like a bottomless abyss that would never be filled. It turns out that everything in the universe is one. What's the difference between the overlord body refinement technique and the forging of weapons? They both refine the materials to the extreme and derive new power to become a profound level weapon. I understand now. Ao Chongkong's so-called indestructible golden body was also a transcendent grade profound weapon. With the universe as the furnace and the body as the embryo, it is a profound level weapon that has been refined to the extreme. There was a flash of understanding in his mind and his body seemed to have sensed something as it emitted waves of ripples. The frequency of the ripples was extremely harmonious as they jumped about in the universe divine monument. It was as if they had resonated with some kind of rule and there seemed to be some changes in the universe. This is. Li Yunxiao was the first to feel the change in his body. The realm of a one-star martial lord was suddenly opened, and as the sea of origin energy poured in, he directly stepped into the realm of 2 stars. However, this did not make him happy. Instead, he looked at the sky solemnly. His mind was connected to the universe God monument. Although he was unable to see the entire picture, every single change was within his consciousness. At that moment, in the void, there seemed to be some kind of rule that was quietly taking effect. It was vibrating harmoniously with the ripples emitted from his body. At the end of the sky, in the primordial chaos, a large amount of golden light appeared due to the tremors. It was like fireflies lighting up the dark night, and more of them appeared. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sky without blinking. The golden light started to gradually elongate and melt. They actually formed golden tadpole-like words. The formation of every single word caused a boom to ring in his mind. The huge pressure of the rules made his body tremble violently. These words. Li Yunxiao forcefully clenched his teeth, resisting the huge pressure of the rules. He forcefully opened his eyes, wanting to clearly see every single tadpole-like word. The same words as the great divine technique of evolution, but it's not the great divine technique of evolution. What is this? He used all the power in his body to the peak. Boundless soul power and origin energy, as well as domineering power, crazily surged out from his body, supporting him to open his eyes. 2 streaks of blood flowed down from his eyes, yet he did not feel anything. Legend has it that there are some supreme rules of the universe in this world that cannot be described with words. They are contained in the world and are indescribable. Could these golden tadpole-like words be used to describe the existence of those supreme rules? Li Yunxiao resisted the trembling of his body and finally saw the golden tadpole-like words clearly. The opening few words appeared in his mind: Great Divine Technique. Great Divine Technique. This is a scripture that contains the supreme rules of the universe God steel. As long as I understand it, I can completely refine the universe God's steel and achieve true unity of mind and soul. Xianxia was overjoyed. After obtaining the universe God's steel for so long, other than being able to use it as a spatial profound weapon, it could be said that it was difficult to explore it and he had no clue at all. He did not expect that comprehending the key to cultivating his body this time would actually touch the rules of the universe, causing the supreme scripture in the universe God's steel to appear. Primordial ancestral chi, simple and dizzy. The origin is without self, beginning is without name. Once chaos is broken, Tai vomits. Yin and yang are united, the sun and moon dim. Heaven and earth change, earth is formed. Xianxia read the scripture word by word. He felt that it was getting more and more strenuous. Every word he read was like a huge bell ringing in his mind. Now, not only were there 2 streaks of blood tears flowing from his eyes, his ears, nose, and the corner of his mouth were also starting to bleed. His entire appearance was frightening. It seems like this thing is the same as the great divine technique of evolution. I can't finish reading it with words. He suddenly opened his mind and completely opened up his mind. He faced the golden tadpole characters in the sky without any defense and imprinted the entire scripture into his consciousness. I'll risk it. If I lose this opportunity, I don't know when I will be able to comprehend the rules of the universe and manifest this scripture again. Since my consciousness can contain the great divine technique of evolution, then this great divine technique should be no exception. Boom. The result of his gamble was that his beer couldn't withstand the pressure from the power of the law. His mind was violently shaken, and in an instant, his mind went blank, as if it had exploded. He completely lost consciousness and directly fell from the sky. While he was at a loss, the scripture of the great divine technique appeared in his consciousness bit by bit, faintly discernible. At this time, another piece of cryptic golden text slowly appeared in his sea of knowledge. It was the great divine evolution technique. The contents of the text resounded in his mind like a beating heart. As the great divine technique appeared, the originally faintly discernible great divine technique also felt the same aura and instantly appeared word by word. At the other end of his consciousness, the words on the scripture shone continuously. The 2 divine techniques appeared clearly in his consciousness. For a moment, they shone brightly and reflected off each other. As for Xianxia, he had completely lost consciousness and fell into a certain spot in the universe God monument. His head was filled with blood and he had completely passed out. There was no sun or moon in the universe God monument. Hence, there was no such thing as day and night. Everything was day. After an incalculable amount of time, Xianxia could only feel the voice of the great divine technique ringing in his mind continuously. After he had reincarnated, he had relied on this divine technique to recover the memories of his previous life. This feeling. Could it be that I've died again? Have I been reborn again? He felt that his head was extremely heavy, as if it had taken up all the strength in his body. It hung on the ground and he was unable to lift it up. Damn it, this head is like a bronze hammer. It's as if it's filled with lead. What's going on? Xianxia laid on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. His vision became blurry and he saw a large amount of blood scabs on the ground, giving off a fishy smell. This is my blood. He forced himself to sit up. After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was still in the universe God monument and he could faintly feel it. However, the moment he used the power in his consciousness, he instantly felt a piercing pain in his head. His spirit altar was filled with golden light and it was hard to identify it. He pinched a formula with one hand and silently recited the great divine technique of evolution. Every time he woke up from his coma, this scripture would appear in his mind. It could be seen that its effects were extraordinary. As the scripture of the great divine technique of evolution rang in his mind, the piercing pain started to gradually disappear. After an unknown amount of time, his entire spirit altar became clear and there was no longer any pain. On the contrary, he felt that the divine light was restrained and his soul power increased greatly. Xianxia's face was filled with surprise. His soul power had actually increased to an extremely strong level and he had directly stepped into the 5th rank. This meant that he was already a 5th rank alchemist. It was a blessing in disguise. If not for the great divine technique of evolution hidden in his consciousness, his soul would have already collapsed and he would have completely died. Li Yunxiao quietly felt that in the depths of his consciousness, other than the great divine technique of evolution, there was also a golden tadpole character that he was extremely afraid of. It was faintly discernible and difficult to identify. It was the great divine technique of evolution. Great divine technique of evolution. Great divine technique. They both have the word divine technique in them. Could it be a technique left behind by a 10 Directions divine realm expert? The strength of these two techniques had already surpassed Li Yunxiao's level of understanding. He said suspiciously, but in the records of the continent's history, there is no description of a 10 Directions divine realm expert. How could I obtain two techniques in one go? He thought hard for a long time but could not figure it out, so he decided not to guess. At least this great divine technique was the key to controlling the world god monument. He carefully invaded the primordial world with his divine sense and began to decipher the great divine technique. Primordial ancestral chi, simple and dizzy. The origin is without self, the beginning is without name. When he read a quarter of it, he began to feel extremely tired. The soul power that was full just now had actually been used up. His two eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep. Li Yunxiao fiercely clenched his teeth. Instantly, his mouth was full of blood, and his divine sense slightly woke up. He sat cross-legged in shock and began to circulate the great divine technique of evolution while reading the golden tadpole character. This allowed his exhausted soul power to be irrigated and slightly eased up. In addition, the world god monument was connected to his mind, so he seemed to be able to sense those characters. Inside and outside, hard and soft balanced. Yin and yang wall theory, change into a fractal. True essence true chi, hazy and hazy. This time, he finally persevered until 1/3 of it. However, after that, no matter how he circulated his soul power, it was difficult for him to decipher the rest of the scripture. He could only see a chaotic haze floating in the depths of his consciousness. After trying many times, he finally sighed and gave up completely. As for the remaining 2/3 of the scripture, he would definitely have to wait until his soul power improved again before he could decipher it. At this moment, the sky was clear. The vast amount of vitality he had used to crack open the primordial stones and primordial crystals had already dissipated. Fortunately, this was the interior of the world god monument. Even if it dissipated, it nourished the mountains and rivers of this world. In the end, it still belonged to him. After reading 1/3 of the great realm god technique, Li Yunxiao stepped out of the monument and appeared in the supreme palace. He formed a seal with one hand and immediately kept the world god monument between his eyebrows. He then sat down cross-legged and began to refine the world god monument according to the scripture recorded in the god technique. To refine an ordinary profound weapon, one only needed to use soul power to feel the pulse of the profound weapon and become one with it. However, this world god monument required an entire god technique to feel the world within the monument and comprehend the laws of the world. From there, one could reach the realm of becoming one with the mind. As he cultivated, he felt that every time he used a great realm god technique, his comprehension of the world god monument would increase. Perhaps this great realm god technique existed solely for the sake of the world god monument. To create such a profound god technique for a weapon, it could be seen how heaven-defying the existence of the world god monument was. While Li Yunxiao was meditating, he suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the supreme palace. Cold air gushed out, and it was bone-chilling. Extreme cold air? Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared around him. The expressions on their faces were extremely ugly. Who is here? What happened to the supreme palace? There's no one here? The leader of the 3 said slowly. He raised his eyes, which were as sharp as knives. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said angrily, "Brat, it's you." His body shook and he rushed over with a roar. He was almost roaring, "Give me back my true phoenix fire." The 3 of them were Xianxia, who had been in seclusion to heal his injuries, and Yi Shaoshan and Hu Yanming, the only 2 remaining members of the Supreme Six. It was unknown where the 3 of them were in seclusion, but they actually managed to escape the massacre of the yin-yang fire. Even Li Yunxiao's divine sense could not detect them. "Martial uncle, don't kill him. Capture and refine the true fire alive." Hu Yanming's eyes burst with light as he hastily shouted. Humph. Brat, you refused to take the path to heaven and delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Xianxia was only thinking about the true phoenix fire, so he only had eyes for Li Yunxiao. He opened his palm, and a grey aura shot out from his 5 fingers. It flew toward Li Yunxiao from several directions like vines, wanting to bind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sighed, and a red light flashed in his hand. The tiger fang sword turned into a fierce tiger and whizzed out. 10,000 rays of sword light scattered, and the 5 strands of grey qi were cut apart inch by inch. The fierce tiger's momentum didn't decrease, and it pounced on Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia's pupils constricted. With a palm strike, he scattered the tiger sword ray and cried out involuntarily, "Martial monarch." In a short month, you went from a 9-star martial warrior to a 2-star martial lord? How is this possible? Not. Only him, Yi Xiaoshan and Hu Yanming were also stunned, their brains short-circuiting. True fire. It must be the true fire. Hu Yanming roared in pain, he must have absorbed the true fire. That's why he has such a dreamlike cultivation speed. Return the true phoenix fire to me. Xianxia also felt pain in his heart. He was extremely vexed, and his fingers cracked in anger. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with us and take out the true fire. Martial nephew Huyan is a rank 4 alchemist. I'll definitely ask him to find a way to let you live. Li Yunxiao held his sword and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. As if sensing the situation outside, the world god monolith flashed with a golden light, and Duan Yu directly stepped out. He stood beside Li Yunxiao and coldly swept his gaze over the 3 people. Hiss! Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The aura Duan Yu emitted was actually suppressing him. The killing intent Duan Yu emitted made his spine feel cold. Lord, you are. Duan Yu coldly snorted and looked at him, as if he didn't want to answer. Xianxia's heart was pounding, and he carefully asked, Lord, what's your relationship with this kid? Hu Yanming had a puzzled look on his face as he frowned and stared at the world god monolith behind him. He seemed to feel that there was something extraordinary about it. Duan Yu slightly raised his eyes and looked at him. He lazily said, whatever relationship you think it is, it doesn't matter. Xianxia felt suffocated. He cupped his fists and said, I have some grudges with this kid. I hope that Lord will not interfere. Li Yunxiao quickly said, don't worry, he won't interfere. Duan Yu looked at him in surprise. Could this kid be thinking of fighting a martial ancestor alone? Although Xianxia's injuries had not fully recovered, he was still a genuine rank 1 martial ancestor. As the saying went, 1 person could defeat 10 people with great strength. The gap between the 2 of them was not something that could be bridged by skills. However, after hearing what Li Yunxiao said, Xianxia became even more uncertain. Hu Yanming said, Lord, I am a rank 4 alchemist, Hu Yanming. As long as Lord does not interfere in our private matters, I, Hu Yanming, will owe you a big favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. TSK. Is a rank 4 alchemist very awesome? It's nothing in my eyes. Duan Yu said proudly. He was indirectly scolding the locust tree and glanced at Li Yunxiao. What he did not know was that Li Yunxiao was already a rank 5 alchemist. However, Hu Yanming's expression changed when he heard that. A rank 4 alchemist's favor was something that many people would fight over, even for a martial ancestor. Even a 7 constellation realm martial emperor would not be willing to offend a rank 4 alchemist. However, the disdain and indifference on Duan Yu's face was definitely not an act. This meant that he was really not having fun. Xianxia's heart was pounding. He probed, Lord, can I take down this little thief and bring him away? Duan Yu suddenly laughed, you guys seem to think that you have him in your grasp. Xianxia revealed a look of understanding and said, of course. Could it be that Lord thinks that there's some suspense? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Xianxia, why don't we make a bet? Xianxia crossed his arms and coldly snorted, what qualifications do you have to bet with me? However, there's no harm in saying it. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, the person beside me will not make a move. You can do whatever you want. If you can take me down, you can have the true phoenix fire. If not, I want the 3 of you to submit to me. Is this a good bet? What? You want to fight me one-on-one? Xianxia's eyes widened. It was as if this was the most inconceivable thing in the world. Submit to you? What qualifications do you have to actually want to subdue me? Hu Yanming's face was filled with mockery and disdain. Xiaoshan remained silent from start to finish. He only frowned slightly. In this place, with his cultivation of an 8-star martial king, he had no say at all. Haha, you don't even dare to make a bet? Li Yunxiao did not conceal the ridicule on his face. He coldly said, since that's the case, then quickly scram. What's the use of taking in such a cowardly trash? Shameless boasting. Arrogant. Hu Yanming angrily shouted, not to mention martial Uncle Qi, even if it's just martial arts, I'll definitely take you down. As a rank 4 alchemist, he was also an expert of the martial lord realm. His standards had always been extremely high. Even those large sects and families did not dare to say that they wanted to subdue him. Xianxia's expression became grave. He said in a deep voice, Lord, will you interfere in this bet? The person he was most worried about was Duanyu. If not for this martial ancestor that he could not see through, he would have already killed Li Yunxiao with a palm. Why would he be so long-winded? Duanyu was slightly worried. Seeing Li Yunxiao's indifferent gaze, he slowly said, since both sides have agreed, I naturally won't interfere. Then, I'll be the witness. If someone goes back on their word, don't blame me for being heartless. He intentionally stared closely at Hu Yanming. His gaze was like a piercing steel blade, shocking Hu Yanming so much that his entire body went cold. He said gravely, since there's a witness, naturally, we won't go back on our word. Xiaoshan also faintly nodded, agreeing. Xianxia indifferently looked at Li Yunxiao. He really could not understand how a 1-star martial lord dared to challenge him. He unhurriedly said, make your move. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to make your move if you lose. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, since Lord Qi has the demeanor of a lord, I won't be polite. He raised the tiger fang sword and lightly blew. A tiger's roar rippled out. The sword was instantly unsealed. Images of blood-red tigers roared out from the sword. It was as if a monstrous aura rose into the sky from an ancient forest. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The might of that strike was actually so powerful. It was far from what a normal martial lord could use. It must be the effect of the true phoenix fire. Xianxia attributed everything to the true phoenix fire. When he thought of that, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. His gaze became even more fanatical. As long as Duanyu didn't interfere, he would capture that child. Then, all the benefits would be his. Even the light of a grain of rice shines. Xianxia revealed a mocking expression. He chopped down with one hand, and the wind from his palm pierced through the air, suppressing all the monstrous aura. Under the might of that palm, the numerous images of tigers instantly dissipated, and everything became clear. Brat, you can't escape from my palm no matter how powerful you are. Just take this as a lesson. Surrender, and for the sake of this lord, I will do my best to keep you alive. He kept on persuading, but his hands did not stop. In an instant, he shot out several dozen fist images. They condensed in the air and did not dissipate, whistling down. Moreover, the fist images emitted a bone-chilling aura, as if they were going to freeze a region. Duanyu's pupils shrank as well. He saw how powerful that energy was. He couldn't help but become nervous. If they were at the same level, even he might not have the confidence to deal with this kind of cold energy. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He bent down and exerted force with his legs. His body immediately shot out. He used shadow displacement under the sky full of fist images, but none of the fist images hit. Ice holes appeared on the ground, and they all condensed into light blue crystals. Xianxia formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, your movement technique is not bad, but it's useless. Extreme cold energy, condense for me. Creak, creak. The cold energy that had spread all over the ground suddenly condensed under his hand seal. Visible to the naked eye, the entire ground was covered in a layer of frost. Li Yunxiao hastily stood up and soared into the air like a leaf, wanting to jump out of the ice zone. However, his feet had just left the ground when he was instantly frozen in midair by the cold energy. A look of panic appeared on his face. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Haha, how boring. I haven't even warmed up yet. Young man, you should restrain yourself in the future. Don't overestimate yourself. He flew forward and looked at Xianxia's terrified expression. He couldn't help but sneer. He turned to Duan Yu and said, Sir, the bet is over. I'll be taking this person away. He reached out to grab the frozen Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's hand suddenly stopped in midair. An extremely dangerous aura surged into his heart. This was a martial artist's instinct. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more accurate this instinct would be. What's going on? This feeling actually makes me feel so dangerous? Could it be that there are other variables? Ah. He stared at the frozen Xianxia and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was about to retreat in horror. Although Xianxia was still frozen, the terrified expression on his face had long since disappeared. His eyes were like stars as he stared at him with a cold smile. How is this possible? Humph, how boring. I just casually revealed an opening and you fell for it. I haven't even warmed up yet. The fire cloud between Xianxia's eyebrows flashed, and a fiery phoenix shadow whizzed out. In an instant, the temperature of the entire earth suddenly rose. It was as if a place of extreme cold had suddenly been placed under the blazing sun. This kind of difference in temperature made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. All the cold energy instantly turned into nothingness. The faint phoenix shadow flew toward Xianxia's forehead. A horrifying sense of danger caused his entire body to instantly go cold. Because he was too close, the range of the flame power was too large. It directly enveloped him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Extreme cold true energy, shattering ice armor. Xianxia roared in horror. Layers of ice crystals appeared on his body and actually wrapped around his entire body, forming an extremely powerful ice defense that blocked the surrounding heat waves. Boom, the Phoenix Phantom smashed into the ice armor, and it immediately blossomed with a blinding light. The layer of ice armor let out a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache, and it began to disintegrate inch by inch. Ah! Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body instantly turned pitch black. There wasn't a single flame burning, but it was as if he had been roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. His skin cracked open, and the dense fire poison directly seeped into his meridians, causing black blood to flow out. True Phoenix Fire. He actually refined the Phoenix True Fire. Hu Yanming looked at this scene in fear. A flame that could burn a martial ancestor realm expert in one strike was definitely the true Phoenix Fire. Although it didn't reveal its physical body, the faint shadow was enough to intimidate the sky. Tiger Tooth Sword, Green Lotus Sword Song. Xianxia let out a light shout, and as the true fire phantom appeared, his entire body pressed forward. His blood-colored tiger fang sword blossomed with giant blood-colored lotuses that fell toward Xianxia's body. Rumble, there were a total of 7 blood-colored lotuses, and in the instant they fell, they turned into 10,000 sword rays that nearly sliced the space into pieces. Looking from afar, one could only see sword chi crisscrossing, piercing through the sky and penetrating through the earth. Xianxia let out a series of blood-curdling screams. His entire body was split open by the sword chi, and he was in incomparable pain. Although the Green Lotus Sword Song didn't cause any substantial damage to him, the true fire phantom had burned away his true energy protection. At this moment, the 10,000 sword chi directly entered his body and began to crazily swim around, cutting his meridians and muscles inch by inch. Countless wounds appeared both inside and outside of his body, and the pain was unbearable. Xianxia stood there with his sword in hand, and the corner of his clothes was completely spotless. The result of this exchange was as if his opponent was a martial monarch that was battered by 2 moves, and he was the high and mighty martial ancestor realm expert. The visual effect was completely reversed. Not to mention Hu Yanming and Yi Xiaoshan, even Duan Yu was shocked. This was the first time he had seen Xianxia truly fight. The way he used skill to break through power, the combination of feints and reality, and the way he avoided the strong and focused on the weak was the valiance of someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. It was not something a cultivator who cultivated in seclusion all day could do. Even if it was him who went up, he would not be able to easily injure an existence 2 realms higher than him. Li Yunxiao looked at Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, and coldly snorted. Alright, stop pretending to be dead. The warm-up is over. Now, let's get serious. TCH. It's only a warm-up. Is he really only a 2-star martial lord? Yi Shaoshan was completely dumbfounded, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Hu Yanming's expression was also extremely unsightly. His opponent had refined the true phoenix fire, which meant that he possessed the strongest yang flames in the world. It just so happened to counter their supreme palace's extremely cold true energy. The originally domineering true energy had instead become his weakness. Right now, he could only carefully avoid the true phoenix fire and suppress his opponent with absolute strength. Only then could he win. Xianxia also understood this point. He angrily rushed up from the ground and leaped into the air. As a martial ancestor realm expert, he could stand in the air, while his opponent could only stand on the ground. This way, they could avoid close contact, and if his opponent used the true phoenix fire again, they would have enough distance to dodge. One person held a sword and stood in the wind, his face revealing a calm and confident expression. One person was bent into a ball. His entire body was as black as charcoal, and there was pus and blood filled with fire poison flowing from his body. The smell was pungent. The stark contrast made Hu Yanming and Yi Shaoshan doubt the bet they originally thought they would definitely win. Brat, your luck ends here. Xianxia's hands formed a circle, and rays of light blossomed from the circle in front of him. Gradually, a small bell appeared, emitting a simple and unadorned charm. It enlarged, and in the end, it became a large bell. He held it with one hand and raised it high. Bell of mountain and river. Hu Yanming's expression changed greatly, and he angrily said, one of the supreme treasures of the supreme palace. It was rumored to have been stolen by a thief. Because of this, the palace lord investigated for several months. Over 100 people were implicated, and their cultivations were crippled. Over 10 people even died because of this. To think that it was you who stole it. Yi Shaoshan also revealed a shocked expression, and his eyes were filled with anger. Among those who were punished to death, a few of them were his beloved disciples. Li Yunxiao's expression also changed greatly, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. He stared at the large bell for a good while before letting out a sigh of relief. He sneered and said, I thought it was the suppressing cauldron bell of mountain and river, but it turns out to be a fake. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Xianxia said angrily. This is the real bell of mountain and river. The sound of the bell can suppress the mountains and rivers. He fiercely slammed his palm on the body of the bell, and instantly, an ancient and oppressive sound reverberated out. The entire sky trembled, and even Yi Shaoshan and Hu Yanming felt the world spin, and they could not stand steadily. Li Yunxiao's expression also became serious, and he muttered to himself, not bad at all. Although it's a replica, it actually has this kind of power. Bang! 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 Xianxia revealed a ferocious expression, and struck out 3 times in a row. The entire sky seemed to distort from the sound waves, as if it was about to shatter. Hu Yanming's cultivation was the lowest, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly swallowed a few medicinal pills and sat down cross-legged to treat his injuries. Yi Shaoshan also hurriedly circulated his true qi to resist the effects of the sound waves. Even Duan Yu's eardrums were ringing, and the blood and qi in his body were shaking. His mind was buzzing, and he felt like it was about to explode. Haha! Apart from attacking blood and qi, this bell of mountain and river can also attack one's mind and consciousness. If it's light, one's soul will be damaged, and they will lose their memories. If it's heavy, one's soul will be directly shattered, and they will become a soulless corpse. Xianxia looked at everyone's expressions, and he could not help but laugh. With this bell of mountain and river, even if I meet an existence that is a few ranks higher than me, I will still be able to defeat them. The power of the sound waves vibrated around Li Yunxiao's body, and it directly rushed into his consciousness. He felt a dull pain in his mind, and he began to chant the great divine evolution technique in his heart. Immediately, this uncomfortable feeling immediately disappeared. Although the blood and qi in his body rippled slightly, he only used a little force, and it was instantly suppressed by the extremely tyrannical power. He only felt that his eardrums were ringing, and he did not feel any other discomfort. The bell of mountain and river was a treasure that specialized in attacking divine sense and blood and chi, but under his powerful soul power and physical body, it was actually completely useless. In fact, if he completely used his true chi to attack, Li Yunxiao really would not be able to do anything. Bang! Bang, bang! 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 However, Xianxia clearly did not know that, and he was still diligently striking the large bell in the sky. Li Yunxiao only looked at him coldly. Because every strike required a large amount of true chi, he could wait for him to exhaust himself, so why not? After a few strikes, he directly sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. This was because he discovered that his true chi was starting to fill up under the sound waves of the fake bell of mountain and river, and he faintly felt that he was about to break through. With your four symbols realm cultivation, it's useless no matter how much you resist. Even if you are a martial king or martial ancestor, your soul will be shattered by my bell of mountain and river, and your body will explode and die. Xianxia forcefully endured the pain in his body, and used all his true chi to strike the bell. When he saw that Li Yunxiao was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he thought that Li Yunxiao would not be able to resist any longer, so he struck even harder. Yi Shaoshan and Hu Yanming, who were at the side, had already started to bleed from their stomachs. Duan Yu also sat down cross-legged with a grave expression, and started to resist the sound of the bell. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xianxia was finally exhausted. He looked at the expressionless Li Yunxiao in shock. Li Yunxiao was sitting there like a wooden statue, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. Why is this kid so expressionless? Could it be that his soul has been shattered? Xianxia stared at Li Yunxiao from afar for a while, and thought to himself, not good. If he died just like that, what should I do with the true phoenix fire? He anxiously lifted the large bell with one hand and flew down, wanting to check on Li Yunxiao's situation, and see if he could find any traces of the true phoenix fire in his body. However, what shocked him was that when his divine sense touched Li Yunxiao's body, it was immediately blocked by an even stronger divine sense. The strength of that divine sense actually caused his soul to tremble in that instant. TCH. What's going on? Xianxia's brain short-circuited. Didn't his soul shatter and die? This consciousness is, rumble rumble. The world's origin chi in the surroundings suddenly trembled and gathered in a frenzy. Xianxia didn't understand the situation. With the previous lesson, he jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. He stood far in the sky and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. The surrounding origin energy surged into his body, revealing the colors of the four symbols. This is a breakthrough? He was dumbfounded. With his cultivation, he could obviously tell that this was a sign of a breakthrough. Not only him, the other three were dumbfounded as well. Hu Yanming and Yi Shaoshan were covered in blood as they stared stupidly at the scene of a breakthrough. Duan Yu even started cursing and said angrily, "This brat actually lied to me about how difficult it was for him to advance, how many origin stones he needed, and how many times more difficult it was compared to ordinary cultivators. In just a few days, he advanced from a 1-star martial lord to a 3-star martial lord." Li Yunxiao didn't expect his advancement this time to be so easy. It was mostly because the origin energy he absorbed last time was deposited in his body, and after cultivating the Great World God technique, it was completely refined. Now, with the baptism of the fake mountain river bell on his body and blood, he easily broke through to a star. He lightly opened his eyes and carefully examined his body. There were indeed no abnormalities in his body. He immediately smiled gratefully at Charcoal, who was in a daze in the sky. Pooh! Xianxia's anger attacked his heart and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his scalp went numb and his entire body was spewing fire. How is this possible? Under the mountain river bell, even a martial king or martial ancestor would find it hard to resist. Not only is he fine, he even advanced. Xianxia felt that he was about to go berserk. He angrily roared, "Bastard, how is this possible? Go to hell. Die. Die." He raised the bell and threw it down like a weapon. Mountain river bell, suppress the mountains and rivers. Suppress him to death. The mountain river bell materialized and ripples of spirit chi spread out. The bell instantly became the size of a mountain and came crashing down. The entire world turned dark. Boom! Without any suspense, Li Yunxiao was directly jolted into the mountain and river bell. Die! 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 Xianxia kept striking the body of the bell, injecting his true energy into it, wanting to shake Li Yunxiao to death. He had consumed too much of his innate qi just now, and now he was almost at the end of his strength. He had a feeling of fighting at all costs. Duanyu was shocked. He wanted to help, but he did not understand the situation. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he realized that the World God Monument, which had always been beside him, had suddenly disappeared. Clang! Dang! 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 Clang! Xianxia crazily poured his true energy into the mountain and river bell, causing it to emit a muffled sound. An aura spread out, as if it wanted to completely refine Li Yunxiao, who was trapped inside. Boom! Rumble! Just as Xianxia was striking the bell, an even more overbearing sound came from inside the bell, causing the mountain and river bell to shake continuously. Humph, you want to break out of the bell? Dream on. Xianxia revealed a sinister expression. This mountain and river bell is a 7th-stage existence. It is impenetrable. Unless you have a profound level weapon of the same level, don't even think about breaking it. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the mountain and river bell suddenly enlarged, as if it was being stretched by something. It actually began to be covered with cracks. An extremely overbearing and sacred aura leaked out from the cracks. This? Xianxia's mouth was wide open. He was completely dumbfounded. Boom! The mountain and river bell completely shattered, turning into fragments that flew in all directions. Li Yunxiao walked out with a cold expression, dragging a stone tablet in his hand. The tablet was overflowing with light and colors as it rotated non-stop. From time to time, tadpole characters would appear on it, flickering between life and death. That kind of aura gave everyone an extremely sacred feeling, one that was difficult to resist. What profound level weapon is this? It actually shattered the mountain and river bell, and nothing happened to it. Hu Yanming also turned pale with fright. He stared at the World God Monument without blinking. Even with his status, he was completely unable to sense the grade of this profound level weapon. Obscure and hard to understand runes came out from Li Yunxiao's mouth. His hands formed seals very slowly. After a long time, he formed a complicated seal. It was actually formed by many tadpole characters that flew into the World God Monument. Ancient sealed characters? Hu Yanming's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. He had only seen this kind of simple tadpole characters on the stone that sealed the true phoenix fire previously. Moreover, he didn't recognize it. He never imagined that someone would actually be able to use this kind of seal. It was simply unimaginable. Under the seal, the World God Monument blossomed with a myriad of rays of light. It flew out from Li Yunxiao's hand and turned into a tall mountain, fiercely pressing down on Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to escape, but he discovered that the space around him had been locked. He had nowhere to run. He could only watch as the mountain-like World God Monument fell down. His face was filled with despair. Boom! Without any suspense, Xianxia was directly suppressed. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. However, everyone present was an expert. Very quickly, they discovered that Xianxia's life force had completely disappeared. Everyone was dumbstruck. A martial monarch had easily suppressed a martial ancestor realm expert to death, apart from using the World God Monument, which consumed a lot of his mental energy and caused his face to be a little pale. Li Yunxiao's entire body was spotless. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Everyone, including Duanyu, felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. They could feel a chill running up their spines. With this kind of battle power, was he still a martial monarch? Actually, if Xianxia hadn't been like an arrow at the end of its flight, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to dodge the attack from the World God Monument. Even so, the challenge of crossing two great realms still caused a huge wave to rise in everyone's hearts. It was truly difficult to accept. What made everyone even more speechless was that during the battle, Li Yunxiao had advanced by 1 star out of nowhere. Is he dead? Duanyu asked with difficulty. Li Yunxiao pointed with one hand, and the World God Monument immediately flew back to his palm. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and returned to his forehead. A huge pit appeared on the ground. At the very center, there was a completely shapeless pile of flesh stuck to the soil. Just from the clothes, one could tell that it was Xianxia's corpse. Tisk. Although they had already guessed this result, they still sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the truth. A martial ancestor realm expert had died in such a useless manner, becoming a pile of mud. The visual impact was too hard to accept. Whoosh Li Yunxiao spread his fingers, and a storage ring immediately flew out from the pile of mud and landed in his hand. He put it away. Gulp Duanyu fiercely gulped and said with difficulty, "You want something from such disgusting rotten meat?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and snorted, "Didn't I tell you that I'm very poor and in need of resources?" Duanyu said in disgust, "You still have the nerve to say that? You lied to me and said it was very, very hard to advance. After not seeing you for a few days, damn. You became a 3-star martial lord. If I ever believe you again, I'll be a bastard." There was really no way to explain this matter. Li Yunxiao ignored him and looked at the other two. "You two also want the true phoenix fire in my body?" Hu Yanming and Yi Xiaoshan's faces instantly turned pale. Even Qi Zhenzi was suppressed to death by him, so they were even less of an appetizer to him. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, die." No one would choose death. Soon, the two swore loyalty. Li Yunxiao pointed with one hand, and the two of them were immediately taken into the World God Monument. As long as they entered the World God Monument, everything would be under his control. He was not afraid of the two of them rebelling. Hu Yanming immediately understood what kind of existence the World God Monument was. He did not have the slightest intention of rebelling, and was arranged by Li Yunxiao to refine weapons and elixirs in Fengsuan Mountain. Yi Xiaoshan had the strength of an 8-star martial king. He was placed in the spiritual energy center below Fengsuan Mountain to cultivate. Xiao Qingwang sensed Yi Xiaoshan's aura. When the two old enemies saw each other, they sighed endlessly, and their enmity disappeared with a smile. Right now, Li Yunxiao had grasped some basic usage of the World God Monument. It was like a moving fortress. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely be shocking. "I'm going to Qinghai Town to deal with the Cyan Phoenix warship. Are you coming with me, or will you directly enter the World God Monument to cultivate?" Li Yunxiao turned his head and said to Duanyu. Duanyu smiled bitterly, "This treasure of yours is really like a Noah's heavenly ship. I'll cultivate inside. However, without spiritual energy, it seems like the vitality inside is gradually dissipating." Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's right. The world inside the World God Monument cannot be compared to the domain world we are in. It cannot generate spiritual energy by itself, and must rely on absorbing external resources to nourish the living things inside. However, to maintain the operation of such a world, the amount of spiritual energy required is shocking." He said with lingering fear, "Look at the spiritual veins within 1,000 miles of Yanwu City. How long has it been? I used the 9 Dragons absorption formation to absorb them all. After Yanwu City has a firm foothold in the Fire Crow Empire, I'll get those little brats to scram out. I really can't afford to feed them." Duanyu sighed. Luckily, the spiritual energy contained in the World God Monument was enough to last for a period of time. He didn't know which ancient mighty figure could actually refine such a heaven-defying artifact. It seemed to have surpassed the scope of a profound artifact. Even the so-called Noah's heavenly ship might not be comparable to this World God Monument. After keeping Duanyu into the World God Monument, Li Yunxiao took out a Tiger King war chariot and headed towards Tianxiang Empire. A few days later, he walked out of Qinghai Town's treasure tower with a satisfied expression. The shopkeeper followed closely behind him. After exchanging some pleasantries, he watched Duanyu leave. 1 million mid-grade primordial stones were already in his hands. There was not much suspense in this matter. With his relationship with the elder of the treasure tower, he could get 10 times or even 100 times more primordial stones. It was just that he did not want to attract too much attention at the moment. Li Yunxiao strolled around Qinghai Town for a while. He walked into a random tea house and started drinking by himself. "I heard that the Flying Sword sect and the other 2 sects are under the control of the 1,000 Crane Pavilion. I don't know if it's true, but I haven't seen any of them in Qinghai town recently. I guess it's true. The Thousand Crane Pavilion is the #1 sect in the Tianxiang kingdom. If they don't do something about the Constellation sect being wiped out, it will be troublesome when the Constellation sect arrives. Legend has it that the 4 regions of the Tianwu continent are hundreds of millions of miles apart. A low-level martial artist would never be able to reach them even if they spent their entire life. No matter how powerful the Constellation sect is, it would take them at least a few decades to arrive, right? Pfft. Look at your ignorance. After reaching the Jiutian Emperor Wu realm, one can shrink the earth to inches, shatter the void, and travel tens of thousands of miles in a single step. These sects that have been around for tens of thousands of years all have long-distance teleportation arrays. Crossing a region in the blink of an eye is as easy as eating a meal. Are you serious? Brother Dafei, don't lie to me. Shrink the earth to inches, shatter the void, is that still human? Humph, what do you know? That's something only the Jiutian Emperor Wu can do. Do you know what the Jiutian realm is? Do you know what the Emperor Wu is? That's above the Jiutian realm, the Emperor of Martial Arts. What can't he do? Tisk tsk, when can I also step into the Jiutian Emperor Wu realm? How great would that be? Then my 2 pretty little cousins would not have been snatched away by that bastard Xianxia. Li Yunxiao was listening to all sorts of gossip in the tea house. It was all about the Constellation sect's Qinghai town branch being wiped out. By now, everyone was certain that the Flying Sword sect, the Tiger Slayer sect, and the Stone Fang house were the culprits. Furthermore, these 3 sects were under the Thousand Crane Pavilion's strict control. Most people were cursing the Thousand Crane Pavilion for being immoral, imprisoning a sect from their own country for a foreign sect. The entire Tianxiang Empire's martial artists seemed to have lost all face, and everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Very soon, an old man with a mustache walked over. He looked around the tea house before walking directly to Li Yunxiao. He poured himself a cup of green tea and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he clear his throat and say, "Young man, what business do you have with this old man?" Li Yunxiao smiled as he closed the teacup and said, "I heard that the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce dares to accept any kind of business. Furthermore, if a customer has a request for confidentiality, they will definitely satisfy it." The old man chuckled and did not comment. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That depends on the price." Li Yunxiao knocked on the table and threw some gold coins on the table. "Let's go. Follow me to see the goods. I want to repair a war chariot, but I don't know how long it will take." This person was the shopkeeper of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce in Qinghai town, Xianxia. He hurriedly drank a few more mouthfuls of tea and followed behind Li Yunxiao with a smile. The 2 left one after the other. A moment later, a Cyan Wolf war chariot appeared in the sea thousands of miles away. It was near the island where the Cyan Phoenix warship was hidden. "Kid, what kind of war chariot are you repairing? Don't tell me it's a Cyan Phoenix warship." Shang Guantai was a little suspicious. Li Yunxiao smiled softly, and a few spells flew out from his hand, shooting into the sea not far ahead. Immediately, the scenery of the sea gradually receded, and an island appeared. On the island, a Cyan Phoenix war chariot floated quietly. It was still the Constellation sect's insignia, without any alteration. Ah! Shang Guantai was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the Cyan Phoenix warship in shock. This. You were the one who destroyed the Constellation sect's branch? He jumped in shock and stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and said with a smile, "Does the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce need to get to the bottom of the matter?" Shang Guantai knew that he had said something wrong and immediately smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, this is too shocking." During this time, not just Qinghai town, the whole Tianxiang Empire, even the whole southern region is talking about this. I didn't think that the Flying Sword sect and the other 2 sects would be made a scapegoat. Li Yunxiao said meaningfully, "This scapegoat might not be for me. How long will it take to repair, and how much will it cost?" Shang Guantai heard the hidden meaning in Li Yunxiao's words. He thought for a moment and said, "This task is too big, but the Chamber of Commerce has accepted similar tasks before." The price was 1 million mid-grade primal stones for 1 month. 1 month? As for the price, Li Yunxiao didn't care. The key was the time. Mount Meru was about to open, and he didn't know if he could wait for a month. 1 month is my estimate. I'm sure you also know that in order to repair this thing, we have to open the teleportation portal and send it to the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce headquarters or the Spirit Transformation C branch. It will take some time to go back and forth. I can only put an urgent label on it and have them fix it as soon as possible. But the price must be paid first. Shang Guantai saw that he was hesitating and promised. Okay. Li Yunxiao agreed without hesitation. Because the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's credibility couldn't be doubted, he took out a storage bag and threw it over. It was from the Thousand Treasure Tower and hadn't warmed up yet. After Shang Guantai nodded, he didn't waste any more words. His expression became solemn. He constantly formed hand seals and flew into the Azure Phoenix battleship. Soon, the huge battleship was put into a delicate bracelet and returned to his hand. I'll stay on this island for this period of time. Come find me when it's repaired. Li Yunxiao put away the Azure Wolf chariot and jumped onto the island. Hee, after this business, it's enough to make up for a year's worth of performance. Shang Guantai chuckled and didn't say anything else. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards Qinghai town. After Li Yunxiao landed on the island, he set up a 9 dragons absorption formation and placed the world deity steel in the eye of the formation. He started to absorb the essence in the sea. Although it wasn't a spiritual treasure land, it wasn't much worse than when he was in Yanwu City. After Shang Guantai put away the Azure Phoenix battleship, he returned to Qinghai town. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was an inconspicuous small chamber of commerce in Qinghai town. Very few people knew that it was the second largest chamber of commerce in the continent. Even fewer people knew that Shang Guantai was a martial ancestor realm expert. After he entered the Chamber of Commerce, a worker came forward and said, "President, the people you wanted have been recruited. There isn't a single person from the Tianxiang Empire. They're all from the Fire Crow Empire and the Muxu Empire." Oh? Not bad. They've all been recruited so quickly? Shang Guantai was slightly surprised and said, "Bring me to have a look." The worker hurriedly led the way and said with a smile, "Maybe it's because Mount Meru is about to open, many forces are getting restless. Many small sects have been exterminated during this period of time. So, many martial artists have no home to return to and have become wandering cultivators. Yes, the opening of Mount Meru is indeed a big matter. The last time it opened was 100 years ago. It's a pity that only young people under 50 years old are allowed to pass. Otherwise, those super forces wouldn't care about the sanctuary's iron rules and would all cross over to come here." Shang Guantai muttered to himself and followed the worker into a small courtyard. A group of martial artists stood side by side. They were all young. There's actually a martial monarch? Shang Guantai's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He pointed at the one-armed young man and said, "Where are you from? What's your name?" The young man's expression was uncertain. He said with a deep voice, "I'm from the Fire Crow Empire. My name is Li Yi." Li Yunxiao cultivated quietly on the isolated island in the South Sea. Other than the tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones he found in Qi Zhenzi's storage ring, they were all used up in a few days. He thickened his skin and half extorted and half threatened Duanyu to get tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones. The spiritual energy in the world god's monument was obtained through my hard work. You're just going to use it for free? Don't tell me you don't have primordial stones. It's so hurtful to say you don't have primordial stones. If you don't have primordial stones, don't even think about leaving this place. Do you still want to remove the seal on your body? If not, do you think you can get young Emperor Hao Lian's blood? Let me tell you. There are thousands of men in the world god's monument. At least half of them brought soap in. Do you believe that I won't bind your primordial stones and throw you among them? Unfortunately, these tens of thousands of primordial stones didn't last for a few days. After extorting a few more times and getting tens of thousands of scattered primordial stones, they couldn't be extorted anymore. Judging from the old man's determined appearance, even if his chrysanthemum was broken, he wouldn't be willing to give primordial stones. After that, Li Yunxiao could only fly back to Qinghai town and use quite a few items to exchange for a large amount of primordial stones. Only then did he last until Shang Guantai arrived half a month later. peak 3-star martial lord. After swallowing over 300,000 mid-grade primordial stones, he couldn't even raise a single star. Li Yunxiao helplessly shook his head. Haha, brother. You've gained quite a bit in these dozen or so days. From an initial 3-star martial lord to a peak 3-star martial lord. This cultivation speed is something that even the children of big families can only dream of, Xianxia said with a bright smile. His eyes revealed astonishment, and he asked in a probing manner, with brother's strength, fighting for a spot in the Mount Meru opening this time shouldn't be a problem, right? Ho ho, only people from the southern region have the qualifications to fight for the Mount Meru spot. Shopkeeper Shangguan, you're probing about my background, Li Yunxiao said bluntly. I wouldn't dare. Shangguan hurriedly explained. Probing about customers was a taboo in their Thunder Wind Merchant Guild. If there were customers who were dissatisfied and made a complaint, he would be in big trouble. He hurriedly changed the topic, took the bracelet from his hand, and threw it into the air. Several spiritual techniques were sent into it, and instantly, a ray of light was released from the bracelet. The figure of the Azure Phoenix warship gradually appeared from within, giving people a completely new feeling. The symbols of the constellation school on it were also completely removed. Good. The Thunder Wind Merchant Guild does things without worry. Li Yunxiao rejoiced and immediately leapt onto the Azure Phoenix warship. After scanning it with his consciousness, indeed, the 100 formations were all repaired. Many of the damaged areas on the warship's body were also repaired, and no traces could be seen. Shangguan also lightly smiled as he followed behind, then suddenly asked, Brother, I have something I want to ask. Before giving this warship to us, has it been repaired by anyone else? Oh? Why do you ask? Li Yunxiao's heart was moved, and he intentionally revealed a strange expression. Hee, I won't hide it from you. The arcane masters in the Chamber of Commerce asked me to ask on their behalf, because they found some traces of restoration. That kind of restoration technique is extremely brilliant. Even the top arcane masters in my Chamber of Commerce are in awe of it. Hence, they asked me to ask on their behalf. It is not against the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. You can choose whether to answer or not. When Shangguan said this, he stared unblinkingly at Li Yunxiao's eyes. He was able to capture any movement in Li Yunxiao's eyes, precisely to see through his thoughts. However, who was Li Yunxiao? He sneered in his heart and opened his eyes wide. He looked harmless and shocked. Really? It can't be? Shangguan was slightly stunned. These two sentences were too fake, but his pure expression didn't seem to be a lie. Especially his eyes, which had been clear and calm like an ancient well. He had to believe that unless this youth was a movie king, he could not fake it. Then I really don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the work of an expert from the Constellation sect. Shangguan also answered vaguely. He suddenly spoke, Brother, I want to make a deal with you. Are you interested? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Is it brother who wants to make a deal with me, or the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce who wants to make a deal with me? Shangguan was startled. He was a little surprised. Why did this youth give him a feeling of an old fox? He laughed and said, it's about the same. Let's take it that our Chamber of Commerce wants to make a deal with you. Are you interested? Li Yunxiao said, Let's hear it. Shangguan suddenly felt that he was not facing a youth. He felt that he kept falling into a passive position when talking to the other party. This feeling surprised him and made him extremely unhappy. The opening time of Mount Meru has basically been calculated by all the major factions. It should be 40 days later. The specific location is within the Fire Crow Empire, near Tianshui Nation. I hope that you can help me find something after entering Mount Meru. Fire Crow Empire near Tianshui Nation? Li Yunxiao's expression slightly changed. He frowned, You can't be talking about Yanwu City, right? Mount Meru directly descended upon Yanwu City? This is just a rough area. How can I calculate it so specifically? What is it? To actually make the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce envious? This thing. It's just a prediction made by a few almighty figures of our Chamber of Commerce. It might not be there. After all, Mount Meru has not been opened for more than 100 years, no one knows the situation inside. Shang Guantai took out a piece of beast skin with a detailed map drawn on it. He handed it to Li Yunxiao and said, "What you need to do is to enter this palace and take something out." Li Yunxiao stared at the map. The location of the palace was marked on the map. There was a simple drawing of a dragon, but it was very lifelike. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled slightly as he said in a deep voice, "An item? Can't you tell me what it is?" Shang Guantai glanced at him and said with a smile, "If you can get in, you will know. This treasure was originally born in Mount Meru, but it was later taken out by someone. It was lost many years ago. Some almighty figures of our Chamber of Commerce found many experts to speculate together. In the end, they determined that it must have returned to Mount Meru." Li Yunxiao stared at the dragon drawn on the palace and the lines on the entire map. It gave him a familiar feeling, and he found it extremely difficult to calm down. Shang Guantai said, "After this matter is completed, our Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 10 million mid-grade primordial stones as compensation for finding the treasure." However, Li Yunxiao seemed to turn a deaf ear to Shang Guantai's words. He continued to stare at the map on the beast hide and the dragon pattern. He seemed to be in a daze. When Shang Guantai patted his shoulder in surprise, Li Yunxiao came back to his senses and said softly, "Shopkeeper Shangguan, I'm afraid that searching for treasures is not your task, nor is it a task of the Chamber of Commerce. Someone has entrusted your Chamber of Commerce with this task, right?" Shang Guantai was taken aback. He was greatly shocked and said, "Why do you say that?" Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "The drawing of this treasure map came from an old friend of mine. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the southern region. I wonder if shopkeeper Shangguan can tell me where this person lives." Shang Guantai was taken aback. He was shocked to the extreme. He did not know who drew this map. He only knew that the person who entrusted this task was mysterious and unfathomable. He looked like an ordinary person, holding a wooden zither. There was not the slightest fluctuation of primordial chi on him. No matter how he checked, he looked exactly like an ordinary person. Shang Guantai had even checked the wooden zither himself. It was absolutely an ordinary item that could not be any more ordinary. But when he entrusted this task, he actually took out a reward of 1 million primordial stones. He did not even blink an eye. That was 1 million upper-grade primordial stones, which was worth 100 million mid-grade primordial stones. Shang Guantai was completely petrified on the spot. He had stayed in Qinghai town for dozens of years, and all the tasks he had accepted added up was not that much money. He could not believe that this person in front of him was an ordinary person. But no matter how he probed, he was no different from an ordinary person. He did not know how he had accepted this task and how he had sent that person away. After that, he immediately reported this matter to the headquarters of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. He immediately received an order to complete the task at all costs and not to offend that person. Shang Guantai swallowed with difficulty. Who was this young man in front of him? Was he an old friend of that mysterious person? He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, I'm really sorry. This is a customer secret. Our Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce cannot disclose it." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and suddenly said, "Is that person always hugging a wooden zither that's bought from a street stall?" Shang Guantai's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His pupils dilated as he looked at Li Yunxiao. He immediately realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly said, "I can't say it, I can't say it." But he also knew that his expression just now had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down his face as he said nervously, "Brother, please don't ask any more. Otherwise, if you reveal the customer's secret, I will be torn apart by the Chamber of Commerce." Li Yunxiao already knew the answer. He put the map away in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Why me?" Seeing that Li Yunxiao did not pursue the matter, Shang Guantai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "This was an idea I came up with on the spur of the moment. Our Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has never cared much about the southern region, nor have we secretly nurtured any forces. Therefore, we could not find a suitable candidate for the opening of Mount Meru this time. We could only temporarily recruit some young warriors from the southern region. But their strength is uneven. I do not have much confidence in them completing the task. But you, brother, give me a very different feeling." "Oh? What's the difference?" As long as we can afford it, it should not be difficult to find a random martial king youth, right? Martial king? Easy for you to say. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. In a place like the southern region, those who can reach the martial king realm before the age of 50 are treated like treasures by their sex and nurtured with great care. They have long become core disciples. And I do not wish for too many people to know about this task. I am afraid that there will be complications. That's true. If I have the chance to enter Mount Meru, I will go take a look. Whether I complete the task or not will depend on the will of the heavens. Li Yunxiao asked, is the time and location of Mount Meru's arrival accurate? Xianxia said with certainty, this was deduced by those almighties. At least there is not much difference. Li Yunxiao kept the Cyan Phoenix battleship into the universe god steel. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, he flew towards the Fire Crow Empire. 3 days later, he entered Xiangyang City. Li Yunxiao stepped on a bubble and floated in the sky of Xiangyang City. He looked down at the rows of luxurious buildings. The grandeur was not below that of the Yingyang clan. It was second only to the Fire Crow Imperial Palace. In front of one of the grandest buildings, there was a golden plaque that hung there. There was a large Zhou character written on it in Xiaozhuan, faintly emitting bursts of martial intent. This was actually written by a master using martial arts concepts. If an ordinary martial artist were to look at it, they would definitely fall into a trance and be drawn in. It was the Zhou clan, one of the 4 great clans of the Fire Crow Empire. They had been in the Fire Crow of the southern region for almost 10,000 years. A guard in front of the Zhou clan suddenly looked up into the sky and shouted in shock, "Who is it? How dare you hover in the sky above the Zhou clan mansion?" His roar immediately startled many people, and they all raised their heads to look over. Li Yunxiao looked down coldly. He gathered his strength and shouted, "I am Li Yunxiao of Yanwu City. Zhou Yushan, you coward. You agreed to compete with me. Why are you hiding like a tortoise and not daring to come out? If you are afraid of death, you can say it. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will spare your life." He intentionally unleashed a sound wave martial technique. It rippled in the sky above Xiangyang City and spread out in all directions. The entire Xiangyang City was shocked by his words. They all looked up into the sky in shock. Previously, something happened to the Yingyang clan. The entire Xiangyang City was under martial law. Could something have happened to the Zhou clan? This is, in the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Ding Ling turned pale with fright. She rushed out of the room in shock. He is really crazy. He is really going to cause a bigger commotion. I thought he was joking. Could this person really be a madman? Yu Rong was also shocked. Could it be that this brat was going to challenge the Zhou clan? In another magnificent mansion, the heir of the Wang clan, Wang Chen, was refining elixirs. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked up into the sky in shock. How is this possible? It is that brat's voice. Did he go to the Zhou clan? The next moment, Wang Chen's figure disappeared from the alchemy room. In the center of Xiangyang City, in the majestic imperial palace, Heir Xian Ryu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly shot a bright light from his eyes. It was like 2 bolts of lightning shooting into the sky. His expression changed slightly, revealing a cold and arrogant expression. Humph. Reckless fool. Does he think he can challenge the 4 great clans of the Fire Crow Empire just because he has a martial monarch? He is too arrogant. I let you off at the auction last time. If you go overboard this time, I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. As the crown prince of the Fire Crow Empire, Xian Ryu represented the highest honor and dignity of the nobles. The matter with the Yingyang clan had already caused the nobles to lose face once. If the Zhou clan was provoked again, where would the dignity and face of the entire Fire Crow Empire's nobles be? As the sound wave spread out, all the factions in the Fire Crow Empire were alarmed. The royal family, the Hall of Masters, the Alchemist Guild, the other 3 great clans, and other nobles of various levels, as well as the branches of various factions in Xiangyang City, were all extremely shocked. Who is it? Who dares to shout above my Zhou clan? Quickly report your name. An angry roar came from within the Zhou clan. An elder soared into the sky and stared at Li Yunxiao with a murderous gaze. Playing dumb, continue playing dumb. I just reported my name, the entire city heard it, and you still dare to ask? Your Zhou clan, don't you have any shame? You. The elder was instantly speechless and said angrily, I was wondering who it was. So it's a little brat who hasn't even grown his hair. Don't think that you are invincible in the Fire Crow Empire just because you destroyed the Yingyang clan. My Zhou clan is not a place that a little brat like you can offend. Oh? Could it be that the Zhou clan's position in the Fire Crow Empire is really not ordinary? Above the other factions? Li Yunxiao sneered. Humph, of course. The Zhou clan elder revealed an arrogant look and said coldly and proudly. This elder was the kind of person who stayed in the clan all day to cultivate. How could he be proficient in language? Just like that, he was dragged into a trap by Li Yunxiao. Almost all the factions of the Fire Crow Empire had gathered around and were secretly watching. When they heard this, they immediately became angry. Pfft. His Zhou clan has only existed for a little longer, yet he dares to boast that he is above the other factions. I really feel ashamed to be listed as one of the 4 great clans with them. Humph, more than 1,000 years have passed. I feel that the positions of the 4 great clans should be rearranged. Shameless to the extreme. Do they think they are more superior than the imperial family? More powerful than the Jutian sect? Maybe that's what he thinks. Disdainful mockery came from all directions, and the more they said, the more vile and bold they became. The elder who was standing in the void also felt that something was wrong, and he hurriedly shouted, all of you, shut up. What I'm trying to say is that our Zhou family is above most of the forces, but not all of them. Don't spout nonsense. Wow, that's amazing. That's right. Look at how high and mighty he is. As expected of someone who stands above most forces. It's over. I wonder if my Lost Fist sect is considered as the majority of forces? Yeah, I don't know if my Jing family has been counted by him. At this moment, the sounds of discussion became even louder. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, Elder, may I ask who the majority of the forces are? I'll give you a few examples to let everyone understand. When the elder heard the discussions, he became anxious and immediately wanted to explain. Suddenly, a cold snort came from below. His expression changed and he retreated behind him, not daring to speak. Numerous beams of light shot out from the Zhou family residence and stood coldly in the void. The aura from their bodies spread, instantly causing the people around to turn pale and shut their mouths. The person in the lead was the Zhou family leader, Zhou Yongbiao. When he heard the conversation in the residence, he knew that he was in trouble. This elder was a complete blockhead. If he really followed Li Yunxiao's words and pointed out a series of clans and sects, he would completely offend them. Therefore, he hurriedly snorted to stop them and led the crowd out. In this world, one did not rely on reason to make people shut up, but on fists. After the Zhou family elder's aura spread out, the small sects' expressions changed and shut their mouths. The entire area instantly became quiet. However, there were still a few large sects who couldn't help but snort coldly and indifferently say a few words of mockery before stopping. Zhou Yongbiao did not conceal his murderous aura at all. He stared at Li Yunxiao and, as if a cold wind blew past, he coldly said, Boy, you are quite brave to dare to provoke my Zhou family. How could Li Yunxiao be afraid of his gaze? He fearlessly went up and looked straight at him. I made a bet of life and death with Zhou Yushan. Today, I only came to keep my promise. Who knew you would treat a promise like a joke? Zhou Yongbiao was furious and shouted, The bet between you and my son was clearly on the Golden Crow Challenge platform in a month's time. It's not even time yet. Yesterday delayed today, today delayed tomorrow, tomorrow delayed the day after tomorrow. After a month, another month. When will it end? If you have the guts, don't delay anymore. Come out and fight me right now. Although Li Yunxiao was only a martial lord, the aura emanating from his body, under the pressure of so many experts, seemed even more unyielding and unyielding. It gave people a feeling of unyielding bones. Good. Well said. If you have the guts, come out and fight now. That's right. If you are a man, you have to do what you promised. Even if you die, you can't break the promise. There's no time like the present. Little brother, you are right. If we delay day by day, when will it end? I can't believe that the so-called four great clans are like this. They don't even dare to fight the competition they promised. Sigh, thousands of years have passed. The four great clans no longer have the pride they once had. They are all cowards who are greedy for life and afraid of death. These words entered the ears of the Zhou family's elders and Zhou Yangbiao. They were so angry that they trembled. Zhou Yangbiao roared, "All of you, shut up! Boy, you are looking for death." His roar contained a domineering sound wave battle power. It rumbled and shook towards Li Yunxiao. The entire sky slightly trembled. Hee, what a powerful pressure. He is indeed above everyone else. That's right. It's almost a full power roar from a 9-star Wu zone. It's a miracle that this martial monarch kid didn't die from it. Humph, you go back on your words first. Now you want to kill him? As one of the four great clans, you are ashamed. Zhou Yangbiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd. The people who spoke were from the other three great clans. His chest felt extremely stuffy. The four great clans had always been fighting openly and secretly. Whenever there was a chance, they would fight against each other. This time, the other three great clans would not let go of such a good opportunity. They added fuel to the fire in the crowd. Only Xian Ruyu, who was in a small building, had a cold expression on her face. She was calmly sipping her tea and observing every movement. He was the future emperor. He was the one who was going to be above all the great clans. He could close his eyes and ignore the fights within the great clans. However, outsiders were not allowed to provoke the system of the great clan, Li Yunxiao's face turned slightly pale. He showed a wounded expression and said angrily, "What a good sound wave technique. It won't be that easy to kill me. Even if a man dies, he must die in the arena. If your Zhou clan still has any dignity as a warrior, then call Zhou Yushan out to fight to the death with me." Zhou Yangbiao suppressed his anger. He kept shouting in his mind, "Calm down, calm down." He knew that his every move and every word was related to the prestige of the Zhou clan. Therefore, he took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said, "Yushan is currently in seclusion. It is impossible for him to come out now. He will come out in 7 days. At that time, he will definitely fight to the death with you." He took out a small medicine bottle and threw it over. He said, "Moreover, when I shouted just now, you also suffered some injuries. This is a 4th-rank healing medicine. Within 7 days, it will be enough for you to recover. Your martial arts will improve by another level. At that time, you can have a fair fight." On the surface, his face was calm. He put on an expression that the head of a great clan should have. It was as if he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed. In reality, a volcano was erupting in his heart. It was as if his internal organs were about to burn up. What made him even angrier was that after today's matter, he could not openly deal with Yanwu City. Otherwise, it would be a false accusation. After the matter at Mount Meru, I will definitely uproot Yanwu City. I will skin this Li Yunxiao alive, extract his oil, and refine his bones. He roared in his heart. An undetectable glint appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. After receiving the small medicine bottle, he looked at it for a while and coldly snorted. "I can't be at ease using the medicine you gave me." Zhou Yangbiao sneered. "I am the head of the Zhou clan. Do you think I will harm you?" Li Yunxiao snorted. "Then why did you shout to take my life just now?" Zhou Yangbiao's face turned purple. He trembled as he said, "You." Li Yunxiao cupped his fists at the people around him. "Are there any arcane masters here? Can you help me check if the medicine is poisoned? I am afraid that the despicable Zhou clan will harm me. I ask for everyone's help." The Zhou clan members were so angry that they almost fell from the sky. They gritted their teeth and almost went crazy. For thousands of years, when had the Zhou clan ever suffered such provocation? "Let me take a look." An old man walked out from the crowd. His eyes were like stars as he stared at Li Yunxiao. His eyes were filled with shock and a complicated look. "Grandmaster Bailey. It's actually Grandmaster Bailey." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Bailey Gongjin was the Fire Crow Empire's Alchemist Guild leader, a 6th-rank arcane master. He was a godlike existence in the Fire Crow Empire. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised, then smiled. Although he did not recognize Bailey Gongjin, he could feel the powerful soul energy fluctuation from him. He was definitely a high-rank arcane master. So it's Grandmaster Bailey. Zhou Yangbiao hurriedly went forward and greeted, "Thank you, Grandmaster." Bailey Gongjin nodded slightly. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "I heard Yuan Hao talk about you. He said how amazing you are." I did not believe him at first, but I did not expect you to be even more amazing than he said. He shook his head and sighed, "The new generation excels the old. We are all old now." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, "Grandmaster Yuan Hao is overpraising me. Grandmaster Bailey is also overpraising me." Zhou Yangbiao's expression changed slightly. He knew that Yuan Hao was also present in the Aqua Sky Nation. Hearing Bailey Gongjin's praise, Zhou Yangbiao felt a little unhappy. He quickly changed the topic, "Grandmaster Bailey, please check the medicine and be a witness for my Zhou clan." It had always been the Zhou clan bullying others. When had they ever been bullied by others? Moreover, they were bullied to the point of swallowing their anger and asking for justice. Zhou Yangbiao felt like his lungs were about to explode. Bailey Gongjin took the bottle from Li Yunxiao, opened it, and poured it into his palm. The scarlet pill was full of spiritual energy. He nodded and praised, "It is indeed a 4th-rank healing panacea. From the ripples of spiritual energy, it should be of high quality." He raised his hand and sniffed it. Zhou Yangbiao immediately puffed up his chest and put his hands behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster and said indifferently, "My Zhou family has been in the Fire Crow Empire for tens of thousands of years. Our reputation and foundation are ordinary, but we never decline. How can such a large family go back on its word and harm a brat like you? Go back and rest. In 7 days, on the Golden Crow Arena, I will have Yushan teach you an unforgettable lesson. This brat is indeed too cautious. The Zhou family is a large family after all. No matter how dirty they are, they can't use poison to harm people so openly. Yes, I think this brat is afraid. So he's probably acting shamelessly. What's the use of being afraid? Since he dares to start this, he has to continue playing even if he dies. Tsk, interesting. I didn't think someone from the 4 great families would dare to provoke them. This matter is not simple." The surrounding people started discussing in low voices. They were all guessing the conspiracy behind this matter and the final outcome. Ding Linger was in the crowd. Her expression was very serious. She was more nervous than anyone else. She was worried about Li Yunxiao's safety. She was extremely nervous. Bailey Gongjin suddenly frowned. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. He shouted, "This pill, it's really poisonous." Silence, an eerie silence. Voila. The surroundings of the Zhou family residence were in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. The leader of the Zhou family really wanted to use a poisonous pill to harm this young man? Wow, it can't be true, right? My jaw dropped. It's really poisonous? That's impossible, right? Did that brat do something and put poison in? There are thousands of spectators and countless experts. A mere martial lord can hide from everyone and put poison in? But isn't this too exaggerated? The Zhou family is despicable to this extent? Brother. It looks like we are still too naive. Alas, my worldview is ruined, my worldview is ruined, my worldview is completely ruined. Zhou Yangbiao felt his scalp go numb and he felt dizzy. He said slowly, word by word, "Master Bailey, have you really investigated it?" His voice trembled slightly. No one present had seen Li Yunxiao tamper with it. If he was really found to be poisoned, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Another possibility was that Bailey Gongjin had done something to it. But the identity of the other party, sure enough, a displeased expression appeared on Bailey Gongjin's face, but he also understood Zhou Yangbiao's current mood. He indifferently said, "If Patriarch Zhou doesn't believe me, you can try one yourself." Zhou Yangbiao's gaze fell on the scarlet pill, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. He immediately shouted, "Seventh Elder, try and see if this pill is poisonous. Seventh Elder Zhou Bo was the strongest among the crowd. He was a peak 9-star martial ancestor. He immediately understood what Zhou Yongbiao meant. If Bailey Gongjin said that it was poisonous, then it was definitely poisonous. The only way to prove his innocence was to swallow the poisonous pill and use his vital energy to suppress the poison. As long as he was not poisoned, he would be able to prove that it was not poisonous. Zhou Bo understood the seriousness of the matter and strode forward. He was quite confident. He was only one step away from the martial lord realm. There were almost no poisons in this world that could poison him. I don't believe that such a good healing pill would be poisonous. Humph. He snorted coldly, picked up the poisonous pill, and threw it into his mouth without even looking at it. His face was full of mockery. After Zhou Bo swallowed it, he immediately used his vital energy to envelop the pill. After a while, he did not find anything strange. He sneered and nodded at Zhou Yongbiao. Phew. Zhou Yongbiao heaved a sigh of relief. He then realized that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. This concerned the reputation of the Zhou family, which had been around for thousands of years. He could not allow it to be ruined in his hands. He glanced at the people around him and finally fixed his gaze on Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, "Now that a member of the Zhou family has tested the pill with his own body and proved that it was not poisonous, how are you going to explain this to the Zhou family? This matter of discrediting the Zhou family will not rest until one of us is dead. On account of the fact that you are about to compete with Yushan, I will spare your life for now. However, this matter cannot be settled just like that. You need to apologize with at least 5 million medium-grade primordial stones, or don't even think about leaving today." As he finished speaking, he realized that Li Yunxiao was laughing coldly. The rest of the people did not listen to him, but widened their eyes in shock as they stared behind him. At this moment, the Zhou family disciples cried out in fear. Seventh Elder, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Yongbiao was shocked and quickly turned his head, only to see Zhou Bo standing there in a daze, his eyes lifeless. His skin had completely changed color, turning into a multicolored color, like a poisonous mushroom. Seventh Elder. Zhou Yongbiao's entire body trembled in fear as he rushed forward to check on him. Pfft. Zhou Bo suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His entire body fell backwards, and with a bang, he smashed onto the ground. He was completely dead. Pfft. The people around him were so shocked that they retreated in a circle and watched in horror. Zhou Bo was a famous Wuzong and was known as the most powerful person below the martial emperor realm. However, he had been poisoned to death by a small poisonous pill. No one could accept this. Seventh Elder. Zhou Yongbiao roared furiously into the sky, the veins on his neck popping out. His murderous aura locked onto Li Yunxiao. With just a thought, he would be able to smash Li Yunxiao into pieces with a thunderous attack, leaving nothing behind. High up in the sky above Shenyang City, Xian Pai, Zhu Jin, and Audica were looking down coldly. Until Zhou Bo collapsed, their expressions were calm. At this moment, however, his expression changed greatly, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. What poison was that? Even Zhou Bo was poisoned to death? And without a sound, he didn't even have time to make a sound. How could there be such a vicious poison in this world? Xian Pai's expression was very serious. Zhou Bo was definitely the most powerful person below the martial emperor realm, but he died in one hit. If it were us. Zhu Jin's eyes flickered with emotions, unable to remain calm. Audica said in a low voice, "This Li Yunxiao is too mysterious. I think there's something wrong with him. I suggest we capture him and interrogate him." A strange expression appeared on Zhu Jin's face. He said, "How do you know it was Li Yunxiao who poisoned him? You saw it?" Audica snorted coldly. "Humph, did you benefit from him last time, so you're always speaking up for him? Who else could it be other than him? Are you trying to tell me it was the Zhou clan or Bailey Gongjin who poisoned him?" Zhu Jin flew into a rage. He said, "Audica, don't slander me. So what if I got an incomplete formation map from him? He's just a martial lord. Do you think he could poison us right under our noses without us knowing? Ask Boss Xian, did he see it?" Xian Pai stared at Li Yunxiao for a while, then said seriously, I really didn't see him do anything, but it's impossible for the Zhou clan to have poisoned him. Not to mention that they don't have such a deadly poison, even if they did, they wouldn't joke around with Zhou Bo. He's someone who can definitely become a martial emperor. From the looks of it, Bailey Gongjin is the biggest suspect. Audika's expression changed slightly. He said in shock, Boss Xian, you can't just make such a guess. Grandmaster Bailey's identity, Xian Pai sighed and said helplessly, indeed, with his identity, he wouldn't do such a thing. Then the possibility of Li Yunxiao poisoning him is the highest. But how could no one see him? Not to mention the three of us, there are at least a few hundred people who are stronger than him down there. He knocked on his head, finding it hard to understand. He said, what a headache. Let's see how the situation develops. This Li Yunxiao is quite daring. I don't believe he didn't have someone behind him. Below, Li Yunxiao did not fear Zhou Yangbiao's murderous aura at all. He said coldly, what? You failed to poison him, so you plan to do it yourself? Humph, the Zhou clan's reputation. Zhou Yangbiao's expression was ferocious. Brat, no matter what you say today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Zhou Bo was someone who could definitely become a martial emperor. How could he have died under Zhou Yangbiao's arrangements? Even though he was the clan leader, he couldn't bear this responsibility. If he allowed Li Yunxiao to leave so brazenly, the grand elders of the clan would skin him alive and pull out his tendons once they found out about it. For thousands of years, when had the Zhou clan ever suffered such a loss? When had they ever been provoked to such an extent? Humph, even if you want me to leave, I won't leave today. First, you betrayed me, then you despicably poisoned me. Now, you want to kill me openly. You're all untrustworthy, unjust, and immoral. And you call yourselves the four aristocratic families. You're tarnishing the reputation of the four aristocratic families. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you killing me. If you don't give me an explanation for your untrustworthy, immoral behavior, I won't leave even if you respectfully send me off. Li Yunxiao endured Zhou Yangbiao's pressure and said in an imposing manner, don't think that my Yanwu city is a pushover. At worst, I'll take you down with me. Take you down with me? Haha, with just you? What right do you have to die with us? Zhou Yangbiao mocked disdainfully. Suddenly, his words came to an abrupt halt as the sky began to shake. A bad feeling began to well up in his heart. Something began to appear in the sky, gradually appearing out of thin air. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sun, blocking out half of Xiangyang City's sunlight. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes widened, and their faces turned pale with fright. Even Xian Pai and the other two in the sky were in a daze. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Zhou Yangbiao's head buzzed and his expression turned extremely ugly. He moved his throat with great difficulty and said through gritted teeth in an extremely unwilling voice, Blue Phoenix Battleship. The Azure Phoenix warship was a 6th grade profound artifact, and not an ordinary one. It required multiple 6th grade arcane masters to craft. It was equivalent to a small mobile city. It was invincible in large-scale battles. Even the Zhou clan, which had stood tall for 10,000 years, could not produce such a treasure. Even if they had the wealth to buy it, there was no market for it. The Azure Phoenix warship. It really is the Azure Phoenix warship. At that moment, the entire Xiangyang city became silent. Ding Linger was shocked, Wang Chen was shocked, Xian Ryu was shocked, even Zhou Yushan was shocked. Which faction sent you? How can you have the Azure Phoenix warship? Zhou. Yangbiao roared, his eyes red. Li Yunxiao pointed at the sky and coldly said, Hammer. Hammer? What does that mean? Everyone began guessing. Could it be that the faction behind him is called Hammer, or perhaps they use Hammer as a codename? Oh, I understand. He means that the Azure Phoenix warship is as unstoppable as a hammer. Yes, Big Brother Pheasant is smart. He pointed at the Azure Phoenix warship, you guessed it too. Passerby praised. Hee, it's simple. Pheasant had a proud expression. Li Yunxiao ignored the crowd and snorted, I have the Azure Phoenix warship, what does it have to do with your hammer? Pheasant and Passerby. Zhou Yangbiao roared, looks like you are fully prepared to deal with my Zhou clan. So what if you have the Azure Phoenix warship? I want your warship and your people to stay behind. Humph, without a large number of arcane masters to control it, so what if you have a warship? An ice-cold voice rang out from within the Zhou clan, causing everyone who heard it to become absent-minded and somewhat unable to stand stably. The voice continued, Zhou clan's 10,000 years of foundation will not tolerate any provocation. Leave this warship and your life behind. Several majestic auras shot into the sky from the Zhou clan mansion, causing the surrounding people to retreat in shock. Just the voice alone made them dizzy and unable to stand. Supreme Elders, it's the Supreme Elders of Zhou clan. A 7-constellation realm martial emperor is enough to look down on the top martial artists of the southern region. Didn't they say that the Grand Elder of the Zhou family is in closed-door cultivation in the Heavenly Jewel sect? So you've been guarding the mansion all along. The one who is in seclusion is the strongest person in the Zhou clan. It is said that his strength has reached the heavens, and he no longer cares about the clan's matters. This brat is doomed. If he doesn't have a powerful backup plan, I'm afraid he'll be swatted to death like a fly. Zhou Yangbiao was surprised and overjoyed. He hurried forward and said, Grand Elders, Yangbiao is incompetent and has brought shame to the Zhou family. The leading elder, Zhou Chongfa, waved his hand slightly, indicating for him to stand aside. He then said to Li Yunxiao in a cold voice, I don't know what your goal is, or who is controlling you from behind. For thousands of years, those who have dared to behave atrociously in the Zhou clan have never left alive. I, as the Grand Elder, am giving you a chance. Hand over the Azure Phoenix battleship with both hands, then kneel to the side and wait for punishment. Perhaps I can spare your life. Spare your sister, do you really think you're a big shot? Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed, since you want this war chariot, I'll give it to you. His hands formed a complicated hand seal, and the Azure Phoenix battleship floating in the sky seemed to be affected by it. With a loud hum, a white light bloomed from its body, like a row of lights flashing one by one, covering the entire sky with an abnormally dazzling light. The bow of the battleship slowly turned to face downwards, and all of the arrays on its body activated at the same time. Almost all of the light focused on the Zhou clan residents. The light was so strong that it made the Zhou clan residents feel as if it had disappeared in the light, leaving behind only a white blaze. The expressions of the few martial Emperor realm Grand Elders changed drastically. After exchanging glances, their figures flashed in unison and scattered around the Zhou clan's mansion. They formed a triangular formation, ready to fight at any time. Everyone showed a serious expression. The power of the Azure Phoenix battleship was only passed down by word of mouth. Even they had never seen it before. Zhou Chongfa was also furious. His killing intent immediately locked onto Li Yunxiao. If he made any strange movements, he would be killed on the spot. Brat, I advise you not to walk further down the evil path. Do you think a Azure Phoenix battleship can defeat my Zhou clan? No matter how powerful this battleship is, it is only a rank 6 Xian artifact. Within my Zhou clan, even rank 7 and 8 Xian artifacts exist. They are not on the same level. Also, I can kill you in an instant. Li Yunxiao showed a menacing smile. I don't know if this Azure Phoenix battleship can defeat your Zhou clan, but you will not be able to break its defense in a short amount of time. In that time, the arcane masters on the battleship will have enough time to ram the battleship into your Zhou clan and self-destruct. Hehe, can your martial emperors withstand the self-destruction of the Azure Phoenix battleship? Also, even if you kill me, it will not affect the battleship from crashing down and self-destructing. Even if you can escape, let's see how many of the thousands of Zhou clan members can escape. TSK. What did he say? Crazy, he wants to ram down with the battleship? And self-destruct? The surrounding people drew a sharp breath and looked up in shock. The Azure Phoenix battleship was slowly descending with its bow facing downwards. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Tisk. Everyone lost their composure. Within such a range, no one would be able to escape from the self-destruction of the Azure Phoenix battleship. Not to mention the entire Zhou estate, even half of Xiangyang city would be blown up, whoosh. The crowd immediately became chaotic, and many people began to madly rush out of the city. The scene immediately became chaotic, and all kinds of curses and cries could be heard everywhere. Ding Linger was in the crowd and blankly watched the battleship descend. she mumbled, madman, he really is a madman. Yurong anxiously pulled on her arm and said urgently, Miss, let's run. It will be too late. A trace of determination flashed in Ding Ling-er's eyes. Although her face was pale, she still shook her head and said, no. I want to stay here and see how strong he is, and to what extent he can achieve. When she said this, Ding Ling-er also felt that it was unbelievable, and her eyes were filled with splendor. Madman, madman. I really regret not smacking him to death back at Yanwu City. In the distance, Xian and Ryu could no longer remain calm. In an instant, she lost her noble demeanor and went berserk. There were other nobles and almost all the factions turned pale. The self-destruction of such a huge battleship would definitely affect the innocent bystanders. Zhou Chongfa's face also turned pale. He looked up at the descending battleship and broke out in cold sweat. With such a huge battleship self-destructing, not to mention the Zhou clan, he didn't even know if he could save himself. He was so shocked that his palms were sweating. Wait. Xian Pai, who was watching the show from the sky, could no longer remain calm. He shouted, Li Yunxiao, stop. Let's talk things over. The two of you are not mortal enemies, so why must you end things in such a deadlock and injure each other? Xianxia City was the imperial capital, and he was a member of the Xian clan's imperial family. How could he sit back and watch half of Xianxia City be blown up? Xian Pai, Zhu Jin, and Audica instantly landed in front of Li Yunxiao. Xian Pai looked gravely at the rapidly descending battleship and hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, hurry and make it stop. Let's talk things over. Talk things over? He wants to kill me, so why should I talk shit with you? Li Yunxiao snorted and sneered. The entire Zhou clan will be buried with me. Xian Pai was shocked. Even if the Azure Phoenix battleship didn't crash into the Zhou residence and explode, no one would be spared. He hurriedly said, I guarantee that Zhou Chongfa will not kill you. Hurry up and stop. I promise to be the middleman. Let's talk things over. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened, and he asked dumbly, really? Xian Pai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who doesn't know that you're decisive? Ruthless, and cunning? You're pretending to be cute. He was speechless and hurriedly said, really, of course it's true. Li Yunxiao blinked his large eyes and pointed at Zhou Chongfa, saying, then why did he just say that no one who has provoked the Zhou clan in the past thousands of years can leave alive? If I don't die, where will the Zhou clan put their face? I don't believe you can let me live. Let's all die together. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the Azure Phoenix battleship's light grew brighter and its speed increased. Hey! Don't, stop. Zhu Jin hurriedly said in fright, Zhou Chongfa, hurry up and say something. Zhou Chongfa's heart went cold when he saw the battleship land. He also hurriedly said, hurry up and stop. I can make an exception this once. Exception? That's not very good, right? Li Yunxiao asked with a puzzled expression. His hand seal changed slightly, and the battleship's speed slowed down a little. They all sighed in relief. Xian Pai hurriedly said, there's nothing bad about it. Since there are rules, there will naturally be exceptions. Without destruction, there can be no construction. We are all heroes of the Fire Crow Empire, why do you want to die together? I will represent the imperial family to mediate for you. I will be impartial and impartial. Zhu Jin saw Li Yunxiao still had a look of disbelief and hurriedly said, the entire Xianxia City is here, everyone can testify. Boss Xian will not joke around with his reputation. Only now did Li Yunxiao reveal an aggrieved expression as he said, all right, I'll believe you this once. He pointed out with his finger, and a ray of green light vanished from his hand, causing the Azure Phoenix battleship to instantly stop. Bailey Gongjin, who had been quietly standing at the side, showed a strange expression. Li Yunxiao was communicating with the arcane masters inside the battleship. It was very special. Zhu Jin's face was covered in cold sweat. Seeing the battleship finally stop, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the hundreds of years he had been in Xianxia City, this might be the most dangerous experience. Just as the Azure Phoenix battleship stopped, Li Yunxiao immediately felt a sharp killing intent penetrate his body. It rushed into his limbs and bones, sealing all his meridians. Zhou Chengfa's body exploded with a powerful energy that pressed down like a mountain. He coldly shouted, "Boy, you dare to provoke us, die." Li Yunxiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body was suppressed by a powerful aura. He could not even move his vital energy, let alone his body. Zhou Chengfa was filled with killing intent. He planned to kill Li Yunxiao when the Azure Phoenix battleship stopped and cut off his connection with the people inside the battleship. Then, he would forcefully break into the battleship and kill everyone inside. A fist radiance bloomed from his hand. It covered such a short distance in an instant. A punch from a martial monarch could split mountains and seas. It was invincible. Rumble. Under the powerful force of the fist wind, the surrounding people only felt the pressure on their faces. Their ears were deafened by the air. All the blood vessels in their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Under the might of a martial monarch, they all trembled in fear. Boom! A red light suddenly lit up in front of Li Yunxiao. It was like a flower bud had suddenly bloomed in the cold wind, blocking Zhou Chengfa's punch. The entire space became slightly distorted. The flower bud only lasted for a few breaths of time before it withered and dissipated with a loud bang. That is, Zhou Chengfa's pupils shrank and his heart skipped a beat. He only saw an ancient talisman fly out from Li Yunxiao's body and explode in the face of his fist wind. He originally thought that the talisman would pierce through his body without any suspense. Under the might of his fist, it would definitely turn into ashes along with Li Yunxiao's body. But who knew? What talisman is that? It actually blocked Zhou Chengfa's attack? Everyone who was still conscious jumped in shock. One must know that Zhou Chengfa was a 3-star martial monarch. He had been cultivating in seclusion for more than 10 years and had never shown himself. Now, even if he had not reached 4-star, he was not far from it. The all-out attack of such a powerful existence was actually blocked by a small talisman. Although it only lasted for a few breaths, it was already shocking. Even the Zhou clan supreme elders who were prepared to break the Azure Phoenix battleship's defense at any time were stunned. The talisman Li Yunxiao had tossed out was the rank 6 ancient spiritual talisman he had obtained in Qinghai town. It was enough to block the all-out attack of a 1-star martial monarch. However, Zhou Chengfa's strength was far too powerful. He only managed to block it for a few breaths of time, but that was already enough. The vast majority of the power was intercepted, and the shockwaves crashed into his body. Boom! The aftershocks were like a typhoon, rumbling past his body, each wave stronger than the one before. Li Yunxiao snorted through his nostrils. The power of the supreme tyrant body erupted at this moment. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a tap of his feet, he charged up against the aftershock. His body shot out like a cannonball, charging towards the Azure Phoenix warship. What? Everyone's brain short-circuited. Even if the strange talisman had blocked the attack for a few breaths, it was, after all, an all-out attack from a peak 3-star martial monarch. Just the remnant power should have been enough to shatter him. How come nothing happened to him? Could it be that Zhou Chengfa's strength has decreased greatly? This thought appeared in the minds of many people, but when they associated it with the might of the fist just now, all of them shivered and immediately denied it. Phew! Ding Ling heaved a sigh of relief. She felt as though she was about to go crazy after that punch. Zhou Chengfa didn't want to kill Li Yunxiao, but the only hope of the Tianyuan Trade Association. He was her entire stake. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, the outcome was so unexpected. Swoosh! Under everyone's stunned gaze, Li Yunxiao's figure landed on the Azure Phoenix warship and stared down coldly. Not bad, the Zhou family is indeed sincere. Then, let's all die together. Boom! Under his control, the Azure Phoenix warship continued to descend, and the light on the warship became more and more intense. It was less than 100 meters above the ground, almost pressing down on the Zhou family's residence. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the complex arrays engraved on the battleship. They were connected to each other and extended endlessly, covering the entire body of the battleship. At this moment, all of them were emitting blazing light, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped the entire battleship. 6 Universe Star Observation Array. Bailey Gongjin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with horror. His pupils dilated as he stared at the interconnected arrays. Stop. Young Master Yun, let's talk this out. Bailey Gongjin suddenly shouted. Just now, he thought that the Azure Phoenix warship would self-destruct. Although it was powerful and destructive, he didn't panic. It was more than enough to protect his life. As for how Xianxia City would be destroyed, it had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw the self-destructing array, a chill ran down his spine, and he could no longer remain calm. This 6-universe star observation array had a total of 6 main arrays, and outside each main array were 36 smaller arrays. They were all interconnected. As long as one of the arrays was detonated, it would explode consecutively, and the power would stack. It was enough to amplify the power of the Azure Phoenix warship's self-destruction by more than 10 times. When that happened, not only would he be able to protect his life, but the entire Xianxia City would also be destroyed. What shocked him even more was that the method of setting up the 6-universe star observation array was an extremely high-level array technique. It was even more valuable than the Azure Phoenix warship. Even he had only heard of it. The master who had taught him the path of refinement had once said that someone had set up this array and blown up a powerful Emperor Wu to dust. Ah! When Xianpai and the others heard Bailey Gongjin's urgent message, their minds went blank. They all sucked in a cold breath and sweated all over. Stop. Young Master Yun, stop. Xianpai panicked. He was truly frightened by Bailey Gongjin's words. If there really was such a monster, then not only would he die, but the entire Xianxia City would be finished. The Xian family's imperial legacy would also be finished. Stop? Stop your sister. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Let's die together. Boom boom boom. The warship fell a few more inches, smashing into the tallest building in the Zhou Manor and collapsing. The light on the warship grew brighter and brighter, as if it would explode at any moment. Stop. I swear that I will not let anyone harm a hair on your head. If the Zhou family dares to touch you again, I will flatten them. Xianpai almost madly roared out, the veins on his face bulging, his pupils swollen, beads of cold sweat the size of beans rolling down his cheeks, his entire body was soaked. Zhou Chongfa glared angrily at Xianpai, but he had no choice but to endure. In this situation, if he couldn't calm Li Yunxiao down, then everyone would be finished. However, Xianpai was a member of the imperial family and the dean of the Hall of Exalts. He naturally had to keep his word. It would be impossible to kill Li Yunxiao today. Oh? Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and the entire Azure Phoenix warship finally stopped. He looked playfully at Xianpai and snorted. You noble families talk like farts. Just now, the Zhou family said it so well, they were just short of sticking their faces on my butt. And now? Nothing more than a fart. Zhou Chongfa's face turned red, and he trembled with anger. However, no matter what, their Zhou family's reputation would fall greatly. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he felt dizzy. Xianpai's heart was stuck in his throat. He was so nervous that his fists were about to drip water. He hurriedly said, I am the great uncle of the current emperor, the dean of the Hall of Exalts. My words are worth their weight in gold. I will never lie to you. Put away the formation light on the warship, we can discuss slowly. Li Yunxiao snorted. Put away the formation light. I feel that it's better to talk like this. It's safer. Xianpai knew that it was useless to say anything else. He could only give up. He said with a headache, you should be fine being King Wuqing in Tianshui Nation, and be the city lord of Yanwu City. Why did you come to my Xianxia City to cause trouble? Li Yunxiao had a cold expression. He crossed his arms and said coldly, Old man Xian, I'm not happy if you say that. Old man Xian, with a crash, everyone fainted. Xianpai was almost a godlike existence in Xianxia City. Normal matters were managed by the emperor. However, he was the one who dealt with matters that were beyond his power. His seniority was even above the emperor's, and he was almost the true ruler of Xianxia City. He actually replaced it with old man Xian. In the distance, Xian Ryu was so angry that she smashed the 9-dragon engraved cup on the table. What do you mean I came to Xiangyang City to cause trouble? The Zhou family is arrogant and despotic. They bully others too far. Moreover, they are untrustworthy and dishonorable. Everyone can spit on them. I came this time to settle the score. Li Yunxiao shouted. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Chongfa could not bear it anymore. He shouted angrily, it was clearly you who caused trouble for no reason. How dare you pour dirty water on our heads? Li Yunxiao showed a mocking smile. He looked at him disdainfully and snorted. Is it wrong to say that you are untrustworthy and dishonorable? The reputation of your Zhou family has been witnessed by everyone in the Fire Crow Empire. If you still have any shame, then be sensible and shut your mouth. You. Zhou Chongfa trembled with anger. Xian Pai glared at him fiercely. Then, he raised his head to look at Li Yunxiao. He said, then what do you want now? Li Yunxiao said, 1. Release my Tianshui kingdom's princess Qin Rushua that Zhou Yushan took away. Also, compensate and apologize. 2. You made me afraid many times today. You must compensate for my mental and material losses. Xian Pai cursed in his heart. Who was the one who was afraid? They were all so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. You don't seem to be the least bit affected, right? He said angrily, anything else? Li Yunxiao nodded slightly and said with a smile, the last one. Zhou Yushan and I previously dueled. You can't keep hiding and hiding. *CK your ancestors. Who hid? Who hid? Zhou Yangbiao did not care about his status and started cursing in anger. Xian Pai already had a stomach full of anger. He glared at him fiercely to make Zhou Yangbiao shut up. However, his face was already purple with anger. Today, not only did the Zhou family's prestige and reputation take a hit, they even got the reputation of hiding and fearing death. Their reputation was practically ruined. For thousands of years, which generation of Zhou family patriarch was so cowardly? Zhou Chongfa's face was livid. He said in a deep voice, we can release a woman. But for our Zhou family to apologize and compensate the princess of Tianshui kingdom, that is absolutely impossible. You caused trouble in my Zhou family's territory. Not killing you is already a great kindness. You still want compensation? In your dreams. As for the third condition, I can agree to it. Li Yunxiao sneered, if that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Let's all die together. Azure Phoenix Warship, 6 Universe Star Observation Formation, activate. With a loud shout, the warship's light immediately flickered, connecting into one, completely absorbing the sunlight. The entire Xiangyang city was a blazing white. Wait. Xian Pai hastily shouted, Li Yunxiao, don't go too far, enough is enough. Li Yunxiao scolded, go too far your sister. I don't want my life anymore, why would I care if you go too far or not? With so many so-called nobles dying with me, it's worth it. Xian Pai's expression changed greatly, the other dared to point at his nose like this, it seemed like he really didn't want his life anymore. He was very anxious, the consequences of this matter were too serious, he didn't dare to imagine it. He hastily said, hold on. I agree to your conditions, I agree on behalf of the Zhou family. Sir Pai. Zhou Chongfa's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, if I agree, where will my Zhou family's face go? Xian Pai looked at him coldly, you caused this trouble yourself, do you want the entire Xiangyang city to be buried with you? Speaking of face, look at you, you don't have any face left. Zhou Chongfa didn't dare to speak after being reprimanded, he could only stare at Li Yunxiao with hatred, determined to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Li Yunxiao said coldly, I will only state my conditions, it's up to you whether you agree or not, no bargaining. Release Qin Rushue immediately, compensate 5 million mid-grade primal stones, and announce to the world that we apologize to the Tianshui kingdom. Next, my loss is nothing, just give me 50 million mid-grade primal stones. Release her now, pay me, and I will leave immediately. Otherwise, we will die together. What? 5 million? 50 million? Zhou Chongfa said. Angrily, you've gone too far. You're just a princess, you want my Zhou family to compensate 5 million. You're unharmed, you want me to compensate 50 million. This is too much. Li Yunxiao scoffed, the princess is the ruler of a country. She was innocently captured by your Zhou family. 5 million is considered a bargain. I'm unscathed? The grade 6 ancient spirit talisman that blocked your attack is worth tens of millions. And my Azure Phoenix battleship, where do you think it came from? I rented it. Not to mention the cost of operating the battleship, just the rent alone is 10 million mid-grade primordial stones per day. I'm asking you, is 50 million too much? What? You rented it? Everyone fainted on the spot. Xian Pai also opened his mouth wide and said in shock, this thing can be rented? Where did you rent it? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I never tell you. Hurry up and release him and pay up. I'm not that patient. Moreover, this 6-sec starry observation formation is also incomplete. If it flickers for too long, it will easily trigger itself. At that time, don't let a lot of people die unjustly. This was a blatant threat, but the Zhou family could only swallow it down. 55 million mid-grade primal stones, Zhu Jin also muttered to himself in a daze, this kid is really ruthless. Audiobook's eyes flashed as he said coldly, this kid is a ruthless character. He knows that this operation is a sure-win situation. Boss Xian will definitely not allow the Azure Phoenix battleship to explode here. Therefore, from the start, he was in an invincible position. Zhu Jin's expression was ugly as he said, this is really troublesome. This kid even seems to be playing with the Azure Phoenix battleship. Who knows which faction is behind him? Now, even an idiot knows that the faction behind Yanwu City is not simple. His words were said intentionally or unintentionally, and he did not lower his voice like Audiobook. His words directly reached the ears of the surrounding people, and they all frowned. Especially the Zhou family members. Zhou Chongfa and Zhou Yongbia's expressions were as ugly as could be. How could they not know that Li Yunxiao had someone backing him? However, how could they swallow the humiliation they had suffered this time? Their eyes were bloodshot, and they looked like they could go berserk and kill at any moment. This caused the surrounding people to subconsciously retreat. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a familiar figure was brought out by the Zhou family members, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see what kind of appearance this young man had to offend the Zhou family to save the princess looked like. Qin Rushue was only a first origin realm martial warrior. Under the aura of these experts, her face turned extremely pale. She felt like a bird in a cage, and everyone's gazes wantonly watched and commented on her. She was so anxious that she started crying. Under the gazes of thousands of people, she was like a snow lotus that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. She was so weak and helpless, her shoulders trembling. You usually act like a big sister. Why do you like to cry now? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. His entire person exuded a feeling of sunshine. In the cold winter, it brought about a sense of warmth. Qin Rushua's body trembled, and she hurriedly raised her head to look. Unexpectedly, it was that delicate face. Her tears flowed even more, like a river bursting its banks, covering her entire face. Boo-hoo, Yunxiao, take me back. I don't want to stay here anymore. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. She had imagined this scene thousands of times, but she did not expect it to actually appear before her eyes. On the welcoming platform outside the capital, he was the one who risked his life to save her. From that moment on, the figure of him holding a sword was forever engraved in her heart, never to be erased. She had hoped that he would come to save her countless times, but she also hoped that he wouldn't come. Even the Aqua Sky Nation could not afford to offend the 4 great families, not to mention that he was only the son of a general. She originally thought that she would be humiliated, imprisoned, or tortured to death in the Zhou clan. But after coming to the Zhou clan, she was locked in a room, and no one came to see her or humiliate her. Only later did she find out that he had used a very precious promise to exchange for her safety in the Zhou clan. At this moment, that handsome face overlapped with her countless fantasies. Qin Rushue could no longer hold it in and cried to her heart's content. The more she cried, the warmer she felt. The coldness in her heart gradually dispersed. A deck appeared on the Azure Phoenix battleship and slowly extended down to Qin Rushua's feet. N. Li Yunxiao nodded heavily and said, "Let's go home. From today onwards, no one will dare to bully you. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on you, I will execute their 9 generations and kill their entire family." Tisk. The expressions of the surrounding people all changed greatly. Those ordinary words seemed to contain traces of magic, causing everyone to feel a bone-chilling coldness, and their bodies to shiver. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly. He was a 5-star martial emperor expert, and his state of mind had already reached the level of being as calm as an ancient well. But for some reason, he was actually shocked by those ordinary words. Those words carried a sense of vicissitudes and indifference. It was as if the common people of the world were like dirt, and killing people was like crushing ants. It was a kind of true detachment and indifference, as if nothing in the world could be placed in his heart. Xianxia's expression gradually became serious. He originally thought that Li Yunxiao's talent was not bad, but he was only a youth. At this moment, he felt a sense of coldness and extreme danger. It was as if this youth was a deeply buried explosive, and if he was not careful, he would be blown to pieces at any time. The Yingyang clan was like this, and the Zhou clan was also almost the same. What if it was the imperial clan? Xianxia's pupils shrank in shock. It was as if a large stone was pressing on his heart. The faces of the Zhou clan all changed greatly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to rush up and bite Li Yunxiao to pieces. Zhou Yangbiao took out a storage bag and threw it over fiercely. He shouted word by word, "This is 55 million mid-grade primordial stones. On the Golden Crow lightning platform, the Zhou clan will personally crush every single bone in your body." Li Yunxiao smiled and lightly walked down the deck. He did not even look at Zhou Yangbiao. He took the storage bag and put it away. He walked up to Qin Rushua, stretched out his hand, and said softly, "Let's go home." "Woo-woo." Qin Rushua cried even more sadly. She stretched out her hand and was held by a strong hand. She slowly walked onto the battleship. A feeling of happiness surged through her body. "You." Zhou Yangbiao was infuriated. Li Yunxiao's disdain made the harsh words he had just said sound hollow. He was so ashamed that he almost bled. Xianxia looked around and said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, do you have any other conditions? If not, please leave with this battleship as soon as possible." "Haha, thank you, Headmaster Xian." Li Yunxiao cupped his hands and smiled. "I am just taking back what belongs to me. Everyone, I hope we will meet again." He looked at the crowd with a smile and said loudly, "Brother Wan Chen, thank you for your care these days. Also, Lord Qingfeng, Lord Mod, thank you for your care. Master Bailey Gongjin, thank you for your care." Wang Chen first cupped his hands and smiled politely. But when he heard the latter part, his smile froze on his face and was replaced by astonishment. Qing Feng and Mod also frowned. Light flashed in their eyes and their mouths opened slightly. Bailey Gongjin was stunned for a moment. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao saw everyone's expressions. He smiled faintly and waved at them. After a while, the light on the battleship gradually weakened. It suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Thousands of people stared at the battleship for a long time before they came back to their senses. They all heaved a deep sigh of relief, but their expressions were different, each with their own thoughts. Zhou Chengfa's gaze fell on the crowd and he said coldly, "Wang Meng, Qingfeng, Mod, are you going to give my Zhou family an explanation?" His gaze turned to Bailey Gongjin, and his expression was equally cold as he said, "And Grandmaster Bailey, what's with that pill just now? I really want to know." Bailey Gongjin's expression changed and he said angrily, "Zhou Chengfa, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that I swapped the pill or poisoned it?" "Master Chengfa, that kid is trying to sow discord." A man walked out from the crowd, looking refined. He cupped his hands and said, "Before today, I have never seen this person at all. When he left, he greeted me. It was just a deliberate act. Lord Chengfa, please don't fall for it." This person was the Mo family's leader, Mod. Although Li Yunxiao's provocation was very childish, the Zhou family members were already delirious with anger. Moreover, it was a sensitive time before the opening of Mount Meru. Any small misunderstanding could lead to a great disaster. Therefore, MOD had to come out and explain. That's right. That kid deliberately mixed things up to benefit from it. He made us 4 aristocratic families suspicious of each other. Ching Feng also came out and said, Master Bailey is a man of virtue and prestige, but he was also dragged down by that kid. How infuriating. Zhou Changfa clenched his fists and shouted angrily, do you mean that I would fall for such a childish trick? MOD and Ching Feng were stunned and then shut their mouths. They secretly criticized in their hearts, it's so obvious, but you still pointed it out. Aren't you afraid of losing face? But they didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Changfa was the supreme elder of the Zhou family, 1 generation higher than them. Although they were both masters of aristocratic families, they didn't dare to offend him. Moreover, the Zhou family was on the crater of a volcano. If it accidentally erupted, it would be a fool. And Wang Meng, why don't you come out and say something? Zhou Changfa scolded angrily, during this time, your Wang family sent 10 masters every day to monitor the Zhou family. Do you also not know that kid? A man in a silk robe sighed secretly. He glanced at Wang Chen with a wry smile and had no choice but to walk out from the crowd. He explained respectfully, Your Excellency, we do know Li Yunxiao. But we just made a deal with him. Child Yushan and Master Yuan Hao of the Artificers Guild know the details best. Apart from that, we have no other connection. Humph. What a good no other connection. Zhou Changfa snorted heavily and ignored him. He turned to Bailey Gongjin and said, Master Bailey, I also respect you as the president of the Artificers Guild, a 6th-stage emperor-level artificer, and an existence that can look down on the 3 countries of the southern region. But that elixir was watched by tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for Li Yunxiao to do it without so many eyes. I want to know what is going on. A layer of ice seemed to form on Bailey Gongjin's face as his eyes turned cold. In all his years in the Fire Crow Empire, no one had ever dared to question him like this. Not to mention that he was being humiliated in front of tens of thousands of people. It must be known that the Alchemist Association was an independent organization. It had branches in every corner of the Sky Martial continent. It was an extremely large and transcendent existence. It did not listen to any faction. Even in the Holy Domain's divine capital, they never obeyed orders. Zhu Jin's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and said, Brother Changfa, there is indeed something fishy about this matter. I can guarantee with my life that it was not Master Bailey's doing. Everyone is very sad about Elder Zhou Bo's death. Let's calm down and come up with a plan. He knew that Zhou Changfa had indeed lost his mind from anger. Otherwise, he would not have offended a rank 6 emperor-level alchemist. Seeing Bailey Gongjin's expression, he also felt nervous. He was worried that the Zhou clan would attract an unexpected disaster. If it developed to the point where the entire Fire Crow Empire broke off relations with the Alchemist Guild, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xian Pai also thought of the consequences and hurriedly said, Master Bailey, Zhou Changfa really lost his mind from anger. You saw what happened today. If it was any other clan, they would not be able to calm down. Bailey Gongjin's expression was dark. He said word by word coldly, Zhou Changfa, I will pretend that I did not hear what you said just now. But my Alchemist Guild will no longer have any relations with your Zhou clan. After he finished speaking, he turned and left in anger. The crowd immediately opened up a path. Following him were a few powerful auras. They were all warriors who followed Bailey Gongjin. In the tense situation just now, all of them were prepared to act. Zhou Changfa was shocked. He calmed down slightly. He immediately realized that he had done a stupid thing. The consequence of breaking off relations with the Alchemist Guild was that it would be difficult for him to obtain powerful alchemy products in the future. The supply of Xian weapons and elixirs would also shrink. He was instantly annoyed. He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. If he wanted to repair this relationship, he would have to pay a huge price. Impulsiveness was truly the devil. This was all Li Yunxiao's fault. Hateful, hateful, really hateful, his regretful expression fell into everyone's eyes. They were all secretly laughing, taking pleasure in his misfortune. The other three clan heads narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. They were all laughing in their hearts. Xianpai shook his head and transmitted to Zhou Chengfa, the relationship with the Alchemist Guild can still be repaired. But the biggest headache now is Yanwu City. Their behavior is too strange. Their strength is unfathomable. Don't provoke them before Mount Meru opens. What? Zhou Chengfa was furious. He transmitted with a gloomy face, how can my Zhou clan swallow this? Xianpai looked at him indifferently and said, is one breath more important, or the inheritance of millions of years? Just when Mount Meru opens, a Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared. Do you think this is a coincidence? He even treats the Azure Phoenix battleship like a toy. Do you really think this battleship is rented? He looked at Zhou Chengfa, whose expression was becoming uglier and uglier, sighing and saying, endure for a while and calm the waves. For a faction that can casually take out an Azure Phoenix warship, if they want to destroy your Zhou family, it will be no different from crushing an ant. In front of such a powerful force, what face are you talking about? Xianpai's expression turned cold. He snorted, if your Zhou clan wants to die, I will not stop you. But if it affects the opening of Mount Meru, I will be the first to kill you. Zhou Chengfa also knew that Mount Meru was an important matter, and he could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. He was so angry that his teeth chattered as he said, if I kill this kid in the arena of life and death, then I'll have nothing to say. Xianpai nodded, yes, on the Golden Crow Lightning God stage, life and death depends on one's own ability. That kid Yushan is indeed talented, but we must not be careless. This kid is very strange. Zhou Chengfa snorted, thank you, Lord Xian, for the reminder. Yushan is in seclusion right now and will come out in 7 days. At that time, he will naturally be able to avenge himself. Xianpai knew that he was extremely unhappy and said, that's good, we can also save some face for the nobles of the Fire Crow Empire. But this kid? Never mind, you just have to be careful. I just feel that it won't be so simple. Zhou Chengfa's mood was extremely depressed to begin with, and when he heard this, he was extremely displeased. How could he possibly show a good expression? He said, Yushan is someone who has had great fortuitous encounters. Who in the younger generation of the Fire Crow Empire can match him? Xianpai knew his mood and did not argue. He smiled. His gaze fell on Zhu Jin and Odega. He said seriously, the situation is becoming more and more complicated. The quota allocation for Mount Meru is about to be announced. Bring out all the power of the Hall of Masters. We must maintain the safety and stability of Xianxia City. His gaze swept across Qingfeng and the other two at the same time as he said, you three clans can't be careless either. At this time, you have to put down all your schemes and work together to deal with any possible situation that might arise. Be ready to be deployed at any time. Yes. The three patriarchs hurriedly clasped their hands and said respectfully. Xianpai nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept across the crowd and he said indifferently, all clans and sects, listen up. In this period of time, if anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them without mercy. His cold gaze swept across the crowd like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, everyone felt as if they were being stared at, and they all took several steps back in fright. As if frost had suddenly fallen, everyone's faces became slightly pale. Humph, you only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. That Li Yunxiao made such a big fuss and is still safe and sound. Kill us without mercy. A dissatisfied voice muttered in the crowd. However, because it was too quiet, even though the voice was very soft, everyone could hear it clearly. Xianpai flew into a rage. This was practically a slap to his face, and a loss of face for the imperial family. His gaze was like a sharp blade that pierced through the crowd, staring at a thin and small figure in the crowd. That person jumped in fright, and with a whoosh, his face became bloodless, as if he had been thrown into an icehouse. Being stared at by that bone-chilling gaze made his entire body go cold. Only then did he realize that he had caused a huge disaster. Xianpai extended a finger coldly, and that person's body gradually floated up, rising 3 to 4 meters before stopping in midair. No matter how much he struggled, he could not get down. Dog's guts. Xian Pai spat out 2 words, his index finger lightly pointing downwards. Bang! With a bang, that person was directly blown to pieces in midair. Minced meat and blood splattered everywhere, raining down. The people below all moved aside in shock, but the crowd was too crowded, and the blood still landed on many people. All of them were extremely frightened. Does anyone else have any objections? Xian Pai stared coldly at the crowd. Those who were stared at by him all felt their legs turn to jelly, and hurriedly squeezed back. He coldly swept his gaze around, and coldly said, "All of you, get out of here." Crash! The crowd immediately dispersed. Almost all the forces in Xiangyang City had gathered here. With this sudden dispersal, it was also unusually crowded. Cries and curses rang out incessantly, and many people were trampled underfoot, their lives unknown. Some of the experts from the major sects and forces used their true qi to clear a path for their own people to pass, causing the rest of the crowd to squeeze even more. Yu Rong also opened up a space, and looked at Ding Ling who was deep in thought, and said, "Young mistress, shall we go back as well?" Ding Ling came back to her senses, and nodded lightly. Her eyes were bright, and she said, "Below the martial monarch realm, to be fearless in the face of danger is courage. To be able to come and go as one pleases among tens of thousands of people is wisdom. Li Yunxiao is truly a man of both wisdom and courage. I was right about him." Yu Rong also said in silence, although the method he used when he left was very low level, it had an unexpected effect. Breaking off relations with the Alchemist Guild is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Zhou clan. It's even more serious than the blow to their reputation. Moreover, there will more or less be a barrier between the Zhou clan and the other 3 clans. He sighed, "This kid is indeed impressive. He has such cultivation at such a young age, such methods, such wisdom. If he continues to develop, he will truly be terrifying." Ding Ling's eyes flickered with splendor as she listened. A strange smile appeared on her face. In the distant building, Xian Ruyu looked at the dispersing crowd with a gloomy expression. His index finger was tapping on the table as if he was planning something. He suddenly said, "Uncle Yu, do you think Zhou Yushan can win the competition 7 days from now?" Yu Jiolin's figure gradually appeared behind him and he said in a deep voice, "Zhou Yushan's physique is abnormal. He's innately fickle. After obtaining the emotion-severing mountain's favor and inheritance, I'm afraid he won't have a match in the younger generation of the Fire Crow Empire." However, Li Yunxia didn't die from Zhou Chongfa's punch. Although it's only the aftermath, it's not something a mere martial lord can withstand. I feel that the power behind Yanwu City is even stronger than the emotion-severing mountain. A cold glint flashed across Xian Ruyu's eyes as he said proudly, "Won't have a match in the younger generation? I wonder how they compare to my 20 moonlit bridges?" Yu Jiolin smiled, "Of course they're inferior." He stretched his body and smiled, "Also, Li Yunxiao is too arrogant. I'm afraid he'll die before he can grow." Although Zhou Yushan obtained the inheritance of the emotion-severing mountain, his talent is limited. That's all he can do. Uncle Yu, you're underestimating Zhou Yushan. The emotion-severing mountain's Book of Indifference is a peak existence in the entire southern region. Xian Ryu took a sip of tea unhurriedly. Although she said it with great importance, her face had a trace of disdain. Hee. Yu Jiolin chuckled and said, "Although the heavenly tome of indifference is extraordinary, your highness has cultivated the heavenly gathering sect scripture of the void, which is stronger than the heavenly tome of indifference. Furthermore, there's also the heavenly jewel sect's 24 moonlit bridges. The number 1 person in the younger generation of the southern region is definitely your highness the crown prince." Xian Ruyu's gloominess was completely swept away, and she said with a faint smile, "I've already mastered 2 of the 3 great sects of the Fire Crow Empire. All that was left was the love-severing mountain's love for getting heavenly book. Unfortunately, he had been rejected every single time. After Zhou Yushan successfully cultivates it, I want to see just how powerful this heavenly book of indifference is." Yu Jiolin wore a pitiful look and said, "Your Royal Highness, the cultivation technique is only secondary. The most important thing is to improve your cultivation. That's the right path." Just as Xiangyang City was in an uproar, the Azure Phoenix battleship flew through the clouds and arrived above the Supreme Palace. Even though Yanwu City had the 9 Dragons absorption array, the qi within 1,000 miles had been sucked dry by the world god steel. Even though the Supreme Palace wasn't a spiritual mountain, it could be used as a temporary shelter. Li Yunxiao was already thinking about attacking the Jutian sect. The Jutian sect was the leader of the three strongest sects in the Fire Crow Empire, followed by the Tianzhu sect and the Love-Severing Mountain. Logically speaking, the stronger a sect was, the more resources it would seize. Therefore, the spiritual mountains of the three sects must have the most abundant qi in the Fire Crow Empire. Qifeng has probably become a Zun of the Bahuang province. He's a Zun of the Bahuang province. Even if we use the Azure Phoenix battleship to threaten him, it won't work. Li Yunxiao sighed. Apparently, it wasn't going to work. Qin Ruxue had been holding his arm from beginning to end, snuggling up to him, seemingly sleeping soundly. Master Luo, please support her. Women are monsters, they can fall asleep while standing. Li Yunxiao looked at the sweetly sleeping Qin Ruxue in surprise. He wanted to push her away and pull his hand out, but when he tried to use force, he found that Qin Ruxue was holding onto his hand tightly. He tried a few times but was unable to free himself. Behind Xiao Chen, Luo Yunxiang's calm expression was rippling with an indescribable feeling. Let me do it. She walked forward and gently patted Qin Rushue's back. Only then did Qin Ruxue let go of her hand and embraced her in her arms. Phew, I'm finally free. Li Yunxiao moved his arm and pointed at his eyebrows. A beam of light shone and shot into the Supreme Palace. A huge world divine steel descended. After flashing with flowing lights and vibrant colors, it turned back into a simple and unadorned stone stele, which stood erect below. Deep underground, the qi of the Supreme Palace was pouring into the world god stele. Let's go in. Li Yunxiao made a few hand signs and the entire Cyan Phoenix battleship shrunk rapidly, heading into the world god stele. Luo Yunxiang calmly watched Li Yunxiao's every move. She glanced at Qin Ruxue in her arms and for some reason, a trace of bitterness appeared on her face as she sighed. Kid, are you really stupid or playing dumb? Just as Li Yunxiao was about to leave, Luo Yunxiang's question caused him to pause. He smiled faintly and replied, Teacher's words are so profound, I don't really understand. Luo Yunxiang said angrily, I knew you were playing dumb. Ruxue and Mengwu, who do you like? Don't tell me you want both? Li Yunxiao scratched his head and said, Master, what are you talking about? We are just students of Jiaolan Academy. Didn't the academy say that we are not allowed to be in a relationship? You are making me blush. Li Yunxiao, you are still playing dumb. Luo Yunxiang didn't know why, but she felt very angry, so angry that she wanted to beat someone up. However, she found herself in Fengsuan Mountain. Li Yunxiao and the Cyan Phoenix battleship had disappeared. The world god stele was connected to Li Yunxiao's mind. In this world, he was a god. With a single thought, he could travel thousands of miles in an instant. Luo Yunxiang was slightly stunned. She let out a soft sigh and said, Lass, get up. She has already left. Qin Ruxue, who was in his arms, moved slightly and shyly raised her head. She blinked her big eyes and said with a red face, Teacher Luo, do you think young Master Yun likes me? Luo Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, if he doesn't like you, would he take such a big risk to save you? But Qin Ruxue was overjoyed. She then asked nervously, but what? Luo Yunxiang sighed and stroked her hair. She said softly, I am afraid that the falling flower will follow the flowing water. Qin Rushue's eyes trembled slightly. She lowered her head in a daze. Li Yunxiao stood in the air above Fengsuan Mountain. Every situation in the world god stele was within his divine sense. The overall strength of the three groups had greatly increased. Many arcane masters in Fengsuan Mountain had also made breakthroughs. Everyone was training very hard. This was because the resources that the world god stele could provide were things that they might never encounter again in their lifetime. No one was willing to give up such an opportunity. However, Mengwu and Mengbai were still in a deep sleep. After cutting off the absorption of spiritual energy from the outside world, the vitality in the world god stele was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. He pondered for a while and went to the bottom of Fengsuan Mountain. He started training in the center of the spiritual energy. The spiritual mountain where the Supreme Palace was located was considered a mid-tier place in the Fire Crow Empire. At least, it was a lot more abundant than in Yanwu City. However, to Li Yunxiao, it was still far from enough. He grabbed a storage bag and tossed it into the air. With a light tap of his finger, the bag exploded with a bang. The primordial stones piled up like a mountain and rolled down. It was a mesmerizing sight. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. His pupils suddenly turned into crimson crescent moons. Streams of mental power gushed out and turned into lightning that landed on the primordial stones. Rumble. 55 million mid-grade primordial stones exploded at that moment. If other warriors were to see him using primordial stones like that, they would probably bang their heads against the wall in anger. If the Zhou clan were to find out, they would vomit blood and die. To the Zhou clan, these primordial stones were not a small amount. To think that Li Yunxiao would spend them so casually. Spiritual energy spread out in all directions like a sea. It instantly formed a sea of spiritual energy and spread out from the bottom of Fengsuan Mountain. It was like a spiritual spring that flowed endlessly. Li Yunxiao's eyes regained their clarity and he sat down with his legs crossed. Good fortune aura, absorb it. At that moment, he formed a seal with one hand and did not move at all. It was as if he had turned into a stone at the bottom of the mountain and had existed quietly for countless years. It was as if he had become one with the entire mountain. The spiritual qi, which seemed to have substance, rolled over and seeped into every pore of his body. His entire figure was enveloped by a huge amount of spiritual qi, turning into a hazy scene. Like him, a small sapling that was planted in front of him was also absorbing the spiritual energy crazily. It looked ordinary, but its absorption speed was even higher than Li Yunxiao's. It was the Kunwu divine tree that Li Yunxiao had brought back from the South Sea. He had planted it at the source of the spiritual energy in the Universe God Monument. Just like that, the man and the tree were completely immersed in the sea of spiritual energy. However, the amount of spiritual energy contained in the 55 million mid-grade primordial stones was immeasurable. As they absorbed it, it spread out toward Fengsuan Mountain. Very soon, everyone felt that the density of the surrounding spiritual energy was increasing rapidly. They were surprised and focused on their cultivation. As the density of the spiritual energy in Fengsuan Mountain increased, a change was happening in a cave deep underground. The cocoon that Meng Bai had spun suddenly became alive. The cocoon that had been dyed red by the nine-headed infant purple-striped flood dragon had returned to its original snow-white color. At that moment, it gave off rays of nine-colored light and started to absorb spiritual energy. Its speed was not inferior to Li Yunxiao's. 7 days later, rays of light suddenly shot out from the pure white cocoon. The nine-colored light illuminated the entire cave beautifully. The cocoon's body gradually became transparent, and even the tiny patterns on it became clear. A surge of power was being emitted continuously as if there was a heart beating within it. The frequency was getting faster and it spread far away. This is... A surprised voice came from outside the cave, followed by several figures entering the cave one after another. Xiao Qingwang, Qian Duo, Ning Feichen, and Li Chunyang were all martial arts ancestors. They felt the surging power and were attracted over. What surging spiritual qi? What exactly is inside this cocoon? Since when did such a thing appear at the bottom of Fengsuan Mountain? Li Chunyang exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Feichen frowned and said, I guess we have to ask young Master Yun. This thing must have been obtained by him. Just as the few of them were discussing, the cocoon suddenly cracked open. A surging power surged out and pressed down in all directions. The entire cave shook. The few of them were all martial arts ancestors and were naturally unafraid. They circulated their vital energy and protected their bodies. No matter how much the power attacked, they were unharmed. Xiao Qingwang frowned and said in shock, what is this power? It is actually corroding my vital energy. The other three felt the same. Li Chunyang said in shock, this power itself is not strong, but it can rapidly deplete vital energy. It is too terrifying. At the source of the power, where the cocoon had cracked open, a naked young man walked out in a daze. His eyes were misty, and his skin actually showed 9 colors. Light constantly rotated around him, making him look extraordinarily mystical. Meng Bai? Li Chunyang's eyelids twitched and he said in shock, it is actually Meng Bai? That fellow Xianxia took him to treat his injuries and placed him in this cocoon? This is... Mengbai frowned. His mind was blank as he tried hard to recall. The scene gradually became clear, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The perplexed expression on his face was swept away, and 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes. Lord Xiao, old master, you are... Mengbai turned to look at the 4 of them and revealed a surprised expression. He then realized that he was completely naked and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Xiao Qingwang threw out a set of clothes. The moment the clothes left his hand, they immediately corroded in the air and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Bang! The few of them looked at each other in shock. Li Chunyang said in a low voice, Mengbai, retract your aura. Mengbai was stunned and said in shock, retract my aura? I don't know how. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave, pig. Concentrate on the Dantian and unite. Master. Mengbai was overjoyed. The person was Li Yunxiao. He hurriedly put them on and said happily, Master, I feel so strong. I have never felt so strong before. Li Yunxiao tossed out another set of clothes. After Mengbai hurriedly put them on, he said joyfully, Master, I feel so much power in my body. I've never felt so powerful before. He happily waved his fists, and wherever the wind from his fists passed, a bowl-sized hole would be corroded into the stone wall of the cave. Xiao Qingwang and the other 3 looked at each other. Punching a hole in the wall was nothing, but Mengbai's fist strength was not strong. Just a casual wave of his fist actually had such a strong corrosive effect. If they were to fight, the other party would have to use several times their strength to defend against it. Not bad. Under the stimulation of the poisonous blood, your worldly poison body has finally developed a part. From now on, your cultivation speed will far surpass others. Li Yunxiao said with admiration, the worldly poison body is blessed by the heavens. Although you only have the strength of a martial master now, it is enough to fight a martial grandmaster. Martial master? Mengbai was shocked and then became overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha, I was wondering why I have so much power. So I am already a martial master. Just by sleeping, I crossed a big realm. Wow, master, you are so good. Let me sleep a little more. Xiao Qingwang and the others were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. They were so shocked by Mengbai's corrosive qi that they did not notice his cultivation. After checking, they found out that he was a 3-star martial master. Master had crossed a big realm in a few days. Now, disciple had also crossed a big realm in a few days. The 4 of them had the urge to bang their heads against the wall. How could they live with such a freakish cultivation speed? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, the most important thing for you now is to cultivate the tyrannical physique tempering art. It can dig out your body's potential to the greatest extent. The path of the martial Tao is endless. With your results, you haven't even entered the door. Xiao Qingwang felt that his self-esteem and self-confidence had suffered a huge blow when he heard Li Yunxiao's words. He changed the topic and said, Young Master Yun, 7 days have passed. Are you going to meet the Zhou clan? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, Of course I am going. Li Chunyang's face was full of worry. He said in a low voice, You have completely offended the Zhou clan. It is a situation where they will not rest until you die. They will definitely arrange a trump card in this arena. In my opinion, it is better to leave the Fire Crow Empire and find a spiritual mountain to cultivate in. With your talent, it will not be long before you come back to settle the score with them. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, There is no need to go through so much trouble. He is merely a disciple of a noble clan. I do not care about him. Li Chunyang said, I am worried that even if you win, you might not be able to leave. The Zhou clan has been established in the Fire Crow Empire for thousands of years. They have survived all the ups and downs. How could they not be able to deal with you? As a general of the Aqua Sky Nation, he had a deep-rooted fear towards the nobles of the Fire Crow Empire. Even Xiao Qingwang was the same. They were not worried that Li Yunxiao would not be able to win. Instead, even if he won, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, If I am unable to escape unscathed, I will take out the Cyan Phoenix battleship and blast Shangyang City away. The few of them were speechless. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and did not bother with them anymore. He took a step forward and disappeared from the Universe God Monument. He appeared in the Supreme Palace directly. The mystic thundercloud roar, which had been guarding Meng Wu, suddenly opened its eyes and revealed a hint of joy. Then, its body slowly disappeared and in the next moment, it appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. Not bad, as expected from a hybrid beast. You reached peak martial ancestor so quickly. When I am free, I will find some herbs to help you break through the five-element realm and enter a higher realm. Li Yunxiao smiled as he caressed the fur of the mystic thundercloud roar. The beast seemed to be able to understand him. It excitedly twisted its body and rubbed against Li Yunxiao's body. Out of everyone, it trusted Li Yunxiao the most. Its beast instincts made it feel that this human was terrifying and strong. Haha, behave now. Later on, be more majestic. Li Yunxiao laughed as he patted its head. He flipped and rode it, flying towards Xianxia City. The mystic thundercloud roar stepped on lightning and flew in the sky. It was a majestic sight. In the Universe God Monument, Li Yunxiao's soul was still cultivating. Suddenly, Duanyu's body appeared and he looked at him. Are you really going to fight? If I die, who will be responsible for unsealing me? Li Yunxiao's eyes were still closed as he scoffed. If I die, you can just wait to be sealed for the rest of your life. Damn. Duanyu cursed and said lazily, if you are about to die, remember to shout. I will immediately jump out to save you and run. He paused for a moment before continuing, but you freak, just how strong are you? Even I can't see through you. You are just a disciple of a noble family. Although I have never seen you before, it is impossible for me to defeat you. In just a few days, you advance to 1 star. If you tell me how hard it is to advance, I will strangle you to death. Only then did Li Yunxiao open his eyes and smile. Stop talking about me. The true qi you have accumulated is enough for you to break through the bottleneck of a 2-star martial emperor and advance to 3-star, right? Do you know how many origin stones I used to reach 4-star martial lord? Those 55 million mid-grade primordial stones were all used up. What? Duanyu jumped in fright and stamped his feet. Wastrel, you really are a wastrel. Why did I say it was abnormal for the spiritual energy to be so abundant all of a sudden? Li Yunxiao snorted, don't try to act innocent after getting some benefits. If I didn't selflessly offer up all the spiritual energy in the origin stones, how could you have touched the bottleneck of a 3-star martial emperor so quickly? He continued to close his eyes and did not say a word again. Duanyu scolded a few times, then his figure flashed and disappeared. A faint voice came from afar. If you are about to die, remember to call me. Don't try to save face. Li Yunxiao, who was on the profound thundercloud shocking roar, smiled and muttered to himself, want to kill me? No one in the southern region can do it. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The profound thundercloud shocking roar stepped on the lightning and quickly flew towards Xianxia City. After Li Yunxiao caused havoc in the Zhou family, the entire Xianxia City was in an uproar. This was the first time in thousands of years that someone challenged the authority of the 4 great clans. In the past 7 days, this matter had been spreading everywhere. The moment someone spoke of the Zhou family, it would seem like they were not up to par and would lose face. This was especially so for the various factions. They all set their sights on Yanwu City. This was the first time this newly rising faction had entered the attention of all the factions in the Fire Crow Empire. They all wanted to see through him and see what exactly he relied on to challenge the Zhou family. Everyone was waiting for the day of the competition. It was as if they were more nervous and excited than any other festival. There were even some busybodies who set up many bets. Immediately, the gambling business boomed. I bet 10,000 origin stones that Zhou Yushan will win. At one of the bets, a young man shouted loudly and casually threw out a bag of origin stones. This shocked the surrounding people. Most of them bet on Zhou Yushan. After all, the Zhou family had been tyrannical for a long time. They were very strong. However, it was still rare for someone to take out so many origin stones in one go. The dealer looked at him in shock. He saw that this person had fair skin and a slightly pale complexion. His bearing was extraordinary, and the faint aura he exuded made it clear that he was not an ordinary person. The dealer did not dare to be slow and quickly counted the origin stones. That's right, it is 10,000 origin stones. The dealer carefully put it away and looked at the person before him. Sir, are you sure that you will bet on Zhou Yushan? The young man revealed a cocky expression as he said proudly, of course. Young Master Zhou is an outstanding talent of the Fire Crow Empire's younger generation. Furthermore, he is a disciple of the emotion-breaking mountain. He will definitely win. The surrounding people immediately became excited when they heard this. They all pricked up their ears, wanting to listen carefully. Who would have thought that the young man would shut his mouth? Someone couldn't help but ask, but that Yanwu City's Lord Li Yunxiao is also very strong. That day at the Zhou clan, he was unscathed by Lord Zhou Chongfa's palm strike. It's too strange. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely true. That's right. If he could fight against Lord Zhou, even 100 Zhou Yushan wouldn't be enough to go with his wine. Everyone agreed. The young man looked at that person with disdain and sneered, a martial monarch fighting against Lord Zhou's martial monarch? You're not joking, are you? Look at your big head, is it full of shit? Seeing that the person still wanted to refute, the young man sneered, let me tell you, that Li Yunxiao used a rank 6 ancient talisman to block Lord Zhou's attack. Do you know what a rank 6 ancient talisman is? It's equivalent to a rank 6 profound artifact, and it's a one-time consumable. That Li Yunxiao wasted a rank 6 profound artifact to save his life. A mere martial monarch, humph. You should know that Zhou Yushan was already a martial monarch before he received the favor of Broken Passion Mountain. So that's how it is. The surrounding people were enlightened. Excitement appeared in their eyes, and they couldn't help but place their bets on Zhou Yushan. There were still some who were more cautious and asked, forgive me for being blunt, but how can you be so sure? The young man revealed an impatient expression and said coldly, it's not a secret. Many people know about it. He glanced at the crowd and said proudly, have you heard of the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce? Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce? One of them was shocked and said, one of the 7 largest chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union, the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce known as the world's #1 in intelligence? He trembled and said in shock, could it be that Sir's information came from the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce? The other person also revealed an expression of disbelief as he shook his head and said, rumor has it that the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network is #1 in the world, but it's also extremely expensive. Any insignificant piece of information can be sold for a sky-high price. It's not something ordinary people can afford. The young man smiled and took out 2 booklets. He waved them in front of everyone and said with a smile, everyone, you're right. But this time, in order to make a name for themselves and promote their brand, the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce had specially printed this kind of information booklet. It had detailed information on Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan, as well as the comparison of their strengths. It even described what they usually ate and how many minutes they could last in bed. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Everyone looked over and saw that the 2 booklets were titled Li Yunxiao, The Shocking Secret Behind Yanwu City, and Zhou Yushan, The Untold Story of Broken Love Mountain. TSK. There's actually such a thing? Sir, can you lend it to us for a look? The young man's face turned cold. He immediately put away the 2 booklets and sneered, this thing costs 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. I spent a huge sum of money to buy it. How can I just let poor people like you look at it? If you want to see it, buy it yourself. Sell it on the Imperial City Road. It's limited to 1,000 copies and will only stop when they're sold out. Only 1,000 copies? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly discussed among themselves. 1 copy is too expensive. Let's all buy it together and benefit together. This thing, it can't be fake, right? Someone asked carefully. Fake your head. How can something from the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce be fake? Let's go. Everyone scrambled to get to the Imperial City Road. The same scene was happening in every street and alley of Xianxia City. Before long, everyone had a booklet in hand and was carefully studying it. The young man smiled faintly, turned around, and disappeared into a deserted alley. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The young man trembled and hurriedly turned around. He saw a young woman smiling and saying, Grandmaster Jia Rong, as a citizen of Yanwu City, you actually bet on Zhou Yushan. Aren't you afraid that young Master Yun will behead you if he finds out? This young man was Jia Rong. After seeing who it was, he immediately relaxed and said with a smile, so it's young lady Ding Ling Er. You really scared me. He smiled bitterly and said, although young Master Yun is powerful, there's still a big gap between him and Zhou Yushan. I just want to win some pocket money. Young lady Ding Ling Er, please don't tell young Master Yun. Otherwise, he'll beat me to death. Ding Ling Er scolded angrily, good, Jia Rong, you even dare to lie to me. You bet 10,000 yuan stones on this bet, but you used a few identities to bet on Xianxia's win. That's at least 3 million yuan, right? And this number is still increasing. Jia Rong chuckled and stroked his beard. Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce only does boring things all day. Do you take pleasure in stalking me? Could it be that Miss Ding Ling Er has fallen for me? TSK, Miss Ling Er is young Master Yun's exclusive property. I wouldn't dare to dream about it. Bah, watch your mouth. Ding Ling Er blushed and said angrily, I'll cut off your tongue if you continue spouting nonsense. How dare you pretend to be someone from the Four Extremes sect and sell fake news? Aren't you afraid that the people from the Four Extremes sect will hunt you down? Not to mention a mere Tier 3 alchemist like you, even a Tier 6 like Bailey Gongjin would not dare to use the name of the Four Extremes sect. Jia Rong spread his hands helplessly and said, is it that serious? It's all arranged by young Master Yun. Even if the sky falls, young Master Yun will be there to hold it up. He didn't know how powerful and terrifying the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce was, but he had a kind of blind worship for Li Yunxiao. As long as young Master Yun said it, it would definitely be true. Ding Ling Er smiled wryly and said, this Li Yunxiao. Should I say that he is courageous and insightful, or that he is young and ignorant? He actually dared to use the Four Extremes sect as a joke. That is someone with Emperor Wu's strength. They can't be compared to these small sects in the southern region. Jia Rong was shocked. To him, Emperor Wu was pretty much invincible. It was unimaginable. Heaven Yuan Merchant Association and the Four Extremities Chamber of Commerce were the 7 permanent boards of directors, so they were definitely clear about one another. He probed, there should be Emperor Wu experts in Heaven Yuan Merchant Association, right? Ding Ling Er smiled and didn't reply. She changed the topic, is young Master Yun so confident that he can beat Zhou Yushan? Based on what I know, Zhou Yushan has a special body type and is suitable to cultivate emotion-severing mountains techniques. As such, emotion-severing mountain sees him as an important descendant. He has also broken through to 5-element realm martial king, so it won't be easy to win. Her tone became more and more solemn as she stared at Jia Rong, not letting go of any of his gazes. Jia Rong was startled by her stare, as if his heart had been completely seen through by the other party, and he was immediately startled. He was a true grade 3 alchemist, so how could he be so easily defeated? He was shocked. This woman wasn't simple. Since Miss Ding Ling Er has a close relationship with young Master Yun, naturally, you should trust him. Jia Rong retracted his playful expression and said seriously, since I met young Master Yun, no matter how strong his opponent is, he has never lost. Not to mention Zhou Yushan, even if he is a martial ancestor or emperor, I will bet on him without hesitation. A confident expression appeared in his eyes as he said proudly, he has already won anything when he is determined to do it. Ding Ling Er's eyes shook. Her gaze on Jia Rong slowly became gentle and finally turned into a smile. Li Yunxiao was really amazing to be able to make his subordinates show such respect and confidence. She smiled lightly and said, I understand. Jia Rong's vision blurred, and he saw the beautiful figure disappear at the end of the alley. He frowned slightly and left with a worried expression. At a corner of the Imperial City Road, there were several circles of people squeezed together like a wet market. All of them were fighting over 2 booklets, and they were chattering incessantly. The stall had long been cleared out. The middle-aged man who set up the stall yelled, Stop squeezing, it's sold out, it's all sold out. Boss, aren't you being too unkind? We all rushed here as soon as we heard about it, but you didn't even let us see a single piece of paper. That's right. Why is it limited to 1,000 copies? Print more, I strongly request for another 1,000 copies. Hee hee, the middle-aged man stretched and said lazily, doing business is all about trust. I will only supply 1,000 copies of those 2 booklets, and I will not print more. Those who had already bought the booklets all heaved a sigh of relief. They were secretly glad that they managed to get their hands on them. It was worth it. But, the middle-aged man grinned and said, "Don't worry, we, the 4 Poles, will keep an eye on the latest information about Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan. At present, we have a lot of first-hand information. Tomorrow, there will be the latest analysis of the 2. It's also limited to 1,000 copies. Everyone can buy it in advance." What? There's the latest information? Those who had already bought the booklets were furious and scolded. If that's the case, what's the use of buying these outdated information? The middle-aged man hurriedly comforted the crowd, "Don't worry, everyone. In order to be fair, the latest information will not have the past experiences of the 2 people, so as to avoid repetition of the content and let everyone spend money that they shouldn't have." One of them frowned and said, "Boss, according to your book, Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan were childhood sweethearts, but because of the disparity in status, they were opposed by the Zhou family. Li Yunxiao provoked the Zhou family this time because he wanted to be friends. Did they end up together in the end?" "That's right, did they end up together or not? Your book is too tantalizing, isn't it? We've already spent so much money, but there's still no result." Many people began to complain. Those who didn't buy the booklets were all dumbfounded. One by one, they said in a daze, "Isn't this an analysis of the strength of the 2 people? How did it become gay?" One of them rolled his eyes and said, "To analyze the victory and defeat of the battle, we have to analyze the cause and effect of the battle. Other than the strength of the 2 people, we also have to take into account the love and hatred of the 2 people. Only then can we make the most accurate analysis. Although Zhou Yushan clearly has the upper hand, how do you know that he won't sacrifice himself for Li Yunxiao in the end?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Haha, this brother is right. Love always makes people dizzy. I haven't read the latest information. Everyone, please pay attention to the latest news about Zhou Yushan tomorrow. I want the official of Broken Love Mountain. At the same time, we will also give you a copy of Li Yunxiao's latest album, It's Not Easy to Say I Love You. Damn, we have to come early tomorrow to buy the ending. F***ck. The group of people cursed and were about to leave. "Wait, everyone." The middle-aged man cleaned up the stall and said with a smile, "Everyone, please wait a little longer. Later, my fellow disciples will come to sell some of the weapons and armors used by Li Yunxiao and Zhou Yushan, as well as their various clothes. I guarantee that they are all replicas. There are also real ones, but they are more expensive." The crowd was speechless. *******. In the hall of the Zhou family's mansion, a group of core members were discussing the competition. On the round table in the middle was a basic booklet. It was the latest information about the 4 extremes sect that had been distributed in the past few days. After reading it, the faces of the Zhou family members were all green with anger. Zhou Yongfan slammed the table and said angrily, "What kind of scoundrel is this? How dare they say that Yushan and that Li Yunxiao were gay and ruined the reputation of the Zhou family? They should be killed." An elder's eyes were also spitting fire. He said that I want the official of Broken Love Mountain actually said that Yushan became the plaything of the elders of Broken Love Mountain in order to obtain the cultivation method of Broken Love Mountain. What a dirty man. Zhou Chongfa also looked a little angry. He looked around and said, "What is certain is that this booklet was not distributed by the 4 Extremes sect. The 4 Extremes sect is the world's #1 intelligence agency. They have a high reputation and would never do such a ridiculous thing. It is probably done by a scoundrel who doesn't know his place. Yangbiao, go and investigate. If it is done by someone bored out of his mind, kill his whole family." Zhou Yangbiao nodded heavily. He did not need Zhou Chongfa's order. He had already ordered people to catch the culprit. Zhou Chongfa thought for a while and then said, "If someone did it on purpose, tell the 4 Extremes sect about it. Reputation is the most important thing for any merchant association. At that time, only the people from the 4 Extremes sect could deal with it. What I want to know the most is how far Yushan can go with the help of the 2 elders of the emotion-severing mountain." Everyone had an expectant look on their faces. One of the elders smiled and said, "Don't worry, Supreme Elder. With Yushan's cultivation base, killing that Li Yunxiao is a piece of cake. There's no doubt about it. Zhou Changfa glanced at him and snorted indifferently. Of course, winning is not a problem. What I want is a straightforward and majestic victory. Gain face for my Zhou clan, use that Li Yunxiao's blood to wash away our shame and restore our reputation. By the way, I heard that a lot of forces have opened a lot of bets. Zhou Yangbiao frowned and said, that's right, we basically bet on Yushan to win. However, I've checked and found that there are still quite a few forces who are secretly betting on Li Yunxiao to win. The most obvious ones are Yanwu City and the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Oh? Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Changfa was slightly stunned. Then, he said with a cold smile, the Heavenly Essence Commerce can't even take care of themselves, and they actually have the mood to get involved in this mess. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, so we don't need to pay attention to him and let him destroy himself. What about the Myriad Treasure Tower? It was rumored that the Myriad Treasure Tower was Yanwu City's backer. This was what Zhou Changfa was most worried about. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was just a merchant association, its strength was not beneath any of the continent's super forces. Myriad Treasure Tower seems to be very quiet and low-key in this matter, without any action. On the contrary, it's unusually quiet, making it hard to fathom. Zhou Yangbiao mused and said, ever since the Myriad Treasure Tower publicly cut off their relationship with Yanwu City the last time, they've been more low-profile all along. Perhaps it really doesn't have much to do with Yanwu City. Zhou Changfa snorted coldly and said, if there's really no relationship, why do you have to be so cautious? They were trying to cover it up. However, it's good that they don't admit it on the surface. In that case, we won't have to worry about Yanwu City anymore. This time, not only do we have to completely eradicate Yanwu City's existence, but we also have to let Yushan establish prestige among the Fire Crow Empire's junior generation, becoming a well-deserving leader figure. Zhou Yangbiao revealed a knowing smile and said leisurely, rest assured, Grand Elder. This time, it's heaven helping my Zhou family. Originally, Yushan was just SOSO among the 4 great family's disciples. I didn't expect that he was actually a fickle person and obtained Broken Love Mountain's inheritance. Among the next generation, probably only His Highness, Crown Prince Xianxia, can rival Yushan. Zhou Changfa nodded slightly and said, that's right. His Highness, Crown Prince, is indeed abnormally talented. Even I can't quite see through him either. Especially that Yu Jiolin, who has always been following by his side, his strength is hard to fathom. He mused for a moment, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he said, pass down the order. During this period of time, the Zhou family's people try to restrain their actions and are not allowed to cause trouble outside, so as to avoid complicating matters. On the day of the platform, we'll exterminate Li Yunxiao in one stroke to establish our might. Yes. Everyone echoed in unison, their morale rising. Each and every one of their eyes was filled with resentment, wishing to skin Li Yunxiao and drink water, only then would the hatred in their hearts be resolved. ******* In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, Xianxia held a booklet in her hands and read it with great interest. From time to time, she would smile knowingly. Yu Jiolin, who was beside her, frowned and said, Your Highness, this kind of book is simply ridiculous. If the people from Broken Love Mountain see it, I'm afraid that they'll cut the instigator into pieces. Xianxia smiled and put down the booklet in her hand. On the title page, there were a few big words, I want the official of Broken Love Mountain. It's not just ridiculous, it's simply a pornographic book, it's simply unsightly. Xianxia patted the booklet and said with a smile, but we'll also be happy to see our neighbor in trouble. Zhou Yushan has obtained Broken Love Mountain's inheritance, he will definitely be a threat to me in the future. It's also good to see him make a fool of himself. Oh, right. His eyes flickered and said, recently, there are many bets in the city, you can bet 5 million mid-grade primordial stones that Zhou Yushan will win. If you don't have enough primordial stones, you can pawn some Xian weapons. 5 million? Yu Jiolin was shocked, isn't that a huge amount? Although Zhou Yushan is an outstanding talent, Li Yunxiao isn't an ordinary person either. The battle between the two of them might not be so easy to determine. Xianxia smiled, Uncle Yu, you are an Emperor Realm expert, have you forgotten that one person can defeat 10 people? Since Zhou Yushan can accept Broken Love Mountain's inheritance, then he must have reached 5-element realm martial king. Moreover, in such an important competition, the Zhou family will definitely bring out all their trump cards. No matter what, Li Yunxiao is just a martial lord. Do you think he can skip a realm? Yu Jiulin frowned and said worriedly, of course he can't win in terms of strength, but that day at the Zhou family, the talisman he used to block Zhou Chengfa was a true grade 6 item. If he has a few more of such talismans, Zhou Yushan will definitely die. Xian Ryu's expression turned solemn and she nodded, Uncle Yu is right. Although each talisman is priceless and Li Yunxiao can't have many of them, it is better to leave some leeway. It's better to leave some leeway. Let's bet 3 million mid-grade primal stones. Yu Jiulin nodded his head and turned around to leave. However, the wrinkles on his brow didn't disappear. He felt that Li Yunxiao wasn't that simple, but apart from the talismans, he couldn't think of any other way to win. Maybe he was too sensitive, Yu Jiulin thought. On the day of the battle, everyone turned out. At the Golden Crow Arena, there were many people. They were as dense as ants, and when one looked out, it was a sea of people. The imperial guards of the imperial capital had all been mobilized. They were fully armed and guarded every entrance and passageway. Although there were as many people as ants, they were orderly and not chaotic. In the middle of the arena, a cold person sat there. His robe gave off a sharp and domineering aura that spread across the arena. The surrounding martial artists all felt that cold aura and felt really uncomfortable. Directly above the arena was a row of spectator seats, which were already fully occupied. They were all people with status in the empire. Ordinary people like some small noble families couldn't get a seat at this time and could only squeeze in the crowd. There were also many spies and spies from various factions. They were all closely packed below, watching the arena from afar. Most of the people came to watch the show. They might not even see such a battle in their lifetime. There were also many people who placed their bets. They were all focused and watching nervously. Many of them had bet everything they had, wanting to win in one go. Miss, aren't we being too hasty by placing such a heavy bet on Li Yunxiao? Within the crowd, Yu Rong looked at Zhou Yushan, who was on the stage, with a face full of nervousness. He said worriedly, this Zhou Yushan actually became a 5-star martial king in a short few months. Moreover, the aura he faintly exudes makes even me feel an indescribable fear. Li Yunxiao is only a martial lord. How can he win? No expression could be seen on Ding Linger's face. Her eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. She said indifferently, since we're here, let's take things as they come. Let's wait quietly. I believe he will give us a pleasant surprise. Yu Rong's face was full of disbelief. However, he had already come this far and could not turn back. He could only continue watching with a frown. Although Ding Linger said that on the surface, in reality, she had no confidence in her heart. Zhou Yushan's change was really too big. It made her secretly astonished. Originally, she was full of confidence in Li Yunxiao. Now, she was a little nervous. In the spectator seats, the people from various big families looked at Zhou Yushan's aura and their faces turned gloomy. The eyes of the experts of the younger generation slightly focused and their fighting spirit rose. Brother Chengfa, look at Yushan's restrained true energy. He has clearly comprehended the concept of the 5 elements to an extremely high level. Xian Pai looked at Zhou Yushan, who was sitting in the middle of the arena. He couldn't help but praise, stepping into the martial king realm so quickly and comprehending the concept of the 5 elements to such a level. Yushan is indeed the first person in the younger generation. Xian Ryu, who was sitting behind him, moved slightly. She did not comment on her granduncle's evaluation. She only snorted lightly with a trace of a sneer. Zhou Chengfa, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said indifferently, Lord Pai, you flatter me. If you want to talk about the first person in the younger generation, it is naturally His Highness Ryu who inherited the Heavenly Jewel Gate's 24 moonlit bridges. How can my Yushan be ranked? Xian Pai smiled faintly. At this point, the 2 old men sitting beside Zhou Chengfa furrowed their brows, a look of displeasure on their faces. One of the old men suddenly gave a humph and said, Elder Zhou's words, as if our emotion-severing mountain's heavenly book of forgotten love is no match for their heavenly jewel sect's 24 moonlit bridges? These two old men were Jiang Wuji and Jiang Wuwei, elders of the Emotion-Severing Mountain. They were ordered by the Emotion-Severing Mountain sect master to help Zhou Yushan cultivate the art of indifference. Both of them were people who cultivated in seclusion in the Broken Love Mountain all year round and were ignorant of the affairs of the world. Furthermore, the Love-Severing Mountain and the Heavenly Jewel sect had never been on good terms. Hearing Zhou Chengfa's humble words, both of them were unhappy, and they couldn't help but grumble. Zhou Cheng knew that he had misspoken, and hurriedly said with a bitter smile, "Elder Jiang has misunderstood, it's just that Yushan has just inherited the Book of Forgotten Emotion not long ago, and Prince Ryu is already a proud expert of the Heavenly Jewel sect. The difference between the former and the latter is several levels, so it's only natural that they can't compare. It's not because of their cultivation techniques." Broken Love Mountain's Forgotten Love Book was a really strong cultivation technique, but it had really strict requirements. One had to be emotionless and the lowest cultivation had to be a 5-element realm martial king. Zhou Yushan happened to have a fickle body, which was most suitable for cultivation. Therefore, he was highly valued by Broken Love Mountain and was nurtured as a core disciple. Because of this, Zhou Yangbiao did not hesitate to use the power of two elders to directly raise him to the martial king realm. Because of this, Zhou Yushan's status increased greatly. He was almost certain to become the heir of the Zhou clan. One had to know that the Heavenly Gathering sect, the Broken Passion Mountain and the Heavenly Jewel sect were existences that transcended the empire. To be able to rely on any one of them was enough to ensure that the family would not fall for 1,000 years. What's more, Zhou Yushan was a core disciple of the Broken Love Mountain. He was a direct disciple of the sect master. For this reason, two elders were specially sent to help him cultivate. There were also people from other aristocratic families present, especially the patriarchs of the other 3 aristocratic families. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After Zhou Yushan came out of seclusion, he was like a completely different person from before. The aura emanating from his body was something that even they could not grasp. If they were allowed to grow, it wouldn't be long before the Zhou clan would suppress everyone. Zhou Chengfa was secretly annoyed. He had accidentally offended the two elders of the Broken Emotion Mountain. Right now, Broken Love Mountain was his Zhou family's biggest backer, so he had to serve them carefully. Otherwise, with his strength of a peak 3-star martial monarch, there would be no need for him to be so courteous to these two elders. Haha, Brother Chengfa is right. Strength still depended on one's cultivation level. Although the strength of one's cultivation technique was also a factor, it was just the icing on the cake. If the difference in cultivation was too great, even if one had a heaven-defying divine art, it would be impossible for them to win. Miss Hongling, am I right? Xian Pai said with a smile. The position of the Broken Emotion Mountain was extraordinary. As the dean of the consecrated hall, he did not dare to neglect it. His gaze fell on a red-clothed woman beside the two elders. The woman's face was covered by a veil, but it could not hide her beautiful temperament. Hongling nodded and said, "Lord Pai is right." She didn't speak much and treasured her words like gold, but it made people who heard her feel indescribably comfortable. The faces of the other 3 patriarchs turned even uglier when they saw this woman. She was the daughter of the patriarch of the Broken Love Mountain. Recently, there was a rumor that if Zhou Yushan could cultivate the Book of Indifference to level 5, they would marry her to him. Now that she was standing next to the fighting stage, it seemed like the rumor was true. If the Zhou family and the Broken Love Mountain got married, the positions of the 3 patriarchs would be even more unstable. Only then did Jiang Wuji's expression turn slightly better. He said coldly, "Mr. Yushan is a fickle person, which makes him the most suitable to cultivate the art of indifference. In the future, it's highly possible that he will cultivate the art of indifference to the 9th tier. After all, the creator of the Book of Indifference was a martial emperor. According to the rumor, the strongest cultivator of the Heavenly Jewel sect's 24 moonlit bridges is only the peak of the martial ancestor realm in the Bahuang province. The two of them cannot be compared." Xian Ryu's facial expression changed. She couldn't help but snort and said, "If you want to become Emperor Wu, you have to be talented. If you don't have that kind of luck, no matter how heaven-defying your cultivation technique is, you can only look at it and feel powerless." Xian Pai's facial expression changed and he was about to scold Jiang Wuji. Jiang Wuji's eyes were like knives, they were staring at Xian Ryu. His eyes were flashing, it seemed like he was trying to see through Xian Ryu. Hong Ling's beautiful eyes also moved, constantly staring at Xian Ryu. Elder Jiang, Miss Hong Ling, Ryu is young and ignorant, please don't blame me, said Xian Pai. A trace of shock flashed in Jiang Wuji's eyes. He immediately withdrew his gaze and divine sense, and said seriously, I heard that the Fire Crow Prince Xian Ryu has the body of the bright moon. Not only does he cultivate the heavenly jewel sect's 24 moonlit bridges, but he also has the heavenly Jutian sect's void scripture. Seeing it today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Crown Prince Ryu is the #1 person among the Fire Crow Empire's younger generation. Xian Ryu was shocked. She felt a bit regretful. She hadn't thought that Jiang Wuji could see through her in one glance. She blamed herself for being too impatient. The Broken Love Mountain and the Heavenly Jewel sect weren't on good terms. Xian Ryu didn't know if this would bring trouble to herself. What shocked him even more was that although Hong Ling's eyes were gentle and affectionate, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't resist. How could this be? Hong Ling should be younger than me. What kind of gaze is that? How strong is her cultivation to be able to do that? Xian Ryu's heart sank. He had always thought of himself as the most powerful cultivator in the southern region, but now he knew that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. He wasn't even the most powerful cultivator in the empire of the Huowu. Just as he was feeling dejected, Yu Jiolin said, Your Highness, don't be shocked. Hong Ling is strange, but she may not be a match for your highness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to give herself to Zhou Yushan. When Xian Ryu heard this, she felt slightly relieved. But, her arrogance of being the #1 had disappeared. Xian Pai also glared at him reproachfully. He smiled and said, Elder Jiang is too kind. This kid is just lucky. Jiang Wuji gave him a meaningful look and said, Your Excellency Pai is too modest. What I said is the truth. Then, he closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Jiang Wuwei knew his brother's temperament and knew that he wasn't good at socializing with others. He quickly mediated, whether it is Ryu or Yushan, they are both overlords of our Fire Crow Empire in the future. It is the Fire Crow Empire's fortune. I wonder what kind of person the Lord of Yanwu City is. He's so untactful that he wants to die? When Zhou Chongfa heard this name, he couldn't stay calm. His eyes were spitting fire, and his face was ashen. Xian Pai was also startled. He didn't know how to explain. The two elders had been helping Zhou Yushan cultivate in the Zhou family. They didn't know anything about the outside world. He could only briefly explain what had happened. Hearing this, the two of them were dumbfounded. Hong Ling was also stunned. She had seen Li Yunxiao once in the Aqua Sky Nation. At that time, she had an impression of that young man's bravery. She didn't expect him to do something so shocking. It was unbelievable. Too much. Too much. Jiang Wuwei's anger filled his chest. He said, This kid deserves to die. Jiang Wuji sneered and said, He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know life from death. It's a good opportunity for Yushan to test his skills. It's a worthy death. Jiang Wuwei smiled and said, After today's battle, we can establish Yushan's prestige. Not only can we wash away the shame of the Zhou family, but we can also establish the prestige of our emotion-severing mountain. It's killing two birds with one stone. Xian Pai listened to the conversation between the two of them and did not comment. He sighed inwardly. The situation wasn't as simple as he imagined. This life and death duel, no matter who lived or died, would be a big trouble. In the end, the imperial family would have to come out and clean up the mess. The best situation would be for both sides to suffer. Both would be injured but not die. That was what he was happy to see. Hong Ling was in a daze. Her mind didn't seem to be on her. No one knew what she was thinking. It's almost noon. That Li Yunxiao isn't here yet. Did he escape? Mo Clan's patriarch, MOD, couldn't help but ask. His gaze fell on Zhou Yushan and Hong Ling with jealousy. Escape? Humph, do you think such a daring person will escape? Chung Feng was also unhappy and snorted coldly. Mod frowned and said, that's hard to say. Last time, he was very confident. This time, it's almost certain death. Even an ant cherishes its life. Moreover, he isn't a fool. Chung Feng flicked his sleeves and said coldly, this has nothing to do with being stupid. Since he dared to challenge me, he naturally dares to fight. Mod sneered and said, a moth flying into a flame isn't stupid? Even a pig would know how to avoid harm and seek benefits, and flee for its life. Chung Feng was about to speak when a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Lord Mod, where can we find a pig as smart as you? TSK, how dare you? Mod was shocked and hurriedly looked up. In the sky, he saw the mysterious thunder cloud roaring and stepping on lightning. With every step he took, a golden bolt of lightning would gather and crackle. It was very beautiful. Li Yunxiao was sitting on top of it, staring coldly at the scene below. He's here. Everyone's eyelids twitched and looked up in shock. On the majestic demonic beast, Li Yunxiao was glowing with health and vigor. His eyes shone like stars and he looked like an immortal. Little bastard, you've finally come to die. Zhou Changfa was furious and roared with fire in his eyes. Little bastard, I didn't expect you to dare to provoke my Zhou clan. Today, I will use your blood to wash away the shame of my Zhou clan. In the arena, Zhou Yushan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of malevolence as he stared at Li Yunxiao as if he had found his prey. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to swallow Li Yunxiao alive. Haha, you're all the same. I hope you can still be arrogant later. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and rubbed the head of the mysterious thunder cloud roar. The mystic thunder cloud shocks the heavens roared and stepped on lightning as he walked down the stage. His aura spread out and intimidated everyone. A demonic beast at the peak of martial ancestor realm. Zhou Changfa's expression changed drastically. He said angrily, little bastard, don't tell me you want this demonic beast to fight for you? Everyone was stunned. No wonder he dared to keep the appointment. It turned out that he had such a powerful trump card. No matter how strong Zhou Yushan was, he couldn't withstand a slap from a demonic beast at the peak of martial ancestor realm. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, especially those who bet on Zhou Yushan. They almost fainted. Haha, he's going to win. I knew he had some tricks up his sleeve. Looking at Wang Chen's smiling face, he seemed to be in a good mood. Two equally young men beside him glanced at him. Mo Ziqian, the top fighter of the Mo clan, said coldly, oh? Looks like brother Wang Chen bet quite a lot on Li Yunxiao. Although he bet on Zhou Yushan, he was willing to lose some money if he could embarrass the Zhou clan or cripple Zhou Yushan. An expression of schadenfreude appeared on his face. Wang Chen smiled. Not much. It's just 5 million mid-grade primordial stones. Mo Ziqian and the other disciple of the Qing family, Qing Xiaolan, were shocked. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones. If Wang Chen wasn't an alchemist, he wouldn't be able to take it out. In comparison, he bet all his money on Li Yunxiao. It looked like he had high hopes for Li Yunxiao. Haha, congratulations, brother Wang Chen. The odds are 1 to 3. TSK, Wang Chen has earned 10 million mid-grade primordial stones. I'm so jealous. Qing Xiaolan said sincerely with envy. Although he was the top fighter of the Qing clan's younger generation, there were many talented people in the Qing clan. Several of them were as strong as him. Therefore, the competition was fierce. They couldn't get as many resources as Mo Ziqian. Although Wang Chen wasn't the top fighter of the Wang clan, he was a third-stage alchemist. He was a seventh-stage emperor alchemist, Yang Di. He had a bright future. Originally, Zhou Yushan could be at the bottom. But now, Zhou Yushan's strength had jumped to the top. Thus, among the top young experts of the 4 great clans, he was the most miserable. Hee, brother Xiaolan, you didn't bet your primordial stones on Zhou Yushan, did you? Wang Chen was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Qing Xiaolan slightly shook her head and said, no. Although Zhou Yushan's strength is extraordinary, I don't know much about that Li Yunxiao, so I can't make a judgment. That's why I didn't participate in the bet. The smile on Wang Chen's face vanished, and he said in admiration, brother Xiaolan, you're really prudent. I admire you. He smiled faintly and said, I heard that someone managed to scrape together more than 2 million primal stones to bet on Zhou Yushan. Looks like they lost everything. Mo Ziqian felt like his tail had been stepped on. He jumped up in excitement. That was all he had. He did not know what to do with his future cultivation. He angrily snorted, 2 million is nothing to me. I am happy to spend it. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince also bet more than 3 million, but he didn't seem to be moved. The three of them squinted at Xianxia and saw that he was very calm. He was just staring at the mystic thunder cloud roar with a strange light in his eyes. He murmured softly, a thunder monster, a rank 5 thunder monster. Uncle Yu, isn't this what you have been looking for? A figure gradually appeared behind Xianxia. It was Yu Jiulin in a black robe. His eyes were shining with excitement. How could he do this? How could he find a demonic beast to help him? The crowd under the arena burst into an uproar. After all, most people had bet on Zhou Yushan. They were so excited and indignant that they wished they could rush into the arena and fight in person. However, there were also many people who had bet on Li Yunxiao. They all cheered loudly. They shouted in unison, we must win. Victory! For a moment, their cheers were so loud that they almost started a fight with those who had bet on Zhou Yushan. Ding Ling squinted her eyes and said with a smile, I knew this guy would not do something he was not confident about. Zhou Yushan must be dumbfounded now. Let's see how he will be killed by the demonic beast with one slap. Yu Rong's mouth was wide open, but he was speechless. This guy always did unexpected things. Shut up, all of you. Be quiet. Xianpai stood up and shouted in a low and cold voice. Rings of sound waves spread out, causing the space to distort and shoot out in all directions. Everyone's expression changed. The huge pressure made them feel suffocated, and they couldn't say a word. The entire arena quieted down. Xianpai looked at Li Yunxiao and said with a frown, Young Master Yun, this is a battle of life and death. Isn't it unreasonable for you to bring a demonic beast into the arena? If this demonic beast joined the fight, there would be no need to fight at all. It was a demonic beast at the peak of martial ancestor realm, and it seemed to be a thunder monster. Even a one-star martial monarch might not be able to defeat it. That's right. Take this beast away. Those who had bet on Zhou Yushan shouted. Wang Chen couldn't help but stand up and yell, demonic beasts are beast tamers' weapons. If Li Yunxiao is a beast tamer, he can bring a demonic beast into battle. He had bet 3 million mid-grade primordial stones, so how could he give in? Swoosh! The Zhou clan's members released a murderous aura, and their sharp, murderous gazes fell on him. The pressure from dozens of martial ancestor realm martial artists landed on him at the same time, making him tremble in fear. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. That's right. He's a beast tamer, and he's not allowed to bring a demonic beast. How can he fight? Sounds of protest rang out from below the stage, all of them supporting Li Yunxiao. Xianpai was speechless. It was natural for a beast tamer to bring a demonic beast into battle. The Zhou clan's members were dumbfounded. The Jiang brothers' mouths were wide open, and their faces were lifeless. Zhou Yushan, who had been arrogant in the center of the arena, couldn't hold it in anymore. He said angrily, Scoundrel, if you're afraid of death, get lost. What kind of ability is it to bring a demonic beast? Afraid of death? Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he squinted his eyes. Roar. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar roared at Zhou Yushan unexpectedly. Under the vibration of the roar, there were flashes of lightning, and the entire space shook. The blue stone floor of the arena cracked open inch by inch, shattering into pieces of rock that flew out. Bang! Zhou Yushan was shocked, and a huge impact hit him in the face. He couldn't stand steadily, and he was almost sent flying. A fear of death welled up from the bottom of his heart, and his body turned cold. Zhou Yushan was shocked. His face turned pale, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he said anxiously, What kind of ability is this? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. This time, he was completely flustered. He was originally full of confidence, but he was instantly shattered by his opponent's aura. A peak martial ancestor realm demonic beast, and from the looks of it, it could control lightning. Even a one-star martial emperor wouldn't dare to say he could win. If he went up, he wouldn't even be a dish to go with wine. One-on-one? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and mocked, "This is the life and death arena, not a place to be a hero. Aren't you not afraid of death? I am a beast tamer, and it is natural for me to bring a demonic beast here. If you are unhappy, then go and get one. Stop wasting time, come up and accept your death." Roar. That mystic thundercloud shocking roar was very cooperative. It roared out once again, and the sound waves spread out, shaking the entire space. There was also the crackling power of lightning that spread out in the air. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning, and it was abnormally terrifying. The expressions of the Zhou family people changed greatly, and their hearts went cold. A weird expression flashed across Hong Ling's eyes. She lightly smiled and said, "What a cute demonic beast. A peak 5-element realm existence. I really don't know how he tamed it. Is he really a beast tamer? Even if he is, with his strength of a mere 4-star martial lord, how can he tame a peak martial ancestor realm demonic beast?" When Zhou Changfa heard that, his heart moved, and he suddenly shouted, "Brat, don't even think about playing tricks. What proof do you have to prove that you are a beast tamer? You are clearly forcefully using pellets to bewitch the demonic beast's nature, and then bringing it up to the stage to cause trouble. You want to take advantage of the situation and ask for a chance to live. That's right, that must be the case." Jiang Wuji looked at the clear eyes of the mystic thundercloud shocking roar, and said, "Nonsense, your demonic beast's eyes are blurry and listless. It is obvious that your nature was bewitched, and you were temporarily controlled by the pellet. If you want to live, you don't need to use such low-level methods. You only need to kneel down and kowtow, and then let Yushan break all the meridians in your body, destroy your dantian, and cut off your limbs. Then, I can let you live." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He said loudly, "You can even talk nonsense in front of everyone in Xiangyang City? Then how can I prove that I am a beast tamer?" Jiang Wuji coldly smiled and said, "A beast tamer naturally has to be one with the demonic beast. The demonic beast is his weapon, and also his partner. Whatever he says, it will definitely obey." He laughed coldly in his heart. To be able to tame a demonic beast to the point where it will obey as you say, that was the highest realm of a beast tamer. Not to mention the fact that it was extremely difficult to achieve. Normally, one could only completely tame a demonic beast if it was carefully trained from a young age, or if it was a demonic beast that was much lower in rank than the beast tamer. This peak martial ancestor was obviously not one of the two. Zhou Changfa also hurriedly said, "That's right. Unless this demonic beast listens to you and obeys you, it will be considered cheating. Humph, when the time comes, don't blame me for being impolite." His face revealed a ferocious expression, and his eyes stared at the mystic thundercloud shocking roar. No one knew what he was thinking. "We have all experienced your Zhou clan's faithlessness. Now that you know you will lose, you are purposely making things difficult for me." Li Yunxiao revealed a mocking expression, and said loudly, "Fine, I will make you lose wholeheartedly." He jumped down from the mystic thundercloud shocking roar's back, patted its forehead, and said, "Come, turn in circles." The mystic thundercloud shocking roar's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then it became full of resentment. It growled a few times to express its extreme dissatisfaction, and then it began to slowly turn in circles. Everyone was shocked. A demonic beast at the peak of the martial ancestor realm was actually walking around like a large wolf dog. The only difference was that this demonic beast's demeanor was very lazy, as if it was taking a stroll. Moreover, its eyes revealed dissatisfaction from time to time. Gulp. Jiang Wuji swallowed hard, and felt that his throat was slightly dry. Poochie. Hong Ling couldn't help but laugh when she saw how human-like the mystic lightning cloud shocking roar was. She clapped her hands and said, "Wow, what a cute beast. What's its name?" The Zhou clan was furious. As Zhou Yushan's future wife, her husband was in great danger and she was still making sarcastic remarks. However, she was the daughter of the Broken Love Mountain sect leader and they didn't dare to scold her. They glared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao followed the voice and saw a girl in red with a veil covering her face. Her eyes were smiling and she had an indescribable temperament. His eyes focused on Hong Ling's arm. It was the slender hand that had gently stopped him in the Aqua Sky Nation. Its name is a good dog doesn't block the road, Li Yunxiao said softly. A good dog doesn't block the road? Hong Ling thought for a while and said, what a strange name. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. It seemed like she was a very innocent girl. He felt that he was being a little stingy. He then said, today, I'll give it a new name. I'll call it Mountain Swallowing Jade. Hong Ling understood and said angrily, it's not certain who will win yet. Zhou Chongfa was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Not your sister. It was a demonic beast at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Even if Yushan was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be enough to go with the wine. Yet, you dared to tease it for so long. Li Yunxiao looked at the ashen-faced crowd and chuckled, what? Are you trying to make things difficult for me again? Do you think it's not enough? Alright, I'll satisfy everyone. Let's do something more difficult. A red light flashed in his hand and the Tiger Fang sword flew out. It turned into a ray of light and flew towards the sky. Split the mountain and swallow the jade, hurry up. Li Yunxiao kicked the mystic thunder cloud roar. The heavenly thunder cloud roar glared at him angrily. It then roared and chased after the sword with lightning flashing around its body. After a few seconds, the Tiger Fang sword was in its mouth and it obediently handed it to Li Yunxiao. Everyone fainted. Is this still a demonic beast? What was the difference between it and a puppy? Come, Mountain Splitter and Swallow Jade, jump a few fire circles for everyone to see. With a tap of Li Yunxiao's finger, a few huge rings of fire lit up on the stage, lining up one after another. The mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar began to jump around in it, looking very happy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme resentment and sharpness, as if he wanted to bite someone. Do you still want to perform? Can this prove that I'm a beast tamer? Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's dumbfounded gazes and coldly snorted. He extinguished all the flames and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. He said coldly, the game is over. It's time to kill. Zhou Yushan was startled. His body trembled as he retreated backward. What a joke. If he were to fight against a peak martial ancestor realm demonic beast, his balls would be crushed. The members of the Zhou clan were all drenched in cold sweat. They had nothing to say, and no excuse to make, but they couldn't just watch Zhou Yushan throw his life away. Their faces were pale with anxiety. Cough cough, young Master Yun, please wait a moment and listen to me. Xianxia had no choice but to stand up and speak. He said awkwardly, the arena competition is just to prove yourself. If young Master Yun uses this demonic beast, wouldn't it be completely meaningless? Why don't you two youngsters put aside the demonic beast and have a proper spar instead of a battle of life and death? How about that? A battle of life and death? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with mockery. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Right now, I will definitely win, and you're telling me to stop? The battle of life and death cannot be changed. Otherwise, what's the point of this Golden Crow arena? I can put this demonic beast away. I spent a lot of money to rent it. If you compensate me with 50 to 60 million mid-grade primal stones, I can consider putting it away. 50 to 60 million mid-grade primal stones. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. He thought to himself, brat, you're really ruthless. You just extorted 55 million mid-grade primal stones from the Zhou clan, and now you want 5 to 6,000? Do you think primal stones are normal stones? I'm angry. Didn't you say you were a beast tamer? Why are you saying you rented it? Now. 50 to 60 million mid-grade primal stones. Do you really think my Zhou clan is a stone extraction machine? You're making a fortune. Zhou Yangbiao couldn't take it anymore. He was so angry that his teeth chattered. He suddenly stood up and roared, you want to extort my Zhou clan? Dream on. A man of the Zhou clan is a hero in life and a hero in death. Yushan, today, you will fight with this brat. Even if you die, you will die with honor. Don't bring shame to my Zhou clan. Whoosh. Zhou Yushan's face instantly turned pale. His eyes revealed a deep fear. Die? For the first time, this word, which was unfamiliar to him, came to his mind. Usually, he was the one who gave death to others. Since when did it become someone else asking him to die? No, don't. Grandpa, I don't want to die. I am the most talented disciple of the Zhou clan. In the future, the Zhou clan will flourish in my hands. How can I be eaten by a feathered beast like this? Grandpa, you have to save me. Isn't it just 50 to 60 million? Do you think this little bit of primal stones is not worth it in your eyes? Zhou Yushan was about to collapse. He no longer cared about his image and roared. You really piss me off. Zhou Yongbiao was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He slumped down on his butt. Everyone around looked at them with disdain. Especially the other 3 clan leaders, they were laughing in their hearts. The more humiliated the Zhou clan was, the more they liked it. Stop struggling. Your grandpa has already abandoned you. Later, my puppy will slowly eat you up and turn you into feces in its stomach. Then, it will poop out for you to see. This process is very fast. Don't be afraid. Li Yunxiao's face was ferocious. He sat on the back of the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar and walked toward Zhou Yushan step by step. Jiang Wuji couldn't stay calm either. He said in a low voice, Zhou Chongfa, you really don't want to save Yushan? You should know that Yushan is the sect leader's successor. In the future, not only will he take over the Zhou clan, but he will also take over the Broken Passion Mountain. If something happens to him, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Zhou Chongfa sighed bitterly and said, all right, we will pay 50 million medial grade origin stones. Suddenly, he seemed to have aged several decades. The light on his body instantly vanished. He looked like an old man. It was hard to believe that he was once a hero and the leader of a noble clan. Originally, he wanted to establish his might with this battle. However, before he even started, he had already embarrassed himself. Even if he won the competition in the end, he would not be able to raise his head again. It is 60 million. Li Yunxiao corrected. Give it in cash. You can't use anything as collateral. The Zhou clan members were so angry that their teeth itched. They wished they could rush up and bite him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan heaved a sigh of relief. He was already covered in sweat, and his limbs were cold. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's sharp gaze never left Zhou Yushan. He felt like he could die from this palm strike at any moment. This feeling of hanging on the line between life and death caused him to feel fear. The resentment in his eyes became denser and denser. Originally, he thought that today would be the day he would show off his abilities and establish the demeanor of the leader of the Fire Crow Empire's young generation. Who knew that before the competition even started, he would lose so much face? Just now, his cowardly appearance was seen by the entire city. At that moment, he wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. Very soon, the Zhou clan gathered the origin stones and fiercely threw them at Li Yunxiao. Only then did Li Yunxiao put them away with a smile. He had the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar lie below the stage by itself. Instantly, the surrounding people scattered, creating a large empty space. His actions immediately caused quite a few people to be displeased. They all protested and shouted that there was something shady going on. Even Ding Linger and Wang Chen were stupefied. He gave up on a sure-win situation just like that. Although 60 million mid-grade origin stones was indeed shocking, did he still have some trump card to ensure victory? Brother Wang Meng, what do you think of this child? He only has the cultivation of a 4-star martial lord, yet he is so confident. What makes him think he can defeat Zhou Yushan? The head of the Mo clan, MOD, frowned. He was puzzled. Although he was happy to see the Zhou clan suffer, Li Yunxiao also offended him just now, so he didn't like it. Wang Meng shook his head with a bitter smile and said, the Wang clan only has an agreement with this person. We don't know much about him. I am also very puzzled. Originally, with that monstrous beast, it was a sure-win situation. Could it be that he has other trump cards? Other trump cards? You should know that one person can defeat 10 people with great strength. MOD shook his head disapprovingly. Obviously, he didn't think Li Yunxiao would win. Mo Zichen sneered mockingly and said, Brother Wang Chen, the origin stones in your hand have flown away. It seems that this Li Yunxiao is still an arrogant person. For 60 million origin stones, he is willing to give up his life. Wang Chen was silent and focused on the stage. He also couldn't understand why Li Yunxiao would give up on the monstrous beast. Although 60 million origin stones was indeed heaven-defying, it wasn't worth gambling with one's life. Seeing that Wang Chen ignored him, Mo Ziqian felt that he had made a fool of himself. He snorted coldly and said no more. Zhou Yangbiao stared at the stage with a livid face. He gnashed his teeth and said, Yushan, if you don't tear this person into pieces and scatter his ashes today, I will expel you from the clan on the spot. Zhou Yushan looked fierce and said proudly, Don't worry, Grandpa. I will use this person's blood to wash away the shame of the Zhou clan. I will let the world know that the reverse scale of the Zhou clan is taboo. Anyone who touches it will die. His expression was ferocious, and a cold murderous aura spread out. His fiancée was still watching the battle from the spectator seats. There were many obstacles to this marriage, and now he had lost face. He didn't know if it would affect the marriage. He couldn't hold back his saliva. Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise and said, You were scared out of your wits just now. How come you're so arrogant now? Hey, don't stare at me. It's normal for a young man to be afraid of death. How dare you insult me with words? Die. Zhou Yushan roared. He turned into a cannonball and rushed forward. He was so angry that he headbutted the stage. Although he didn't have a method, his momentum was unparalleled. A huge impact spread out in all directions, and it was all squeezed by his charge. As a 3-star martial king, he was one realm higher than Li Yunxiao. No matter how skillful his opponent was, it was impossible for him to block his attack. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Verbal insult? Who was so afraid of death that he wanted to cry just now? He flipped his upper body backward and his entire body fell back at an unbelievable angle, almost touching the ground as he retreated. He pointed 2 fingers on the ground and immediately kicked Zhou Yushan's lower abdomen. What a soft and nimble body, but it doesn't lack strength. Has he cultivated physical skills? Hong Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Physical skills? The spectators were all experts, and their pupils shrank. Bang! Zhou Yushan, who had taken the initiative to attack, was now on the defensive. He clenched his fists and placed them above his dantian. When Li Yunxiao kicked him, he felt a huge force pass through him. His arms actually felt slightly numb. His body was kicked high up into the sky. He used the force to soar, and his hands formed into blades in front of his chest. His entire body fell like a meteorite, and he locked onto Li Yunxiao and slashed. The life of an ant, what's the use of struggling? Quickly come and accept your death, Earth Axe. 2 blade lights slashed down, forming a small cross in the air, and rapidly enlarged, locking onto Li Yunxiao's entire body. The air was cut with a sizzling sound, and it actually formed a small tornado, following the slash. Zhou Chongfa's eyes lit up, and he slightly perked up. He praised, Is this the martial arts technique recorded in the Book of Unruffled? It truly lives up to its reputation. Jiang Wuji smiled and said, The Book of Unruffled is the strongest treasure of our Broken Love Mountain. It records dozens of different martial arts techniques, and every one of them can shake the world. Li Yunxiao raised one hand, and the Tiger Fang sword whizzed up. A sword ray pierced straight at the intersection of the slashes, which was the center of the tornado. MOD stared and shouted, What? This kid is really seeking death. The intersection of the 2 slashes is the place with the strongest power, and with the convergence of the tornado's power, it's invincible. Is he stupid? The Jiang brothers' pupils shrank, and their faces revealed a look of shock. Hong Ling was also extremely shocked and said in surprise, The Earth Axe gathers the power of the earth and transforms it into a chop. Its power is unparalleled. However, there was life in the midst of death, and the strongest point was where the life was. The place where the tornadoes converged was the only way to break this move. How did he see it? Could it be that he has also read the Book of Indifference? The surrounding people were originally feeling doubtful. Their expressions immediately changed upon hearing Hong Ling's words. Xian Ryu clenched her fists tightly, emitting crackling sounds. Her eyes were burning with the desire to fight. Xiao! An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone to feel their teeth ache. Li Yunxiao's sword ray pierced into the tornado and suddenly turned into a lotus that bloomed. It was incomparably weak in the violent wind, but it still stood tall and straight, unmoving in the face of the wind. The lotus flower turned into rays of green light and bloomed, completely blocking the power of the slash. Then, Xianxia's sword trembled and turned into motes of green light. Like a sky full of stars, the motes of green light scattered into the sky, covering Zhou Yushan's body. What? Not only did he neutralize an attack that couldn't be dodged, but he was also able to turn defense into offense. This kid's comprehension of martial techniques has already reached an unimaginable level, Wang Meng said in shock. Even he couldn't do that. Zhou Yushan was even more shocked. The green sword energy wasn't very strong, and his true energy dissipated in an instant. Now, try this move. Imperial Fist Sage Blast. A huge golden shadow of a fist condensed in front of him. With a loud roar, the shadow of the fist actually covered a small half of the arena. There was no place to hide. Brute force can defeat 10, Jiang Wuji said, laughing. Clumsy moves like this are the most useful right now. Let's see how this kid dies. I'm afraid he'll be blasted into a meat patty. Jiang Wuji laughed without restraint. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he clasped his hands in front of him. Immovable King's Fist. Invincible Tyrant Body. His arm suddenly swelled up. Not only his muscles, but even his bones seemed to have expanded in an instant. His aura had completely changed. This is... Xianxia's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, a body skill. This kid really does practice body skills. Boom. Zhou Yushan's Imperial Fist Sage Blast landed, and a blinding light shot out in all directions, making it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open. The arena exploded, and a large amount of rubble was smashed into the air, and then shot out in all directions. Trying to use body skills to defend against an attack that's a whole level higher? That's too much of a fantasy. Is this kid dead yet? Jiang Wuji opened his eyes, and his pupils dilated. Amidst the smoke, he saw a figure standing proudly. Xianxia's shirt had been completely destroyed, and his bronze skin was exposed. Not a speck of dust could be seen, and under the sunlight, it looked even more vivid. Ah! Jiang Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed dramatically. Even if it was a demonic beast of the same level, it wouldn't be able to come out unscathed, to be able to withstand the Emperor Fist Sage's attack with just the strength of his physical body. Who is this kid? I know a lot about body skills, but I've never seen one as insane as this. Yeah, is he even human? No wonder he's so fearless. With such a powerful body, he's invincible. Zhou Yushan is in danger. This is too shocking. I always thought body skills had no future, but now it seems like they're even more powerful than martial skills. All sorts of shocked discussions instantly spread. The faces of the Zhou clan members became even more unsightly. They were so gloomy that it seemed as if they were about to drip water. The Jiang brothers were also shocked. This was the first time they've seen something like this. Hong Ling's eyes flickered, and she softly said, I heard that the continent's #1 fighter, Emperor Wu Ao Chongkong, also practices body skills. I didn't believe it was this powerful, but now I'm convinced. Xianxia's expression was also very serious. What Li Yunxiao had shown, whether it was the Azure Phoenix warship, the Mystic Thunder Cloud Roar, or this heaven-defying body skill, was not something an ordinary force could produce. How could the Zhou clan not think of this? On the arena, Zhou Yushan's eyeballs were about to fall out. He was a 3-star Martial King's Imperial Fist Sacred Blast. Even a 5-star Martial Monarch would not dare to take it lightly. Yet, his opponent did not dodge or block it. Could it be that he has an immortal body? How could he fight like this? The surrounding people were also stunned. Soon, those who bet on Li Yunxiao's victory all cheered loudly and shouted, Victory, victory, victory! The sound waves were getting louder and louder. Mo Ziqian's expression also became extremely ugly. He also felt that Zhou Yushan's situation was extremely bad. Wang Chen smiled and said, I knew this kid would never do something he's not sure of. Bang! Li Yunxiao bent his body and stomped on the ground. The ground directly exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. He directly pressed his face against Zhou Yushan's body with a sneer. Ah! Zhou Yushan was shocked. He felt that Li Yunxia's face was almost touching his own. He was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back. Devil's wind kick. Li Yunxia's body suddenly leaned back. His right foot shot out a fiery red light and instantly kicked towards Zhou Yushan's crotch. Fast, fierce, and accurate. Ah! Zhou Yushan was scared out of his wits. All the blood capillaries on his body instantly opened. At this most critical moment, his reaction and ability were displayed to the extreme. He blocked with both fists. Bang! A huge force came from his fists, and his whole body was directly shaken into the air. No one knew how many bones in his hand were broken. Flames instantly ignited under his crotch, but they were quickly extinguished by him. Although it was not very elegant to burn a hole, at least it was not a big problem. Phew! The Zhou clan was all drenched in cold sweat. They all breathed a sigh of relief. However, a sigh came from beside them. Leng Hongling said with some regret, "Alas, what a pity. Zhou Chongfa, haha, what was the name of that move just now? You must learn it from your master. So cool. Could it be the legendary flaming bird? Pfft. Can't you be more civilized? That was the kicking. Bird. Haha, what bird? It is clearly a small bird." Laughter came from all around the field. Many girls even shyly covered their mouths and chuckled. There were even some busybodies who started whistling, and sounds of ridicule could be heard from all directions. Even Xianxia and Ryu, who had been staring at them, showed a knowing smile. Today's battle, no matter who won or lost, Zhou Yushan had completely lost face. He secretly glanced at Lin Hongling and saw that her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without any fluctuation of emotion. Die, die, I want you to die. Zhou Yushan was completely mad. This was supposed to be a battle for him to make a name for himself, but it turned out to be like this. He had lost all his face. He roared and was about to rush down. However, he saw a shadow flash, and a huge force slammed toward his face. Slap. Li Yunxia's speed was too fast. While Zhou Yushan was feeling humiliated and angry, his brain short-circuited, a slap landed on his face. The sound reverberated through the sky. Zhou Yushan only felt that one side of his face was numb from the pain. His whole body flew through the air and landed heavily on the arena, smashing into the ground. You want me to die? There are countless people who want to kill me, but there is no one in the entire southern region who can kill me. What an arrogant tone. Li Yunxiao stood there proudly like a blazing sun. Light and shadow all became a part of his scenery, condensed into his figure that moved with the wind. In contrast, Zhou Yushan was lying on the ground in the distance like a dead pig. Xianxia and Ryu's pupils suddenly shrank. Blue veins popped on his fists, and his eyes were filled with the desire to fight. He could clearly feel that he was the biggest opponent below the number one newcomer in the southern region. Leng Hongling's calm eyes gradually began to ripple, and a faint blue color appeared. Zhou Yangbiao's face was about to turn into a pig's liver. He turned his head and said, "Granduncle, what should we do now?" Zhou Chongfa's eyes were dull, and he seemed to have no good idea. Leng Hongling said indifferently, "Don't worry. If Li Yunxiao only had physical skills, Zhou Yushan wouldn't have lost." Her temperament seemed to have undergone a great change. From a lively and adorable young lady, she had become ice-cold. Even Zhou Chongfa felt a chill. He could not help but frown and ask, "Miss Hongling, why do you say that?" Xian and Pai also found it strange and said, "Li Yunxiao's physical skills are heaven-defying. Even the power of a martial king can't shake him at all. Furthermore, he is extremely fast. Yushan seems to be at a complete disadvantage." Although they only suffered some superficial injuries, they were beaten to the point where their morale was completely gone and their martial intent was scattered. Zhou Chongfa was unhappy to hear that. However, it was the truth and he could not refute it. He could only stare at the arena with a livid face. Leng Hongling stared coldly at Li Yunxiao in the arena and did not say anything. Being snubbed, Xian and Pai could only smile bitterly without saying a word. With his status, there were very few people who dared to ignore him, but Leng Hongling was one of them. In the arena, Zhou Yushan's body lay on the ground and trembled violently. It was not that his injuries were too serious. On the contrary, he was almost uninjured. Instead, he was so ashamed that he could not raise his head. He wanted to split the ground and escape through the cracks. First, he was frightened by the martial ancestor realm demonic beast and cried for help. Then, he attacked with all his strength and the other party did not dodge. Then, he was burned. Now, he was sent flying with a slap and was lying on the ground like a dead pig. No matter which one it was not something that the noble and proud Zhou Chengfa could accept. The mockery from all around seemed to drag him into a hell of shame and anger. He wanted to smash his head on the ground and die. Li Yinzhao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked coldly at Zhou Yushan, who was lying on the ground in the distance. He noticed that Zhou Yushan's aura seemed to have changed slightly. At least, his body was slowly calming down and no longer trembling. This is... The experts in the spectator stands also felt the difference in Zhou Yushan's aura and were all shocked. Jiang Wuji's eyes were filled with surprise and he said, "The 5th level of the Book of Indifference, Supreme Indifference." Leng Hongling's eyes were also shining with a complicated look. What? This is the 5th level of the Book of Indifference? Zhou Chengfa immediately perked up and his eyes were filled with surprise. One must know that the condition of marrying Leng Hongling was that Zhou Yushan had to cultivate to the 5th level of the Book of Indifference. This was a threshold that some people could never enter. Once he entered, with Zhou Yushan's physique, he would definitely achieve great success in the future. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter the realm of supreme oblivion so quickly. Zhou Yushan's voice was bone-chilling, as if he had just walked out of a 1,000-year-old ice house. He slowly crawled up from the ground and slowly raised his head. His eyes were empty, without the slightest human emotion. TSK. This? Zhou Chengfa was shocked by the empty and lifeless gaze. He felt his heart palpitate slightly. Oh? It turned out that he had cultivated a cultivation technique that extinguished the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although it is somewhat inhumane, it is indeed an amazing technique. Li Yinzhao faintly smiled and said, "But how could the person who created this technique know that the sage is oblivious to emotions? The most inferior thing is love. Love belongs to us." In the stands, Leng Hongling's pupils suddenly shrank. Her calm face suddenly changed color, and her whole body seemed to pass through. Li Yinzhao's words were like the bell of the twilight drum, exploding in her ears one by one. There seemed to be many lights flashing in her consciousness, but she couldn't catch them. This made her extremely anxious and she sank into deep thought. Not only Leng Hongling, but Luo Yunsheng, who was cultivating in the Universe God Monument, also opened her eyes. Her eyes shone brightly and she mumbled to herself, "The sage is oblivious to emotions? The most inferior thing is love. Love belongs to us." Qin Rushue said in surprise, "Teacher Luo, what did you say?" Luo Yunsheng smiled bitterly and shook her head slightly. In the rotation of life formation, Meng Wu's eyelashes trembled and 2 clear tears flowed down. In the arena, Zhou Yushan's body trembled as if he had lost control of his mind. Ripples flashed in his eyes, but they quickly returned to their empty look. He said coldly, "Don't even think about spouting nonsense to disturb my mind. Supreme Oblivion is the most heartless. This is the ultimate martial skill that Emperor Wu Oblivion created back then. How can an ant like you understand its profoundness? Your martial skill is too strange. My Supreme Oblivion might not be able to kill you." Zhou Yushan raised his hands to the sky. All of a sudden, thousands of lights gathered from all directions and gradually formed a sword-shaped profound weapon in his palms. Under the moonlight, it was like the cold ice of the sunset, shining coldly. This is, on the spectator stand, Xian Pai's pupils constricted. This sword gave him an unusually familiar feeling as he cried out involuntarily in shock, "Elder Jiang, this profound weapon, could it be?" Xian Pai looked at Jiang Wuji, who had a complacent face, and said in disbelief, "Elder Jiang, could it be that sect master emotion severing?" "That's right." Jiang Wuji stroked his beard and said proudly, "This is the weapon that sect master always carried with him, a level 6 profound weapon. Wu Luring Frost." "What? Wu Luring Frost?" The experts on the spectators' seats were all shocked. They looked down in shock and disbelief. Zhou Chengfa was overjoyed, he was extremely excited. Wu Luring Frost was very famous in the Huowu Empire. It was the weapon of Xianxia, the patriarch of the Broken Love Mountain. Wherever the sword was, he was. That weapon had been hidden for more than 20 years and had never been seen again. Some people said that it was because Xianxia had become a Zun of the Bahuang province and that he didn't have enough Wu-luring frost anymore. Some people said that it was because nobody in the Huowu Empire, or even the entire southern region, was worth his Wu-luring frost. There were all kinds of guesses, but one thing was for sure. Xianxia had gone into seclusion and sealed it away. They had never thought that it would appear again in Zhou Yushan's hands. Everybody glanced at Hong Ling. They didn't understand why Xianxia didn't give such an important weapon to his daughter. Xianpai and the leaders of the 3 clans understood that Xianxia was planning to make Zhou Yushan his son-in-law. Haha, congratulations, elder long hair, brother Yangbiao. A hint of jealousy flashed through Mod's eyes. He then smiled and said, with such a divine artifact, even if Yushan is not invincible among the younger generation, he will at least be undefeatable. Zhou Yangbiao was overjoyed and said, I can't believe that Patriarch Ling values Yushan so much. It's a blessing for the Zhou clan. Jiang Wuji said proudly, it's rare to find someone with a heartless body. Patriarch Ling is training Yushan to be his successor. This Wuhuk frost brilliance could cut through a single strand of hair. It was an existence of the highest quality amongst the 6-tiered profound armaments. Even if it was a profound armament of the same grade, it could be cut in half with one slash. Let's see if this kid's body skill can withstand the sharpness of this weapon. Haha, Elder Jiang, you must be joking. Mod stroked his beard and said smilingly, even a mortal body will be turned into a puddle of blood and flesh by such a divine weapon. The outcome of this battle has been decided. Haha, that's right. The Zhou clan was overjoyed and had a better impression of Mod. Xianpai was also calm. As long as Zhou Yushan could marry Ling Hongling, the Zhou clan would be the leader of the 4 clans in the next few hundred years. The sage is nameless, the supreme forgets emotion. Cold Moon Hook, unmoved slash. After Zhou Yushan held the Wu Hook treasured sword in his hand, his entire temperament suddenly changed. As the sword flashed, it was like the reflection of a cold crescent moon, chilling one's heart to the bone. The sword gleam in his hand turned into moonlight, piercing through the sky and sprinkling down. Everyone was shocked. It was as if the entire space was under the moonlight and could be crushed into pieces at any time. Xian Ryu's eyes lit up and she murmured, Art of Forgetting Emotion, Wu-luring Sword. Tiger Fong Sword, Green Lotus Sword Song. Li Yunxiao let out a cold snort, snapping everyone out of their stupor. The Tiger Fong Sword roared and a bloody light shot up to the sky. Blood-colored lotus flowers bloomed in the air, trying to push down the moonlight. The 2 forces clashed in the air for only an instant. Bang! The blood-red color that filled the sky dissipated, and the lotus flowers exploded in the air. The Tiger Fong sword lost all of its light under the suppression of the cold moon Wu Go, and the cracks on the body of the sword were like that of a turtle. Finally, with a pung sound, it shattered. The supreme art of forgetting emotion allows me to have the strength of a peak martial king. In addition to this peak 6th tier profound weapon, Wu Lashing Frost, even if it's a martial ancestor expert, I dare to fight. You're just an ant, how are you going to stop me? Zhou Yushan's aura increased. The countless moonlight rays were no longer blocked and fell down, trying to cut Li Yunxiao into pieces. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, they shone brightly. His face revealed a look of approval and he muttered to himself, a man holds the Wu-luring sword, his spirit is higher than 100-feet tall building. For 10,000 years, who wrote history and wanted to be conferred the title of Marquis from 3,000 miles away. Good sword, it is indeed a good sword. Cold Moon Wu-luring sword, I wonder who made it. The people around him fainted. The Xian weapon had shattered. At the moment of life and death, he still had the mood to recite poetry. Zhou Yushan's eyes were filled with killing intent. A look of shame and anger flashed past his eyes. Li Yunxiao calmly flicked the broken sword. The broken pieces of the Tiger Fong sword seemed to be attracted by some kind of power and froze in the air. Following the rise of his sword, tornadoes appeared. Under the control of his vital energy, they turned into spots of starlight and shot towards Zhou Yushan. Bang! 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 The broken pieces of the sword exploded under the cold moon sword chi. However, many of the starlight still pierced through the sword chi and shot towards Zhou Yushan. He had to defend against it unless Zhou Yushan was willing to let both sides suffer. Zhou Yushan's expression changed. He quickly retracted his sword. A light flashed and appeared around his body. Clang 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 sounds of metal colliding were heard and the broken pieces of the sword fell. The eyes of the surrounding people popped out. They had never seen such an exquisite martial skill. Usually, in a duel between two people with a difference of more than 3 stars, even if one had supreme martial skills and equipment, it would be a matter of minutes. Is this Li Yunxiao really only 15 years old? On the spectator stand, Audiobook's eyes were filled with extreme shock. This kind of fearless calmness is definitely not fate. It's because he has a card up his sleeve and is indifferent to the vicissitudes of life. That ease in the face of danger just now was definitely not a fluke. Instead, it was a carefree and unrestrained manner. This? Zhu Jin's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. He said in disbelief, "They say that one can defeat 10 with one's strength. But this kind of godlike control of skills actually made up for the difference of a realm. This is simply subverting my understanding." Not only Zhu Jin, the rest of the people were also blinded by the gorgeous and exquisite control of the martial skill, each and every one of their eyes bulging like copper bells. How can it be so exquisite? It's amazing. He's really a martial arts genius. Leng Hongling was also astonished, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Everyone nodded slightly. Even the people from the Zhou clan were silent. Obviously, they agreed with her words. Jiang Wuji gulped and said, "Now that his profound weapon is broken, how can he fight against Yushan? He's definitely going to die." Everyone felt that it was a pity that such a talented young man was about to fall on this arena. If he could be nurtured, he would definitely be an expert in the future. Even Mo Ziqian, Qing Xiaolan, and the other outstanding talents of the younger generation could not help but feel a sense of pity for him. Below the arena, Ding Ling clenched her fists tightly. "You dodged the sword by luck. Let's see how you're going to survive this time." Unmoved slash. Zhou Yushan was both embarrassed and furious. He slashed down again. There was already a realm difference between the two of them. Moreover, he had a superb grade 6 profound weapon in his hand. Theoretically, he should have chopped his opponent into sawdust long ago. After such a long time, it was actually a tie. This caused his original level of unmoved slash to fluctuate again. He wished he could pounce on his opponent and bite him to death. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. The unmoved sword energy of unmoved slash was indeed not something his body could withstand. Once the Tiger Feng sword was broken, he had no other suitable weapon apart from the Universe God Monument. He couldn't possibly take out the Universe God Monument to kill his opponent. That would be too shocking and would bring him endless trouble. He started to form seals rapidly with both hands. Rays of golden light flew out from his palms and condensed in front of him, turning into a shining golden symbol. Xian Pai's pupils dilated. He recognized this move. It was Yangdi's floating life seal. This is Lord Yangdi's floating life seal? How can it be? 1,000 meters away from the Golden Crow Arena, in a luxurious and spacious room in the Artificers Guild, a water screen was projected on the wall, clearly showing the scene of the competition in the arena. The two old men were leisurely enjoying the view with their legs crossed, and they would occasionally taste the delicious fruits in their mouths. Suddenly, an old man jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. He bit his own throat and cried out in pain. However, his eyes were fixed on the water screen, and he did not dare to blink for even a second. He cried out, "Floating life seal. It's actually Yangdi's floating life seal." This person was the president of the Alchemist Guild, Bailey Gongjin. Beside him was the Tier 4 alchemist Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao's face was also filled with shock. He looked doubtfully at the scene. Both of his eyes flickered continuously as he said, "The seal has been formed. This seems to be a little different." "It's different indeed." Bailey Gongjin was shocked. Could it be the Mortal World Seal? Mortal World Seal? Yuan Hao was startled and asked, "What is that?" He had never heard of this seal before. Bailey Gongjin's face was filled with disbelief as he explained, Lord Yangdi once said that his seal was imparted to him by Gu Feiyang. This seal has a total of 3 styles. They are the Floating Life Seal, the Mortal World Seal, and the Heaven and Earth Seal. Back then, Gu Feiyang only imparted him the first style. Later on, Lord Yangdi searched for the second style for many years, but he could not find it. Could this be the Mortal World Seal that Lord Yangdi yearned for even in his dreams? Mortal World Sea of Bitterness, transcend the shore. The golden light around Li Yunxiao's body shone brightly. A huge golden seal formed by tens of thousands of symbols was pushed out from his palms. The rumbling enveloped a part of the world as it smashed towards the Wu Hook sword ray. It had the spirit to swallow the world. What a joke! You are only a 4-star martial lord. The difference is like a chasm. How can you block my unmoved slash? Boom. The Mortal World Seal covered an area and suppressed the unmoved sword ray. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden light shot out and completely dispersed the seal. The power of the sword ray did not decrease as it continued to slash towards Li Yunxiao. It really is the Mortal World Seal. It's over. The difference between the two of them is enormous. Zhou Yushan also has the rank 6 profound weapon, Wu Hook Frost. I'm afraid this Li Yunxiao is finished. Bailey Gongjin stomped his feet and said in annoyance, if I knew he had the Mortal World Seal, I would have stopped this duel no matter what. Yuan Hao also looked at the water screen in shock and muttered to himself, is he really finished? Why are his eyes still so calm like an ancient well? Li Yunxiao indifferently looked at the sword rays that filled the sky and sprinkled down, as if he was unmoved. Waves of true energy revolved around his body. His muscles and bones seemed to expand in an instant, and the circulation of the aura in his body was pushed to the peak. One after another, dazzling symbols broke out of his body. They were like nebula chains that flowed around his body. They condensed into patterns and formed a seal. As soon as this seal appeared, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were attracted to it. A strange power surged from all directions, illuminating the seal. Bailey Gongjin's eyes bulged as if they were about to fall out. His throat was extremely dry and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty. He trembled and said, This is heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao formed a seal and pressed it on the seal. A golden light burst out, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. It rumbled as it flew out. Heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. He shouted emotionlessly. The entire seal affected the heaven and earth. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing, and the sun and moon lost their light. Under this seal, the unmoved sword ray of Wu Hook Frost's light dimmed and was completely swallowed. Rumble. When the two forces collided, an explosion occurred with a loud bang. The entire stage was filled with dazzling white light. Space seemed to have frozen at that instant, and the two of them were completely swallowed by the power of the collision. The surrounding people only saw a vast expanse of whiteness, and also the stage cracking inch by inch. Large amounts of shattered rocks were thrown into the air by the devastating energy. It was extremely shocking. There were even experts around the stage who used their true energy to block the power of the impact, or else it would spread and harm many innocent people. Boom rumble rumble. The reverberation was endless. It spread through the entire sky of Shenyang City like thunder. Evenly matched? Zhou Changfa muttered to himself in shock as he looked at the dissipating energy. The impact of that power was definitely something only a martial ancestor realm expert could trigger. Zhou Yushan had the supreme unmoved technique, and in addition to Wu Hook Frost, it made sense that he could barely do it. That Li Yunxiao was only a 4-star martial lord, and he was even barehanded. How could he? The Jiang brothers also widened their mouths, dumbstruck. Although Leng Hongling's face was covered by a veil, her gaze was also lifeless. She muttered in disbelief, what martial skill is that? Its rank is even above the unmoved book. Xian Pai gulped and said with difficulty, the two seals just now, one was stronger than the other. Especially the second seal, Heaven and Earth seal. It gave me a feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking, as if the sun and moon had lost their light. Zhu Jin said blankly, that is extremely similar to Lord Yangdi's floating life seal, but its power is even greater. It seems to be a continuation or strengthened version of the floating life seal. Odega said with a frown. Yang Di inherited it from Gu Feiyong. Could it be that this Li Yunxiao also inherited it from Gu Feiyong? Xian Pai's eyelids twitched, and he said in shock, Gu Feiyong died many years ago. Could it be one of his disciples? They started making random guesses. They all knew they had too little information, so their guesses were not trustworthy. But in the ears of the Zhou family, it was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue, a huge blow to their hearts. If Li Yunxiao was really the successor of one of Gu Feiyong's disciples, then their Zhou family would definitely suffer a huge loss. Which one of Gu Feiyong's disciples was someone they could afford to offend? The eldest disciple, Hua Qianshu, was a powerhouse of the Jiutian Emperor Wu. It was fine if they suffered a loss, but if the other party was unhappy, a casual slap of his palm would be enough to turn them into ashes. Even the Jiang brothers felt that the situation was not good. Although the emotion-severing mountain could do whatever they wanted in the Fire Crow Empire, but in the context of the entire Sky Martial continent, it was not even worth a fart. On the stage, the impact of the energy quickly dissipated. The entire stage, which was constructed with the sturdiest green granite, had already been shattered into pieces. Many places had even turned into powder, and the scene was extremely miserable. Pung! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw Li Yunxiao standing solemnly. Streaks of blood appeared on his body, but they were merely flesh wounds. He was at the center of the explosion of the two powers, yet he was completely unharmed. Zhou Yushan, on the other hand, disappeared before the crowd's eyes. His life or death was unknown. Within the crowd, Yu Rong's eyes revealed extreme shock as he said fearfully, "Miss, is he truly a 4-star martial lord? Even he might not have been able to take Zhou Yushan's full power strike just now." Ding Ling Er's eyes glittered with radiance. She was so excited that she was about to cry. With a low sob, she said, I won the bet. Fighting strength comparable to a martial lord, a rank 4 monarch technique. In the entire young generation of the Merchant Alliance, how many people can do that? He can definitely save the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association from its perilous situation. Hugh. Li Yunxiao took in a deep breath. Although his overlord body suffered some light injuries from the powerful impact, a large portion of the power was directly absorbed by his body, converted into energy and sunk into his dantian. Right now, not only was a large portion of the power he exhausted replenished, his body quickly recovered from the absorbed power as well. Even the flesh wounds were completely gone. With such an overbearing and perverse body refinement technique, Li Yunxiao finally understood why he couldn't defeat Ao Chongkong. Even though Zhou Yushan was a realm higher than him, under the impact of the energy just now, he could not stop it and was swept in. Come out, I know you're not dead. Li Yunxiao coldly stared at the pile of rubble in front of him. Zhou Yushan's aura came from below. Clearly, he was buried within. What? Are you playing dead or stalling for time? Li Yunxiao called out several times, but there was still no reply. Instantly, he coldly smiled and said, no matter what, it's futile. There is no one in the entire southern region who can kill me. Those who want me dead, not a single one, are not already dead. You will not be an exception. He walked forward with large strides. His voice reverberated throughout the entire stage. Everyone's mind trembled. They were intimidated by the domineering feeling, and there was actually absolute silence. Boom! From the ruins in front of him, a sword aura shot into the sky. It cut across the sky like a rainbow, heading straight for Li Yunxiao. Die. Zhou Yushan spat out one word. He poured all of his power into the curved sword of Wu, becoming one with the sword. It was a sure-kill attack. He was already covered in blood. He had been holding back because he wanted to gather power and attack when Yi Futian was unprepared. His angry eyes became empty again. The supreme emotion for getting art was activated to the peak, and he exuded a cold indifference. Humph, I've been waiting for you. Li Yunxiao's eyes focused. His finger moved like a flower and flicked. The back of his finger hit the curved sword of Wu at an unbelievable angle. There was a clang and light shot out. A dragon's roar came from the sword as if it had received a great impact. Zhou Yushan's mind was shaken and he almost let go of his sword. Li Yunxiao's casual finger not only shook away his sword aura, but also shattered his confidence. My full power attack was dissolved by one finger? this cruel reality made him feel like he had fallen into hell. His momentum and will to fight were shattered. Such an exquisite flower-pinching finger. Xianxia was the one with the highest cultivation out of everyone. His pupils constricted, and he said with extreme shock in his heart, such a casual finger actually contains the martial intent heavenly Tao, and has the meaning of the world's rules. Who is this Li Yunxiao? His comprehension of the martial Tao is so profound. Even I can't compare. Bang! Zhou Yushan's chest was stomped on by Li Yunxiao. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. He fell to the ground and kept vomiting blood. At this moment, his eyes were still empty. It wasn't because of the supreme emotion for getting art. It was because his confidence and will to fight had been completely shattered. Clang! The sword of Wu also flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground next to him. The light disappeared and it was like a lonely tombstone. Ever since the two forces collided, the entire arena was silent. Everyone was intimidated and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Only now did they come back to their senses. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the young man as if a god had descended. Open your eyes in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Li Yunxiao looked at Zhou Yushan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and stepped on his head. The members of the Zhou clan were all very anxious, but the Golden Crow Arena was the dueling ground that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Fire Crow Empire. No one had ever dared to violate the rules, not even the imperial family. On the arena, life and death were decided by the heavens. Stop. When Jiang Wuji saw that Li Yunxiao was about to kill him, he couldn't hold back anymore and rushed out. His figure flashed, and he landed on the arena, slapping a palm at Li Yunxiao. The two brothers were also responsible for Zhou Yushan's safety, except for teaching him the scripture of indifference. Zhou Yushan had inherited the unruffled heavenly book and Wu-luring frost, so he was clearly the next successor of Broken Love Mountain. If he was killed like this, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain themselves. You're so young, but you're so cruel and murderous. I'm going to discipline you on behalf of your elders. He was a 2-star martial arts grandmaster, and the moment he attacked, he immediately suppressed Li Yunxiao's aura. The wind from his palm was merciless, and there was actually a hint of killing intent. The pupils of Xianxia and the others shrank, and anger appeared in their eyes. Jiang Wuji was openly challenging the rules of the duel, but in his heart, he didn't want Zhou Yushan to die like this, so he looked on coldly from the side with a gloomy expression. Discipline your sister. Old fart, don't you have any shame? Since you don't want shame, then kneel. Killing intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He had originally wanted to crush Zhou Yushan's head with one foot, but he immediately retracted his right foot. A series of golden tadpole characters appeared in his hands, forming a symbol that enveloped Jiang Wuji. What did you say? Jiang Wuji flew into a rage and shouted, You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't know how to respect your seniors. It's not wrong to kill you today. He increased the force of the wind from his palm. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he looked up in shock, only to find that his opponent's eyes were shining brightly, and an invisible force instantly rushed into his mind, causing him to lose control of his mind. Oh no, it's a soul attack. Jiang Wuji was shocked, and the moment he lost control of his mind, he felt a huge pain coming from his knees. His whole body was suppressed by a huge force, and his legs turned to jelly, and he knelt down with a thud. What? What's going on? He actually knelt down? The eyes of the people around were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. My eyes are blinded. A martial arts grandmaster knelt down for him? How can this be? What the F***ck? What I saw can't be real, right? What just happened? What? I merely blinked my eyes, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? Not only were the people around agitated, but the aristocrats in the spectator seats also stood up in shock. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They were completely stunned. Pfft. Jiang Wuji's head was dizzy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He roared, How dare you? How dare you make a martial arts grandmaster kneel down to you? Die, die, die. He shouted the word die 3 times in a row, and his aura exploded to its peak, as if he was about to explode and die. His eyes were spitting fire. F***ck your death. You want to stand up? Who allowed it? Continue to kneel. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and the golden tadpole seal in his hands circled like a swimming dragon. A beam of golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, and it turned into a huge universe god monument, which pressed down on Jiang Wuji. The universe god monument's golden light flowed, and it combined with Li Yunxiao's hand seal. It affected heaven and earth, and it came crashing down. Jiang Wuji was so embarrassed and angry that he was about to go berserk. He kicked his legs, and he was about to stand up. Suddenly, he realized that there was a powerful force pressing down on him from above, as if several mountains were falling on him, and he knelt down again with a thud. Son of AB*TCH. You will die a horrible death. Jiang Wuji's whole body was red with blood, and he gathered all the vital energy in his palms in a rage, wanting to break the universe god monument. With his strength as a martial arts grandmaster, no matter how nature-defying his opponent was, he would still die. He instantly threw a few punches, and within the 6 directions, a huge force came, as if it was going to break through all the suppression. The so-called 6 directions realm was to comprehend the power of the universe and peek into the rules of heaven and earth. It was enough to make use of the force and walk in the air. Boom! 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 The wind from the punches flashed, and in an instant, the air in the arena shot out violently. The surrounding people were so scared that they retreated in a panic, afraid that they would be implicated. What? The experts on the spectators' stand suddenly realized that something was wrong. No matter how Jiang Wuji attacked, the wind from the punches could not break through the space that the universe god monument was suppressing. The universe god monument fell, and it seemed that it was not being stopped at all. Jiang Wuji was shocked, and an aura of death spread in his heart. He looked at the divine weapon falling in satisfaction, and his eyes were filled with shock and despair. He, a dignified martial arts grandmaster, could not even withstand a single blow. Zhou Yushan was also in despair. Jiang Wuji was kneeling beside him, and the universe god monument covered the entire space. He had nowhere to hide, and he cried out in fear, don't kill me. I don't want to die, don't kill me. Boom! The universe god monument fell without any suspense, and the ground trembled, and streams of light shot out in all directions. Incomprehensible characters flashed and flowed on the steel before disappearing in a flash. No! Big brother! Jiang Wuwei was shocked, and he screamed in horror, and his eyes turned red. Yushan! Zhou Yangbiao also went crazy, and tears streamed down his face. Zhou Chongfa's body trembled slightly, and he looked like he had aged instantly. Ah! The audience gasped, and they felt a chill down their spines. Jiang Wuji and Zhou Yushan were suppressed, and there was no way they could survive. How could a dignified martial arts grandmaster die in such a cowardly manner? Everything in front of them was just like a dream. No one could believe it, and the audience instantly fell into a strange silence. Ah! Big brother! Jiang Wuwei's heart-wrenching voice brought everyone back to their senses. Looking at the indifferent figure in the middle of the arena, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Xian Ryu also felt a chill in her heart. Previously, she was filled with fighting spirit and wanted to compete. The other party actually killed a martial arts grandmaster with a raise of his hand. This, Leng Hongling's beautiful eyes were dull, and her brain had short-circuited. She should have a certain understanding of Li Yunxia's strength. A few months ago in the Aqua Sky Nation, although he was only a martial grandmaster, the battle strength he displayed was already at the level of a martial monarch. Now, he was already a martial monarch, and yet he could kill a martial arts grandmaster with a wave of his hand. Wasn't this overturning common sense? Not only them, but all the experts on the spectator seats, and the experts from various sects and forces hidden in the crowd, including Ding Ling and the others, were all rubbing their eyes, pinching themselves, and slapping their heads, trying to wake up from this dreamlike scene. You, how dare you kill my big brother? How dare you kill someone from the emotion-severing mountain? You deserve to die. Jiang Wuwei gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He no longer cared about the rules and rushed out. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old man Zhou, your grandson died tragically, and you are still indifferent?" A deep sorrow appeared on Zhou Chongfa's face, and he slowly closed his eyes. Zhou Yangbiao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Finally, he could no longer hold it in. He turned into a ray of light, and together with Jiang Wuwei, they charged towards Li Yunxiao. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Yushan's death had caused the reputation and future of the entire Zhou family to plummet. He no longer cared about the rules and reputation. He charged forward in a frenzy, wanting to tear Li Yunxiao apart. So what if I killed him? Is there any difference from killing two dogs? Li Yunxiao slapped with one hand, and instantly, the universe god steel was kept in between his eyebrows. A bottomless hole appeared on the arena, and Jiang Wuji's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was probably no corpse left, and he had turned into mush. Damn it! Emotion-severing tyrannical palm. Jiang Wuwei's palm was like a blade, and it cut through the sky, and he ruthlessly slammed it towards Li Yunxiao. Battle Wolf Divine Claw. Zhou Yangbiao's 5 fingers were like iron hooks, and they descended like a long eagle. Killing Jiang Wuji was only effective because he was caught off guard. At that moment, 2 martial arts grandmasters joined forces, and Li Yunxiao had no chance of fighting back. His eyebrows flashed, and a green flame suddenly appeared in front of him. It gradually enlarged, bloomed, and protected him. Earthly green lotus fire. The eyes of the experts in the spectator stand shrank. This kind of rare flame used to belong to the Yin-Yang fire and was later taken by the mysterious martial monarch of Yanwu City. Sure enough, everyone's hearts shook, and their eyes suddenly widened. A figure appeared on the earthly green lotus fire. It was Duanyu. With a mocking expression on his face, he grabbed the air, and 2 fireballs landed in his palms, turning into petals that drifted in the air and slapped at Jiang Wuwei and Zhou Yang. The petals withered, looking beautiful and pitiful. However, Jiang Wuwei and Zhou Yangbiao felt like they had fallen into hell. The aura of death surged into their minds, and their hatred instantly dissipated. They took a deep breath and retreated. How could they block the attack of a 3-star martial monarch? Just as the 2 retreated in despair, a figure suddenly appeared and attacked with a loud shout. The figure collided with the petals and exploded with a powerful force, sending the 3 of them flying back to the spectator stands and smashing the tiles on the ground. The person who attacked was Zhou Chongfa. He was actually at a disadvantage after using his full power. His eyes were filled with shock. The other party was only a 3-star martial monarch, and his aura was even weaker than his own. However, he used the might of the earthly green lotus fire to suppress him. Who are you? How dare you go against my emotion-severing mountain? Aren't you afraid of death? Jiang Wuwei was shocked and roared in anger. The emotion-severing mountain was an existence that could do whatever it wanted in the entire Fire Crow Empire. When had it ever suffered such a great loss? His elder brother had also perished, causing his heart to be filled with desolation. Duanyu looked at him like he was an idiot and descended from the sky, slowly standing behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Forget about a dog or a personal disciple of the emotion-severing mountain, even if it's Leng Xinghua of the emotion-severing mountain, he will die if he offends me." Pfft. Everyone took a deep breath and felt their palms turn cold. Who was Leng Xinghua? The lord of the emotion-severing mountain, one of the 3 great experts of the Fire Crow Empire. He, along with Qi Feng of the Heaven-Gathering Sect and Cui Songhe of the Heavenly Jewel Gate, were the symbols of the Fire Crow Empire's martial path. Did he know what he was saying? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Wasn't he afraid of getting himself into trouble? Leng Hongling's eyes were filled with anger and cold light. Jiang Wuwei was also stunned for a moment, and he said in disbelief, You are truly ignorant and fearless. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you say such disgraceful words? Li Yunxiao snorted, "Sorry, I'm young and inexperienced, I don't know how to talk." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Motherf asterisk cur, it turns out that this brat also knows how to write the word death. However, he had already killed someone from the Broken Love Mountain, and this hatred had already been formed. Even if he knew regret now, it was probably too late. Everyone looked at him mockingly, waiting to see how he was going to end this. Ding Ling who was in the crowd, also had a grave expression on her face. She was worried. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's gazes, sneered, and said loudly, I am a rather straightforward person. If I have offended you in any way, you can King get Lin Xinghua to bite me. Crash. His words immediately caused the surrounding people to faint. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. It turned out that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Even Duan Yu almost fell to the ground, looking embarrassed. Pfft. Jiang Wuwei had already recovered from Duan Yu's palm strike, and when he heard these crazy words, he was so angry that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that his chest was strangely blocked. You, a red figure flashed by, and Leng Hongling covered her face with a light veil. Her eyes were cold, and she said coldly, young Master Yun's words, Hongling will remember them. I will definitely report what happened today to Lord Father. Her eyes landed on the frost sword on the stage, and there was a flash of light in them. She said, this sword has been worn by Lord Father for more than 40 years, and it has never been defeated. Today's humiliation, I will leave it with you. I will personally take it back in the future. After saying that, Leng Hongling's figure flashed, and a red light flashed into the distance. She was actually very carefree. Jiang Wuwei's face was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Li Yunxiao with hatred. He also turned around and hurriedly chased after her. Li Yunxiao's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled as he grabbed the air. The frost sword instantly fell into his hand. After looking at it carefully, he praised, not bad, this is really a good weapon. It should be able to sell for a lot of money. Whoosh. Another group of people fainted. A peak 6th grade profound artifact, a priceless treasure, how could it be sold? The Zhou family members all had ashen faces, and they seemed to have completely lost their temper. The other 3 aristocratic families' patriarchs didn't look too good. Although they were happy to see the Zhou family make a fool of themselves, Li Yunxiao's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Xian Pai slowly stood up and smiled bitterly, congratulations on your victory, young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao put away the frost sword of Wu and walked a few steps casually. He looked at Xian Pai from the corner of his eyes and said, legend has it that for thousands of years, Golden Crow spiritual arena has been ruled by fate, and the rules are like iron. After I won, people came to kill me one after another. As expected, the rules are like iron. He emphasized the word iron more and more, and it spread far and wide. Everyone in Xiangyang City was so shocked that their ears were ringing. Xian Pai's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, this matter is indeed my fault. Jiang Wuji has already been suppressed to death by young Master Yun. As for the Zhou family, I will definitely punish them severely. One had to know that the world revered martial prowess. The Golden Crow spiritual arena had been in the Fire Crow Empire for thousands of years, and no one had ever dared to break the rules. It had never happened before that Li Yunxiao would be ambushed again and again even after winning. Now that he was holding on to this point, it was indeed a great blow to the face of the Fire Crow Empire's imperial family. Li Yunxiao showed a disdainful smile and said, do people believe your words? As for whether they believe it or not, I do not believe it. You. Xian Pai was enraged, but when he thought that the other was not even afraid of Broken Love Mountain, he probably wouldn't hang him. He could only swallow and said in a low voice, what do you want? Li Yunxiao looked at Xian Pai's ashen face and said with a light smile, don't be nervous, everything in this world can be discussed. Just add some primordial stones and I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I will make this into an allegro that will be sung in the streets tomorrow. Xian Pai sucked in a cold breath. If it was like this, the face of the Fire Crow Empire's imperial family would be completely lost. He gritted his teeth and said, how much? Li Yunxiao extended a finger and waved it in front of his eyes. 10 million middle-grade primordial stones? Xian Pai's eyes shot out a cold light and he said angrily, you really have a big appetite. Li Yunxiao's gaze focused and he said in a daze, 10 million? Lord Xian, please continue joking. The Zhou family casually took out 60 million. You are of the imperial family, the uncle of the current emperor. You don't feel embarrassed to ask for 10 million? Xian Pai was stunned and felt his head buzz. He said in exasperation, you really dare to ask for 100 million? You are so poor that you've gone crazy. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, I originally wanted to discuss it with you. Since Sir Xian does not need it, then forget it. Wait for the Allegro tomorrow morning. Xian Pai was so angry he almost spat blood. He hurriedly said, okay, 100 million it is. Even though the amount was large, it wasn't that he couldn't take it out. And after the duel this time, it was the Zhou family and Broken Love Mountain that broke the rules and suddenly attacked. He had a pained expression and said, I can give you this 100 million primordial stones, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. A light flashed through Xian Pai's eyes, but how could it escape Li Yunxiao's eyes? He said with a cold smile, that is a different thing. First give me 100 million as the Allegro fee. We can discuss the conditions later. Xian Pai stilled. Was this really a 15-year-old youth? If it was a normal person, hearing such a large amount of primordial stones, they would have gone crazy with joy? How could he have such calm and clear thoughts? He felt like the 15-year-old was him and the other was the old fox. Xian Pai nodded his head helplessly and said, I will come find you later. His gaze swept across the members of the Zhou family, and his eyes instantly turned fierce. He snorted coldly and said, Zhou Yangbiao, as the family leader of the Zhou family, dared to break the rules of the Golden Crow Arena. He shall suffer the pain of 3 blades and 6 holes, then be thrown into the black pool for 3 years. Ah! Everyone's expressions changed drastically, turning pale with fright. Only Zhou Yangbiao himself had a bitter expression and was extremely disappointed. The so-called 3 blades and 6 holes was fine. It was just 3 sharp blades piercing through the chest and creating 6 large holes in the body. With his martial ancestor Cultivation, it was nothing. But the Black Pond was a hopeless situation. The black water was extremely corrosive. Even if a martial ancestor soaked in it for 3 years, they would become white bones. But the Zhou family had a deep foundation and naturally had a way to prevent the black water from invading his body. The duel is over. Everyone, disperse. Xian Pai's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Under the pressure, it made people feel suffocated. Everyone saw that the show was over and tactfully dispersed. But curses were everywhere. If one listened carefully, most of them were scolding the Zhou family for being trash. If it was any other time, the Zhou family would have rushed up to kill them. But at this moment, no one was in the mood. Plus, there were too many people and they had all lost the bet. Those who had won were naturally overjoyed. They all gave Li Yunxiao a thumbs up, expressing their good impression of him. Qing Xiaolan chuckled softly, congratulations, brother Wang Chen. You've made a fortune. Wang Chen smiled slightly. He was also very happy. He said, I was lucky to get it. But this Li Yunxiao's strength is really beyond our expectations. Mo Ziqian's face darkened. He snorted and said, this Zhou Yushan is really trash. Although they usually gathered together, the 3 of them did not feel any pity for Zhou Yushan's death. Instead, they mocked and ridiculed him. Being born in a noble family, they were used to the fickleness of human nature and the survival of the fittest. They had long been trained to be cold-blooded. The patriarchs of the 3 great clans also stood up. They exchanged glances and smiled at each other. With Zhou Yushan's tragic death, the Zhou family's relationship with the Broken Love Mountain was severed. Moreover, they had lost their most outstanding junior. The Zhou family had fallen from heaven to hell. It was something they were happy to see. Brother Yang Biao, elder long hair, life and death in the ring are up to fate. My condolences. Mod comforted them insincerely. His tone was monotonous and empty. There was not a hint of sorrow. The other 2 masters also put on a show and immediately left with their juniors. Xian Pai stood there, deep in thought. Then he sighed and said, let's go. He raised his head and looked at Xian Ryu, frowning, I know you must be dissatisfied, but I'm warning you, don't touch Li Yunxiao. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xian Ryu was slightly startled, then she cupped her hands and said uncomfortably, yes, granduncle. Xian Pai nodded, at the same time he looked at Yu Jiolin, who was covered in a black robe, with fear, then he left with Zhu Jin and Odega. Xian Ryu sat down quietly, looked at Li Yunxiao, and murmured, Uncle Yu, what should we do? Yu Jiolin's appearance was revealed from the black robe. His eyes were staring at the mystical thunder cloud roar in the distance as he said with a flicker, "I don't know if I should touch Li Yunxiao, but I must have this beast." Xian Ryu's expression changed, her eyes revealed a fierce look, and she nodded slightly. The crowd gradually dispersed, sighing as they went home to sleep, or to find their wives to vent their anger. Those who were in high spirits rushed to the various betting stalls to collect their chips. As the betting odds were too high, many casinos collapsed instantly, and many people were beaten to death in the downtown area because they could not pay the primordial stones. The people of Yanwu City had already received the primordial stones as soon as possible under the arrangements of Jia Rong and Li Changfeng. They had received more than 20 million middle-grade primordial stones. The amount was so huge that they almost fainted. "Let's go back, Mississippi." Yu Rong looked at Ding Ling who was in a daze, and said, "Miss?" Ding Ling frowned, looking like she had a lot on her mind. She looked at Li Yunxiao from afar, then left silently. Yu Rong followed behind, feeling very relaxed. Li Yunxiao's strength had far surpassed his expectations. He could even suppress a martial ancestor realm expert to death with a wave of his hand. Forget about the Fire Crow Empire, even in the entire Tianwu continent, this kind of battle prowess was extremely rare. The two competitions in Yang City should not be a problem. He couldn't help but admire Ding Ling's foresight and heroism, but he didn't understand why she was worried, so he couldn't help but ask. A light flickered in Ding Ling's eyes. She sighed and said, "The shot shoots the bird that sticks out. Now is the time when the various factions are moving." He exposed his strength too early and offended the upper echelons of the entire Fire Crow Empire. He even offended the Broken Love Mountain. "I'm afraid he'll get into trouble." Yu Rong also fell into deep thought and said in a low voice, "If he's killed, then what about us? Should we mobilize the power of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to protect him?" Ding Ling pondered for a moment and said with a faint smile, "I hope I'm just worrying too much. His conduct is not for us to speculate about. Right now, the southern region is in a state of turmoil. If we rashly mobilize our forces, it will cause a huge commotion. If the other merchant guilds discover the relationship between young Master Yun and us, we'll be in even more danger. Moreover, he seems to act rashly, bold but not astute, but in reality, his thoughts are meticulous and full of schemes. Even I cannot see through him." She looked at the sky with a deep gaze and said with a smile, "He killed a martial ancestor with just a gesture. That strange profound artifact is definitely not an ordinary item. To be able to nurture such an outstanding disciple and have such a strong foundation, Li Yunxiao, Li Yunxiao, which faction is behind you?" Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky. Li Yunxiao rode the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar and whizzed past the sky of Xianxia City, heading in a certain direction. Ding Ling's heart shook, and her pupils constricted as she said in shock, "Myriad Treasure Tower? Could the faction behind him really be the Myriad Treasure Tower?" For a moment, almost all the factions had their eyes gathered on the Myriad Treasure Tower. After a moment, in the most luxurious VIP room of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yin Zhaoyang had a bitter expression as he lowered his head and directed the beautiful female servants to pour tea and receive them with the highest standards. Li Yunxiao reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the beautiful women and looked at Yin Zhaoyang with a faint smile. "Why? Elder Yin doesn't seem to welcome me?" Yin Zhaoyang hurriedly said, "No, no. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, it's just that." "Just what?" Li Yunxiao smiled as he picked up a cup of fragrant tea and sipped it. Duan Yu, who was at the side, acted as if he was heir. He picked up the exquisite pastries on the table and tasted them without any qualms, his eyes staring lecherously at the stunning beauties in the room. Yin Zhaoyang mustered up his courage and said with a bitter smile, "It's just that young Master Yun just made such a big commotion and came to my Myriad Treasure Tower." What does everyone think of this? What's the meaning of young Master Yun's action?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "What meaning? I'm just here to thank Elder Yin for the generous loan last time. After the loan, Elder Yin has been in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't have the chance to thank you in person. This time I'm just here on the way." He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Does Elder Yin think I'm here for something? Or perhaps you misunderstand that I'm here to return the money?" "Yeah, money is tight now. The amount of money is too large, and it will take some time before I can return it." He had a frowning poor appearance and even pretended to shake his head, sighing endlessly. Yin Zhaoyang cursed wildly in his heart. You're AF * king movie king. Who doesn't know that you extorted so many essence stones from the Zhou family last time, extorted again this time, and you're even crying about being poor to me. Right now, the Fire Crow Empire's myriad treasure tower branches money added up doesn't even have as much as you. Don't think that I don't know what you mean. You just want to pull the myriad treasure tower into the heart of the struggle and be a shield for you. He thought like this in his heart, but he still chuckled and said, young Master Yun must be joking. That sum of money isn't some large amount either. It's nothing to my myriad treasure tower. It won't be too late to return it when young Master Yun is well off. Although he cursed wildly in his heart, how could he dare to offend the other party on the surface? He could only feign a tranquil and indifferent appearance, sipping the fragrant tea with a slight smile. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and said, many thanks, Elderine. The myriad treasure tower is indeed rich and overbearing. I actually came this time to borrow some more essence stones. Originally, I was still worried that the myriad treasure tower's funds could not handle it. Now, I can finally rest assured. It's merely a drop in the bucket. Poowork. Poowork. Two sounds of water spurting rang out. Yin Zhaoyang and Duan Yu both directly choked on a mouthful of tea and started coughing violently. Their necks and faces were all red from coughing. Duan Yu was speechless, thinking to himself that this brat was really ruthless. He could even open his mouth like this. Not only was his cultivation impressive, but his skin was similarly incredible too, while Yin Zhaoyang opened his mouth wide, his throat feeling blocked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, this. Li Yunxiao extended a finger and said with a smile with his eyes narrowed, just 10 million middle-grade essence stones will do. Cough. Yin Zhaoyang's throat made a creaking sound as if it was snapped. He only felt dizzy in his head, on the verge of collapse. Young Master Yun, this sum of money, I know. It's not considered much to the myriad treasure tower. Li Yunxiao lightly blew on the tea bowl, sniffing the tea fragrance in enjoyment as he praised, just this cup of cloud tea picked from 10,000 miles up in the sky is worth at least 100 pieces of essence stones, right? Yin Zhaoyang swallowed his saliva bitterly and cursed wildly, if not for your special identity, how could I bear to take out this superior grade cloud tea? But he had a bitter smile on his face as he said, young Master Yun, I'll tell you honestly. At present, the myriad treasure tower's cash flow is indeed somewhat difficult and lacks cash. Li Yunxiao was taken aback, then immediately burst into laughter and said, haha, Elderine, you really know how to joke with me. The #1 merchant association in the world lacks money? This joke isn't funny at all. His gaze froze, and he said coolly, but if it's really lacking money, I naturally won't insist as a friend of the myriad treasure tower. Then just borrow 10 million equivalent profound artifacts and medicinal pills will do. According to my identity, I can enjoy a 30% discount. Then borrowing 10 million or 14 million worth of profound artifacts and medicinal pills, I'll return 10 million to you when the time comes. How can there be such an algorithm? Yin Zhaoyang only felt that this person in front of him was thoroughly using the logic of a bandit. But regardless of whether it was the other party's strength or identity, it was not what he could afford to provoke. Furthermore, his future prospects still had to rely on this person. But 10 million essence stones. His forehead was somewhat covered in cold sweat as he said tremblingly, this Tower Lord isn't in the Fire Crow Empire currently. This sum of essence stones is so huge, I have no right to mobilize it. Li Yunxiao said coolly, like this huh? Then I'll trouble Elderine to point the way. I'll go get it myself. At that time I'll write an IOU. Elderine and Tower Lord Su just need to inform will do. Go get it yourself. Yin Zhaoyang was really about to faint. Turns out that this person was really a bandit. He was covered in cold sweat as he said, young Master Yun, wait a moment, I'll go discuss it. He stood up and only felt dizzy, almost losing his footing, and hurriedly retreated. Young Master Yun, you're really *king ruthless enough. Duan Yu gave a thumbs up and said, seemingly scolding and praising. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, this Yin Zhaoyang wants to earn my favor, but can't bear to fork out the capital. I'm helping him here, helping him make up his mind to stand on my side. Originally, I was only here to drink some tea and distract everyone's attention, but seeing how he likes to put on airs, I'll just borrow some money along the way. It's not like we're losing anything anyway. Duan Yu was speechless. Extorting 10 million mid-grade vital stones from someone and saying that he was helping them? This logic, seeing Duan Yu roll his eyes, Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "You also know my current situation. Not only do I need a large number of vital stones, but I also need to support all of you. How am I supposed to cultivate without extortion?" Duan Yu snorted. Relying on borrowed vital stones to cultivate? This is the first time I've heard of this. Are you going to rob them when your cultivation is high enough? Li Yunxiao smiled and said indifferently, "When my cultivation is high enough, do I still need to return these vital stones?" Duan Yu, very soon, Yin Zhaoyang returned. His complexion was extremely ugly, alternating between green and white. No one knew what had happened. Duan Yu looked at the storage bag in his hand and sighed inwardly. He had risked his life to hunt sea beasts in Qinghai town, but he had never seen so many vital stones. This brat just casually said a few words and gave them to him. Moreover, from his tone, it sounded like he had no intention of returning them. "Young Master Yun, these vital stones." Yin Zhaoyang handed them over with a pained expression, but he held them tightly and refused to let go. Don't worry, I'll return them as soon as possible." Li Yunxiao snatched the storage bag and threw it into his ring. Yin Zhaoyang's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with pain and reluctance. His face was pale as he said, "Young Master Yun, I've already used all my authority to help you. Don't forget about me in the future. You have to put in a good word for me in front of Elder Yuan." Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Rest assured. When the time comes, I'll let Yuan Bo directly promote you to the Myriad Treasure Towers headquarters." "Really?" Yin Zhaoyang's eyes lit up, and he became excited. His previous pained expression disappeared, and he said excitedly, "Young Master Yun, is what you said true? A man's words carry enormous weight." Li Yunxiao smiled and patted his shoulder. "Of course it's true. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave for now. Elder Yin, can you send us out?" Yin Zhaoyang recovered from his excitement and was stunned for a moment. He immediately understood what Li Yunxiao meant. He wanted to let all the forces see his close relationship with the Myriad Treasure Tower. He immediately had a bitter smile on his face. But when he thought of the Myriad Treasure Tower's headquarters, he immediately perked up and said reluctantly, "Of course I have to send it, of course I have to send it." The two appeared outside the 10,000 Treasure Tower while chatting happily. That ironclad relationship immediately fell into the eyes of all the forces, and they all passed the situation back. Li Yunxiao intentionally raised his voice and said, "Many thanks to Elder Yin's great hospitality, as well as the Myriad Treasure Tower's generous assistance once again. If not for the Myriad Treasure Tower's support, under the skies of this southern domain, it would be impossible for me, Li Yunxiao, to walk to this day either. I can't thank you enough." Yin Zhaoyang clearly sensed countless divine senses paying attention to this place. Hearing Li Yunxiao say this, he nearly fainted. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yun is too kind. Yanwu City having today's accomplishments really has little to do with our Myriad Treasure Tower." Li Yunxiao sneered coldly in his heart and said, "Elder Yin is too modest. Aloof from the secular world, deeply concealing your merits and reputation. As expected of the Myriad Treasure Tower's consistent way of doing things. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Farewell." He didn't wait for Yin Zhaoyang to say anything and directly rode the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar away. Duan Yu felt that it was very novel and wanted to ride on it as well. However, he was bitten by the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar and could only follow behind disappointedly. Yin Zhaoyang clearly sensed countless divine senses descending onto him from the surrounding space, and he instantly laughed bitterly without end before returning to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion with a drooping head. Fortunately, the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation was great. Even if everyone was suspicious of him, they did not dare to make a move rashly. Li Yunxiao and Duan Yu were both in a good mood. They won more than 20 million primordial stones in this gambling competition. The Zhou family extorted 60 million primordial stones, the Consecrated Institute extorted 100 million primordial stones, and the Myriad Treasure Tower also got 10 million primordial stones along the way. They added up to nearly 200 million primordial stones. Li Yunxiao was fine, especially Duan Yu, who had never seen so many primordial stones in his life. He was dizzy from the calculation and could not believe that the primordial stones were faster than ordinary stones. The two quickly left Xiangyang City's boundary and headed for Yanwu City. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar kept stepping on lightning, and with a crackling sound, he suddenly stopped in the sky and listened ahead vigilantly. Duan Yu also frowned and looked ahead, but he did not see anyone. Li Yunxiao stared coldly at the white cloud in front of him and said coldly, "Who is it? Get out here." He raised his hand, and the snow sword of Wu Luring Frost immediately appeared in his hand. He slashed out a sword light towards the cloud layer. Crackle, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky and struck the sword light. The two forces scattered around the cloud layer. The white cloud began to change, shrinking rapidly like cotton candy, and was finally kept in a person's palm. Two figures appeared in the air in front of them and looked at them with cold smiles. Li Yunxiao's gaze gradually turned cold, and he said, "If I'm not wrong, this is the Crown Prince of the Fire Crow Empire, Xian Ryu?" The young man in the lead had a proud expression and snorted. "That's right, it is this Crown Prince. Li Yunxiao, you are very arrogant." Li Yunxiao was stunned, and then he smiled, "Hammer." Xian Ryu frowned, and said, "Hammer? What do you mean?" Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, "Whether I am arrogant or not, what does it have to do with you? You." Xian Ryu was angry, but then he calmed down and sneered, "I won't argue with you. You are indeed very talented. Even if I want to win against you, it will take me a lot of effort. I'll give you a way to live. Leave this demonic beast, the snow sword of Wu Luring Frost, and your stone tablet behind. Also, submit to me and become my slave. You will be able to keep your life, and you will be able to continue living." After he finished, the entire sky was silent. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. He took a deep breath and said, "Can you be more idiotic? Idiot? Hee, I knew you wouldn't obey so obediently. Then let me completely crush your arrogance and obediently become a servant by my side." Xian Ryu didn't get angry, but he laughed, as if Li Yunxiao was already in his bag. "I will let the whole world see how you, Li Yunxiao, will become my dog." Bang! The air was instantly compressed to the extreme. Li Yunxiao flew across the sky from the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. He instantly rushed in front of Xian Ryu and slapped down with his palm. The speed was so fast that sparks appeared in the air, and the roaring sound was unceasing. Bang! Xian Ryu turned pale with fright, but he didn't dodge in a hurry. Crackle! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and fell on Li Yunxiao's palm. The lightning was so strong that it lit up the sky like it was daytime. Li Yunxiao's complexion changed. He immediately jumped in the air and flew back to the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar. The mystic thunder cloud shocking roar's eyes emitted a murderous aura. He sniffed the lightning in the sky, and his hair stood on end as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Duan Yu's expression was solemn, and his eyes were solemn. He couldn't see through the person in front of him. "You actually want to slap the crown prince? You're really lawless." That person looked up indifferently, and both of his eyes were actually flashing with lightning. Xian Ryu's face turned pale, and his face turned livid. If Yu Jiolin hadn't acted in time, he would have been slapped by this person, and it would have been a lifetime of humiliation. Fortunately, there was no one around, unlike Zhou Yushan, who was seen by the whole city. What a strange martial technique. It's the art of lightning. No wonder you want my mount. You want to capture the Yao lightning to aid your cultivation, right? Li Yunxiao's expression did not change as he spoke unhurriedly. Young Master Yun is really knowledgeable. Yu Jiolin praised. Since you already know, you'd better surrender. Although I don't know how you defeated Zhou Yushan, do you think you have any chance of winning against me? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, although you've restrained your aura, I'm guessing that your strength should be around that of a 5-star martial monarch. In addition, the lightning martial technique you cultivate is extraordinary, and your battle prowess is comparable to a 6-star or even a 7-star martial monarch. If we really fight, we will not be a match for you. Yu Jiolin was shocked, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. Even an expert of the same level might not be able to see through him, but Li Yunxiao was right. He said coldly, "Since you know, why don't you surrender? You should know that a wise man submits to circumstances." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "We can't beat you, but you can't be so arrogant that we can't even escape, right?" Escape? Yu Jiolin laughed involuntarily. The 3-star martial monarch behind you might be able to escape with the power of the Cyan Lotus Hellfire, but you and this demonic beast, to be honest, with your strength, it's already a great honor for me to take action. Among the younger generation, perhaps even His Highness the Crown Prince is no match for you. Xian Ryu's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Jiolin's words. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "In terms of strength, the two of you are not bad, but in terms of intelligence. Humph, do you think that only the two of you are following me? Right now, there are at least 3 or 4 forces hiding in the surrounding space. Only the two of you are the most impatient." What? Yu Jiolin was shocked. He quickly spread his divine sense in all directions. Suddenly, a few places in the sky inadvertently trembled slightly. His expression immediately changed, and he shouted angrily, "Who is it? All of you, come out." The 5-star martial monarch shouted, and the space trembled slightly. Gentle ripples spread out in several directions in the sky, then everything returned to normal. In a certain place, the ripples became visible to the naked eye. A Tiger King chariot slowly drove out of the void. It was extremely luxuriously decorated, and was surrounded by a green light, isolating the spatial ripples. There were a few men standing on the chariot. The person leading them was the president of the Alchemists Association, Bailey Gongjin. "Grandmaster Bailey, what is the meaning of this?" Yu Jiolin's heart sank when he saw who it was. Bailey Gongjin looked at him indifferently, and said leisurely, "What is the meaning of this?" "I would like to ask Lord Yu what is the meaning of this. Li Yunxiao is an alchemist of my Alchemists Association, yet you stopped him and asked me what is the meaning of this. Lord Yu, long time no see. You have become more humorous." "Hidden my ass," Yu Jiolin cursed in his heart. He said with a gloomy expression, "Grandmaster Bailey, this is a personal grudge between His Highness the Crown Prince and Li Yunxiao. I hope you will not interfere." Bailey Gongjin calmly said, "I will not interfere in personal grudges. However, if someone bullies an alchemist of my alchemist guild, I will not sit by and do nothing. The Alchemist Association has always been united. Li Yunxiao, tell me, is this a personal grudge, or are you being bullied?" Yu Jiolin and Xian Ryu's expressions turned ugly. Bailey Gongjin's attitude showed that he was determined to interfere. Li Yunxiao smiled, "Of course they are bullying me. Not only that, His Highness the Crown Prince even wants to take me as his slave. TSK, trying to capture a 4th-rank arcane master as a slave. President Bailey, you are looking down on arcane masters. As a rank 4 arcane refiner, I beseech the Fire Crow Empire's Arcane Refiners Guild to issue a kill order and kill Xian Ryu and Yu Jiolin, the 2 people who despise arcane refiners." "What?" Yu Jiolin's expression changed drastically. The bounty issued by the Alchemists Association was extremely terrifying. Because the Arcane Refiners Guild would offer a huge bargaining chip, enough to attract all the experts in the world to participate. For so many years, there was only one person who could survive the Alchemists Association's bounty, and that was the number 1 person in the Sky Martial continent, Tyrant Emperor Wu, Ao Chung Kong. He did not dare to be arrogant enough to be compared to Ao Chung Kong. He broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly said, "Master Bailey, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This is purely a personal grudge, it has nothing to do with the dignity of the alchemists." Bailey Gongjin was secretly amused. This Li Yunxiao just gave him a little sunshine and he started to shine. Even he was only qualified to apply for the Alchemists Association's bounty. He needed the approval of a rank 8 honorable level alchemist before it could be issued. But Yu Jiolin did not know that and was drenched in cold sweat. If the arcane refiners issued a kill order, there would be no place for him to hide even at the ends of the earth. Li Yunxiao snorted, "Personal grudge? We have no enmity between us, what personal grudge?" He clearly sees that I am an alchemist and wants to capture me as a slave. Not only did you and I hear what the Crown Prince said, Master Bailey and a few of our friends who are hiding in the void heard it too. How can it be nonsense? The dignity of the alchemists has been completely destroyed today. I hope Master Bailey can help us redeem the dignity of the alchemists. Bailey Gongjin was startled. This was getting more and more serious. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The Crown Prince of the Xian family is extremely arrogant and rude. Since you are young and ignorant, quickly apologize to Li Yunxiao and we will let this matter go. Otherwise, humph." It looked like he was standing up for Li Yunxiao, but in reality, he was giving Xian Ryu a way out. If Li Yunxiao continued to drag things out, he would have no choice but to take action to protect the reputation of the alchemists. At that time, he would offend the royal family, the Heavenly Gathering sect and the Heavenly Jewel sect, and he would not be able to stay in the Fire Crow Empire anymore. Xian Ryu was so angry that his face turned green. Yu Jiolin kept giving him anxious looks. He also knew that it was impossible to capture Li Yunxiao today, so he could only swallow his anger and said hatefully, "Li Yunxiao, you win. I was in the wrong today. When we meet again in the future, let's catch up." After throwing down his threat, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Xiangyang City. Yu Jiolin stole a glance at Bailey Gongjin. Seeing that Bailey Gongjin's eyes were closed, Yu Jiolin bade farewell and chased after Xian Ryu. Li Yunxiao smiled and cupped his hands towards Bailey Gongjin. "Thank you, President, for helping me out. Yunxiao still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I will definitely pay a visit to thank you in the future." Bailey Gongjin was stunned. He thought to himself, this kid is so untactful. I just saved you and you want to leave? Young Master Yun is a member of the Alchemist Association, so it is only natural that he would do so. It's a pity that young Master Yun has never visited our Alchemist Guild ever since he joined. This old man has always regretted it. It's a coincidence that we ran into each other today. Why don't we have a chat? Li Yunxiao smiled. To be able to discuss with Master Bailey Gongjin is an honor that I can't ask for more. It's a pity that I have matters to attend to. How unfortunate, how unfortunate. Unfortunate my ass, Bailey Gongjin exploded in anger. How dare you talk back to me like that? He frowned. Oh? What matter is so urgent that you don't even have time to make a trip to the Alchemist Association? Young Master Yun hasn't even given you your emblem after becoming a rank 4 alchemist. If I miss it today, I'm afraid I'll forget about it in the future. What he meant was a warning. If you don't show up today, don't even think about getting a rank 4 emblem. How could Li Yunxiao not understand what he meant? He said unhurriedly, the emblem is just a symbol. It's naturally better if you have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Young Master Yun can come and get it another day. Damn you. Are you coming with me or not? Bailey Gongjin couldn't hold it in any longer. He cursed and said angrily, I just saved your life. Why are you arguing with me? Do you still have a conscience? When Li Yunxiao saw that the other party had shed all pretense of cordiality, he immediately smiled bitterly and said, President Bailey, I'm innocent. I'm afraid that going to the Alchemist Association with you will be a greater loss than being captured by Xian Ryu. He didn't hold back at all. Bailey Gongjin frowned and snorted angrily. Of course there will be losses, but there will be benefits for you too. Do you think this old man will take advantage of you? You can feel it yourself. There are many people eyeing you covetously in the air. If you don't come with me, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. What he said was the truth. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment before smiling bitterly. All right then. Yunxiao will take the liberty of disturbing President Bailey. There are many questions on the path of alchemy, and I'd like to consult you on them one by one. Bailey Gongjin smiled like a flower and said lovingly like an elder, Don't disturb me, don't disturb me. Young people are smart and eager to learn. It's only right that you don't ask too many questions. Since you're already a member of the Alchemists Guild, the guild is naturally your home. You can come and go anytime you want. Don't treat me like an outsider. Anytime your mother, even the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar roared a few times to vent the dissatisfaction in its heart. Duan Yu was also embarrassed. A rank 6 alchemist was a high and noble existence in his eyes. He didn't expect him to curse. Li Yunxiao immediately rode on the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar and followed behind Bailey Gongjin's Tiger King chariot towards the Alchemist's Guild. After the few of them left, a few places in the space they were at previously fluctuated. A strange voice snorted. A rank 4 alchemist killed a martial ancestor with a wave of his hand. Humph, interesting. After the strange voice snorted, the entire space regained its calm. There were no more sounds. It was clear that everyone had left. Li Yunxiao's return to Yanwu City immediately attracted the attention of many factions. However, after Xiaoqin entered the Alchemists' Guild, no one dared to investigate. The Alchemists' Guild was independent of any faction in the continent. Li Yunxiao became famous after one battle, and the entire empire knew about him. Following behind Bailey Gongjin, he was the most eye-catching. The people in the guild all stopped what they were doing and looked over. There were also many beautiful women who threw flirtatious glances at him from time to time. Li Yunxiao accepted them without hesitation, exchanging flirtatious glances with each other. The few of them walked into a large room. The decorations were simple and grand, but there was no lack of luxury. Inside, a few men were drinking tea and chatting. All of them had extraordinary bearings. When everyone saw Bailey Gongjin enter, they all stood up respectfully. One of them looked at Li Yunxiao and revealed a complicated smile. Master Yunxiao, we meet again after not seeing each other for months. Li Yunxiao extended his hand and smiled. Master Yuanhao, how have you been? Thank you for taking care of me back in Tianshui country. Yuanhao smiled, his emotions extremely complicated. A few months ago, Lin Fan was just a talented youth in his eyes. Now, he was on equal footing with him on the path of alchemy. Lin Fan's martial path was even more unfathomable. He could even suppress a martial ancestor in one move. Bailey Gongjin squinted his eyes and smiled. Master Yunxiao and I met each other outside the city. A chance encounter is better than an invitation. Master Yunxiao was busy, but he insisted on coming to the Alchemist Guild to get his rank 4 badge, so I could only bring him along. Duan Yu's face darkened. If you don't threaten us, who would come? So all alchemists were like this. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's right. I just reached rank 4 not long ago. Because the Zhou clan bullied me too much, I didn't have time to collect my emblem. I just happened to meet Master Bailey, so I couldn't let go of this chance. Yuanhao smiled. So that's the case. Master Yunxiao's soul power undulations aren't below mine. I don't think there's a need for a test, right? An old man beside him frowned and said unhappily, no test and just give out the emblem? Those lower ranks can. But for those who reached rank 4 monarch, there has never been such a precedent, right? Li Yunxiao looked over. Yuanhao hurriedly explained, this is Master Xianxia. He is also a rank 4 monarch, and he is the uncle of the current emperor. Xianxia looked at Li Yunxiao plainly and said unhurriedly, the path of alchemy is not like the martial path. It can be opportunistic. He needed a solid foundation in order to convince others. All rank 4 alchemists have gone through decades or even centuries of training and comprehending the way of the heavens before they can barely reach this level. Even so, there are still millions of people who are blocked outside the door. Young man, if you say you have the strength of a rank 4, this old man really doesn't believe it. Li Yunxiao smiled and walked up casually. He sat down on the sofa and put his hands on the armchair. He crossed his legs and said leisurely, then how do I make Elder Zhe believe it? Li Yunxiao's rude behavior immediately infuriated Xianxia and the other arcane alchemists present. They were people of high status. Even if they were nobles of the empire, they wouldn't dare to sit so casually with them without permission. Xianxia snorted and said coldly, of course it's according to the rules. Pass the test. If you pass, this old man will naturally be convinced. Otherwise, please go back to where you came from. Yuanhao saw the atmosphere was getting tense and hurriedly said, I have seen Grandmaster Yunxiao's strength a few months ago. He is definitely a rank 3 alchemist. Rank 3 a few months ago. Even if he reached the rank 4 now, his realm is not stable. It is easier said than done to pass the test. Another alchemist snorted, without a year and a half to stabilize his realm. Humph, young man, this is not a place for you to sit. Bailey Gongjin smiled at the side. He seemed to be happy to see Li Yunxiao being humiliated and wanted to see his reaction. Li Yunxiao curled his lips and grinned, since grandmasters are not convinced, why don't we make a bet? I didn't earn enough from the competition just now. You are all rich rank 4 alchemists, I want to earn some primal stones to spend. Haha, arrogant. Xianxia laughed and said, bet what? You want to bet that you will lose? The other rank 4 arcane refiners also stroked their beards and smiled, their faces filled with contempt. Li Yunxiao let them laugh and smiled without saying a word. His cold gaze swept across the few of them and he said, I'll bet with you on alchemy. The 3 of you, come at me together. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. What did you say? Xianxia almost jumped up from the sofa. The other 2 arcane masters also glared at Lin Yun, as if they had been greatly insulted. Bailey Gongjin and Yuan Hao's expressions also changed slightly. They did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so arrogant. Duan Yu was also shocked. Challenging 3 rank 4 arcane masters at the same time, unless it was a rank 5, even a peak rank 4 like Yuan Hao would not dare to do so. Yuan Hao solemnly said, Master Yunxiao, you have to reconsider. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions. To arcane masters like them, the humiliation caused by such provocation was much greater than the shock. Yuan Hao, who was also a rank 4, was also very unhappy. Reconsider? Xianxia's expression was cold as he coldly snorted, as a rank 3 arcane master, you should have the basic ability to speak responsibly. I wonder how Master Yunxiao will fight against the 3 of us? He purposely emphasized the words Master Yunxiao, full of sarcasm and sarcasm. The other 3 also had cold and contemptuous expressions. Li Yunxiao faintly smiled. He was originally an honorary elder of the Arcane Alchemists Guild, how could he not know the temperament of these people? He immediately smiled, the key is not how to fight, but what to bet. If your bets are too low, I won't be interested in betting. Haha, Master Yunxiao is indeed brave. This old man will accompany you to the end today. Xianxia stood up, and the longa-like ring in his hand flashed with a green light. A ray of light shot out and floated in the air without dispersing. Looking carefully, that ray of light was actually a green jade pendant with flowing lights and vibrant colors. Xianxia proudly said, this is the Cosmic Sun Note Jade, Grade 7. It has a great amplification effect on arcane masters refining. It is a peerless treasure, it is impossible to buy. The jade pendant floated in the air. Everyone could feel the warm nourishing aura within it, revealing looks of envy. The other 2 arcane masters pondered for a moment, then each took out a small box and a flag. The flag was extremely damaged, but it was carefully protected. A trace of hesitation flashed across the arcane master's face when he took it out. In the end, his confidence in his formula path won over his reluctance and he gently placed it beside the Cosmos Yang Sound Jade. Bailey Gongjin's expression changed slightly. He chuckled and said, Master Lu has even bet on this treasure. It seems like he will definitely win. The arcane master, LV Haochu, smiled and said, although this Heaven's Net Flaming War Banner is extremely precious, it is incomplete. Moreover, I have studied it for so many years and have gained nothing. It is useless to keep it. It is better to take it out and gamble. When this flag appeared, Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a look of surprise and shock flashed in his eyes. He carefully examined the patterns on the flag, and his eyes shone brightly. Duan Yu furrowed his brows. There were not many things that could cause Li Yunxiao's expression to change. It seemed that this broken flag was indeed extraordinary. The other arcane master, Xianxia, smiled and said, this war banner is just for show. It will return to its owner later. He looked at Li Yunxiao disdainfully and took out a pair of transparent objects. They seemed to be made of wood but were not. He placed them on the table gently and said with a smile, both of you have taken out your trump cards. I can't do anything about it. Yuan Hao's eyes flashed. He stared at the transparent objects and swallowed his saliva. He said with difficulty, Master Ge, are you selling these purple cloud centipede wings? Xianxia looked at the envious gazes of the others and laughed, haha, Master Yuan, these are my treasures. You also know the value of these things. They are nothing to warriors, but to us arcane masters, they are extremely precious. They can be compared to the cosmos Xianxia jade and the heaven's net flaming war banner. He looked at Li Yunxiao from the corner of his eyes and snorted, Master Yunxiao, what treasures do you have to bet? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the treasures you have all brought out are not bad, but I only want primal stones. This heaven's net flaming war banner can be used as a wager. The other two can use primal stones. I will offer 50 million mid-grade primal stones for this war banner. Each of you will offer 50 million mid-grade primal stones. I will offer 150 million to bet on the three of you. What? The few people present were all shocked and gasped. 50 million middle-grade primal stones was not a small amount to them. Moreover, most of them had treasures on them. They were all alchemists, so how could they have stored such a huge amount of primal stones? Xianxia snorted with disdain, Master Yunxiao, are you purposely making things difficult for us? The treasures we have brought out are all priceless. You can take them to any auction and sell them for 50 million mid-grade primal stones without a problem. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I know it is difficult for everyone to take out 50 million primal stones. He turned to Yuan Hao and said, Master Yuan, how much are you willing to pay for this pair of purple cloud centipede wings? He could also see Yuan Hao's desire for the wings. Xianxia's expression changed and he said angrily, who said I want to sell them? Li Yunxiao ignored him and continued to stare at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao frowned and thought for a moment, then said, this pair of purple cloud centipede wings is the most perfect fifth-rank demonic beast material I have ever seen. I believe young Master Yun also knows that us arcane masters are focused on the Tao. The cultivation of the martial Tao is only to strengthen the body and increase Yuan Qi. Therefore, there are very few experts who can step into the martial ancestor realm. Therefore, many arcane masters use demonic beast wings as raw materials to refine Xian weapons, allowing them to soar in the sky. The price of a pair of demonic beast wings is extremely shocking on the market. That's right. Bailey Gongjin smiled and said, there was once when the Myriad Treasure Tower held a fire crow auction, a pair of third-rank devil bird wings was auctioned for 5 million mid-grade primal stones. This pair of purple cloud centipede wings is completely intact, the price is hard to estimate. Yuan Hao thought for a moment and said, if there is a pair of wings that are exactly the same, forget about 50 million, even if it is 60 million primal stones, I will still buy it. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. He nodded lightly and said to Xianxia, this pair of wings of yours can be used as a wager. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Xianxia was so angry that his face turned green. This was blatant contempt. He had already treated this pair of wings as his own. Yuan Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of light, revealing a look of desire. But then it dimmed down and he smiled bitterly. He knew that with Li Yunxiao's strength alone, it was impossible to defeat 3 fourth-rank arcane masters. LV Haochu said coldly, Master Yunxiao has such big words. You used 150 million primal stones to bet with us, then what about the primal stones? It can't be an empty deal, right? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I don't have so many primal stones on me, but someone will send it to me very soon. The three people's faces changed. Xianxia said angrily, so you were playing with us. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, don't be impatient, I think that person will be here very soon. Xianxia mocked coldly, you mean that someone will send you over 100 million primal stones right away? Which pig head would be so stupid to be fooled by you? A sigh suddenly came from outside the door and said with a bitter smile, little brother Zay, the pig head you were talking about is me. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly turned around. Bailey Gongjin frowned slightly and waved his hand lightly. A spirit art was fired out and the door slowly opened. Xianpai stood outside the door with a bitter smile and said helplessly, I just arrived and I heard someone call me a pig head. Xianxia was speechless and stammered, third brother, you, Xianpai reached out and interrupted, it's fine, I'm here to give young Master Yun some primal stones. A total of 160 million mid-grade primal stones. Young Master Yun, take a look. He threw a storage bag to Li Yunxiao. The arcane master's mouths were wide open in shock. Xianxia was even more shocked and confused, third brother, why is this? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's given by Lord Pai, there's no need to count it." He turned to the 3 arcane masters and said, "Now, my chips are here. The Heaven Net Flaming War Banner and the Purple Cloud Centipede's wings can be suppressed. Master Lu, you should exchange your treasures for primal stones." Lu Haochu's expression was faintly angry as he said seriously, "It seems that Master Yunxiao does not understand the effects of my cosmic yang sound jade enough. This treasure can directly increase the arcane master's soul power, calm the mind, and keep one's spirit. It is a rare treasure." Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, "I know what you said. You should exchange it for primal stones." Lu Haochu was furious and shouted, "You! My cosmic yang sound jade can easily be auctioned for more than this price." Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, "Why can't you understand? I only want primal stones." "Understand?" Bailey Gongjin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "How about this, if Master Yunxiao can luckily win, I will buy this cosmic yang sound jade for 50 million mid-grade primal stones. I wonder if Master Yunxiao is satisfied with this?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As long as there are primal stones, of course I will be satisfied." He then leisurely stood up and said to the stunned Xian Pai, "Wait for the time to drink a cup of tea." After the competition, Xian Pai found the Zhou family for primal stones and his own 100 million. He came to find Li Yunxiao because he had something to discuss. When he heard the scout report that Li Yunxiao was at the Alchemist Guild, he immediately rushed over. He didn't think that he would actually encounter another competition. An even more ridiculous, even more unbelievable competition, although this competition didn't have the earth-shattering momentum of the battle with Zhou Yushan that shocked the entire city. But when it was proposed by a 15-year-old 4th-rank alchemist, it was already destined to be extraordinary. Xian Pai looked at Li Yunxiao's calm expression and was extremely shocked. A feeling of disbelief welled up in his heart. Could it be that he was so confident? Defeating 3 long-established 4th-rank alchemists in one battle, he didn't dare believe this conclusion, but he gradually believed it in the depths of his heart. He stood silently on the side and watched quietly. The time to drink a cup of tea. Could it be that Master Yunxiao is a man who shoots people in seconds? LV Haochu laughed loudly. Li Yunxiao looked at him lightly and also laughed lightly, saying, "I hope you can still laugh later." LV Haochu felt the fierce aura on his body and was instantly startled, his expression changing slightly. That kind of calmness was definitely not an act. Instead, it was because he had a card up his sleeve and was full of confidence. LV Haochu didn't dare believe it. Could it be that this person was stupid to this extent, really thinking that he could beat the 3 of them? Xian Zai's face darkened. "How are we going to compete? Alchemy, weapon refinement, purification, formation, or decomposition of materials, whatever. You can choose." Li Yunxiao smiled. "Why so troublesome? Why don't we just condense primal stones? I've been especially fond of primal stones recently." The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed. Condensing primal stones wasn't difficult. It was actually just purifying the primal stones. Through the formation and soul power, the impurities within the primal stones were decomposed and extracted, condensing the purest form of primal energy. Any arcane master could do it. However, this was a competition that tested one's strength the most. There was no room for trickery. It tested the arcane master's ability to decompose materials, control over the loss of primal energy, and the strength of one's soul power. To be fair, no one is allowed to use formations and only use soul power to condense the primal stones. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with a smile. He glanced at them and said, "What do the 3 of you think?" The 3 of them were shocked as they looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. They all thought that Li Yunxiao would use tricks, especially when he said primal stones could be condensed. They all guessed that he had a powerful formation to assist him. Now that he suggested using primal stones, it would be a true competition of strength. There was no luck involved. The 150 million mid-grade primal stones placed in front of them made them dispel their misconception that it was a joke. How heroic! LV Haochu couldn't help but say, "Since that's the case, I hope Master Bailey can be the witness and provide 4 primal stones of the same quality." Bailey Gongjin nodded. He was also very curious and excited about this competition. With a flip of his right hand, a crude primal stone appeared in his hand. With a light tap, a ray of light streaked across his hand and split it into 4 equal-sized primal stones. He placed them on the table. To be fair, I will use 1 primal stone and cut it into 4 equal parts. Everyone, please inspect it. Xianxia said plainly, there's no need to inspect the primal stones provided by Master Bailey. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Li Yunxiao tapped his finger on the table and said in surprise, 4? Bailey Gongjin said, why? What does Master Yunxiao think is inappropriate? Li Yunxiao picked up one of the primordial stones and weighed it in his hand. Then, he squeezed it hard and it immediately turned into powder. Everyone's pupils constricted, and a puzzled expression appeared on their faces. Bailey Gongjin said in a deep voice, Master Yunxiao, do you have any problems with my primeval stones? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and lightly slapped the table. Instantly, another spirit stone was shaken up and exploded in midair, emitting waves of spirit energy that dissipated in the air. He smiled indifferently and said, since it's me competing with the 3 of them, it's naturally 2 primeval stones. What? Everyone was shocked. They looked at the 2 similar-sized primordial stones on the table in shock. They were so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. Yuan Hao wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Master Yunxiao, you mean that the 3 of them are condensing into 1? How can I compare to you condensing 1 each? Li Yunxiao said lightly, of course. Otherwise, why would I ask them to attack together? Bang! Xianxia flew into a rage as if he had been greatly insulted. He said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you're going too far. The other 2 were also furious. As rank 4 arcane refiners, they had always been high and mighty. When had they ever been ridiculed and looked down upon like this? Duan Yu was also drenched in cold sweat. He secretly scolded this brat for not knowing what's good for him. This was a gamble of 100 million, not a child's game. He actually wanted to increase the difficulty. Was there something wrong with his head? Only Xianpai laughed loudly. Young Master Yun is indeed heroic. Men should be like this. Bailey Gongjin looked at Xianpai indifferently and said unhurriedly, Master Pai doesn't know what condensing primordial stones is. If it's refining other tools, even if Master Xianxia and the other 2 join forces, they can't refine a rank 5 item. But condensing primordial stones is different. It's practically the complete combination of the 3 soul power and comprehension. It's enough to contend with ordinary rank 5 arcane refiners. Xianpai's expression changed drastically. He looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. He didn't know where Li Yunxiao's confidence came from. Li Yunxiao smiled and slapped the table. The raw primordial stone that was closest to him immediately floated in the air. He pointed with his index finger, and a golden light shot out. It wrapped around the primordial stone and revolved in the air. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to fight, then come. His expression turned serious. He immediately ignored everyone's doubts and questions. A surge of soul power gushed out from between his eyebrows and rushed into the raw primordial stone. It began to rapidly break down the impurities. Xianxia and the other 2's faces were ashen. They were still furious. Their chests were heaving up and down. They stood there and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. No one moved. To them, this kind of competition was already the greatest insult. Li Yunxiao quickly immersed himself in condensing. His mind was focused, and he no longer had any distractions. It was an empty state of mind and body. The only thing left in the world was the primordial stone. Formula Tao, which had become one with the world, kept flashing on his body. It was an extremely high level of enjoyment. Li Yunxiao was very intoxicated by this feeling. After who knew how many years, the beautiful state of floating clouds and flowing water was once again displayed on him. Bailey Gongjin's eyes flashed. His hands unconsciously tightened. Among everyone present, his cultivation in Formula Tao was the highest. He could tell at a glance what state Li Yunxiao was currently in. He was shocked. That was the state of being one with nature that was highly respected in both martial path and technique path. This state was often encountered but not sought. It required a certain amount of luck and had nothing to do with one's cultivation. A thought suddenly surfaced in Bailey Gongjin's mind. Could he really defeat the three of them alone? Gradually, Yuan Hao, Xianxia, and the other two's pupils dilated. They stared at Li Yunxiao in shock. Their eyes were shining. Although Xian Pai and Duan Yu did not understand the way of sorcery, the aura of a grandmaster that Li Yunxiao exuded and his movements were extremely close to the realm of the unity of heaven and man of the great Tao of nature. It coincided with their understanding of the martial Tao, so they were extremely shocked to see Li Yunxiao's carefree movements. Xianxia could not help but ask, "It's really one with nature. How did he do it?" Lvhachu gulped and said, "This kid is so lucky." Luck? Xianxia glanced at the primordial stone on the table. The blood flowing in his body seemed to be heating up. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. In the end, he held himself back. If he fought, even if he won, he would be a laughing stock. "Huh!" Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted. His eyes flashed as he performed one spirit art after another. He waved his hands in front of the primordial stone in a strange manner. It was as if he had gone mad. Not only was he mad, but he was also extremely ugly. The beauty of being one with nature was instantly destroyed. Bailey Gongjin's pupils shook. He exclaimed in shock, "This is the basic refinement method, the 12 forms of flying flower and falling snow." Yuan Hao's gaze also turned serious. He said in disbelief, 60 years ago, there were only 36 forms of the basic refinement method. They were the entry-level methods for alchemists. However, Lord Gu Feiyang used his peerless talent to create 12 forms. The Alchemists Guild's headquarters split into two factions. After an intense discussion for 20 years, they finally decided to expand the basic refinement method to 48 forms. Duan Yu could not help but frown. Why did such ugly forms have such a nice name like Flying Flower and Falling Snow? Yuan Hao was startled. He shook his head and said, "Lord Gu Feiyang named them." "How would we know?" Bailey Gongjin smiled faintly and said, "I've heard about this from Lord Yangdi. When Lord Gu Feiyang created these 12 basic refining methods, he also thought that the movements were too ugly. After thinking for several months, he still couldn't improve them, so he gave up on the idea of changing these movements into something more elegant. In the end, he sighed and said, "If you're ugly, don't blame me. I'll give you a nice name as compensation. Duan Yu." He could not help but curse inwardly. Why is this Gu Feiyang talking as much nonsense as Li Yunxiao? Bailey Gongjin continued, "The 12 forms of flying flower and falling snow are not something an ordinary alchemist can grasp or understand. Only rank 4 existences can see through its secrets. However, even they cannot unleash such power. I've seen Li Yunxiao immerse himself in these 12 forms for at least a few decades." When he said this, he immediately frowned and revealed a stunned expression. The rest of the people also revealed strange expressions. Yuan Hao laughed bitterly and said, "Look at his well-practiced techniques and the concept of the flying flower and falling snow. It's impossible to achieve this without decades of bitter cultivation." But he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness and said bitterly, "He's only 15. And he was only rank 3 a few months ago." Bang! Xianxia finally could not hold it in anymore. He slammed the table heavily, and the raw source stone was finally sent flying. He waved his hand and a wave of origin energy immediately wrapped around it. The raw source stone was pulled by this force and began to dance around his body. Under the concept of Li Yunxiao's 12 forms of flying flower and falling snow, he finally could not suppress his fighting spirit and was the first to attack. Surging soul power erupted from Xianxia's body. It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly come back to life. It erupted unexpectedly with shocking power. At this moment, he did not dare to underestimate Li Yunxiao at all. The strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed up until now was not below his. His comprehension of the concept and the refinement of his techniques gave him a feeling of being left in the dust. Fighting for dignity, Bailey Gongjin was slightly moved. He sighed inwardly. In the end, he finally attacked. His gaze landed on Xianxia and Lvhachu. The two of them stared closely at Li Yunxiao. There was no longer any contempt or anger. There was only incomparable seriousness and shock. 12 forms of flying flower and falling snow, I know it too. Xianxia shouted loudly. His body also began to change rapidly. He began to use the same method as Li Yunxiao and continuously sent spirit arts into the raw source stone. Everyone frowned slightly. Although the two's techniques were exactly the same, the visual impression they gave was like heaven and earth. It was as if a teacher was practicing, while a disciple was clumsily imitating. No matter how one looked at it, it was neither fish nor fowl. Even amateurs like Xianxia and Duan Yu could see the difference between the two. Yuan Hao sighed slightly. Just by looking at this set of movements, Xianxia had lost the upper hand. The 12 forms of falling flowers and falling snow was a compulsory technique for rank 4 arcane masters. The few of them had discussed and learned it together before. Usually, when they watched each other use it, it was just SOSO and nothing special. However, compared to Li Yunxiao now, it was just imitation no matter how one looked at it. Not only was it ugly, but it was also disgusting. The elemental stone in front of Li Yunxiao had already shrunk a little. A large amount of gray impurities had been extracted and removed by his basic techniques, leaving behind a stone formed from the condensation of elemental energy. The color of the stone gradually turned pure white. Low-grade source stone. Duan Yu's eyes flickered, and he could not help but exclaim. It was the first time he had seen an arcane master condense a source stone, and he was somewhat excited. His greater passion was because Li Yunxiao's source stone was obviously purer than Xianxia's, and he looked forward to the huge wager. Meanwhile, Bailey Gongjin and the rest were more focused on the process. Every movement of Li Yunxiao's flashed in their eyes, but left a deep shock in their hearts. Every detail could be said to be perfect, and could definitely be compared to textbook condensation. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He had also discovered the difference in techniques between the two. With a soft shout, vigorous soul power surged out and pressed down on the source stone. Lacking in techniques, he used soul power to make up for it. The surging power of a rank 4 arcane master was controlled by him, and he continuously forced out the impurities on the source stone. Soon, the source stone began to slowly turn pure white. Master. Bailey, who was stronger between the two? Xianxia watched with fascination, but he could not understand the trick, so he could only ask resentfully. Bailey Gongjin's expression was solemn. Master Yunxiao is very skilled in techniques, but this 12 forms of falling flowers and falling snow requires great stamina. On the other hand, Master Ji's soul power was extremely vast, but it was difficult for him to maintain this for long. Both of them have their own strengths. I can't tell for a moment, so let's see who gives up first. Xianxia and LV Hachu's expressions changed slightly. Everyone in the city knew that Li Yunxiao possessed an extremely powerful physical skill. This kind of 12 styles of flying flowers and falling snow consumed a lot of energy for them, but it was nothing to Li Yunxiao. From his calm appearance, it could be seen that if this continued, Xianxia would be in an extremely bad situation. Duan Yu also squeezed his palms and found that they were all sweaty. A bet of 150 million was too frightening. As a 3-star martial monarch, even he felt fear in his heart. Under the suppression of Xianxia's tremendous soul force, that piece of primal stone material was quickly stripped of its impurities, entering the level of a low-grade primal stone. However, cold sweat also began to appear on his forehead, feeling a bit unable to hold on. Xianxia sneaked a glance at Li Yunxiao and discovered that he was still unhurried and leisurely. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he clenched his teeth and continued to suppress it. Under his surging soul force, the purity of the primal stone was almost catching up to Li Yunxiao's. However, Xianxia and LV Hachu's expressions became increasingly unsightly. Medial grade. Xianxia shouted and used all his strength to charge forward. That low-grade primal stone nearly shattered under the boundless force, scattering a large amount of primal powder. The entire stone shrunk, but it became extremely white and filled with spiritual energy. He forcefully raised it to the level of medial grade. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia did not feel happy about raising it to the level of medial grade. Instead, he looked bitterly at Li Yunxiao's primal stone. Under the meticulous carving of the 12 styles of flying flowers and falling snow, it was slowly condensing into a medial grade. From his expression, it could be seen that Li Yunxiao did not have it easy. However, under the meticulous technique, the entire primal stone was not damaged at all. The spiritual energy was preserved perfectly, unlike his forceful suppression, which caused a lot of primal qi to leak out. Most importantly, Li Yunxiao looked like he had an endless supply of energy that would never end. And he was already at the end of his rope. Everyone was extremely shocked, and even LV Haochu could not hold it in any longer. His face was extremely red. Although it was too embarrassing to take turns to fight, he had already been forced into a corner at this crucial moment. If he did not make a move, he would lose completely. Master Gu, step back. Let me do it. LV Haochu could not care less about his reputation. He waved his hand, and boundless soul force immediately lifted the tottering primal stone up. It was like a magical weapon that had been infused with energy. It shone brightly again and spun in the air. Gu Xianxia looked miserable. He retreated a few steps before sitting down. He hurriedly meditated and adjusted his breathing. A battle of pure soul power like this would consume the most energy, but there was no room for falsehood. Yuan Hao's eyes were wide open, and he mumbled to himself in a daze, so it's true that he wants to fight 1 against 3. A look of shame appeared on LV Haochu's face, but he quickly cast aside all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to the condensation. After the primal stone entered the middle grade, there were almost no impurities left. The next step was to continuously condense the essence and raise the grade of the primal stone. The most important thing was to protect the essence and prevent the spiritual energy from dispersing. He opened his hands gently, and a series of illusions appeared. It gave people a dreamy feeling, and it was extremely beautiful. Bailey Gongjin smiled and praised, "This set of Yamada branch heart cultivation mantra is unique and extremely powerful. It's the best technique for refining stones. Master Lu has been immersed in it for decades, and his performance is as smooth as flowing water. Even I have to admit that I'm inferior to him in terms of understanding this technique." Duan Yu looked deeply worried. Although he knew that Li Yunxiao's refining skills were extremely powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful that he could fight 2 rank 4 arcane masters consecutively. However, he was limited by his age. No matter how monstrous he was only 15 years old. The other 3 added up were probably more than 200 years old. How could talent make up for such a huge difference in age? Moreover, all the arcane masters who could advance to rank 4 were all talented geniuses. He's also advanced to the middle grade. Yuan Hao exclaimed softly. Everyone's gazes immediately fell on Li Yunxiao. Under his meticulous carving, the primordial stone had become pure white after the dust had been washed away. It was undoubtedly a middle-grade primordial stone. Bailey Gongjin exclaimed in amazement, "This is truly uncanny workmanship. I didn't feel any loss of essence throughout the entire process. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. But what technique will he use next? If he uses the 12 basic styles after reaching the middle grade, it will probably be very difficult to raise the quality of the primal stone. This is..." Li Yunxiao took a deep breath. That ugly and strange posture changed. A set of complicated hand seals was performed in his hands. It actually emitted waves of frequency fluctuations, as if he was searching for the entrance to this space. He wanted to merge with heaven and earth again and rely on the power of nature. What technique is this? It actually emitted a majestic vibration force. The frequency of this wave actually changed so quickly. Yuan Hao was shocked, his eyes popping out of their sockets. He had never heard of the technique that Li Yunxiao was using. There was only a sense of majesty. Even this space started to become restless, as if it wanted to merge with his spirit technique. What a profound comprehension ability! Xian Pai's pupils constricted. Although he did not know formula path, once this technique was used, he could still feel the comprehension of the Tao that was gradually merging with heaven and earth. It was more than a level higher than LV Haochu. All techniques return to one. Whether it is martial path or formula path, all paths lead to the same destination. All of them become heaven and earth, the end of the universe, the pinnacle of the universe. Duan Yu was also a little dazed. The essence of the comprehension of merging with space moved his heart slightly. Vaguely, his realm seemed to have increased. Xian Pai seemed to feel the change in Duan Yu's body. He trembled slightly and revealed a look of envy. At their level, it was already extremely difficult not to improve by a little. This kind of coincidental improvement was even more so, something that could only be encountered by chance. Scripture of Rippling Mirage. This is the Scripture of Rippling Mirage. Bailey Gongjin cried out involuntarily. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. His skin was slightly flushed from excessive hesitation and excitement. Yuan Hao and Xianxia were both shocked. As a rank 6 arcane refiner, Bailey Gongjin had always been steady. He rarely lost his composure like this. It was clear that the technique Li Yunxiao displayed was extraordinary. It made even a rank 6 arcane refiner unable to remain calm. Yuan Hao could not help but ask, Grandmaster Bailey, what kind of technique is this Scripture of Rippling Mirage? Why have I never heard of it? Bailey Gongjin did not seem to hear Yuan Hao's words. His face was a little dazed, but his eyes were fixed on Li Yunxiao's technique without moving. A strong desire appeared in his eyes, as if he wanted to forcibly imprint every move of Li Yunxiao's into his mind. However, he failed in the end. This set of techniques was too fantastical and repetitive. He heaved a heavy sigh and looked disappointed. When I first saw this technique, I was just like you. I was only a rank 4 monarch. At that time, I was still cultivating by master's side and living in the deification sea. Bailey Gongjin's eyes became a little blurred as he fell into memory. There were only 2 people who were given the honor of honorary elders in the Deification Sea Technique Guild headquarters. I still remember that day. Master told us that there was another honorary elder in the Arcane Refiners Guild headquarters. When he said this, his face was full of admiration. At that time, Master was already a rank 9 Emperor-level arcane refiner. We were all very curious as to who else could make Master so convinced. Master carefully reminded us that the next day would be the teaching session after this person was promoted to honorary elder of the Arcane Refiners Guild. He told us to put down everything and attend. Later, in order to learn this Scripture of Rippling Mirage, I snuck into Lord Gu Feiyang's palace in the Arcane Refiners Guild when no one was paying attention. Tisk. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by how daring Bailey Gongjin was. Yuan Hao said in shock, Then you met Lord Gu Feiyang? Bailey Gongjin said in awe, Yes. When I sneaked in, Lord Gu Feiyang was cultivating in his bedroom, sitting with his legs crossed. I was so excited that I couldn't describe it. I hurriedly knelt and begged Lord Gu Feiyang to teach me the Scripture of Rippling Mirage. And then? Duan Yu asked hurriedly. He was very interested in gossiping about the legends of the continent. Bailey Gongjin smiled bitterly. I knelt in front of Lord Gu Feiyang for a whole night, but he didn't move or speak, as if he didn't notice me at all. It wasn't until dawn when the rooster crowed outside that I suddenly realized that Lord Gu Feiyang had taught me something even more important. What is it? Yuan Hao was curious. He could comprehend something after staying silent for a whole night. Bailey Gongjin said in a solemn tone, What Lord Gu wanted to tell me was, the art of formula is boundless, but my life is boundless. Even if you have an indomitable heart, you have to be down to earth and blindly follow the trend. As long as you are persistent, you can wait until the day the rooster crows. I see. Yuan Hao was enlightened and sighed. Lord Gu Feiyang is really an extraordinary man. Gulp. Li Yunxiao, who was condensing primordial stones, grunted and swallowed hard, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He did remember that there was such a thing. After the lecture, he was framed by a bad friend who said he had something good to do. It turned out that he was going to peep at Red Lotus Emperor Wu Lufian bathing. That bad friend slipped away as soon as the soles of his feet were greased. He was shocked by Lufian's peerless breasts and was half a step slower. As a result, he was locked on by her divine sense. In a moment of desperation, Li Yunxiao hurriedly ran back to his own palace and pretended to be meditating. Sure enough, in an instant, Lufian chased after him. She was suspicious in the dark, and finally made up her mind that he was the murderer. She was about to make a move. A simple-minded kid sneaked in and knelt in front of him, saying that he wanted to learn the Scripture of Rippling Mirage with all his heart. However, Lufian was secretly watching him. He was afraid of being exposed, and did not dare to move at all. That kid had perseverance. He knelt for an entire night. When the sun rose, he suddenly said, Thank you, Lord Gu. I understand. Then, she excitedly ran away, leaving him baffled. Luffy also waited all night and finally left impatiently. So that's what happened, so this kid is actually an old friend, and he even saved me once. Xianxia's face instantly darkened. He was distracted and almost made a few mistakes in his incantations. A look of reverence appeared on Bailey Gongjin's face, and he said in a reverent tone, "At that time, Master said to me emotionally that Lord Gu Feiyang was a rare genius in alchemy, and that the art of alchemy would definitely be continued and developed by him in the future. He told me to follow in Lord Gu Feiyang's footsteps on the path of alchemy, and forever walk toward the pinnacle of the art of alchemy." Everyone was silent when they heard this. They had an infinite yearning for that genius who streaked across the sky like a comet for thousands of years. Xianxia was also quite touched. He had a complicated look in his eyes, and said, "I didn't expect Li Yunxiao's hand technique to have such a great origin." Bailey Gongjin also smiled, and said, "It's a pity. Li Yunxiao is extremely talented. If he wasn't so arrogant and conceited, he wouldn't have suffered such a big loss today." Duan Yu's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Master Bailey, I don't like what you said. From the looks of it, the outcome is still unknown, right?" Bailey Gongjin smiled, and did not say anything. After seeing that Li Yunxiao actually knew the scripture of Rippling Mirage, his heart surged with extreme fanaticism. Originally, he had captured Li Yunxiao for the 3 great seals of heaven and earth, mortal world, and floating life. Now, there was even the scripture of Rippling Mirage that he had always dreamed of. This time, he had to obtain it no matter what. As long as Li Yunxiao lost, it would not be a problem for him to buy it with a large amount of primordial stones. Even with the scripture of Rippling Mirage, it was impossible for him to fight against 3 alone. He secretly sent a signal to his subordinates, and they began to collect primordial stones. LV Haochu's 8-headed heart-refining hand had already been unleashed to the extreme. Every time he swung it, it was like a giant hammer smashing down on the primordial stones, causing them to shine brightly. As for Li Yunxiao's scripture of Rippling Mirage, the primordial stone began to condense on its own, continuously condensing, as if it wanted to absorb the primordial qi in the air. Yuan Hao could not help but say, "This scripture of Rippling Mirage is too amazing. It can actually make primordial qi condense on its own without dispersing and collapse inward. This is too advantageous." "Advantageous?" Duan Yu snorted coldly. 1 against 3, and you still think you're advantageous?" Yuan Hao immediately shut up, and a flash of shame appeared on his face. Bailey Gongjin silently watched the technique. This feeling was even more shocking and exciting than when he was in the deity transformation sea. The highest realm of the 8-headed heart-refining art, 100 refinements to weapon. LV Haochu softly shouted, and a hint of red appeared on his face. His hands immediately emitted a golden light, and shadows of hammers fell from the sky, converging from all directions. The primordial stone was suppressed to the extreme, and it began to advance toward the level of a high-grade primordial stone. The entire room was filled with spirit qi, emitting a faint fragrance of primordial qi. It was refreshing, but no one was in the mood to enjoy it. They were all nervously watching the battle. A high-grade primordial stone, done. LV Haochu was overjoyed, and his pale face was filled with excitement. He continued to use the 100 refinements to weapon in one go, bombarding the primordial stone. However, the effect was getting weaker and weaker. On the other side, Li Yunxiao's technique became faster and faster, and the primordial stone was also advancing toward a high-grade quality. Similarly, his face began to turn pale. No matter how amazing his technique was, it was difficult to avoid the consumption of his soul power. Can it advance to high grade? Everyone was stunned, and they watched nervously. At this point, even if it succeeded in advancing to high grade, it would definitely lose. After all, the other party still had Xianxia who had not made a move yet. "Condense!" Li Yunxiao shouted, and surging soul power blossomed from between his brows, shooting into the primordial stone. The extremely dense primordial qi was suppressed by his soul power, and it began to rush toward a higher level. The scripture of Rippling Mirage in his hand flickered with golden light, and it slowly condensed the primordial qi. Such precise control. Bailey Gongjin exclaimed in disbelief, "It looks like his soul power is boundless, and he is hammering and condensing the primordial stone without caring about the cost, but in fact, every bit of soul power is used on the blade, and there is no waste at all." Heavens, this kind of control, is it really something a 15-year-old can do? It's high grade. Yuan Hao's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock. He actually relied on his own strength to forcibly raise the primordial stone to high grade. Can he still persist? On the other side, LV Haochu's expression instantly became miserable. Although Li Yunxiao's primordial stone had just advanced to high grade, and was slightly inferior to his, the blow to his confidence and dignity was undoubtedly huge. Coupled with the huge consumption, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Master LV. Xianxia was shocked, and he hurriedly went to support LV Haochu. With a pale face, he said, "Let me do the rest." A trace of helplessness appeared on LV Haochu's face, and he looked at Xianxia next to him with a bitter smile. At this stage, even if they won, they would lose face, and as for the 150 million primordial stones, they did not have the face to take it. Xianxia also had the same thought, but at this stage, he had to bite the bullet. If they won, they would lose face, and if they lost, they would be even more ashamed. "See rising bright moon!" Xianxia shouted, and raised his hands like a wheel, like a bright moon in the sky. That piece of primordial stone slowly rose up as he lifted it. His powerful soul power was like a broken dam, and continuously surged into the primordial stone, and continued to condense. After reaching high-grade primordial stone, it could only advance to the supreme grade. And in this process, the use of techniques was extremely small, only by using powerful soul power could it advance to the supreme grade. Naturally, Li Yunxiao also knew this. He directly sat down cross-legged, and light flickered between his eyebrows. Streaks of soul power flew out in an extremely exquisite manner, and entered the primordial stone. Right now, the only thing he could do was not waste a single bit of soul power. Yuan Hao said with an expectant expression, "Master Xian's soul power, can you advance the primordial stone to the supreme grade?" Bailey Gongjin frowned slightly, and said, "Difficult. Advancing from high grade to supreme grade is much more difficult than the previous two stages. If there are no accidents, it should stop at the supreme grade, and will at most condense into pseudo-supreme grade." Duan Yu hurriedly said, "Since it can't reach supreme grade, I think young Master Yun should be close. Everyone will stop at high grade, so it can be considered a draw." He had already discovered that Li Yunxiao could not hold on for much longer, and Xianxia's momentum was shocking as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Bailey Gongjin glanced at him indifferently, and said, "Even if they are both high grade, there is still a difference in level." Indeed, after advancing to high grade, the primordial stone under Xianxia's control began to condense at an extremely fast rate, and the energy it contained was so dense that it made people drool. The primordial stone in front of Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was advancing at an abnormally slow pace, as if it was already at the end of its rope. Yuan Hao could not help but sigh, and said, "Master Yunxiao, even though you have lost, it is still a glorious loss. Although there are not many people in today's battle, it is enough to make your name known throughout the world." Everyone could not help but nod slightly. Even LV Haochu and Xianxia were completely speechless. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and said, "Master Yuan Hao, you think that I have lost just like that?" Li Yunxiao let out a soft cry, and his hand seals changed. A golden tadpole-like character appeared in his palm, and the soul projection in the world divine steel became fainter and fainter. In the end, it completely disappeared, completely returning to his body. The soul power that was about to dry up was suddenly irrigated, and it quickly became stronger. The primordial stone in front of him suddenly felt a great pressure, and it began to spin rapidly. Every spin caused the energy to condense a bit, and its speed was actually not any slower than Xianxia's. What is going on? Everyone sucked in a cold breath, and they were all extremely shocked. "Haha, we're going to win. We said it was a draw just now, but you guys didn't agree. TSK. Duan Yu started dancing. Judging from Li Yunxiao's aura, he seemed to be even stronger than Xianxia. Bailey Gongjin and the others were so shocked that they could stuff a watermelon in their mouths. Up until now, the soul power that Li Yunxiao had displayed was already not inferior to that of a fifth-tier king-rank alchemist. Xianxia's expression also changed greatly, revealing a look of disbelief. This rising moon over the sea was an extremely profound soul-refining technique. It could explode the potential of an arcane master in an instant, greatly increasing their soul power in a short period of time. The process of refining a high-grade primal stone to a supreme grade was extremely difficult for a rank 4 arcane master. Furthermore, the longer it dragged on, the greater the loss. Hence, the best method was to risk it all and exhaust all of their soul power. This brat must also understand this, which is why he threw out all of his trump cards in order to deal the final blow. But I don't believe that he can still contend against me while fighting against 2 rank 4 arcane masters. Xianxia's heart surged with fighting spirit. He was completely convinced by Li Yunxiao, but he couldn't lose this match no matter what. Rising moon over the sea, bright moon illuminates the ditch. Rumble. Thunder seemed to rumble within Xianxia's body as moonlight appeared and shone on the primal stone. Under the phenomenon, the primal stone rapidly condensed into a ball. The smaller it was, the higher the quality. In comparison, Li Yunxiao's side was like a river that had stopped flowing after a majestic attack at the start, gradually drying up. It's indeed a dying lamp, the final radiance of the setting sun. Bailey Gongjin twisted his beard and smiled, looking as if he had seen through everything. Li Yunxiao's body was already drenched in sweat, and his face was extremely pale. Rays of golden light appeared on his skin, and tadpole characters appeared from time to time. They were the divine language of Dian, cryptic and difficult to understand. What is this? Bailey Gongjin's eyes widened as he looked at the golden tadpole characters flickering on Li Yunxiao's body. He involuntarily exclaimed, "Ancient golden runes. TSK, you actually cultivated the ancient scripture. Who are you?" This time, he really couldn't stay calm anymore. From the fleeting life, mortal world, and heaven and earth 3 seals to the scripture of rippling mirage heavenly scripture, and then to this ancient scripture, each one was more shocking than the last. Especially this kind of ancient scripture, no one in the current world could recognize it. His master was one of the experts in the deification sea who studied this kind of ancient text, but it was difficult for him to see through the profound meaning behind every word. It was unknown where these ancient characters had been passed down from, and it was also unknown why they had been obliterated in the torrent of history. However, each character contained the rules of the great Tao, and it seemed that it was precisely because of this that it was difficult for them to exist in the world. Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly in his heart. If it was any other 6th rank alchemist, they would definitely be unable to know the origins of the golden runes on his body. However, Bailey Gongjin was that person's disciple, but at this moment, he was forced into a corner, and there was nothing he could do. If he didn't use the great divine evolution technique, he would lose for sure. A series of cryptic words came out of Li Yunxiao's mouth, and his psyche ocean shone with a golden light. That dried-up spirit spring water was irrigated, and it erupted again, pouring into the yuan stones. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared on both of their bodies, reflecting each other. The 2 yuan stones were also collapsing and condensing at an extremely fast speed. They became smaller and smaller, and eventually shrunk to the size of a dragon's eye, and slowly stopped. This is already the limit of both of them. They both stopped before the extreme grade. Yuan Hao swallowed, and said in shock, "Evenly matched?" Both of their yuan stones are infinitely close to the extreme grade, but neither of them is extreme grade. Bailey Gongjin's pupils shrunk, and his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 2 pseudo-extreme grade yuan stones. Finally, he sighed, and said with a tone of disbelief, "Although they are both pseudo-extreme grade, but Master Yunxiao's yuan stone is a bit bigger." Obviously, during the condensing process, the yuan qi was perfectly preserved, and the effect was minimal. And Master Xian's yuan qi is even more serious. It should be Master Yunxiao who won. Gu Xiangqian and LV Haochu's expressions both changed, and they silently lowered their heads. Bailey Gongjin's judgment was absolutely fair, without any bias. "Haha, he won, he won." Duan Yu couldn't help but jump up in excitement. "Yuan stones, 150 million yuan stones, haha." "Wait." Suddenly, Xianzhe let out a light yell. Both of his eyes were slightly red as he said seriously, "The competition is not over yet. What's the point of judging?" He flipped his right hand, and a bead-like purple dan appeared in his hand. His eyes were full of struggle. Li Yunxiao looked at that purple dan, and his heart shook. He thought that it was not good. This purple dan was condensed from a rank 7 beast soul, and was called purple chi from the east. It was a rare pellet that could increase one's soul power. Its value was no less than 50 million mid-grade yuan stones. Fight! Xianxia yelled as he closed his eyes, and swallowed that purple chi from the east. In any case, he was already in the tag battle. Even if he lost all his face, it wouldn't matter. After swallowing the pellet, streaks of purple appeared on his pale face. His face glowed, and his dried-up soul power rapidly increased. A bright moon rose into the sky once again, pushing the pseudo-supreme grade pellet to a higher quality. It's over. Don't you have any shame? Forget about the tag battle, you actually want to swallow a pellet. Duan Yu trembled with anger, and the yuan stone in his hand was about to fly away. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to him, and focused all his attention on that yuan stone, not allowing the slightest mistake. Gu Xiangqian and LV Haochu's faces were completely red, and they buried their heads deep into their necks, not daring to raise their heads. Top grade. Yuan Hao's pupils shrank as he stared at the yuan stone in front of Xianxia, and said in shock, it really entered the top grade realm. This time, Master Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked at his opponent's yuan stone gradually entering the top grade, and he was also shocked. At that moment, his soul power was dried up, and the great divine evolution technique was also operating to its peak, and he couldn't spare any more energy. Everyone was shocked, and they turned their heads to look at Li Yunxiao. They saw him performing a seal with one hand, and his entire body seemed to have entered a meditative state. Only a faint amount of yuan power shone from between his eyebrows, and it kept the pseudo-yuan stone from falling. Could it be that he wants to slowly recover his soul power before refining? Isn't that too ridiculous? After this battle, it will be hard to recover without a few months' time, Yuan Hao thought. However, everyone was silent, and they were waiting for Li Yunxiao to admit defeat. No one rushed him, because even if he lost this battle, it would still be honorable. In the World Divine Monument, Li Yunxiao's soul shadow appeared faintly. He had used up too much energy, and it was extremely difficult for him to maintain his soul shadow. With a flash, he appeared at the bottom of Fengsuan Mountain, in the center of the spiritual sea. Lend me your soul power. Without saying anything else, he grabbed towards the sapling of the Kunwa divine tree. Swish, that sapling sensed danger, and it instantly shifted its position, hiding far away. A faint shadow appeared above the sapling, and it had the appearance of a boy. It spoke with a tender voice, "What are you trying to do? Don't you know how important soul power is to me? You actually want to plunder it." Li Yunxiao frowned. This Kunwa divine tree was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth, and it had awakened its spiritual consciousness so quickly. He said sternly, "I made a bet with someone, and I am already at the end of my life. If I borrow your soul power to nourish myself, I will return it to you several times over." "TSK, how can I return my soul power? If you casually ask for it now, it will be a great loss to me. You better think of another way. In any case, I will not lend you my soul power." The boy shook his big head, and he was determined to refuse. Li Yunxiao said angrily, "Xiao is being long-winded with me. Right now, we are all grasshoppers on the same boat. If I win the heaven-shocking origin stone, everyone will benefit together. If you continue to be long-winded and cause me to lose the competition, I will catch you and burn you like firewood next time." The boy blinked his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "I am Kunwa divine tree, and I am not afraid of the true phoenix fire. How can a mere mortal fire burn me? I was born in the 5 elements of heaven and earth, but I transcend the 5 elements, and I am impervious to fire and water." "Impervious your sister. Since you are in the 5 elements, you are restrained by the rules of the 5 elements. I don't believe that the vast heaven-universe metal, the most powerful metal chi in the world, can't cut you." Li Yunxiao was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak, and his figure became fainter and fainter. "There are still a few breaths of time left. If you don't support me now, just wait to eat the sword chi of the vast heaven-universe metal. You can forget about escaping from my boundary god steel in this lifetime." The boy's face was slightly pale, and he seemed to be really afraid. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just a little, just a little, just a little bit. Stop talking, come here." Li Yunxiao's face became anxious, and he hurried to grab the boy. At this moment, his main body in the Arcane Artificer Guild suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. There seemed to be lightning flickering in his eyes, and it actually shook the pseudo-supreme grade Yuan stone, causing it to almost explode. Great evolution got art, refine. He waved his hand, and streams of golden tadpole-like characters sprinkled down, disappearing in the air. Each character contained a supreme Tao, and it instantly wrapped the pseudo-supreme grade Yuan stone, directly improving its quality. The surging soul power seemed to be rushing out continuously, and the supreme grade Yuan stone that Xianxia was controlling was shaken by the majestic power, and it was directly pushed to the side. Xianxia, who was still persisting in refining and trying to improve the quality to the maximum, felt the surging soul power ocean, and was instantly shocked. His mind was greatly shaken, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. It directly sprayed on his own Yuan stone, and was instantly shaken out, falling on the table, and kept spinning. Ah! This? Everyone's mind instantly stopped working. At this moment, Xianxia's essence, qi, and spirit seemed to have changed into another person, and he was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. Supreme grade! Xianxia lightly scolded, and those tadpole-like characters were inserted into the Yuan stone, instantly increasing the quality of the Yuan stone to the supreme grade. He still didn't have the intention to stop, and all kinds of strange arts were imprinted one by one. After the Yuan stone had reached the supreme grade, its quality was still increasing rapidly, as if it was trying to break through the innate Yuan Dan, which was above the supreme grade. Above the supreme grade primordial stone, there was another form of vitality. It was like a stone but not a stone. It was formed by the purest vitality in the world. However, when swallowed directly, there would be no impurities. A primordial stone that was formed from the supreme grade primordial stone was called the innate primordial elixir. Is he trying to break through to the innate primordial elixir? Bailey Gongjin's heart trembled as his eyes flickered with astonishment. Only an arcane master like him, who had reached the sixth step, could condense an innate origin pill. It was much more effective than a supreme grade origin stone, and there was no supply for it in the market due to the low production rate. No arcane master would expend so much soul power to create such an item, unless it was a great force that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Only then would they spare no effort to nurture their disciples. Innate primordial elixir, not only Xianxia and the other alchemists, but Duan Yu and Xian Pai also knew what it was. After Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Xianxia in astonishment. At that moment, the quality of the primordial stone had already lost. The three of them were completely convinced of their loss. There was no trace of resentment or dissatisfaction. Inside the World God Monument, under Fengsuan Mountain, the sapling of the Wukuan divine tree was swaying left and right as if it was shriveled. Its leaves drooped. A dark and gloomy figure of a boy flickered in the shadows of the leaves, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. The boy's low and deep curses kept ringing out. You said a little bit, but you actually sucked away more than half of my soul power. God damn it. Then, the voice became so soft that it couldn't be heard anymore. It gradually fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, Xianxia's body was glowing with a golden light. His eyes were also shining with a golden light. From time to time, there would be golden inscriptions flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he had used the great divine evolution skill in such a relaxed manner. Gradually, he blended into the mysteriousness. The Taoist connotation carved in every word was emitting the same frequency as the rules of heaven and earth. He blended into heaven and earth again. This? Everyone was stunned. He had actually experienced this kind of state that could only be encountered by chance twice in a short period of time. These alchemists, in particular, could also sense a supreme Taoist connotation emanating from Xianxia's body. To be more precise, it came from the golden tadpole characters of the great divine evolution technique. The intent it emitted seemed to contain the supreme Tao of refinement, and it was fascinating. Innate inner core, condense. Xianxia's lips parted slightly as he recited a series of incomprehensible scriptures. Every time he recited it, it resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if his entire being represented the laws of this space. Words abiding Dharma body, that piece of almost transparent top-grade Yuan stone began to soften. Every time the golden characters were engraved, it would become a bit thinner and softer. Gradually, it lost its solid state and became somewhere between solid and liquid. It was magnificent. Is this the innate Yuan Dan? Apart from Bailey Gongjin and Xian Pai, it was the first time the others had seen such a divine object, and they were all amazed. The innate Yuan Dan is done. Li Yunxiao held the innate inner core in his hand as he turned around and said with a smile, 3 masters, the inner core has been formed. Can I win? The inner core has been formed. Can I win? He repeated it 3 times, and the alchemists finally recovered from their shock. Xianxia, Gu Xianxian, and LV Haochu looked at each other. There was no shame on their faces anymore, and it was replaced by calmness and respect. The 3 of them put their hands in front of their chests and knelt down together. They said in unison, the 3 of us admire Master Yunxiao. Please enlighten us. Xian Pai and Duan Yu were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. This unbelievable scene was even more shocking than seeing the innate Yuan Dan. 3 4th-grade alchemists knelt down and admired him. What was going on? If news of this spread, it would shock the whole southern region of the realm of heaven martial arts. However, Li Yunxiao just smiled. He didn't care at all, as if he was used to this kind of scene. Bailey Gongjin was shocked by Li Yunxiao's calm demeanor. This was not the calmness of an ordinary aristocratic family's disciple. It was as if he was born to be worshipped by everyone. I don't dare to enlighten you. Let's have a chat when we have time. Li Yunxiao smiled and put away the innate Yuan Dan. He walked to the table with a smile and put away the Tianluo flaming war flag. At the same time, he pushed the purple cloud scorpion wings and the great illusionary Yang Jade to Yuan Hao and Bailey Gongjin. He said with a smile, Masters, please pay. Xianxia and the other 2 looked at each other, then stood up and stood aside respectfully. They didn't dare to speak. Bailey Gongjin and Yuan Hao came back to their senses. Bailey Gongjin took the great illusionary Yang Jade and looked at it in disbelief. He sighed and said, Master Yunxiao, you are a rare genius. You are even more talented than Lord Gufeiyang. In the future, when you become the leader of the great path of alchemy, you will definitely be a master. He slowly put his hands in front of him and kowtowed deeply. Xian Pai was shocked. He was almost blinded by this scene. This scene caused him to lose his composure even more than before. Bailey Gongjin, the #1 alchemist in the Fire Crow Empire, a rank 6 zone realm alchemy master, who was on equal footing with the master of the Jutian sect, actually bowed. To this kid, Bailey Gongjin's bow was really a bow to the supreme great Tao. He felt the endless formula Tao from Li Yunxiao. He was filled with respect and awe. Li Yunxiao was undoubtedly the inheritor of formula Tao in front of him. Well said, well said. Li Yunxiao hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, let's not talk about anything else. Let's pay for the great illusionary Yang Jade first. Xian Pai, Bailey Gongjin hurriedly passed down the order. He had already asked the servants to collect the primordial stones. Soon, 50 million middle-grade primordial stones were placed on the table. Yuan Hao also collected 60 million middle-grade primordial stones and took the purple cloud scorpion wings. Li Yunxiao smiled like a flower. He happily put it all away and said, next time there are similar competitions, remember to call me. Whether it's martial arts or formula Tao, I will participate in both. Everyone looked at his greedy appearance and their faces were filled with black lines. He didn't look like a noble arcane master at all. He was purely a nouveau riche. Bailey Gongjin hurriedly said, Master Yunxiao, can you stay for a few days and everyone can study formula Tao together? Of course. Li Yunxiao said, but I have to pay by the hour. Everyone, no problem. Bailey Gongjin was overjoyed. As long as Li Yunxiao was willing to stay, he was willing to pay any amount of primordial stones. He was instantly in a good mood. The other arcane masters were also extremely excited. The various techniques and strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed just now had won their admiration. Bailey Gongjin said, Master Yunxiao's strength is astonishing. I think awarding a rank 4 badge is no longer suitable. I will now officially announce that Master Yunxiao has advanced to a rank 5 arcane master and will be awarded a rank 5 badge. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison, expressing their firm agreement. Xian Pai slightly frowned, as if he was in a difficult position. He couldn't help but say, Master Bailey, Master Yunxiao, I have something to discuss with you. I'm afraid that Master Yunxiao can't stay in the guild for long. Bailey Gongjin's expression changed. He said unhappily, what is more important than Formula Dao research? Even if the Fire Crow Empire collapses, Master Yunxiao must stay. The other arcane masters also stared at Xian Pai with hostility. Even Xian Zai's eyes flashed with anger, causing Xian Pai to be covered in cold sweat. These arcane masters were all madmen. Once it was something related to Formula Dao, it was as if they had taken aphrodisiac. They didn't care about anything else. Xian Pai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and explained, the quota for Mount Meru has been allocated. Excluding the ones taken by the major sects, there are a total of 2,000 floating quotas for the other aristocratic families to fight over. According to the usual practice, each of the 3 empires will have 1,000 quotas, which will be distributed among themselves. But this time, the rules have changed. After some discussion, the 3 empires have decided to hold a test together so that the powerful disciples can obtain the most opportunities. 2,000 floating quotas? Bailey Gongjin sneered, you major sects are really generous. You are willing to take out 1/5. But what does this have to do with Master Yunxiao? Xian Pai clearly felt Bailey Gongjin's sarcasm and hostility. He smiled bitterly, this time, it doesn't just concern the inheritance of the scattered forces of the empire. It also concerns the face of the empire. All the forces that have been allocated quotas are not allowed to participate. Even so, there are as many sects and aristocratic families that need quotas. The competition will be fierce. As an independent force of the Fire Crow Empire, Yanwu City itself does not have any quotas. Also, Master Yunxiao's strength. Hee. Everyone immediately understood that Xian Pai wanted Li Yunxiao to try his best to snatch as many spots as possible. Without the disciples of those aristocratic families and sects, with the strength that Li Yunxiao displayed on the Golden Crow Arena, he would definitely be able to defeat everyone. Bailey Gongjin's expression changed slightly as he snorted, Master Yunxiao is a rare genius in Formula Path. Participating in this test is extremely dangerous. Can you bear the responsibility if something happens? Xian Pai was startled. His expression darkened as he looked at Li Yunxiao with a pleading expression. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then smiled, there is no problem with me going, but the quotas must be distributed by me. Xian Pai showed a bitter expression, with Master Yunxiao's strength, getting a few hundred won't be a problem. But we can't give them all to Yanwu City, right? How will the other forces balance it out? Li Yunxiao smiled, don't worry, Yanwu City will not leave a single one. When the time comes, I will hold an auction and sell all the quotas for source stones. What? Not a single one? This time, even the arcane masters revealed shocked expressions, expressing their confusion. Li Yunxiao randomly explained, Yanwu City's trash will only waste the quotas if they go. So, we should distribute them to those who need them. He couldn't just say that he had the world god steel and could bring as many people as he wanted. The entire southern region would go crazy if that happened. Everyone's faces darkened. They obviously did not believe him. But this was his privacy, and no one asked. Xian Pai said, as long as the spots are circulated within the Fire Crow Empire, I won't ask too much. But this way, we won't be able to select the best. Whoever has the money will go. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, is there anything perfect in this world? If you want to select the best, why don't you just take 1,000 spots from your aristocratic families and distribute them? You have to ensure your vested interests and keep an eye on the remaining scraps. Sir Pai, you can't be too greedy. Of course, there's another way. That is, you can secretly use primordial stones to support the capable juniors and bid for the spots at a high price. Xian Pai smiled bitterly and said, forget it, forget it. With Master Yunxiao, the Fire Crow Empire will be able to compete for far more spots than the other 2 countries. However, Master Yunxiao has to be careful. There might be disciples from other regions mixed in among the juniors competing for the spots. They are so powerful that you cannot underestimate them. His tone was serious. Every time Mount Meru opened, there would be juniors from the other 3 regions coming in. But most of the 3 empires would provide spots for them for free in exchange for greater benefits. But there were some factions that were not powerful enough. After sneaking into the southern region, they would not be allocated spots, but they would be allowed to compete for the remaining spots. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. Not to mention the disciples of the factions that had not entered the sect, even the disciples of the super factions were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Xianxia saw that he did not care and did not say anything. After all, his strength was there for all to see. He had killed a martial grandmaster with a wave of his hand and defeated 3 grade 4 alchemists by himself. Even in the entire Sky Martial continent, he was a rare existence. The competition for the spots will take place in 7 days at Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island? Li Yunxiao looked confused. He had obviously not heard of it before. The others looked at him strangely. Duan Yu could not help but say, "You are a disciple of an aristocratic family. There is a lake called Mingxin Lake at the border of the 3 empires in the southern region. It is vast and boundless, and it flows directly into the South Sea. There were 1,000 islands in the Mingxin Lake, and the largest one was Xianxia Island. It is fair to set up the competition for the slots there." Xianxia nodded and said, "The Mingxin Lake doesn't belong to any country. Right now, it's already under the control of a few major forces and they're starting to make all sorts of arrangements. The main thing is to clear out some of the high-level demonic beasts and set up all kinds of image stones so that the whole competition can be held fairly. Li Yunxiao said, "That's great. See you on Xianxia Island in 7 days." Bailey Gongjin saw that he was about to leave and hurriedly said, "Master Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao turned around and smiled. "To learn the floating life, mortal world, and heaven and earth seals, you need 200 million, 500 million, and 800 million mid-grade primal stones. To learn the heaven scripture of rippling mirage, it would cost 1 billion mid-grade primal stones. I won't sell those ancient golden inscriptions for any price." After throwing down his offer, he left the Alchemist Guild with Duan Yu and disappeared into the horizon. Bailey Gongjin and the others opened their mouths wide. It wasn't like they hadn't seen people selling martial skills at such a high price before, but it wasn't something that a noble alchemist would do. But soon, the crowd became excited. As long as they had the money, they could learn the peerless martial skills. Even Xianxia was tempted. He wasn't interested in the scripture of rippling mirage that was worth 1 billion, but he had seen the 3 seals with his own eyes. They were much more powerful than the Book of Indifference from the Broken Love Mountain, so it wasn't expensive at all for a few 100 million mid-grade primal stones. Primal stones, primal stones. Bailey Gongjin lost his composure and yelled, "Sell all of the Alchemist Guild's products. I want to collect 25 million high-grade primal stones as soon as possible. If it's not enough, put up a notice that the Alchemist Guild is temporarily open to the public. All alchemists, go and accept missions." Yuan Hao and the other 3 immediately disappeared from the room. They seemed to be even more anxious than Bailey Gongjin. The peerless skill path, a wider path, was laid out in front of the crowd. They could exchange for it with primal stones that they didn't care about. Who wouldn't be excited? Xianxia was also tempted, so he quickly left. Returning to the sky above the Supreme Palace, Li Yunxiao looked down at the terrain and mountains. There was indistinct spiritual energy lingering around. It wasn't satisfactory. Looks like the spiritual energy in the Supreme Palace's mountain range isn't enough. Where am I going to find so much spiritual energy to fill a space? Unless I snatch a Superforce's spirit river vein and pour it in. Li Yunxiao mumbled to himself. He threw the Universe God Monument into the spirit river vein and leaped in with Duan Yu. "Kid, are you really going to sell those 3 seals?" Duan Yu couldn't help but ask. "Those 3 seals are so powerful that I've never seen anything like it in my life. Selling them at such a cheap price, I really don't know if you're smart or stupid." Li Yunxiao stepped lightly and arrived above the Fengsuan mountain. He looked into the distance and saw no end. "How big do you think the space inside the Universe God Monument is?" he asked. Duan Yu was stunned. He answered doubtfully, "I don't know how many tens of thousands of miles it is." Li Yunxiao nodded slightly, then sighed and said, "I don't know who refined this Universe God Monument. The technique is so powerful that it's definitely above all the experts in the world. Only those vague legends recorded in the history books can be compared to it. Do you know who's the most powerful refiner in the world?" Duan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had heard many legends about such a peak existence in the continent. He frowned and said, "It should naturally be the president of the Artificers Guild headquarters, Lord Lu Tsongzi." This was also his natural guess. Since he was able to lead all the alchemists in the world, he should naturally be the strongest. However, when he saw Li Yunxiao's mocking expression, he blushed slightly and said, "Isn't that so?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Lu Tsongzi is indeed very powerful, but the reason why he's the president isn't because his refiner skills can convince the masses, but because he's very popular. He never fights with others and can balance the various forces. In this world, the most powerful refiner isn't in the Divine Sea realm." His eyes shone brightly as he said word by word, "That person is in the fairies' capital." Duanyu was shocked. The Holy Region's fairies' capital was the most powerful place in the world of martial arts. Once the order was issued, no one dared to disobey it. However, how did he know such a secret? Li Yunxiao collected his thoughts and sighed. But even that person can't refine a heaven-defying divine item like the Universe God Monument. This is already beyond the scope of a profound artifact. Even those supreme profound artifacts in the legends can't compare to it. Even the Ark of Noah recorded in the history books is a few grades lower. Only in the ancient times of the Sky Martial continent, in those vague myths and legends, can one find something of the same grade. "Young Master Yun, you mean?" Duanyu revealed a look of disbelief. Li Yunxiao became serious and said very seriously, "Those myths are very likely to be true. This Universe God Monument isn't something an ordinary martial artist can possess. Its first owner must have been in the divine realm of 10 directions." His eyes were filled with passion when he spoke of the divine realm of 10 directions. The divine realm that he had been pursuing his entire life was unfathomable. Now that the Universe God Monument had appeared, he firmly believed in the existence of that realm. There was also the true phoenix fire buried deep in his soul. It was also an ancient true spirit, an existence in the divine realm of 10 directions. Duanyu was also filled with respect, his face full of longing. The pinnacle of martial arts, the divine realm of 10 directions. Since ancient times, it was the supreme path that countless experts had pursued. The two of them were silent for a while. Li Yunxiao continued, "My understanding of this Universe God Monument is getting deeper and deeper. Although I still can't completely grasp the great Universe God technique, I have deduced many things. This Universe God Monument should have been filled with vitality and formed its own space of spiritual energy. But for some unknown reason, there is no spiritual energy now. Maybe it has been lost over time, or maybe some accident happened in the past. In other words, this Universe God Monument is actually a dead monument." A dead monument. Duanyu's pupil shrank. A dead monument was already so powerful. If it was activated, it would be even more terrifying. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with passion. He said excitedly, "If my guess is correct, once the spiritual energy reaches a sufficient level, this Universe God Monument will come to life again. At that time, its power will be unpredictable. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, this space will expand endlessly and form its own world." Duanyu was so shocked that his whole body shivered. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence it would be to form a world of its own. Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile, "But it's too vague. If we want to form a world of its own, we will need a large amount of spiritual energy. Even if we absorb all the spiritual energy in the realm of heaven martial arts, we won't be able to do it. What I want to do now is to activate it first. To activate it, I must open the 4 great realms." "4 great realms?" Duanyu asked. "Exactly." Li Yunxiao said seriously, "Just like how the heavenly martial arts realm is divided into the east, south, west, and north realms, even though this Universe God steel is small, it has everything. It also has 4 great realms, earth, water, fire, and wind. Each domain was supported by a large ancient formation. In the process of cultivating the great world God technique, I could gradually sense the location of the 4 ancient formations that were dormant. Now, the only thing I lack is a large amount of spiritual energy." Duanyu finally understood why he was trying so hard to collect yuan stones. He couldn't help but ask, "Your 3 great magical seals can be sold at a higher price. Why did you sell them at a lower price?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "It's a business. It's okay to suffer some losses. The value of the Artificers Guild is much more than this amount of money. Let's build a good relationship with them first. He smiled brightly. His white teeth were shining. Duan Yu felt a chill in his heart. He thought the Artificers Guild would be in trouble this time. Li Yunxiao stopped smiling and looked into the distance. He said seriously, let's go to the realm of fire now. I have the Phoenix True Fire in me. Maybe this realm is the easiest one to open. The two of them disappeared from the Mind Mountain. The next moment, they arrived at a barren land. It was thousands of miles away from the Mind Mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a barren land without any signs of life. Above the vast expanse, there were traces of faintly discernible spiritual qi, which was also absorbed from the Supreme Palace. It was almost negligible. This is the realm of fire? Duan Yu said with a frown. He couldn't feel anything different. Apart from the wisps of drifting spiritual qi, there was only dead silence. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly. He raised one hand and formed a seal in front of his chest, chanting softly. Immediately, a golden tadpole-like character appeared. It was the Great Divine Technique. His entire body started to shine with golden light. The phenomenon was exactly the same as when he used the Great Divine Technique. Obscure characters came out of Li Yunxiao's mouth. He looked extremely solemn and sacred, like a god descending to the world. Duan Yu was shocked. In this world divine steel, Li Yunxiao was a god, unrivaled. As the obscure scripture was chanted, the space started to tremble. It was as if an ancient door was slowly opening, and a dull rumble could be heard. A pattern slowly appeared on the boundless desert sand. It was unknown how long and wide it was, but it was magnificent. It was as if an ancient beast was hibernating under the ground. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and was shocked by the majestic formation before him. Even though he was high up in the sky and looking down at the ground, he still felt that he was extremely small and insignificant. As expected of a formation that can open a realm. It's so magnificent. Li Yunxiao, who was originally quite confident, could not help but feel a sense of helplessness when he saw the true appearance of the formation. This. He touched the hundreds of millions of mid-grade primordial stones on him. It seemed like it wasn't enough to fill the gap between the beast's teeth. Duan Yu also felt a little worried. He asked carefully, are there enough primordial stones? Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said, there should be enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Duan Yu was speechless. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. It's fine. I'll activate the formation first. With the Phoenix True Fire in the eye of the formation, it shouldn't be a problem to activate it. It'll be troublesome to operate it. He pointed at his glabella. Immediately, the true fire materialized and formed a fire phoenix in the air. It whistled towards the center of the formation. Duan Yu felt the scorching heat. The green lotus hellfire in his dantian let out a cry of fear. Under the divine fire, all flames would submit. It was a pity that with Li Yunxiao's current cultivation, he could only imitate the divine fire in the universe divine monument. Otherwise, if the divine fire were to appear, no one in the southern region of the Tianwu continent would be a match for him. The fire phoenix streaked across the sky like a meteor and fell to the ground. With a loud rumble, it landed on the eye of the formation, causing flames to soar into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, as if it was the end of the world and they were in a sea of hellfire. Li Yunxiao had already experienced this once before. It was on the Phoenix Mountain of the Aqua Sky Nation. In the consciousness of the true Phoenix, it was precisely this kind of nirvana flame that allowed him to be reborn after a calamity. Duan Yu's face had already turned pale under the deterrence of heaven and earth. He could not help but want to kneel down and worship. Calm down. Li Yunxiao let out a light shout, and his whole body flew down like a rock spreading its wings, descending into the flames. The soft shout was like a morning bell ringing in Duan Yu's mind, pulling him back from his fear. Duan Yu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stood in the air and circulated his true qi to resist the might of heaven and earth. As Li Yunxiao descended into the sea of fire, the flames in the entire world became a little more gentle, no longer as scorching and powerful as before. Golden light flowed around Li Yunxiao's body, and his pupils were also golden. Tadpole characters kept appearing and disappearing in his eyes. As he sent out the characters, the flames in the surroundings gradually became docile. They seemed to be guided by his power and spread out on the formation. When Duan Yu felt the pressure of heaven and earth gradually weaken, he opened his eyes with lingering fear. He saw a sea of red flames below him, and Li Yunxiao's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He knew Li Yunxiao's ability, so he was not too worried. At this moment, the green lotus earth fire in his body had also begun to adapt to this feeling. It slowly burned again and showed signs of growing. Duan Yu was overjoyed. The green lotus earth fire seemed to be showing signs of evolution under the nourishment of the divine phoenix fire. He quickly concealed his spirit and qi and started to slowly absorb the fire elements in the world into his body, focusing on nurturing the green lotus earth fire. This fire was a special fire of heaven and earth, and it had already become one with him. The two of them advanced and retreated together. The time in the world divine monument was limitless. There was no day or night, and a few days passed. Duan Yu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with red flames, and they shone with a gleam of surprise. His green lotus earth fire had actually evolved in the past few days, and its power was far greater than before. He looked down at the sea of fire that was still growing, and only then did he feel a tinge of worry. He was afraid that something had happened to Li Yunxiao. All of a sudden, the flames below began to surge and shrink from all directions, converging towards the center of the array formation. The 10,000 miles of fire instantly gathered into a line and was kept in the palm of a man. It was pulsating in a demonic manner. "Young Master Yun!" Duan Yu cried out in surprise. Li Yunxiao's body seemed to have swelled up a little. His muscles bulged, and he looked like a huge man. It was the tyrant body of the tyrannical body refinement technique. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He slowly dragged the flames in his hand and placed them into the formation's eye. Instantly, the entire formation turned fiery red, and it looked like an ancient beast that was hibernating on the ground. Duan Yu hurriedly flew down and landed beside Li Yunxiao. He asked nervously, "How is it?" Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "The formation has been activated, but it is very unstable. Moreover, without the injection of spiritual energy, it will dry up again sooner or later. I plan to add another formation to stabilize this ancient formation." With a thought, the air around him started to distort. In an instant, a large group of people appeared in the air. They were the thousands of cultivators who had been cultivating in the World Divine Monument. Duan Yu was shocked by the sudden appearance of a few thousand people. Everyone was also puzzled. They were in the middle of cultivating, so how did they suddenly appear in this strange place? "Everyone, quieten down," Li Yunxiao shouted softly. Immediately, everyone understood what he meant and no one said another word. During this period of time, everyone had received great benefits. The speed at which they cultivated was unimaginable in the past. They were all filled with admiration for Li Yunxiao and were completely convinced by him. Li Yunxiao stood in the air and gave off the aura of a master. He said slowly, "The spiritual energy in the World Divine Monument is getting thinner by the day. I'm afraid it will not be enough for everyone's cultivation. I will build a temporary sea of spiritual energy in this area and direct all the spiritual energy to this place. Therefore, at the same time, I need 3,600 people to help me maintain a formation. This will be very beneficial for your cultivation. Everyone, take turns." The cultivators were very surprised and did not understand what was going on. Li Yunxiao took out a few storage bags from his ring. They contained the hundreds of millions of mid-grade origin stones. He threw them into the air and punched. Boom! The storage bags exploded one after another. The origin stones in them were all crushed by the fist wind. An enormous amount of shocking origin chi spread out. It was so dense that one could not look at it, as if it was tangible. Bang! Everyone was shocked. Such a dense essence chi almost scattered them. They felt refreshed and their cultivation increased after taking a few breaths. "Haha, this is so satisfying. I broke through in an instant. Damn, this origin chi is like drinking water. I feel full." Everyone was overjoyed and quickly inhaled. Many cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck broke through in an instant. Li Yunxiao took out a small flag and his eyes shone. It was the Tian Luo flaming war flag that he had won from the Alchemists' Guild. Although it was damaged, it was a genuine 9th rank weapon, this item was only of research value in Xianxia's hands. However, Li Yunxiao could see that the war flag was not dead. With his skills, he naturally had a way to activate it. As a fire attribute spirit array, it was the most suitable to be added to the fire domain spirit array. Golden characters flashed in his eyes and directly broke through the air. They reflected on the Tianluo flaming war flag and shot out. The damaged pattern on the war flag was covered with a layer of golden light. Then, it slowly spewed out a fiery red light. The entire war flag burned in the air as if it was about to turn into ashes. However, what was surprising was that the flames did not gradually disappear. Instead, they gradually grew larger and turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. It whistled down and enveloped all the cultivators. At the same time, Li Yunxiao quickly condensed a spirit array in the air. As his spirit art flashed, small spirit array diagrams condensed in the air and formed an even larger diagram. He fiercely shot it into the sea of origin chi. The spirit array flew into it and immediately turned into a golden light that spread out. Soon, it enveloped the entire sea of origin chi and prevented the origin chi from leaking out. The Tianluo flaming war flag quickly expanded. A sea of fire descended from the sky and covered the ancient spirit array. In the eye of the spirit array, a wisp of true fire doppelganger that Li Yunxiao had set up rapidly grew under the sea of fire of the war flag. Now, I will teach you the method to use the Tianluo flaming war flag. Your cultivation is too weak. You will need the strength of 3,600 people to be able to use it. As Li Yunxiao spoke, cryptic symbols condensed in the air and did not dissipate. There were no sound waves, but they were imprinted in every cultivator's heart and directly poured into their sea of consciousness. Duanyu was shocked speechless by this series of methods. This was not the method of a cultivator. It was completely the method of a god. Under his guidance, the thousands of martial artists began to silently cultivate. The entire sea of origin chi covered the fire domain within a radius of 1,000 miles. Soon, the spirit array on the Tianluo flaming war flag spread out and overlapped with the ancient spirit array of the fire domain, nourishing each other. After all this was done, Li Yunxiao smiled gently and looked very relaxed. He said, "Hee, this is interesting. Even if I am outside, I can directly use the power of the Tianluo flaming war flag. I am really looking forward to it." Duanyu swallowed and looked at the sea of fire. If it was released, its power would be unimaginable. He asked, "What should we do now?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It has been almost 7 days. When I advance to the first star, I will go to Xianxia Island." 1 star? Duanyu was taken aback. He suddenly realized that Li Yunxiao was grabbing towards the sea of spiritual energy. A large amount of spiritual energy was pulled out like cotton candy by him and swallowed into his body. His body emitted rays of golden light. This? Duanyu was completely dumbfounded. How was this absorbing energy? He was clearly swallowing it. Moreover, what made him completely dumbfounded was that Li Yunxiao's body started to shine with the light of advancement. Before his eyes, he slowly became a 5-star martial lord. "You're really a 5-star martial lord now. You advance just because you want to, you advance just because you want to. You." Duanyu was completely speechless. Li Yunxiao's spirit was lifted. He looked at him and said with a faint smile, "It's not that I can advance just because I want to. After the battle on the Golden Crow Arena, I defeated 3 more rank 4 alchemists. In addition, I've been activating the ancient formation below for the past few days, so I've already broken through to 5 stars. It's just that I lack energy and can't advance. Right now, I'm just making it up." Duanyu said, "You can make it up," Li Yunxiao chuckled. His figure disappeared and reappeared outside the Supreme Palace. He pointed with one hand and the World God Monument immediately turned into a ray of light and flew into the center of his brows. A Tiger King war chariot whizzed out and carried him towards Xianxia Island. The opening of Mount Meru was imminent. The competition for the spots had already alarmed everyone. All powers without martial emperors were unable to obtain a spot. They had to fight for it with their own strength. In the past few days, almost all of the outstanding disciples of the southern region had gathered beside Mingxin Lake, waiting for the cruel competition. If it weren't for a few great powers sending out experts to maintain order, it would have already been a mess. However, some small conflicts were unavoidable. Brother Tua Feng, I have a bad feeling about so many experts. Just the aura of some young experts makes me feel uneasy. Calm down. After all, those hidden families have all come out. It's not surprising that there are a few experts. Damn it, why didn't I know there were so many young experts in the southern region? Could it be that experts from the other 3 regions have sneaked in? That's hard to say. Look at that person over there. His aura is completely restrained. I'm afraid he's already a martial ancestor. TCH. A martial ancestor under 50? How can there be such a monster? What's so special about a Wuzong below the age of 50? Let me tell you, last time on the Golden Crow Battle Arena in Xianxia City, a 15-year-old youth killed a Wuzong with a wave of his hand. That was truly shocking. Ah? Haha, Brother Camel Peak, you really know how to joke. A 15-year-old boy killed a Wuzong with a wave of his hand. I'm dying of laughter. You don't believe me? Hundreds of thousands of people in the city saw it with their own eyes. Haha, this is too funny. Alright, I believe you, haha. The other person clutched his stomach and laughed. Camel Peak revealed an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder and he jumped in fright. He quickly turned around and saw that it was the martial ancestor realm expert that he had been pointing at. He smiled at him and said, "Hello, I am Luo Qingyan from Tianxiang Empire. Did you just say that a 15-year-old youth killed a Wuzong with a wave of his hand? Haha, I'm very interested. Tell me about it." Camel Peak felt a chill run up his spine. Although this Luo Qingyan was smiling, it was as if he was covered in ice. He hurriedly told him what he knew. Such scenes were happening everywhere by the Mingxin Lake. Within a few days, tens of thousands of people had gathered. Opposite the crowd, on the other side of the Mingxin Lake, there was a temporary building that looked extraordinary. However, only the few big powers that were in charge of this competition had the right to enter. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, it was much more quiet and spacious inside. Facing the misty lake, there was an indescribable sense of comfort. A man in moon-white Guangling robes was sipping tea with a peaceful expression on his face. He suddenly smiled and asked, "It is said that a young genius has appeared in Xianxia City. He is only 15 years old, but with a wave of his hand, he killed a martial arts grandmaster, leaving not even his bones behind. Brother Xianpai, is this true?" Haha, Brother Chu, you must be joking. This rumor is very exaggerated. How can you believe it? 15 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, to be able to reach the martial king realm is already an incredible genius. Killing a Wuzong with a wave of his hand. Haha, you believe it? A man with dark red hair chuckled, looking a bit lazy. He said to Xianpai, who was deep in thought, "Brother Xianpai, what do you think?" This man with dark red hair was called Hua Senator. He was a member of the Musu Empire's royal family. The man in white was a member of the Tianxiang Empire's royal family, Chu Yu. Together with Xianpai, they were the people in charge of this competition. Xianpai smiled slightly, but could not hide the seriousness on his face. He could clearly feel that there were a few unusually powerful people among the younger generation participating in this competition. What worried him the most was that the competition was about to start. Li Yunxiao had not yet arrived. A cold light flashed across Chiyu's face. He stood up and said, "That might not be the case. Some of the younger generation with great talent, with the support of some powerful martial techniques and Xian weapons, can kill a martial ancestor in an unexpected situation. It is not impossible. What happened that day, we need Brother Xianpai to tell us so we can understand." Xianpai laughed coldly in his heart and said lightly, "It is not as strange as the rumors say. It was just a fight between the younger generation. Later, the elders could not stand it anymore and acted. That young man merely exchanged one blow with a martial ancestor realm expert." Oh? What was the result? Chi seemed to be very concerned as he listened attentively. Result? Xianpai smiled coldly and snorted, "What does Brother Chi think? A 15-year-old youth exchanged one move with a Wuzong. What do you think the result will be?" Chiyu cursed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, haha, brother Xianpai is right. Xianpai squinted his eyes and said, many geniuses have appeared in the Tianxiang Empire these few years. I can faintly feel that there are Wuzong-level existences among the juniors outside. TSK, this really shocked me. Chiyu smiled and said, how can that be? There are many powerful juniors outside. They are likely to be experts from the Muxu Empire. Huasun shook his sleeves and stood up lazily. He snorted softly and said, brother Chiyu, stop pretending. We are all martial monarchs of the seven constellations realm. How can the juniors outside escape our eyes? That disciple called Luo Qingyun is at least a 3-star Wuzong, right? Chiyu smiled slightly, and a look of pride flashed across his face. He then said, I am not the one pretending. It should be brother Hua. Senator, your country has at least 3 Wuzong-level experts inside. 2 are 1-star and 1 is 2-star. Is that right? As for brother Xianpai, the 2-star Wuzong from the Fire Crow Empire is also about to reach 3 stars. Huasun said disapprovingly, what is the use of having more people? At the Wuzong level, 1 star is a world of difference. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not be a match for Luo Qingyun. Chiyu smiled and said, this time, we are only looking for a slot, not fighting. What is the use of being strong? The key is still to rely on luck, right? Haha. Luck my ass, Huasun and Xianpai cursed in their hearts. It was true that luck was needed to find a slot. However, to ensure that the slot was not lost, it was still required to be strong. Although the rules stated that killing was not allowed in the competition for slots, it was extremely difficult to enforce it. Killing and robbing was a common thing. That's right, what is the name of the junior who fought with the Wuzong? Is he among the crowd? Chiyu asked unhurriedly. Xianpai smiled and said, his name is Li Yunxiao. What future? Maybe it's because he saw too many experts and became afraid. Old fox. How could a junior who dared to fight with a Wuzong be afraid? The other 2 cursed in their hearts. The 3 of them each harbored their own thoughts, and none of their words were true. They were either perfunctory or wrangling. After chatting for a while, they still didn't get any substantial information, so they simply stopped talking and sipped their tea. Li Yunxiao sat on the Tiger King war chariot and flew towards Xianxia Island. Suddenly, a white cloud in the sky turned jet black. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down and bombarded the chariot. Li Yunxiao flashed out and took a few steps in the air. Then, he spun a few times in the air and landed gently on the ground. The Tiger King war chariot was struck by the lightning. It automatically put up a defense, but it was instantly destroyed. There was a dull sound as it fell to the ground. A figure stood in the air and stared at Li Yunxiao expressionlessly. You Jolene. You are a madman. I am going to help the Fire Crow Empire get a slot. How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid that Xianpai will come and kill you? When Li Yunxiao saw who it was, he started cursing. Yu Jolene remained expressionless and said, don't make yourself out to be so great. You are a person who does not get up early without benefits. I stopped you for a clear reason. Hand over the demonic beast and Wu Luring Frost, and you can leave unharmed. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold and he said angrily, without the help of the demonic beast, how am I going to defeat the experts of the other 3 kingdoms and get a slot? If you delay the important matters, not to mention Xianpai, even the Jutian sect will kill you. Yu Jolene's expression didn't change, but he soon returned to normal. He said coldly, with your strength, even without the demonic beast, who among the younger generation can defeat you? Stop talking. The contest is about to start. Hand over the items, and I won't make things difficult for you. Instead, I will send you on your way. Thank you, but it's better for me to go alone. Are you really not going to let me go? Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he suddenly became cold. Yu Jolene's eyes flickered and he sighed, I really don't want to fight you. I hope you can cooperate. You know that you can't escape from me. Unless Lord Bailey appears again. Li Yunxiao was furious. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he looked behind Yu Jolene. He said in shock, you are the sect leader of the Jutian sect, Qi Feng. What? Yu Jolene was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly turned around and felt a chill in his heart. There was nothing behind him. Where was the person? How dare you trick me? Do you think you can escape like this? Yu Jiolin was furious. Li Yunxiao dared to trick him. Even if he was distracted for a moment, how could a mere martial monarch escape? He hurriedly turned around and saw Li Yunxiao advancing instead of escaping. His entire body had actually come close to him, and the tip of Li Yunxiao's nose was almost touching his face. Hey! What are you doing? Yu Jiolin was shocked and hurriedly stepped back. He saw a strange smile on Li Yunxiao's face. His mind was suddenly stunned. Oh no, it's a mental attack. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind. A large amount of invisible energy was pouring into his mind, temporarily sealing his soul consciousness. In that split second, Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with his hand. A golden tadpole character appeared in his palm and enveloped Yu Jiolin. What is this? After all, Yu Jiolin was a 5-star martial monarch. He immediately recovered from his daze. His eyes were clear. He was slightly shocked when he saw the huge golden light trapping him and the ancient and profound characters appearing in it. However, he did not panic. After all, there was a huge gap between their strength. He said calmly, Xiao must resist fearlessly. I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they are all useless in front of me. Li Yunxiao's originally serious expression instantly relaxed. He smiled and said, nothing, I'll take you to a good place. Yu Jiolin's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to use his genuine qi to shatter the golden light and the characters, he suddenly saw Li Yunxiao chanting an ancient melody. Yu Jiolin's body went numb. He turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into the space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. The next moment, he appeared in the universe god steel. Ah! What is this place? Yu Jiolin's face turned pale with fright. The sky and earth were dyed red, and the temperature was extremely high. It felt like he was being roasted in a steamer. He hurriedly spread out his divine sense but was shocked to find that this place was boundless. He said in horror, could it be an illusion? What kind of illusion is this? It's so strong. Hee hee. A burst of laughter could be heard. Li Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared in front of him. He smiled and said, this is not an illusion. As for where this place is, there is no harm in telling you. Because before I can easily suppress you, don't even think about leaving this place. He pointed with one hand and a stream of fire qi immediately turned into a fire snake that shot towards Yu Jiolin to bind him. Arrogant. You are but a mere martial lord. Even if you have a heaven-defying profound weapon, do you think you can suppress me? Anger rose in Yu Jiolin's heart, and he had a very bad feeling about this place. Seeing the fire serpent spitting towards him, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The power of lightning in his hand crackled as it shot out, transforming into several lightning mountains that slashed towards the serpent. Hiss! His lightning flash had only shot out a few meters when it silently disappeared in the air. It was like a flame meeting water, emitting a sizzling sound before disappearing completely. Ah! What's going on? Yu Jiolin's heart was greatly shocked. His eyes widened like copper bells as he said in shock, illusion, this must be an illusion. With the huge difference in strength between us, any illusions will be useless. Whoosh! Just as he was talking non-stop, the fire serpent instantly wrapped around him and wrapped him up into a ball of fire, struggling in the air. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and pointed with his index finger. Yu Jiolin immediately felt tens of thousands of times the gravity on his body as he fell towards the boundless heaven flame formation. It's rare to have a 5-star martial monarch to practice with my subordinates. Everyone, cheer up. I sent a martial monarch for you to practice with. It's a good chance for you to familiarize yourself with the formation. The fire serpent on Yu Jiolin's body suddenly disappeared and he could move freely. However, at this moment, a scorching light suddenly burst out from the sea of fire on the ground and engulfed him. Humph, you can be at ease and be a sparring partner here. Don't think about going out for a long time. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. This figure was originally a soul projection and it gradually disappeared. He was lucky this time. He caught Yu Jiolin off guard and pulled him into the universe god's monument. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning. In the universe god's monument, he was a deity. Even if Emperor Wu went in, he would have to be suppressed. Li Yunxiao checked the Tiger King chariot and made sure it was not heavily damaged. He immediately rushed to Xianxia Island. At the Mingxin Lake, Xianpai, who had started to feel uneasy, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the approaching figure and revealed a rare smile. The Tiger King chariot was not something an ordinary force could own. The appearance of Li Yunxiao immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw who it was, the young disciples who had watched the fight in Xiangyang City changed their expressions and fear flashed in their eyes. Eh? Who is this young man who is swaggering around? He is so arrogant. Chu Yu's eyes shone brightly. He saw Xianpai's expression and immediately guessed the person's identity. He made a slight gesture and a man behind him immediately understood and slowly retreated. Hee, who knows? Xianpai smiled and said, almost everyone is here. It's time to start. He was very relieved that Li Yunxiao was here. Although the other party was a 3-star martial arts ancestor, one would not be able to understand Li Yunxiao's terrifying power without seeing it with their own eyes. Huasen's eyes shone and he smiled. Could this be the 15-year-old young man who fought with a martial arts ancestor? He seems to be very lively. Didn't he get beaten to death? Outside the building, there was a commotion and discussion. Everyone looked unfriendly. A mere martial monarch. How dare he own the Tiger King chariot? I guess he is the prodigal son of some hermit family. Humph, these hermit families are rich but weak. I will rob 1 or 2 of them someday. Haha, how arrogant. A martial artist in his teens smiled at a middle-aged man and said, Senior brother, do you think this person can keep the Tiger King chariot after he enters Xianxia Island? His brain must be damaged. Isn't he looking for trouble by revealing his wealth like this? Hey! Shut up. The middle-aged man punched him on the head and glared at him. Do you want to die? This person is the governor of Yanwu City, Li Yunxiao. The middle-aged man's words spread like a curse. Instantly, everyone's expression changed and most of them shut up. The junior brother was so scared that his face turned pale and he quickly covered his mouth. However, there were still many people from Tianxiang Empire and Muxu Empire who looked at him with disdain and ridicule. Luo Qingyun, who was in the crowd, looked at Li Yunxiao. At the same time, there were also a few unfriendly gazes with sharp lights. There's nothing in front? Mingxin Lake sacred ground, everyone is walking forward. How dare you disrespect the chariot? Get out. A loud roar came from the building. Then, a light flashed across the sky and a huge bronze hammer the size of a small mountain was smashing towards the Tiger King chariot. A majestic man stood on the bronze hammer. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the person on the chariot with a cold smile. Inside the building, Xianpai's face flashed with anger and he said coldly, Chu Yu, what is the meaning of this? Chu Yu smiled faintly and said slowly, my guards are responsible for the safety of the Mingxin Lake. It is too dangerous for Li Yunxiao to drive the chariot around recklessly. Let him watch over him. Huasen was shocked. He opened his mouth and said, watch over him. Brother Chu Yu, your guard is a 9-stars martial king, right? Don't spoil that little brother. Chu Yu smiled lightly and said, Brother Huasen, you are too sensitive. This little brother has fought with martial arts great masters before. What is a mere martial king to be afraid of? Right, brother Xianpai? Haha, that's true. Huasen also laughed. The two of them echoed each other and had a playful look on their faces. Xianpai's pupils shrank and his face revealed an undetectable smile. He snorted coldly and said, I am afraid that Li Yunxiao will accidentally kill your guard. Chu Yu was stunned and immediately laughed, haha, thank you for your concern, brother Xianpai. If he accidentally dies, then it is because his skills are not as good as others and he deserves to die. He emphasized the last few words and seemed to have a deep meaning. Humph. Xianpai snorted and did not speak anymore. He looked outside the building coldly. On the Tiger King chariot, Li Yunxiao stood at the front of the chariot and looked at the huge hammer that was roaring. He sneered and said, a rank 5 hammer. You want to see who is harder? Then I will fulfill your wish. He made a few hand signs and the chariot immediately opened up a defense. All kinds of formations on the chariot were activated and the chariot charged towards the hammer with full power. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on them. What? Everyone was shocked. How could there be such a wastrel? The Tiger King chariot was a rank 5 combat weapon. It was so precious and he actually used it to hit the hammer. Aya, wastrel, wastrel. The pupils of the man on the hammer suddenly shrank and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He originally thought that if he hit the hammer, the other party would save the chariot and prevent it from being damaged. Who knew that it would hit back? Although it was also a rank 5 Xian weapon, he was not stupid enough to think that his war hammer could fight against a chariot. He hurriedly stepped on the hammer and immediately pressed it down. He changed the direction and wanted to turn around and leave. Since you are here, then let your hammer and my chariot have a good time. Why are you running away? Xianxia sneered and made a hand sign. The formation on the chariot immediately continued to spin and emitted a strong yellow light which fell on the man. Swoosh! The man who was stepping on the hammer suddenly fell down as fast as lightning as if he was pulled by something. Ah! Gravity formation! It is at least 10,000 times the gravity formation. The man was shocked. His whole body was pulled down by the huge suction force. But this was not the most important thing. What scared him out of his wits was that the Tiger King chariot was chasing after him. It was right above him, roaring and pressing down. It covered the sky and covered the earth. There was no way to escape. Stop. Stop right now. That burly man was so anxious that his eyeballs almost popped out. He circulated his real chi to the peak to resist the pressure of the 10,000 times gravity. He used all his strength to roar at Xianxia. Stop? Didn't you want me to roll down? Now you want to stop? Are you messing with me? A cold look flashed in Xianxia's eyes. A ray of light sprinkled down from his hand. A few strange characters were hidden in it. It instantly locked the burly man who was preparing to jump away with all his strength, making him unable to move. That burly man was accumulating his strength. He planned to jump away the moment he landed. Who knew that under the ray of light, a strange power would seal his meridians in an instant? He couldn't use even a little bit of strength. He immediately shouted in horror, Lord Chuyu, save me. Boom. The warhammer hit the ground, and a huge tremor exploded. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another. Then, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. The huge Tiger King war chariot also fell down and crashed into the deep pit. The chariot was still circulating with a strange radiance. Rumble. Xianxia flew out the moment the chariot landed. He jumped tens of meters high and coldly looked at the chariot falling into the pit. He pinched a spell with one hand and said with an expressionless face, explode. Boom. There was no sound. Everyone only saw the ground being lifted up like a carpet. A huge light mushroom bloomed on the ground and spread in all directions. The warriors who were closest to it instantly turned deathly pale. Their hearts were filled with the feeling of death and despair. Just as the Tiger King war chariot exploded, a figure shot out from the building and gently landed near the light mushroom. It was Xianxia. He stretched out his hand with a calm look on his face. Instantly, a defense condensed in his palm and shot out. With him as the center, it spread out in a circle and unexpectedly sealed the mushroom-shaped explosive energy. Rumble. Everyone was horrified to hear the explosion of the energy within the defense. After that, the light bloomed for some time. Then, it gradually extinguished and turned into nothingness. Xianxia took a deep breath. A blue light flashed and the defense was instantly activated. A black pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The burly man who was stepping on the hammer had disappeared without a trace. Forget about the corpse, the rank 5 hammer had probably been destroyed. It's enough to teach him a lesson. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was slowly descending from the sky, a little reproachfully, but there was a smile on his face. He was obviously very happy. Brat, how vicious. Chiyu appeared in the air with a dark expression. He said coldly, "This is not the Fire Crow Empire. It is not up to you to be impudent here." Li Yunxiao did not fear Chu Yu's martial monarch pressure at all. He shrugged helplessly and shook his head. "He told me to get down, so I did. It is precisely because I am not in the Fire Crow Empire that I have to be careful in everything I do. Whatever people say, I will obediently do." He paused, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. He said, "However, I've never seen such a perverted request in my life, hee. You." Chu Yu was furious. As a member of the Tianxiang Empire's royal family and a martial monarch expert, he had always been arrogant and bossy. When had he ever been contradicted and ridiculed like this? "You are looking for death." He attacked instantly. An arc of light shot out from his fingertip, making a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. It shot towards the space between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. Bang! Xianxia's figure flashed and his fist landed on the arc of light. The two forces exploded in the air, like a beautiful flower blooming and withering. "Brother Chu Yu, your arc light finger has improved a lot. I really want to have a spar with you." Xianxia stared at Chu Yu with a cold smile. Looking at Chu Yu's gloomy expression, he felt very happy and indescribably comfortable. The martial artists, who were already crowded below, instantly distanced themselves, not daring to get close. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. If Xianxia had not attacked just now, many would have died. Moreover, it was now a fight between two martial monarchs. They were even more frightened and distanced themselves. "Haha, aren't you too afraid that the juniors will laugh at you?" Huisun appeared between the two with a smile and said, "If you want to spar, you should find a good day, right? It's getting late. Let's finish our business as soon as possible. None of us will be able to bear the responsibility if we delay the competition for the quotas." Xianxia sneered and said, "Brother Huisun is right. However, I'm afraid that Brother Chu Yu's hands are itchy and can't help it." Chu Yu's face turned livid. He stared at Li Yunxiao in the air and said, "I hope you will always be this lucky and walk out of Xianxia Island alive." Li Yunxiao picked his ears in disdain and sneered, "Why do I feel so uncomfortable when I hear that? Did you eat tea in the morning?" Pfft. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. How dare he speak to a martial emperor in such a manner? The disciples in the distance tried their best to stay further away. They seemed to have felt Chu Yu's anger and were afraid of being implicated. You are seeking death." Chu Yu was so angry that his chest was about to explode and smoke was coming out of his forehead. However, when he saw Xianxia standing in front of Li Yunxiao with vigilance, he immediately took a few deep breaths and suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and made a cracking sound. Huisun also felt cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at Li Yunxiao with great admiration and said with an embarrassed smile, "This kid is interesting. He has guts. I just don't know if his life is tough enough." Xianxia said coldly, "The lives of juniors are in their own hands. If someone doesn't know what's good for them and tries to play tricks. There are thousands of people here, enough for me to kill for a while." He was afraid that Chu Yu would play tricks, so he said those words first. If he was killed by his peers on Xianxia Island, it was his fate to die. But if there was an expert waiting for a chance to attack him, he would definitely kill all the thousands of people from Tianxiang Kingdom. Chu Yu's face changed. He understood what Xianxia meant. If that was the case, it would definitely turn into a war between two kingdoms, and it wouldn't just be a war between ordinary people. All the major forces would definitely get involved, and it was even possible that the sacred region would take action. Brother Xianxia, you are too sensitive. There are experts from the three major forces on Xianxia Island. Who would dare to play tricks on us? Huisun saw that the situation was tense and quickly came out to smooth things over. He said, "Let's not waste time. Let's start." Only then did the two of them step back. They looked at each other coldly and no longer spoke. However, Chu Yu's face was gloomy. The scene from a few days ago flashed in his mind. The Zhou family, one of the four big families of the Fire Crow Empire, had secretly sent someone to the capital with a bargaining chip that even he was interested in. They asked for the Tianxiang Kingdom to kill Li Yunxiao in the competition. They also collected all kinds of information about Li Yunxiao and sent it to him. When he first saw it, he was shocked for a while. He even suspected that the information was wrong. He sent someone to Xianxia City to investigate again, and then he was sure. Especially the battle on the Golden Crow Arena, where he killed a Wu Zong with a wave of his hand. Although there was some luck involved, there were tens of thousands of people who witnessed it. Jiu came back to his senses and stared at Luo Qingyun in the distance. He nodded slightly and was full of murderous intent. Luo Qingyun was a disciple from another domain. Even he didn't know his identity. Originally, he wouldn't have given him a chance. However, the bargaining chip that the Zhou family sent was too big. To be safe, he put Luo Qingyun in the list of participants for the competition. That was because he had tested Luo Qingyun's strength. He was not as simple as a 3-star Wu Zong. If Luo Qingyun were to fight, Li Yunxiao would definitely die. The tens of thousands of disciples saw the murderous intent on Chuyu's face. They all broke out in cold sweat and knew that Xianxia Island wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Xian Pai, on the other hand, had a cold smile on his face. He also sized up Luo Qingyun. Although he felt that it was a little strange and he could not see through him, he was still very confident in Li Yunxiao. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed the shocking battle record of 1 against 3 at the Alchemist Guild. That was why he had so much confidence in Li Yunxiao. Everyone, quiet down. Huisin took a few steps in the air and said coldly to the disciples who were cowering in the distance, "I'll cut to the chase. There are a total of 2,000 spots and 10,000 participants. The time limit is 3 days." He took out a square crystal and held it up high. It glowed under the sunlight. The 4 corners of the crystal were inlaid with gold. In the middle of the crystal, there was an ancient symbol that kept spinning. It was full of spiritual qi. Huisin explained, there are a total of 2,000 crystals like this on Xianxia Island. Each crystal represents a spot to enter Mount Meru. Everyone can collect as many as they can. The rules are very simple. Other than killing, you are allowed to use any means. On the island, there are powerful cultivators from the elusive World Valley, the Jutian sect, and the Thousand Crane Pavilion. If anyone is in danger, you can shout, "I give up." Powerful cultivators will immediately come to save you and take you away from Xianxia Island. However, you have to hand over your crystal and put it back on the island. If there are crystals that haven't been discovered after 3 days, on the last day, these undiscovered crystals will be shaken into the sky by the formation, and all of them will appear. At that time, the one who is more capable will be the winner. In fact, everyone already knew about these rules. Huisin was just going through the motions to announce it again. Now, the teleportation will begin. He pointed down with one hand. Instantly, a beam of light shot into the ground and began to spread. Wherever it went, patterns of the array appeared, covering an area of 100 meters. The array formation was inlaid with thousands of primordial stones full of vitality. Under Huisin's stimulation, an astonishing amount of primordial stones gathered at the center of the array formation. Soon, a warm light rushed out from the array formation, condensed in the air without dissipating, and slowly opened. This is a short-distance teleportation portal that leads directly to Xianxia Island. It is a random teleportation. Everyone will land in a different place. If there are disciples from the same sect, they will have to use their own means to get there. A smile appeared on Huisin's face. His eyes gradually focused as he said, "Now, everyone can go in." When the portal opened, it was the first time for most of the disciples to see a teleportation array. They were all excited and rushed into it, hoping to find the quota and the primordial stones first. After walking for a full 15 minutes, there were only a few people left. They walked in unhurriedly. A man in a dark blue brocade robe walked past Li Yunxiao, glanced at him coldly, and then walked into the teleportation array. Many of his companions followed him. They all looked at Li Yunxiao with ridicule and followed him into the teleportation array. Luo Qingyun kept staring at Li Yunxiao. When there were only the 2 of them left, he suddenly made a gesture and said with a smile, "After you." Li Yunxiao glanced at him and walked into the teleportation array without hesitation. He replied blandly, "Thanks." He had been in the limelight just now, so he seemed to have become the target of everyone. As soon as he walked into the teleportation array, the scene in front of him changed. He was in a forest. Hearing the sound of waves from afar, Xianxia knew he had arrived at Xianxia Island. He closed his eyes and instantly spread out his spiritual senses, trying to find out the situation on the island. Suddenly, he frowned. As soon as he spread out his spiritual senses for hundreds of meters, it was blocked by an invisible force and couldn't spread any further. There is a mind-restraining array. He frowned and thought to himself, forget it. If I use the Great God Evolution skill to break the inhibition array, it will cause a disturbance. Let's try my luck first. His figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Somewhere on Xianxia Island, the man in the blue brocade robe was holding a primordial stone in his hand. He was very lucky. After he arrived, he found a primordial stone on a tree, so he took it down. This must be some kind of strange stone. There is a mark on it. The man held the primordial stone in his hand and looked at it carefully. A strange mark kept flashing in the primordial stone, giving people a feeling of great power. Primordial stone. A voice suddenly cried out above him. Immediately, two figures descended and surrounded him from the front and back. Both of their eyes lit up as they stared at the crystal and said with joy, "Haha, luck. As soon as we entered Xianxia Island, we were the second one to gather together, and we found crystals. Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand it over and I'll spare your life." The blue-robed man cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. Then, he carefully put away the crystal stones. Then, he slowly said, "You don't have any crystal stones on you. Go. Go dig out more, and then I'll come find you." What? Haha, senior brother, did you hear what he said? That junior brother couldn't help but laugh. The senior brother grinned evilly and said, "Since he doesn't know what's good for him, let's teach him a lesson. Kid, don't admit defeat later." The two of them walked in a strange manner, and quickly circled around the blue-robed man. All kinds of phantoms kept appearing around them, and the two of them were very hard to distinguish. Haha, kid, are you stunned? When the two of us work together, our footwork combines the real and the fake, making it hard to break through. Junior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Now. Xiao. 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 Several air-piercing attacks were emitted from the dozen phantoms almost at the same time. They covered the sky and covered the earth. They attacked the blue-robed man from all directions. There was no way to avoid them. Bang! The blue-robed man coldly snorted. He didn't try to avoid them, and directly punched. It seemed as if there was an infinite power behind it. The space under his punch slightly distorted, and the overwhelming attacks were suddenly drawn into the distorted space. They were twisted into a ball by the wind of his punch, and were rapidly compressed. What? The two men cried out in shock. Their footwork slowed down, and their real bodies were revealed. The blue-robed man punched, and the distorted and compressed space was suddenly bounced off, and returned to normal in an instant. All the attacks that were drawn into the distorted space also bloomed, and all of them twisted into a ball, and bombarded one of the men. Boom! That man didn't have time to dodge, and directly exploded under the wind of the punch. His whole body exploded into pieces, and his broken limbs and flesh scattered on the ground. Ah? The other man's mouth was wide open. He was completely stunned, and his mind was blank. His senior brother, he died just like that. In the martial arts world, people under the age of 50 were considered to be extremely young. Many people had always been in closed-door training in the sect, and had never gone out to experience actual combat. Even if there were a few battles, they basically stopped when it was appropriate. At this age, there were very few people who had experienced life and death battles. This man was one of them. Seeing his senior brother explode in an instant, his mind was completely stunned, and he stood in the same place in a sluggish state. Humph! The blue-robed man's eyes showed a touch of cruel mockery. He bent his finger, and a strong wind directly pierced through the air, and hit that man's head. Ah? Don't. I admit. The man was awakened by the sound of the wind piercing through the air. In an instant, the fear of death hit his head, and he was immediately scared out of his wits. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Bang! Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. His head was instantly pierced by the strong wind, and there was a bloody hole. His whole body fell backward, and he was completely dead. How vicious. The rule of the competition is that no malicious killing is allowed. Have you forgotten it? A man frowned and gradually appeared in front of the blue-robed man. He was wearing a large red robe, and he was the person in charge of the qualification competition on Xianxia Island. Malicious killing? The blue-robed man said disdainfully, "Sir, didn't you see that they wanted to kill me first? Is my self-defense also counted as malicious killing?" The red-robed man's face was gloomy. The two people who had just died were the disciples of the aristocratic families of the Fire Crow Empire. He said in an extremely fierce tone, "Humph, self-defense? You are good. Boy, are you from the Muxu Empire?" The blue-robed man was not afraid at all. He raised his head proudly and snorted, "I am Lin Quan from the heaven-shaking sect of the Muxu Empire. What do you want, sir?" Seeing his unruly look, the red-robed man wished he could kill him with a palm. He was so angry that he disappeared on the spot after saying these words coldly. "Boy, you have guts. Don't fall into my hands." Lin Quan snorted and didn't take it seriously at all. He took out a round magical artifact, which seemed to have something carved on it, and started to look at it. 3 miles to the east, there is a fellow disciple. He is approaching me. This was an array artifact used to communicate with fellow disciples. Every disciple of XX sect had one, and it could be seen within 100 miles. Many disciples who entered Xianxia Island had this kind of array artifact. There are 2,000 people in total, and I have 3 days. Humph, I want at least half of them. A light flashed in his eyes, and he showed a confident smile. Then he strode toward the forest. The first day passed quickly. There were very few conflicts on this day. After all, everyone had just entered the island, so they had to be very careful with each other. Besides, they were all starting from scratch, and few of them had crystals, so it was not worth the risk to fight. Except for the 2 disciples of the Fire Crow Empire who were killed by Lin Quan, no one else died. By the Mingxin Lake, Xianxia and the other 2 were sitting in a building and watching a huge water screen. This was the effect of the array transmission from Xianxia Island, but it recorded the situation of the quota crystals. On the map of the entire Xianxia Island, the distribution of the 2,000 quota crystals was shown. As the first day passed, more and more crystals were gathered together. Obviously, someone had collected them. It's only the first day, and someone has collected 32. I wonder whose disciple he is. Huisin watched the distribution and movement of the crystals quietly, and said with a frown, "It seems that he can sense the location of the crystals. Look, the 32 crystals are moving to the next one. How is it possible? There is an array on the island that can block the divine sense. Even a rank 4 arcane refiner would not be able to sense more than 100 meters of space." Jiyu shook his head in disbelief. His eyes flickered as he said, "Furthermore, the 2 of you are very clear about the source of this quota crystal. Even if the island does not block spiritual sense, I don't think anyone can sense it." Xianxi's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of Xianxia. Bailey Gongjin had given him a level 5 arcane master badge in person, which meant he was a real level 5 arcane master. Could it be that he was the one who caused the gathering of the 32 crystals? This batch of crystal stones came from an incredible place, but since someone could do it, and since someone could also decipher it. Thinking of this, he was excited. At this speed, it wouldn't be a problem to collect more than 100 crystals. Huisin and Qiyu were also hesitant, hoping that the person was a disciple of their empire. On the first day, Xianxia wandered around the island leisurely and familiarized himself with the terrain. This island was hundreds of miles in radius, and 10,000 people were just a few dots on it. His luck was average, and he didn't find a single quota crystal. However, there were only 2,000 crystals among 10,000 people, and the probability of him finding one was only 1 in 5. Annoyed, he didn't have time to worry about arousing suspicion. He made a gesture with one hand and carefully performed the Great God Evolution technique. His spiritual consciousness instantly expanded and radiated to the surroundings. The landscape of Xianxia Island gradually appeared in his spiritual consciousness. He frowned slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. He withdrew his divine sense and flew in one direction. On a huge rock, Li Yunxiao stepped hard on it with a smile. Suddenly, a force spread under his feet, and the whole rock cracked from top to bottom, turning into stones and scattering in all directions. Swish! A figure instantly flew out from the rock and fled in one direction. Haha, you want to leave? Li Yunxiao flew in the air and instantly got close to the figure. He grabbed the figure with his 5 fingers and instantly locked the figure on the ground. A pressure spread out, and the figure couldn't move. Who is it? We have no grudge against each other. Why do you want to catch me? The figure kept struggling on the ground, and his face was full of fear. He shouted, standing in the air. You are a Wu Guru? Li Yunxiao landed with a smile and said, I'm not a martial ancestor. I just used a secret technique. Hand over the entry crystal stone and I'll let you go. Entry crystal stone? I don't have it. Hearing that he wasn't a martial ancestor, the disciple heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Li Yunxiao's appearance, he screamed again, you're Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was surprised, oh? You know me? I didn't expect to be famous. The disciple smiled bitterly and said, I'm a disciple of the Fire Crow Empire. Young Master Yun killed a martial ancestor with a wave of his hand in that shocking battle. Meeting you is worse than meeting a martial ancestor. City Lord, please let me go. I really don't have the entry crystal stone. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold and he snorted, you don't have the entry crystal stone? Humph, if you don't have it, why are you hiding in the rocks? The disciple's eyes turned and he hurriedly said, I'm cultivating. I'm cultivating an earth-type cultivation technique. I need to cultivate in rocks. If young Master Yun doesn't believe me, I can show you. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, forget it. Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only kill you. A light flashed in his hand and gradually turned into a sharp blade. He was about to slash down. The disciple was scared out of his wits and he hurriedly said, young Master Yun, spare me. Since we're both disciples of the Fire Crow Empire, spare me. I'm willing to hand over the entry crystal stone. Humph, despicable. Li Yunxiao put away the light blade in his hand and kicked him fiercely. He scolded, you have to take a few hits before you feel better. The disciple suffered a heavy blow and immediately broke a few bones. He grunted and immediately smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to say anything else and quickly took out an entry crystal stone and offered it with both hands. After Li Yunxiao took it, it was exactly the same as the entry crystal stone Huasen had shown him. It emitted a gentle light and a symbol flashed non-stop inside, filled with power. Oh? Why aren't you scramming? Li Yunxiao looked at the disciple and shouted. The disciple had a bitter expression on his face as he said timidly, City Lord, can you tell me how you found me? Originally, I found a crystal and planned to hide in a rock until the end of the competition. But who knew? Xiaochen was only a peak martial grandmaster. He only wanted to try his luck. Who knew that he would be so lucky on the first day and pick up a piece? Following his original plan, he used the earth-type cultivation technique that he had cultivated arduously and hid in the rocks. He thought that it would be foolproof, but before long, he was discovered by Li Yunxiao. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this island shielded from divine senses? That disciple felt extremely wronged. Li Yunxiao was secretly amused. He put on a stern face and shouted, if you don't get lost, you'll die. The disciple was startled, and his body trembled as he hurriedly ran away. Li Yunxiao smiled gently. He held the slot crystal in his hand and carefully observed it. He frowned from time to time. Strange, this crystal is made of 1,000 steel stone, but what is this restriction on it? The structure is so tight. Could it be that it was ordered from the soul transformation sea realm? He suddenly thought of this possibility. When Mount Meru opened, even the soul transformation sea realm cultivators would not be able to sit still. They would definitely send their disciples into the southern region to make all kinds of trades. Li Yunxiao pointed at the crystal with his index finger. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed. His finger kept moving on the crystal. Every time his finger touched the crystal, a golden light would appear. Everywhere his finger touched, the crystal became more and more transparent, as if it was about to reveal the entire internal structure. Humph, I don't believe that I can't find the key even if I break it open. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. He suddenly increased the strength of his finger and pointed down. Creak. A cracking sound came from the crystal. Suddenly, it was covered in cracks and exploded. A ray of light shot out from the crystal, trying to break through the sky. Humph, you want to escape? Stop. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and dozens of golden tadpole characters flew out from his palm. They stopped the ray of light and flashed in the air. Looking closely, it turned out to be the strange symbol inside the crystal. There was a faint restless aura coming from it. He then used a few spiritual arts to continuously hit the strange symbol. Finally, the restless aura was dissolved. The symbol then gradually fell and floated above his palm. He stared at the strange symbol, and his expression became more and more serious. Then, with a tap of his finger, a golden tadpole rune rushed up and collided with the symbol. The two runes were instantly annihilated, and a spiritual storm formed in the center of his palm, shaking out in all directions. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. The power had directly shaken his sea of knowledge. Fortunately, his soul power was very strong. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. After the symbol disappeared, a faint black gas overflowed from his palm. It gradually rose and was about to spread. As expected. But why did such a thing appear? An extremely complicated expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and the black gas suddenly turned into a green smoke. It shot into a glassware and was put away by him. Then, he put the glassware in front of him and began to use his divine sense to carefully analyze it. After a long time, he let out a long sigh of relief. The knot between his eyebrows opened and he put the glassware into the ring. When he got up and was about to leave, he suddenly heard a loud shout behind him. Stop. Then, a few figures quickly rushed up and surrounded Li Yunxiao in a few flashes. All of them were murderous. The middle-aged man who led the group shouted with a gloomy face, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the quota crystal." Suddenly, his words were choked in his throat. His eyes widened and he said in horror, You are. A young man next to him also changed his expression and said, "Senior brother, he is Li Yunxiao." Not good, run. The middle-aged man who led the group instantly shot backward and shouted, "Run in all directions, don't go in one direction." Everyone suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. They were so fast that Li Yunxiao didn't have time to react. However, he smiled coldly and closed his eyes to sense. He said to himself in a low voice, "For auras, that middle-aged man has 4 crystal stones. The others don't have them." He stomped lightly on the ground and immediately turned into an arrow that shot out. Through the study of the black gas, he could already distinguish the existence of this aura with his divine sense. The middle-aged man ran at full speed in the woods. There was a burst of light under his feet and he shuttled back and forth like lightning. His speed was so fast that many of the other disciples he met along the way were shocked and vigilant. However, the middle-aged man's face became more and more ugly. This was because a divine sense loomed behind him and directly locked onto him. No matter how he ran, he couldn't escape the divine sense's tracking. Damn, what's going on? Isn't this island shielded from divine sense? Could it be that this brat can cheat? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and ran madly without a care for anything. He came from a hidden sect in the Fire Crow Empire. That day in Xianxia City, he had watched the entire competition without missing a single detail. With his strength of an 8-star martial king, meeting Li Yunxiao would definitely be a dead end. He immediately regretted it. Why did he put all 4 crystal stones on him? If only he and his junior brothers had 1 each. How good would that be? Whoosh! Suddenly, an arc of light shot out from the distance towards the middle-aged man's vitals. It was so fast that there was a sound as it broke through the air. It was precise, accurate, and ruthless. True transmission / The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly flew into the air. He put his palms together in the air and a ray of light shot out from his palms. It turned into the power of vacuum and slashed at the arc of light. Boom! The two forces collided and shook, causing several trees to collapse. Several figures moved through the leaves and quickly surrounded the middle-aged man. Hee hee, Isn't this Xianxia from the Fire Crow Empire's Vermilion Bird residence? Why are you running like a dog that has lost its home? There were a total of 5 people surrounding Xianxia. They were the disciples of the fierce Sun Valley of the Muxu Empire. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was a 9-stars martial king. He was staring coldly at Xianxia with a mocking expression. Xianxia's face turned pale. It was not because he was surrounded by these people, but because he could already feel that Xianxia was nearby. No matter what, he could not escape. Oh, tisk tsk, why did Brother Xianxia's face become so ugly? Brother Xianxia is very famous in the Vermilion Bird residence. I remember the year before last, your sect leader brought Brother Xianxia to the fierce Sun Valley to show off his power. He was really proud of himself. Don't be afraid now. We won't bully you with numbers. The leader of the 9-stars martial king sneered. He took a step forward and pointed with his finger. He said coldly, as long as Brother Xianxia crawls through my pants and leaves behind the crystal stones on you, I can spare Brother Xianxia's dog life. This little brother can spare Brother Xianxia's dog life. Xianxia sighed sorrowfully and shouted towards the forest, City Lord Yunxiao, I know I can't escape. But on account that we are both from the Fire Crow Empire, please let me leave behind a crystal stone. As for the remaining 3, I am willing to give them to you. Otherwise, I can just shout I admit defeat and leave this island safely. But you, City Lord, won't get a single crystal stone. The disciples of the fierce Sun Valley changed their expressions. He has 4 crystal stones on him? Be careful, this kid will shout defeat. What? There's someone in the forest? Who's lying in ambush? Get out here. The 9-stars martial king's expression also changed slightly. His gaze swept across the forest, but he found nothing. This place was shielded from divine sense. His divine sense did not exceed 10 meters. It was as if it did not exist. Xianxia, give me the 3 crystal stones and I will let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving one. He shouted at Xianxia with a gloomy face. He was also afraid that Xianxia would directly shout defeat. Then, the experts of the 3 big sects would appear and take him away. The 4 crystal stones would all return to the island. Xianxia turned his head and looked at him contemptuously. He snorted disdainfully. Do you think you are worthy? If it weren't for the City Lord Yunxiao chasing after me, you small fries want to stop me? The 9-stars martial king was enraged. A strong light burst out from his body as he rushed towards Xianxia and angrily shouted, You're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Xianxia's expression slightly changed and he quickly retreated into the forest behind him. His fists danced and turned all of his power into true energy. He did not hesitate to throw them out. His opponent was stronger than him and he did not dare to be careless. Okay, deal. Just at that moment, Xianxia's indifferent voice came from the forest. The 9-stars martial king felt a cold air attack him and his heart immediately shivered. He did not know what his opponent's strength was, but to be able to force Xianxia to flee, he was definitely not simple. So, he quickly retracted his fist and retreated, standing vigilantly in the forest. The other 4 disciples of the blazing Sun Valley also came forward and drew their weapons. City Master Yunxiao. Xianxia saw Yunxiao's figure slowly walking out and hurriedly went forward. He took out 3 crystal stones from his body and offered them with both hands, saying, I hope the city master can help me escape this calamity. Yunxiao bluntly took the crystal stones, nodded and said, Okay, you can leave. Xianxia was overjoyed and was about to leave. The 9-stars martial king moved and immediately blocked his path. He smiled sinisterly and said, You want to leave? Did you ask me? I thought it was some expert. So it's you. TSK, a mere 5-star martial lord is actually so arrogant. Haha, Xianxia, you must have been frightened by his imposing manner when he arrived. Haha. Haha. The other 4 fierce Sun Valley disciples also laughed loudly. You are just a small fry who relied on self-destructing the Tiger King war chariot to escape with your life. You actually think your strength can reach the heavens? Haha. Xianxia remained silent and only looked at them with a face full of ridicule, waiting to watch a good show. The 9 Stars Martial King felt extremely uncomfortable being looked at as if he was looking at an idiot. A wave of irritability surged up and he immediately said angrily, "Laugh? Laugh your sister. Go to hell." He flicked his 5 fingers, and suddenly, 5 arc-shaped balls of light shot out, drawing a long curve in the air, as if they were puppets controlled by his fingertips, shooting toward Xianxia. "City Lord Yunxiao, save me." Xianxia hurriedly retreated towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled gently and flicked his 5 fingers. Unexpectedly, 5 small balls also flew out and revolved around his fingertips. Like puppets, they charged towards the 9 Stars Martial King's small balls. What was different was that these 5 balls were of 5 different colors, representing the 5 elements. How did you learn this martial skill? It was actually the power of the 5 elements? You are only a 4 symbols martial lord, how can you use the power of the 5 elements? The 9 Stars Martial King was shocked. This was one of the secret techniques of the Fierce Sun Valley. It was never taught to outsiders. 10,000 methods return to one. This kind of child's play thing, I only played it because I saw you playing it. You think I care about it? Fuck. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. He grasped the air with his 5 fingers and the 5 small balls instantly gathered together, emitted intense light, and exploded with a boom. The 9 Stars Martial King's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly retracted the small balls he controlled, formed a circle, and blocked in front of him. However, the power of the explosion grew without end. Layer upon layer, the power of the 5 elements complemented each other. From an intense light, it became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the 9 Stars Martial King. Rumble. A large number of trees were turned into ashes, and a huge shockwave spread far and wide. The disciples in the distance all hurriedly stood up and looked at each other from afar in shock. After the light ball was destroyed, a huge pit appeared in the forest. The 9 Stars Martial King's body was burnt black and embedded into the soil. His eyes were filled with shock. 9 Stars Martial King, not bad. You are just a step away from martial ancestor. Li Yunxiao looked at that person and said with a smile, "Get up. Although the power of the 5 elements is strong, my own realm is too low. I am unable to cause any substantial harm to you." Senior brother, senior brother. The remaining 4 disciples recovered from their shock and hurriedly ran over, wanting to drag that person out of the pit. Bam! The 9 Stars Martial King shot out and stood on the opposite side of the pit. Other than his body being burnt black, his flesh had already split open and he was dripping with blood. He looked at Li Yunxiao in fear, his heart feeling a chill. You guys also have 4 crystal stones on you. Hand them all over and I will let you go. Li Yunxiao said with a slight smile. Who do you think you are? You only won against senior brother by taking advantage of the situation and you dare to boast shamelessly. A fierce Sun Valley disciple flew into a rage and roared, everyone attacked together, kill these 2 brats. The 4 of them were enraged and wanted to rush forward. The 9 Stars Martial King's eyes revealed a trace of fear and suddenly shouted, all of you, stop. His breathing was extremely heavy and his eyes flashed with struggle. However, in just a moment, he calmed down and said, give him all the crystal stones. What? Senior brother. A disciple's face revealed a look of shock as he looked at the 9 Stars Martial King in disbelief. The 9 Stars Martial King's face immediately revealed a look of anger. He almost roared and said, I said give him all the crystal stones, are you deaf? That disciple was startled, cold sweat appeared on his face. He hurriedly took out 4 crystal stones from his storage ring and threw them far away. A trace of fear emerged in his heart. He knew the senior brother's strength and temper very well. If it was not for the fact that there was no hope, he would definitely not hand over the crystal stones. Li Yunxiao smiled and kept it. He nodded and said, not bad, you are very smart. If you continue to attack, you will have to admit defeat. At that time, you will not have any chance at all. The 9 Stars Martial King's face twitched. He expressionlessly turned around and said, let's go. Time is of the essence. They must hurry and find more crystal stones. The 5 of them quickly disappeared into the woods. Xianxia sighed in his heart and hurriedly bowed and said, thank you, City Lord. He lowered his head and waited for a long time, but there was no response. He then slightly raised his head and saw that Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. He was startled for a moment, then his face turned ashen. He only had one crystal stone left and there were many junior brothers. He could not explain to them, so he hurriedly ran far away. After a while, two figures appeared beside the huge pit. They stared at the pit and carefully observed it. Their faces were dignified. It is indeed the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. This is why a casual attack can be superimposed layer by layer, continuously evolving and spreading, causing such a huge destructive power. One of them said with an extremely shocked expression, "This kind of exquisite control of the 5 elements, even a peak martial king can't do it, right? How did that brat do it?" The other person's pupils constricted and he said with a dark face, "Don't talk about such exquisite control of the 5 elements. He is just a martial lord, how can he use the power of the 5 elements? One must know that the power of the 4 images into the 5 elements must be evolved to the extreme before one can comprehend the 5 elements in heaven and earth. With that, one can advance to the 5 elements realm martial king. If he can already control the power of the 5 elements so exquisitely, how can he only be a martial lord? These are all illogical things." The first person was stunned and said in shock, "Did he hide his cultivation? Even you and I can't see through it. He must have a Xian artifact that suppresses his cultivation." "That's right, that should be the case. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Looking at the degree of control of the 5 elements, that brat is most likely a martial ancestor." "Martial ancestor? What? You must be joking. No matter how I look at it, that brat is only 15 or 16 years old. One must know that a person's bone age cannot be faked. We can see it with one look. A 15-year-old martial ancestor, haha, that's too ridiculous. Humph, I hope it's nonsense too. But what's with this trap? You saw what happened just now with your own eyes." The first person became silent and said after a while, "If it's really like what we guessed, then it's too terrifying. When he grows up, I'm afraid that the martial venerable realm is not his limit. He might even become the Jiutian Emperor Wu." The other person murmured, "Jiutian Emperor Wu? Emperor Wu hasn't appeared in the southern region for so many years. Is the balance between the 3 empires going to be broken? This brat seems to be from the Fire Crow Empire. Should we?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the person from before, and a cold aura flowed through his body as he said, "If we don't kill him now, then he will definitely be the strongest in the entire southern territory. Don't act recklessly. We don't know where this brat is from. He might not be from the southern region. If we kill him recklessly, we will be in big trouble." The other person was startled and hurried to stop him. "Besides, we are on Xianxia Island now. If we expose ourselves, the consequences will be unimaginable." The first person said, "If that's the case, let's wait and see. We will report it to the sect later. We don't need to worry about how to deal with it." The two people were silent for a while. The seriousness on their faces couldn't be removed. Their figures flashed and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, in the building by the Mingxin Lake, Xianxia and the other 2 people were also staring at the water screen with serious expressions. Huisin said with a pale face, "Someone must know how to collect the crystals." The strongest one had already gathered close to 200 crystals, and this person was extremely powerful. All the crystals that he encountered were all swallowed into his body. The others have only collected 40 crystals. Suddenly, Luo Qingyun's face appeared in Chiyu's mind. The young man that even he couldn't see through. When he was given the chance to participate in the competition, Chiyu remembered that Luo Qingyun had said something, but Chiyu had forgotten about it. He only felt that the person who had collected more than 200 crystals was very likely Luo Qingyun, but he didn't know why he had this feeling. Li Yunxiao? Xianxia was thinking about Li Yunxiao and thought to himself, is it really him? More than 200 crystals. If this continues, it is very likely that he will have more than 1,000 crystals by the end of the competition. That's half of the quota. Thinking of this, his heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Mount Meru was very beneficial to the improvement of a warrior's strength. If the Fire Crow Empire could have a large number of excellent disciples, Its overall strength would surpass the other two countries in the next few decades. Huasan and Qiyu also knew the importance of this. They both had serious expressions. Looking at the distribution of crystals on the water screen, they couldn't calm down. Li Yunxiao suspended the 7 quota crystals in the air and observed them carefully. Except for the different structures, the symbols inside were all the same, which gave people a feeling of power. After a long time, he sighed slightly. He waved his hand and put all the 7 crystals into the ring. Then he smiled and said calmly, "Come out. You've been watching for so long. It's time to grab them." He waited for a while and didn't hear any movement. "Hee, I don't think I'm talking about myself. The 2 behind the tree 43 meters in front of me, the 5 at 86 meters, the 1 behind the rock 72 meters to the left, and the 11 behind me. Come out." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "The one on the left, I'm talking about you. Don't look around. There's no one here except for you." It was so quiet that it was a bit cold. The cold wind blew, making the place feel bleak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of people shooting came from everywhere. Soon, Li Yunxiao was surrounded by a group of people. There were 19 people in total, exactly as he said. "Boy, how did you find us? You know this island can block the divine sense," a short and sturdy man said in a low voice. He was hiding on the side and also noticed that there seemed to be other people around, but he didn't expect there to be so many of them. What was more unexpected was that they were all under this person's control. The others were also confused. On Xianxia Island, their divine sense couldn't see as far as their eyes could. Not to mention these young disciples, even the leaders of the 3 forces hiding in the sky pricked up their ears to listen. They also wanted to know the answer. In order to be responsible for the safety of the disciples on Xianxia Island, over 30 of them were each equipped with a Xian artifact that could enhance the divine sense, which could easily break the restriction formation on the island. That was why they knew the situation on the island so well. Li Yunxiao looked at the short man and said with a smile, "Anyway, you're going to admit defeat and leave the island soon. Even if you know it, it's useless." "Humph." Another man said disdainfully, "You are indeed powerful and arrogant. There are also some rumors saying that you can kill a martial ancestor with a wave of your hand. Haha, I want to see how you can do that today. There are a total of 19 of us. Unless you really have the strength of a martial ancestor, I advise you to be more sensible." Li Yunxiao said, "I only have 7 quota crystals on me, as you all saw just now. How are the 19 of you going to split it?" That person's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. It's our own business how we divide it. Hand over the crystal stones first. Besides, how do we know if you really only have 7 pieces?" Li Yunxiao smiled and slowly raised her hand. A ray of light gradually gathered at the tip of her finger. She said softly, "If that's the case, then, wait." Suddenly, a young man said with a pale face, "City Lord Yunxiao, I don't want to snatch the crystal stones, can you let me go?" This person was also a disciple of the Fire Crow Empire and knew how powerful Li Yunxiao was. Moreover, his strength was very limited. Even if he really defeated Li Yunxiao, it would not be his turn, so he wisely chose to withdraw. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded, "Of course." The young man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, City Lord." He hurriedly turned around and flew away. The remaining 18 people looked at each other, anger faintly appearing on their faces. Fortunately, the person who left was not strong, so staying would probably not be of much use. "City Lord Yunxiao, I also want to withdraw." Another 2 people walked forward. One of them said, "The 2 of us also have no intention of taking the City Lord's crystal stones. We will bid our farewells here." The 2 of them cupped their fists and were about to leave. At this time, there were still 16 people left. One of them could not hold it in any longer and shouted, "The 2 of you, please wait. You are also disciples of the Tianxiang Empire, right? If everyone works together to take down this person, we can split the 7 crystal stones between the 2 of you." The person who spoke was the strongest among them. He was an 8-star martial king. Moreover, the 5 of them were all 8-star martial kings. Therefore, they were extremely calm. However, the rumors about Li Yunxiao were a little exaggerated. In addition, they saw the scene of him instantly killing the copper hammer burly man at the Mingxin Lake, so they did not dare to underestimate him. The two people who were about to leave were also 5-star martial kings. They were definitely a great help. Therefore, he promised, with the number of people and strength you have, if you take down this person, you will at least get 1 crystal stone. No one here will have any objections. The rest of the people also nodded in agreement. Although Li Yunxiao's cultivation was not high, he gave them an indescribable feeling of taboo. The two of them were quite tempted. Their eyes flickered with struggle. Finally, one of them said, "I'm sorry, we do not want this crystal stone. Everyone, farewell. I wish you all good luck." Everyone's faces darkened. Anger flashed across their faces as they cursed the two of them for not knowing what was good for them. "Wait." A leisurely voice sounded. Li Yunxiao looked at the two of them with a smile in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "You can't leave." "Why?" The two's expressions changed. One of them said angrily, "That person can leave in the beginning, why can't we?" "City Lord Yunxiao, don't go too far." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not prejudiced against you too. It's just that the person from before didn't have any crystal stones on him, so he can naturally leave. And the two of you have a spot crystal stone on you." That person's expression changed greatly as he blurted out, "What? How did you know?" He immediately realized that he had lost his composure and quickly shut his mouth. However, it was already too late. The other 16 people's gazes were all focused on the two of them. Moreover, many of them had cold and sharp expressions. That person said angrily, "This is too much. The two of us originally did not want to interfere in this matter. Do you really think that you are a martial ancestor? You actually want to fight against 18 of us? Everyone, let's attack together and see how capable he is." The two of them knew that it would not end well, so they decided to attack first. Instead, they were the first among the 18 people to attack. They flanked Yi Futian from both sides. Everyone, attack together. Even if he really has the abilities of a martial ancestor, he will still die. The rest of the people did not dare to be negligent and took out their dark weapons one after another. In an instant, there were many colorful lights and more than 10 rays of light rose into the sky and slashed at Li Yunxiao. Most of these people were martial king experts. Under such a joint attack, even a real martial ancestor would have to escape. Li Yunxiao chuckled. He really did not care about these small fries. If it was not for the people from the 3 big forces monitoring in the sky, he really wanted to release a few experts from the universe divine monument so that he would not have to do anything himself. Swoosh! With a stomp of his feet, his body turned into lightning and shuttled through the various attacks. Not only was he extremely fast, but he was also extremely nimble. In an instant, he appeared before the 2 disciples from the Tianxiang Empire. He pointed with both his hands and 2 rays of finger light shot out and pierced through the sky. TSK. How can he be so fast? The two of them turned pale with fright and quickly retreated as they fought. One of them punched with his right fist and the other turned his left palm into a blade and slashed down. Bang! Bang! 2 rumbling sounds could be heard and a huge force spread out. The two of them were hit by the force at the same time and they could not stand steadily as they retreated. Suddenly, one of them turned pale with fright. He saw that Li Yunxiao's speed was so fast that he actually stuck close to him without realizing it. Li Yunxiao was almost at the tip of his nose and he said with a smile, "The crystal is with you." Tisk. The person was terrified and quickly closed his eyes. He punched out continuously but none of them missed. At the next moment, he felt a chill on his neck and it was being held tightly by someone. The whole process happened in an instant. The surrounding trees were all cut down but they did not fall. Following that, dozens of big trees suddenly fell. However, everyone looked at Li Yunxiao in shock and they were overwhelmed with fear. With his strange footwork and speed, if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Hurry up, do you want your life or do you want the spar? Even if you want to admit defeat, your throat will shatter before you can even shout. Give me the spar and you too can leave. Although Li Yunxiao's voice was calm, it was bone-chilling to the ears of that person. he was tactful and no longer struggled. He took out a quota crystal from his ring and handed it over. Li Yunxiao smiled and kept it. Only then did he throw that person far away and said to the rest of the people, "It's your turn. Those who don't have spar on them can leave. If you do, none of you are allowed to leave." This time, quite a few of the remaining 16 people subconsciously took a step back. Under the joint attack of more than 10 people, he was still able to easily capture a 5-star martial king. With this kind of unpredictable speed and footwork, none of them were confident that they would be able to dodge it. Don't be too arrogant. Even if you have a strange footwork martial skill, do you have the strength to snatch the spar from our hands? The 5 8-star martial kings came from the same sect and were also the ones with the most spar among them. They had an illusion, as if Li Yunxiao could know the existence and number of spar on them, but they didn't dare to believe it. Hee, stubborn. Li Yunxiao's smile faded as his entire body gradually floated up. Standing in the air, his entire body shone with a golden light as circles of light bloomed from his body. Various spirit arts appeared around his body as he formed seals with his hands. A gigantic heaven and earth seal gradually appeared behind him, shining like a blazing sun in the sky. What martial skill is this? It actually has the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. The 16 of them looked at the gigantic seal and felt a chill run down their spines. Furthermore, the seal actually enveloped an area of several hundred miles. It was all within the attack range and there was no way to dodge. "Lord Yunxiao, we don't have any spar on us. Can you show mercy and let the 3 of us leave?" One of them could not help but feel terrified. The 3 of them were from the same sect and had indeed not found a single spar. They felt that it was not worth the risk. "You want to leave now? Have you already eaten shit? Leave behind some memories." Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold as he silently ignored the pleas of those few people. His hands formed a seal and suddenly smashed down. Shining in all directions, the sun was like a wheel. Boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Yunxiao's body shone brightly like a deity. As he formed a seal with his hands, a few strange symbols formed a circle and pressed down. The huge golden seal behind him shrouded the surroundings and crashed down. Everything within a radius of a few hundred meters fell into it. The 16 people were drenched in cold sweat. The power of the seal was comparable to a martial ancestor's attack, suppressing them completely. "Let's go all out. Everyone, attack together. Don't hold back. Hold back my ass. Who dares to hold back now? Attack with 100% of your power, or we'll all die together. 1000 tenacious palm. Sacred tornado spear. 7 emperor finger." In an instant, there were roars and all kinds of lights were released. Everyone used their strongest move. Under the attack that was comparable to a martial ancestor, no one dared to hold back and play dumb. They used all their power. The heaven and earth seal seemed to have encountered a strong resistance and stopped in the air for a moment. However, the earth-shattering pressure instantly shattered the resistance and fell without any suspense. Rumble. The entire ground turned into a golden ocean. A large number of trees turned into powder and ashes. Under the impact of the energy, the area within a radius of 1,000 meters turned into a vacuum. The person in charge of monitoring the island thousands of meters above the sky was wearing a huge red robe that was fluttering in the strong wind. The man clenched his fists as he stared down at him. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. What kind of martial skill is this? It can activate the power of heaven and earth. His eyes suddenly lit up with extreme greed and excitement. When a mere martial lord uses it, he can actually reach the realm of martial ancestor. If I can learn this martial skill, I can easily kill a martial emperor. Li Yunxiao stood in the air with his hands behind his back and sneered in his heart. He had also captured the emotional fluctuations of the person in charge in the air with his divine sense. However, none of those who had designs on him had a good ending. He focused his gaze on a rock and snorted, trying to escape. A ray of light flashed in the air and shot into the rock. Puff, a muffled groan was heard, and soon, the ground was dyed red with blood. A man struggled to crawl out from inside. His eyes were filled with terror as he repeatedly shouted, don't kill me, I won't escape. Li Yunxiao swept his gaze across the empty ground and said coldly, "All of you, come out. Do you think you can escape by hiding down there?" He raised his finger and pointed. A golden light condensed and dispersed in the air, turning into millions of finger radiance that penetrated deep into the ground. Like a machine gun, a cloud of dust flew up. Bang! 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 More than a dozen figures instantly flew up from the ground and used their ultimate skills to resist. The power of the finger radiance was not strong, but it was extremely fast, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. Many people tried to block it with their fists, but the bones in their fists exploded, or their palms were pierced through, causing them to wail in pain. These 16 people were all drenched in blood and looked battered and exhausted. Only now did they realize how powerful Li Yunxiao was. Their faces turned ashen, and they no longer dared to argue back. They obediently stood to the side, waiting for their punishment. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "All of you are so despicable. You have to be beaten up to feel better. Now, leave all your crystals and storage rings, and you can go." Storage rings? Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Li Yunxiao said, "Of course, I will take the storage rings as well. This is robbery. Who said that only crystals can be taken?" An 8-star martial king couldn't help but say, "Master, let us leave one crystal. Otherwise, we can just admit defeat, and we can keep our lives, but you won't get a single crystal." Everyone nodded. This was also the unspoken rule of robbing crystals on Xianxia Island. If the other side wanted to rob all of their crystals, they could just admit defeat. After all, they didn't have a single crystal, and the other side couldn't get it either. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "I will only say this once. Leave all your crystals and storage rings, and you can go. Otherwise, you will die. If you want to admit defeat, please go ahead." Well, everyone was anxious. One of them shouted, "Master, if you keep pushing us like this, we will admit defeat, and all the crystals will be returned to the island by the person in charge. Why do you want to get nothing? Isn't it better to ask for an ending that everyone can accept?" Li Yunxiao looked disdainful and said coldly, "On the last day, all the crystals will be shaken into the sky by the array, and I will collect them. Even if I put them back on the island, they will still be mine." Everyone was angry. One of them said angrily, "You are too arrogant. You have the attack power of a martial guru. There is a real martial guru on this island. When the crystals are shaken into the sky, how many crystals do you think you can get?" These people were not willing to admit defeat. It was impossible for them to admit defeat. Because once they admitted defeat, they would lose the chance to get more crystals. As long as they stayed on the island, they still had a chance. Bang! That person only saw a blur before he was sent flying by Li Yunxiao's palm, leaving a trail of blood in the air. He landed far away on the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Li Yunxiao grabbed the air, and the storage ring and crystal on that person's body flew into his hand. He shouted coldly, "You talk too much. If you don't want to leave in 3 breaths, don't even think about leaving." 1. The remaining 15 people's faces were ashen. They knew that they would not be able to escape. One by one, they took out the storage rings and the crystals that they had obtained and carefully placed them on the ground. Then, they ran away. There were a total of 8 quota crystals. After he put them away, he looked at the storage ring on the ground and grabbed it in the air. He used his divine sense to attack it and shook off all the restrictions. A large number of materials and primordial stones were kept in his own ring. Only then did he leave, satisfied. A day and a half had passed, but he was not in a hurry. It was naturally impossible to collect all the crystals. When the time came, he only needed to rob those martial arts grandmasters and the number would be about the same. He was now leisurely catching some small fish to rob, giving those martial arts grandmasters some time. In the building by Mingxin Lake, Xian Pai and the other 2 were slightly impatient. Huasen said with a cold expression, "There is a problem. There are more than 500 crystals gathered together. Someone must have cheated. I suggest that we investigate thoroughly." Chiyu looked at his flustered and exasperated look and was overjoyed. It seemed that the person who had gathered more than 500 crystals was definitely not from their Muxu Empire. It was very likely that it was Luo Qingyun or Li Yunxiao from the Fire Crow Empire. He secretly glanced at Xianpai, trying to find some flaws in his expression. However, Xianpai's face was like water, without any ripples, as if he was asleep. Qiyu secretly cursed the old fox in his heart. He then said resentfully, "These crystals were sent over from the deity Transformation Sea. Moreover, that person made a promise that this batch of crystals could not be replicated. Moreover, the experts of the three major forces have secretly tested it several times, but they could not find any clues. Let me ask, who would have the ability to cheat?" "Oh?" Huasun said coldly, "Then may I ask how this person obtained more than 500 crystals?" He stared at Qiyu and said with an ashen face, "Could it be that Brother Qiyu knows something? Or is this person from the Tianxiang Empire?" Qiyu laughed and said, "Brother Huasun must be joking. The situation on the island is only known by the people in charge sent by the three major forces. Brother Huasun and I are the same. We can only watch the distribution and gathering of the crystals. Moreover, if we want to investigate thoroughly, it is not something that we can decide. It must be decided by the high level of the three major forces. Brother Huasun worries too much." He deliberately looked at Xianpai and said, "Brother Xianpai, what do you think?" Only now did Xianpai withdraw his gaze from the water screen, and he said indifferently, "Some are strong, some are weak, some have good luck, and some have bad luck. The ownership of these crystals is decided by the junior's own luck. We'll just watch." His gaze suddenly became a bit fierce, and he said in surprise, "The person with the 97 crystals is about to meet the person with the 45 crystals." The other two people's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly looked at the water screen. These two people were also in the range of their attention. They were almost invincible. In the water screen, the crystal stones they encountered were all swallowed up. They were undoubtedly two strong people. As expected, they were about to meet, and it was unknown who would be able to eat the other. Li Yunxiao flew aimlessly in the forest, but it attracted everyone's greedy and frightened gazes. This was because all of the spar he had collected were not properly hidden and pinched. Instead, they were wrapped in strength qi and flew along behind him. They were like a long tail that extended out, and there were at least dozens of them. In order to show the effect, the true qi that included the crystals showed a faint golden color, like a golden tail swaying behind, making everyone salivate. It was also this method that attracted many martial artists to take the initiative to send crystals. Later, more and more people knew that he was powerful, so no one dared to come forward. As soon as they saw golden light moving over, they quickly ran away, so he didn't meet anyone who came forward to die for a long time. Li Yunxiao's figure landed on a big tree, slightly frowning as he looked up at the sky. Originally, the sky above the forest was clear and cloudless, but suddenly, it became dark and gloomy. All the sunlight was gone, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Rumble. The clouds in the sky collided with each other, bursting out several flashes of lightning. Then, as expected, bean-sized raindrops pitter-patter fell, and then the heavy rain poured down, hitting the big tree, all making pitter-patter sounds. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and the dozens of crystals flew into his eyebrows, all of them put away. His eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Looking at the sky full of rain, his face showed a rare dignified expression. The rain poured down, but it couldn't even wet an inch of his clothes. It was all blocked by his true qi. Under the rain, the leaves and branches of the nearby trees were directly pierced through. Within a visible range, a large number of trees were directly pierced through, and a large number of them collapsed. The rain was as sharp as a sword. "Hee, kid, you do have some skills. I noticed something was wrong a long time ago." A faint voice came from the forest, full of mockery. Li Yunxiao's face was as calm as still water. He said indifferently, "The dark clouds in the sky are not rain clouds. They are formed by yuan qi. The 5 elements produce water, so this should be the rain barrier of water." The heavy rain washed away the mist in the forest, and several figures gradually appeared. The person in the lead was wearing blue embroidered robes. He revealed an expression of shock and praised, "Yanwu City's city lord truly lives up to his reputation. He can even recognize the long-lost rain barrier. Now I really believe the rumor that you killed a Wu Zone with a wave of your hand on the Golden Crow Arena. Li Yunxiao looked over. This person was the man who gave him a cold glance when he entered Xianxia Island. He was Lin Quan of the heaven-shaking cult. The rain barrier is one of the 7 strongest elemental barriers. It can gather the essence of water in the world and turn it into an attack. It is one of the few strongest arrays passed down from ancient times. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed and he said, "Years ago, I had an old friend who wanted to collect the 7 elemental barriers and combine them into one. Unfortunately, many of them are broken and incomplete. I don't know if there has been any progress over the years. With the cultivation of Wuzong and Martial King, it is impossible for you to set up such a barrier. The only explanation is that you have the complete map of the rain barrier. Today, not only do you have to hand over the crystal stones, but I also want the map of the rain barrier." Lin Quan's face changed and he said angrily, "How arrogant. Combining the 7 elemental barriers into one? F***ck, do you think your old friend is the best array master in the world? Throne Emperor Wu, Tungguang. If any of the 7 elemental barriers can be fully used, even if Emperor Wu comes, he will have to obediently surrender." Li Yunxiao smiled. The person he was talking about was Tungguang. He chuckled and said, "Why don't we make a bet? In this boundary of rain, even the spiritual consciousness of the 3 major forces could not penetrate it, so no one would be able to save them in the fight to the death. If you lose, hand over the crystal stones and the rain barrier formation diagram, and I can spare all of your lives." A hint of anger flashed across Lin Quan's eyes, and he said with a cold and arrogant smile, "City Lord Yunxiao is indeed very arrogant. So what if you had once suppressed the martial sect with a wave of your hand? Since you know that this is a water barrier, you should know about it as well. Inside this barrier, as someone who cultivates in water-type cultivation methods, my power will be multiplied. Not only is your true qi restricted, but you also have to use a portion of your true qi to resist the rain sword. Being able to display even half of its power is already a feat of talent. Under such circumstances, can you still have such confidence? How will we know if we don't try?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and immediately put away his cynical attitude. This boundary of rain was indeed as the legends said. It actually had a power that wanted to seal his true qi and gradually penetrate into his body. Moreover, the sword rain that fell from the sky was extremely sharp, and each of them was at least an attack of a martial grand master. There were so many of them that it was extremely strenuous to resist. However, the other party was strolling leisurely, and he actually enjoyed the feeling of the rain. When the rain fell on his body, it directly seeped into his body and turned into a nourishing power, filling up his dantian. Suddenly, Duan Yu's voice came from Li Yunxiao's sea of consciousness. "What bullsh** T barrier is this? Since the law enforcer's spiritual consciousness can't investigate this place, let me go out and instantly kill these brats to save us trouble." Li Yunxiao transmitted his voice, "No need, I just happen to be able to experience the power of this barrier. Moreover, I must obtain this formation diagram and use it to open the boundary of water on the World Divine Monument." In the World Divine Monument, the earth, water, fire, and wind realms, each of the formations far exceeded his knowledge, and he could not activate them with his own strength. Even if he recovered to the peak of Jiutian in his previous life, there might not be a way, and he had to find another way. As for using formations to activate formations and using formations to break formations, this was a type of formation that Throne Emperor Wu Tungguang had once explained to him. He had also relied on the true phoenix fire and the heaven's net flame formation to open the boundary of fire. The boundary of rain was an existence that was not inferior to the heaven's net flame formation, but it was still a headache for him to find a divine item that was comparable to the true phoenix fire to be the formation core of the boundary of water. Let me try and see what kind of strength it takes to kill a martial ancestor with a wave of a hand. Lin Quan's words instantly interrupted Li Yunxiao's thoughts. The disciples behind Lin Quan instantly dispersed, and their figures were so strange that they actually directly hid in the rain, making it difficult to detect them. They were the controllers of the boundary of rain, and they were ready to cooperate with Lin Quan to attack at any time. Although they did not see with their own eyes that Li Yunxiao had killed a martial ancestor with a wave of a hand in the Fire Crow Empire, they would rather believe it. In addition, Li Yunxiao's arrogant performance on Xianxia Island was almost invincible, and those who wanted to snatch the crystals were all snatched away. That was why Lin Quan had set up such a large formation to ensure that nothing would go wrong. "Rise!" A disciple hidden in the rain suddenly shouted and took the lead to attack. His figure appeared from the rain, and he made a hand seal with one hand, pointing at the ground in the air. Suddenly, the accumulated rainwater on the ground quickly gathered, and gradually condensed into a huge waterman, holding 2 fists the size of clay pots, and walked towards Li Yunxiao step by step. At this time, on the other side, another disciple also appeared, quickly making hand seals with both hands, and the water on the ground quickly condensed into a water python, shuttling on the ground, and biting towards Li Yunxiao. Interesting. Li Yunxiao rose into the air and dodged the water python's attack. The tree that had been pierced by the sword rain collapsed, and his figure danced in the air. The waterman actually let out a roar, and his fists the size of clay pots waved, hitting towards Li Yunxiao. The 2 fists directly left his body, turning into 2 big water balls, and blasted out. Li Yunxiao was secretly surprised. This boundary of rain was really unpredictable, and it actually had such a strange attack. He did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly punched out with both fists. He hit the water ball, trying to shake it apart. But to his surprise, the water ball was actually soft, and his 2 fists directly sank into it. The water ball immediately melted, and flowed along his arms, completely wrapping them up. The water vapor directly seeped into his skin. At this time, the water python on the ground also rose into the air, instantly coiling around Li Yunxiao, tightly constricting him, causing him to be unable to move. A huge snake head flicked its tongue, and stared at him coldly. At this moment, Lung Quan was still standing in the distance, and laughed involuntarily. "City Lord, don't tell me that you only have this little skill? If you have an undeserved reputation, then you'll be in deep trouble today." He spoke with a relaxed expression, but in fact, his heart was very solemn. These 2 water transformation techniques looked very light, but in fact, they were the most powerful killing techniques of the boundary of rain. Even if one had the strength of a martial ancestor, if they were careless and were trapped like this, they would definitely die. Li Yunxiao was unable to move after being constricted by the water snake, and a large amount of water vapor directly seeped into his body, turning into streams of ice power that sealed his meridians. At this moment, his body temperature also began to drop rapidly, and his entire body began to show a faint blue color. Li Yunxiao raised his head slightly, and said solemnly, "What a powerful formation. Even under the arrangement of 4 martial kings, it can still display such power. If the people who arranged the formation were 4 Emperor Wus, it would be hard to imagine. As expected of one of the 7 strongest elemental barriers. In my current state, I'm afraid that even a normal martial ancestor would die without a doubt." Lung Quan's pupils shrank slightly, and he laughed coldly. "City Lord Yunxiao is not a martial ancestor, but I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to defeat a martial ancestor." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, and the muscles all over his body instantly swelled up. With a ping sound, his entire body swelled up a bit, and his muscles bulged out one by one. An overbearing force instantly shook off the water vapor that had seeped into his skin, and formed a faint stream of light around his body, completely isolating him from the water vapor. Lung Quan was shocked. He saw that Li Yunxiao's body, which was bound by the water snake, was actually beginning to twist in an extremely strange position. Furthermore, his speed was getting faster and faster, and he was actually not being bound. Pung! The huge body of the water snake was finally shaken up, and it turned into a pool of water vapor that sprinkled down. A golden light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He stepped into the air and rushed in one direction. He punched out and locked the space in that direction. "Not good!" Lung Quan shouted loudly, and instantly turned transparent. He actually disappeared from his original spot, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He swept his cold gaze across him, and similarly punched out. The 2 fist lights collided, and they were both sent flying. Li Yunxiao's cultivation was already too far apart from Lung Quan's. At the moment, he was also affected by the barrier, and he only had 30 to 40% of his genuine qi. On the other hand, Lung Quan was using double his strength. Under this situation, all the meridians in Li Yunxiao's body were damaged, and a mouthful of extravasated blood flowed into his throat from his internal organs. His whole body was even sent flying. Although Lung Quan's genuine qi had the upper hand, he still felt a huge force pressing down on his fist. That was not the pressure of genuine chi, but the real thing. It was the enormous strength of his physical body, without any tricks. Creak. The bones in his fist actually cracked, and blood flowed out of the tip of his fist. Under this punch, his whole body was also shaken into the air, and he took a few steps back. Right behind him, a figure with a face full of panic immediately appeared. It was one of the disciples who set up the formation. Li Yunxiao had actually discovered this disciple's hiding place, and wanted to destroy it one by one. If Lung Quan had not reacted in time, the barrier would probably be in danger. He looked at the fist in his hand that had cracked and bled, and his gaze was even colder than frost. He said coldly, word by word, "How did you find him?" The 7 great elemental barriers, other than the abnormal attack power and additional status, there was another thing that gave opponents the most headaches, and that was that the person who set up the formation was extremely secretive. Unless the formation was broken by force, it was impossible to catch the figure of the person who set up the formation. Li Yunxiao was shaken by Lin Quan's punch. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the tyrant body and wasn't affected by the boundary of rain, he would have already been killed. What a powerful barrier. Other than the water element vital energy, everything else is greatly weakened. Lung Quan snorted coldly and said proudly, "It's good that you know. You really didn't disappoint me. If not for me being careful and laying down this barrier, I'm afraid it would not be easy to capture you. Could it be that you can easily capture me now?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Could it be that you have a way to save your life? I'm looking forward to it. Otherwise, it would be too boring to end the game like this." Lung Quan said coldly. "I also know water element techniques." Li Yunxiao put his hands together and streams of blue gas flowed out from his body and slowly condensed in the air. It actually formed a huge dragon head, the dragon's eyes threatening. Lung Quan turned pale with fright and said in shock, You actually also specialize in water techniques? How is this possible?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "All techniques return to one, just the conversion of the 5 elements. This way, the barrier is fair to everyone. Try this move of mine, Water Dragon Roar, attack." The water element True Dragon immediately roared and let out a huge dragon roar, rushing towards Lung Quan. Its strength was not the least bit weaker than a martial ancestor. After Li Yunxiao's vital energy transformed into the water element, it was indeed strengthened. Unfortunately, he did not know any water element martial techniques. Fortunately, all techniques were interlinked. A casual move of his was also extremely powerful. This water dragon roar was casually created when he saw the water snake's transformation. As the former peak Jiutian Emperor Wu, other than a few peerless techniques, he basically knew everything with a glance. Mother of Cur, what the hell? Lung Quan was so shocked that he cursed. He suddenly rose into the air and numerous seals appeared in his palm. Blue light blossomed. It was a water element palm technique. Dim blue dominating palm. A huge palm print condensed in the air and pressed down fiercely, directly slapping the water dragon's head, directly causing it to collapse. At that moment, the 4 disciples who were hiding in the rain began forming hand seals. Various water-type creatures rose up from the ground. One was a muscular man, one was a heaven-devouring python, one was a strange-looking tree and the last one was a millstone. Lung Quan spread out his hands, and the radiance in his palms gradually condensed into a long spear. It carried an ice-cold intent as he placed it behind him. He descended from the sky and stepped on the head of the python. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and said arrogantly, "So what if you know a water martial technique?" Each of these 4 water-type creatures had the battle strength of a martial arts ancestor. Including me, you will have to face 5 Wu Zongs. If you can still win like that, then there's no harm in giving you the diagram of the rain barrier. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and he said, "Good. Sure enough, you have the demeanor of an expert. After today's battle, I believe that you will be able to walk further on the road of martial arts." "Ha, how arrogant. Do you think that you are a martial arts ancestor? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Today, I will teach you an unforgettable lesson." Lung Quan stepped on the ground and shouted, "Go." The python immediately flew up like a shuttle, and the other 3 transformed beings also moved quickly, but their speed was slightly slower. Lung Quan stepped on the python's head and raised the tip of the spear in his hand, creating a large splash. It was as thin as a blade and slashed out fiercely. Li Yunxiao did not dare to be careless and quickly retreated. At that moment, he did not dare to hide his strength. Fortunately, the rain barrier could block the detection of divine senses from the outside. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows and the Universe God monument immediately broke out of his body, suppressing the blade-like splash. The large amount of water hit the Universe God monument and splashed like waves, but it did not cause any damage. The Universe God monument suddenly became bigger in the sky and released a beautiful jade-like radiance, pressing down on Lung Quan. What profound level weapon is this? Lung Quan was shocked. His casual attack was actually so weak and dispersed. Moreover, the simple and unadorned aura from the Universe God monument gave him a feeling that he could not resist it. Swish! At that moment, the huge tree suddenly grew a large amount of branches and madly bound the Universe God monument from all directions. Very quickly, the water elemental tree branches bound the Universe God monument tightly, causing it to stop in the air. Lung Quan heaved a sigh of relief and his eyes became even colder. This Li Yunxiao's every move was unexpected. After his trump card, there would be another trump card, as if it was endless. It was really dangerous. He could not suppress the murderous intent in his eyes. The python suddenly raised its head and was about to soar into the sky with Lung Quan on its back. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and waved both of his hands. Circles of golden light broke out of his body and they were all the simple and unadorned tadpole characters that danced in the air. Great Realm God Technique. The Universe God monument suddenly released golden light and instantly pierced through the binding of the huge tree. The brilliant golden monument god broke out and pressed down on Lung Quan's head. What? Lung Quan was shocked. An unrivaled power locked onto him and an irresistible feeling welled up in his heart. He was astonished and stomped his feet lightly. The python suddenly soared into the sky and turned into a huge water pillar, heading towards the Universe God monument. Bang! The speed of the Universe God monument's descent was instantly stopped. However, the water pillar was being squeezed out and became weaker and weaker. Lung Quan fiercely stabbed his long spear upwards. Tens of thousands of ice mirrors were stirred up from the ground and they followed his long spear upwards. The water-shaped burly man also leaped over and 2 fists the size of casseroles were smashed over. There was also the square stone plate which kept spinning in the air and emitted a shocking pressure that pressed towards the Universe God monument. Rumble! The brilliant golden Universe God monument finally lost all its light under the joint attack of a few parties and flew back to Li Yunxiao's hands. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Lung Quan bellowed and swept his long spear decisively. The tip of the long spear brought about cold air that almost cut the space into 2 as it attacked towards Li Yunxiao. The Universe God monument gave him too much of a threat. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the profound level weapon was restricted to kill him in one fell swoop. Originally, victory was in his grasp. However, he was actually put into such a difficult situation by a baffling profound level weapon. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The 4 people who were hidden in the rain also quickly performed hand seals. The burly man, the python, the tree, and the millstone all rushed forward. Taking advantage of the fact that the Universe God monument had just been damaged, it was the best time to kill Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned serious and he spat out a few words. A few golden words appeared on the Universe God monument in his hands and a circle of flame shot out from the monument. It instantly turned into a sea of fire and spread out in all directions. Heaven's Net Flaming Battle Formation, open. A mini flag appeared on the Universe God monument. The Heaven's Net Flaming Battle Formation was extremely overbearing and the rain in the sky was forced back. Using a formation to break a formation, although the power of the boundary of rain was not below that of the Heaven's Net Flaming Battle Formation, it was set up by only 4 Martial King experts. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's Heaven's Net Flaming Battle Formation consisted of 3,600 warriors. In addition, the Heaven's Net Flaming Battle Flag was a rank 9 profound level weapon. Although the main power of the formation was used to maintain the boundary of fire, the simple and crude boundary of rain could not withstand the power of the formation. Boom! The flame spread out unscrupulously. Everywhere it passed, the rain would flow in the opposite direction. The ground was burning and it became a fiery hell. What is going on? The surrounding temperature suddenly rose and became extremely hot. However, Lung Quan felt a bone-chilling coldness surging up his spine. In the sea of fire that covered the sky, he could clearly feel an unparalleled power suppressing him, and he could be burnt to ashes at any time. The 4 disciples of the heaven-shaking sect who were hiding in the rain also revealed themselves. They were no longer calm and relaxed. They all circulated their vital qi to resist the attack of the flames in fear. At that moment, in the sky above the boundary of rain, the 3 law enforcers were gathered together. They frowned as they discussed the situation below. It has been more than an hour and the water formation has not been opened. Could it be that Li Yunxiao is not dead yet? Rumor has it that he can kill a martial ancestor with a wave of his hand. If he really has such strength, it will be a fierce battle for Lung Quan. It can't be. He still has 4 junior brothers who are all martial kings. Furthermore, this formation is very strange. It can even block our divine sense. You must know that even the God-forbidding formation on this island cannot do this. That's right. This formation gives me a very strong feeling. Even if I were to be in it, I would be in danger. I don't think Li Yunxiao is going to survive. I have been in charge of keeping an eye on Lung Quan. His strength is superb and he is invincible. I am afraid that only Luo Qingyun on the other side of the island can fight him. That Luo Qingyun who collected more than 600 crystal stones? There must be something wrong with that brat. Look, the formation has changed. Are the results out? The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly looked down. Suddenly, a ball of red appeared on the ground. It fiercely broke through the dense dark clouds and spread out in all directions. Monstrous flames surged into the sky. The ancient pressure forced the surrounding space to retreat 3 feet. Even the 3 law enforcers felt the shocking pressure. They were shocked and flew hundreds of meters into the air from their original positions. Only then did they feel a sense of security. They looked down in shock and disbelief. Everyone's mind was filled with a huge question mark. What was going on? However, what made them go crazy was that this sea of fire also had the effect of blocking divine sense. Furthermore, they could not see anything. Li Yunxiao slowly walked forward in the sea of fire. He looked at the 5 people who were struggling to resist and said, "Do you still have the strength to fight?" The 5 people's faces were pale. Especially the 4 martial kings, they were gradually unable to hold on. Moreover, they understood in their hearts that in this situation, even if they shouted to admit defeat, the law enforcers would not have the ability to save them. Fear grew in their hearts. Lung Quan's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat. We will give you all the crystal stones." He was unwilling. This fire came out of nowhere. Originally, they were going to win, but in an instant, they were turned around by that strange profound level weapon. However, at this moment, they were being suppressed by the opponent. They had no choice but to accept it. "We admit defeat. We'll give you all the crystals." Lung Quan clenched his teeth, feeling unwilling. He took out dozens of crystals and a jade scroll, which recorded the formation map of the world of rain. He threw it over without even looking at it. "Humph, you admit defeat so reluctantly," Li Yunxiao said with a cold smile, "you must be unwilling." He took out 5 crystals and threw them back, saying, "I don't have time to waste with you now. If you're unwilling, I'll wait for you in Mount Meru." Li Yunxiao performed a seal with one hand, and the universe god steel was kept in between his eyebrows. The sea of fire immediately lost its source and gradually dissipated. The sky returned to being clear and cloudless for thousands of miles, and everything was clear and sunny. Is the result out? Who won? The law enforcement officers who were thousands of meters in the sky looked down in shock. They saw Li Yunxiao's figure flying away, leaving only Lung Quan and the other 4 in the same place. Li Yunxiao didn't die? Lung Quan didn't die either? Who won? Look at the direction of the crystals. One of them quickly performed a seal with both hands. A water screen formed in front of him and gradually opened up. It clearly showed that more than 100 crystals were flying away, leaving only 5 in the same place. TSK. Li Yunxiao actually won. How could this happen? 1 against 5, and in such a strange formation. What on earth happened? The three of them were shocked and in disbelief. Look. One of them pointed at the water screen, and his eyes suddenly widened. The other two also narrowed their eyes and said in shock, "Let's go." The three of them instantly turned into flowing light and flew in the direction of Li Yunxiao. Lung Quan and the others quickly left, leaving behind 1,000 meters of chaos. At that moment, thousands of meters in the sky, more than 10 law enforcement officers gathered together and looked down. "Why are you here too?" "I'm afraid I can't control the situation, so I came to take a look." Li Yunxiao flew for a while and landed on a huge rock. He sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Just as he crossed his legs, a powerful beam of light descended from the sky. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted softly and began carving on the stone with his finger. The moment he sat down cross-legged, he had already carved a complex, golden array. A circle of runes broke free from the array formation and revolved around his body, forming a cage that protected his entire body. Boom, the intense light fell and blasted the golden runes. The golden runes were illuminated by the intense light, and faint cracks appeared on them. Boom, Li Yunxiao was instantly submerged in the strong light, as if a huge water lotus had bloomed in an instant. It was so dazzling that it made people's eyes hurt. Heaven and earth are mysterious and illusory, the universe is chaotic and primitive. Art of time, void's end. A majestic voice sounded in the sky. It was as if the voice had come with a Dharma body. The sky seemed to be collapsing, and it compressed towards the blooming water lotus. Under this move, the entire island actually shook slightly. All the disciples and law enforcers on Xianxia Island felt the shaking. They raised their heads in shock and looked at the huge pressure forming in the sky and pressing down. That kind of earth-shattering might caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Lung Quan was also shocked. He looked at the sky in a daze and murmured, "That direction. Could it be?" His expression changed, and he instantly changed his direction and flew down the sky. What kind of martial technique is this? It actually activated the power of heaven and earth. An old man suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, 2 people appeared in 2 other directions. They looked down in shock. These 3 people were the highest authorities on Xianxia Island. They were Fang De of the Jutian sect, Tu Lei of the Thousand Crane sect, and Huang Xiaolong of the elusive World Valley. "Greetings, lords." The dozen or so law enforcers stepped forward and saluted. These law enforcers were all from the top 3 sects in the southern region. Who did this? They actually activated such a strong power of heaven and earth and shocked the 3 of us out of the sky. Fang De looked down in shock. One of the Fire Crow Empire's enforcers said, "Elder Fang De, it's Luo Qingyun of the Tianxiang Empire. It seems that he wants to kill Li Yunxiao of the Fire Crow Empire." What? Fang De and the other 2 were shocked and looked over in shock. Fang De was even more shocked. He said, "Is he the Li Yunxiao who destroyed the Yingyang family and killed Zhou Yushan?" "Yes." The person in charge replied, "Currently, he has just snatched 97 crystals from the Muxu Empire's Lung Quan. Right now, he has a total of 156 crystals on him. Luo Qingyun, on the other hand, has 742 pieces of crystal." What? The 3 of them were shocked, but their expressions were different. Tu Lei was obviously overjoyed. He was smiling so widely that his face was about to crack. Huang Xiaolong's face was gloomy. Lung Quan also knew that Luo Qingyun was the strongest junior of the Muxu Empire. It was said that Luo Qingyun's strength was extraordinary. Now that there were close to 1,000 crystals gathered here, regardless of who won or lost, it had nothing to do with their Muxu Empire. How could he not be angry? Fang De looked worried. With such a strong power, no matter how optimistic he was about Li Yunxiao, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The moment the 3 of them landed on the island, they entered the void to cultivate. They didn't care about the situation on the island at all. At this moment, they were shocked by the strong power of heaven and earth. They didn't expect that other than the disciples of the big families, these small sects also had such a strong junior. Such a powerful martial skill can't be unknown. What is this Luo Qingyun's background? Tule was happy, but he couldn't help feeling suspicious. While everyone was exclaiming in admiration, the space below seemed to distort, completely squeezing towards the place where the strong light bloomed, as if it wanted to crush everything. At this time, a sword light soared into the sky, directly splitting the lotus-like light. At this moment, the whole sky seemed to have the feeling of the sun breaking through, and the clouds dispersing. Even the distorted space stopped under the sword light and gradually bounced back. Sword art, star annihilation. Li Yunxiao's voice resounded in the sky. With a long sword in his hand, his whole body soared into the sky, leaving a trail of frost behind as he slashed towards a certain spot in the void. Wherever the sword light passed, the sky was split open. That's... Fengde's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "Wu luring frost." Lung Xingguo's sword is really in his hands. There seemed to be faint signs of tearing on the space node. Half of Luo Qingyun's body suddenly leaped out, and he looked at the sword slashing down in horror. He hastily crossed his hands together, and the two copper bracelets on his wrists suddenly unsealed and combined into one, forming a huge copper ring that shot out to meet the sword light. Bang! The copper ring was slashed by the sword light, and sparks flew in all directions. It vibrated in the air, and let out a soul-shaking buzzing sound that lasted for a long time. Luo Qingyun grabbed the copper ring with one hand, and his whole body stepped out of the void. He stood in the air, and looked at Li Yunxiao in the distance. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes, but he immediately chuckled, and said, "Li Yunxiao, you really surprised me." After that sword strike, Li Yunxiao stepped back onto the ground, and stood with his sword in hand. He said coldly, "Surprised your sister. Is sneak attacks very fun? I almost lost my life because of you." Luo Qingyun held the copper ring with one hand, and it constantly rotated on his palm. Clearly, it was also an extremely powerful Xian weapon. He said indifferently, "Aren't you full of energy now? You're alive and kicking." A trace of seriousness flashed across his face, and he said, "I originally thought that even if the barrier of rain couldn't finish you off, it would at least heavily injure you. But I didn't expect you to come out unscathed. I'm really curious how you did it." Li Yunxiao sneered, "You can try it if you have the chance. I'm sure it will be fun." Luo Qingyun laughed and said, "The barrier of rain can't trap me, but it will take me a lot of effort to get out. It won't be as easy as you." Li Yunxiao said, "I'm very curious, how did you collect so many spar? You can't sense them with your soul consciousness, can you?" Luo Qingyun was frank, and he said without hesitation, "These crystals are made of 1,000 iron stones. I have a golden swallowing rat with me, and it can sense the existence of 1,000 iron stones." Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "I see. The golden swallowing rat is not a precious demon beast, but it is very rare." The law enforcers in the sky were all enlightened. No wonder Luo Qingyun could collect so many crystals. The two talked for a while, and then there was a moment of silence. The entire space became very oppressive, as if a storm was coming. Even the lake outside Xianxia Island began to ripple. Finally, Luo Qingyun couldn't help but move. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Although he was calm, he couldn't compare to Gu Feiyang in terms of temperament. Spiritual Sky Ring, Great Art of Dance. The bronze ring was also a powerful Xian artifact, but it wasn't damaged by Wu luring frost strike. Ding dong, the sound of the brass ring striking rang out, and the entire sky was silent in this sound. Luo Qingyun's body danced in the air along with the music of the bronze ring. It was beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. Ding dong. Ding dong. All the young disciples on Xianxia Island were dazed by the ringing of the copper bell, and their eyes became blank. Is this a mental attack? Fengde's heart skipped a beat. The sound of the bronze bell had actually caused the eyes of some of the law enforcers to become blurry. However, he was still slightly lacking in experience, so he was not affected. The person he was most worried about was Li Yunxiao. He focused his gaze and saw that Li Yunxiao was also gradually becoming lost. He immediately panicked. Mental attacks are the most powerful martial skills. Normal warriors can't resist them. Not to mention you are only a martial lord, even if you are at the same level as me, you can't resist them. A hint of pride flashed across Luo Qingyun's face. He slowly walked down from the sky. Every step he took was rhythmic, and it matched the sound of the bronze ring. Using the Grady dance steps, Luo Qingyun arrived in front of Li Yunxiao after a few steps. Looking at the stunned Li Yunxiao, Luo Qingyun sighed. I thought it would be interesting, but I didn't expect you to be tricked so easily. With your strength, this shouldn't have happened. Sigh, what a pity. He raised his hand slightly and slapped down on Li Yunxiao's head. Pity your sister. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Yunxiao's stunned face. His misty eyes disappeared and were replaced with clarity. There was a strange look in his eyes, which made Luo Qingyun's heart skip a beat. He almost lost control of his mind. What? Luo Qingyun was shocked. He knew he had fallen into a trap. He quickly retracted his right palm and retreated. Since you want to play, let's make it big. The smile on Li Yunxiao's face became extremely strange. His whole body suddenly became distorted, and then he was completely torn apart. He turned into pieces of flower petals and scattered with the wind. Ah! This is an illusion. Luo Qingyun was shocked. At this moment, he realized that the surroundings had started to turn dark. The scenes of the four seasons were rapidly changing and moving away from him. Even the space had become extremely unstable. Along with the turbulence of the space, he felt as though he was about to break. How could this be? He had used a spiritual attack, but it was the opposite of his opponents. Just how powerful of a soul technique was needed to achieve this? What kind of monster was this young man? Just as he was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the distorted space, walking towards him step by step. Every step the shadow took caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The golden light on his body was dazzling. Great Illusion Annihilation Fist. The shadow opened his mouth and slowly spat out these four words. He raised his fist high and smashed it down towards Luo Qingyun. This punch caused the entire space to shrink. Everything was distorted by the power of his fist. The world actually turned into the shadow of his fist and smashed down together with it. What is this? Great Illusion Annihilation Fist? Bang! Great Illusion Annihilation Fist. Luo Qingyun instantly thought of something. When he saw the face of the shadow clearly, he was scared out of his wits. His entire body was drained of blood. This was the space of consciousness. If his body was blasted to pieces, then he would be completely finished in reality. There was no way he could survive a single punch from this person. Ao Changkong. It was actually tyrannical Emperor Wu, Ao Changkong, and his great disillusionment fist. With a single punch, the four poles collapsed. Just who was this kid? Could it be that he has seen Ao Changkong and seen him punch? Luo Qingyun was so scared that his face turned pale. It was impossible for him to block Ao Changkong's punch. His only chance of survival was to break out of this spiritual space and escape. True dragon form. He let out a loud roar, and his body began to become extremely terrifying. Pieces of green scales appeared and covered his entire body. His body directly soared into the sky, stretching and elongating. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an ancient true dragon. Soaring dragon Dharma body. Motionless king's fist. Blast them. Boom. Boom, Luo Qingyun, who had transformed into an ancient true dragon, roared and slammed his body into the spiritual space. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds and thousands of fist shadows. The entire space began to crack, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. At this moment, Ao Changkong's fist shadows also landed. Because the power was too great, the entire space suddenly cracked into pieces and began to gradually dissipate. However, the power of that punch had penetrated through the pieces of space and spread out layer by layer. The pieces of space that were affected by the power of the punch were all broken into nothingness and dissipated into the black hole. Ah! No! Luo Qingyun screamed in horror. Ao Changkong's punch had shattered countless spatial fragments and was transmitted over to Luo Qingyun. Although only 1% of the punch's power had dissipated, it was still not something that he could withstand. True Dragon Divine Body. The strongest defense. Boom. An ancient true dragon was directly hit by the remaining power of the punch and was sent flying like an earthworm, spraying blood in the air. At this moment, the entire spiritual space was shattered. On Xianxia Island, Luo Qingyun's body directly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. What's going on? High up in the sky, everyone was shocked. The law enforcers who were in a daze had also regained their senses. Instantly, a look of shame appeared on their faces. How could Luo Qingyun be injured? Yes, this is too strange. Just now, he raised his palm and was about to end Li Yunxia's life. How could he suddenly be injured and be sent flying? Did any of you see Li Yunxia's attack? Huang Xiaolong's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "All of you, shut up. Don't embarrass yourself." Luo Qingyun used a spiritual attack and was counterattacked by Li Yunxia's spiritual force. Tu Lei swallowed hard and said in disbelief, the spiritual force emitted by the copper ring was extremely domineering, but it was counterattacked by Luo Qingyun. What is going on with Li Yunxiao? These people all thought that Luo Qingyun was counterattacked by his spiritual force. None of them knew that he was directly sucked into the spiritual space by Li Yunxiao and almost turned into ashes. The danger was not something that these people could understand. Ancient True Dragon. This kid actually learned the True Dragon's secret technique. A bright light shot out from Li Yunxiao's eyes. With his spiritual force as a 5th-rank arcane master and the Great Divine Evolution technique, even a 6th-rank arcane master wouldn't be able to escape from the spiritual prison. He first pretended to be weak and beat Luo Qingyun at his own game. The moment he pulled Luo Qingyun into his spiritual prison, he thought that this battle was over. This was because no one would be able to withstand the punch of Ao Chongkong that he had imitated. Who knew that Ao Chongkong would transform into a true dragon and shatter his spiritual prison? Ao Chongkong's last punch only used 1% of the punch's power. Even if the space could hold on for a second longer, Luo Qingyun would definitely die. One had to admit that he was extremely lucky. Bang! The rock under Li Yunxiao's feet shattered. He instantly executed his movement technique and chased after Luo Qingyun. That punch had injured him a lot, but it wasn't enough to make him lose his combat ability. Li Yunxiao landed lightly in a forest and saw a pool of blood on the ground. It was Luo Qingyun's blood, but he was nowhere to be seen. Humph. Trying to escape? Since you already know how powerful my spiritual force is, you should know that the restrictions on this island are useless against me. His divine sense spread out and covered 100 miles in an instant, covering the entire Xianxia Island. However, he couldn't find Luo Qingyun. Huh? So you are hiding in the void. It is impossible for you to hide in the void with your strength. It must be that copper ring Xian artifact that has the ability to hide in the void. Since that's the case, I'll directly break open the gate of the void and seal you inside. Li Yunxiao raised the long sword in his hand. Circles of horrifying sword chi bloomed from the wu-luring frost. He pointed the long sword at Luo Qingyun. Dots of light appeared around him like stars in the sky, emitting weak starlight. The starlight gradually flowed into the sword, causing the sword's body to gradually become transparent. Sword skill, morning light. A beam of sword light soared into the sky and split the entire forest in half. Then, it slashed toward a spatial node. Luo Qingyun, who had been hiding in the void, couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly appeared in the air. The pair of copper rings fell into his arms and started to shake violently. One of his arms emitted a shocking power and was gradually covered by cyan scales. True Dragon Sacred Body, Dragon King Meridian of Strength. Luo Qingyun's pale face was livid. There was still a lot of blood at the corner of his mouth that he didn't have time to wipe off. As he punched out, space itself seemed to shatter as it rumbled downwards. The copper rings let out circles of golden light and followed the punch. Boom! When the two enormous forces collided, the entire sky split open, turning it into two completely different colors. The entire Xianxia Island became dark and gloomy. With this move, they were actually evenly matched. Li Yunxiao knew that it was because Luo Qingyun's physical body was severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against him with the power of a martial monarch. Luo Qingyun knew that Luo Qingyun's true dragon secret technique was definitely not weaker than his sword skill. The rank of the copper rings might even be higher than his brilliant frost. Luo Qingyun felt bitter. He wanted to defeat Luo Qingyun with a mental attack, but he didn't expect himself to fall into a trap. Not only was Luo Qingyun's mental power stronger than his, but his spirit technique was also very powerful. His physical body was on the verge of collapsing. It was hard to tell who would win. "Who are you? You can imitate Lord Ao Chengkong's great disillusionment fist. You even know Lord Gu Feiyang's sword skill." Luo Qingyun couldn't help but ask. Firstly, he was curious. Secondly, he wanted to buy as much time as possible so that he could recover some strength. "Oh? Your background isn't simple either. Not to mention the true dragon's secret technique, you even know Ao Chengkong's fist and Gu Feiyang's sword. Who is your family's adult?" Li Yunxiao asked curiously. Luo Qingyun was speechless. A 15-year-old kid actually asked him, "Who is your family's adult?" The scene was very funny, but he couldn't laugh. "Humph, you don't need to know who I am. Although I accidentally fell into your trap, you're still dreaming if you want to win against me." Luo Qingyun said coldly, "Why don't we stop here? We can keep our own crystal stones." "Tisk tsk, keep our own?" Li Yunxiao laughed and revealed a greedy look. He licked his lips and said, "You have at least a few hundred crystal stones on you, right? You can take one and leave the rest." "Arrogant." Luo Qingyun said angrily, "If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. At that time, someone will take advantage of us and we won't even have a single crystal stone. That would be crazy." Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said coldly, "If you attack me, you must be prepared to die. Whether I spare you or not depends on my mood." End of chapter 271. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.